I used to be the highest commander of humanity. But in this world, I have become a mere follower, not only being dragged to the front line as cannon fodder, but also given a nearly scrapped ship. However, I did not expect that there were 300 shipgirls in the fleet. Not only are these shipgirls all beautiful and charming, but their combat skills are also impeccable. At this moment, Zhao Yi was standing in front of a white-haired girl. The girl saluted and said, "Commander, according to Article 227 of the Federal War Law, I will now assume the responsibilities of your deputy commander. We will depart for the 2034 galaxy for a mission today. You have 5 minutes to prepare." Zhao Yi stood still. Wasn't I the only one on the fleet? The beautiful woman paused, her eyes revealing surprise and sadness. Her slender body trembled slightly, as if hiding intense emotions, but she restrained herself. "Commander, don't joke. We are not human." "Not human? Are you a robot?" Zhao Yi suddenly held the hand opposite, silky with a hint of warmth, and very soft. He couldn't help but touch it for a while. The girl opposite was stunned, quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushed with a hint of anger. "Commander, what are you doing? According to the Federal War Law, although I am now your property, it does not mean that I will not resist. If the commander has thoughts other than war, even if I die, I will not agree." "Don't you resist? You shouldn't be a robot." The girl's lips trembled, her face looked a little ugly, but she still held back, lowered her head and pulled the military cap on her head. "Please, Commander, don't humiliate me again. You have 3 minutes to prepare." Zhao Yi felt a little inexplicable. No need to prepare. Let's go directly. The silver-haired beauty leads the way ahead, with Zhao Yi following behind. "Commander, don't you bring anything?" The silver-haired beauty turned her head with some curiosity. "Nothing special to bring." "Okay, you can ask me for anything you need on the ship." After speaking, the beauty stopped talking and walked forward with her chest held high. "What is your name?" "Number 9844. That's my name." "Do you know what my name is?" Zhao Yi asked. The beauty turned and stood still. "Is the commander showing off to me?" "Your name is Zhao Yi, 21 years old this year. You have been mediocre all your life. Bottom of the class in school. No girlfriend. Enough. I didn't expect you to know so much. Of course, you are our commander. We know some of your basic information." Zhao Yi scratched his head. "So what I asked was your real name. Like I am Zhao Yi. What is your name?" "What you told me is just your number." The beauty did not answer, pointed to the sky. "We arrived." Zhao Yi looked up and saw a metal warship floating in the air, about the size of 4 football fields. It looks no different from a mobile fortress. Such a huge object stopped beside him, but no sound could be heard. "Wow, so cool, isn't it?" 9844 twitched at the corner of his mouth. The beautiful pupils looked at Zhao Yi with some disdain. "Commander, this is a frigate converted from a transport ship, with very few weapons and fighters on board. Still at T1 level." Zhao Yi said seriously, "But I just think he is very handsome. This is my first time on a warship. By the way, what is the name of this ship?" "Evangelion." Zhao Yi was stunned. "Isn't this the death battleship that the teacher mentioned?" Seeing Zhao Yi's expression change, the beauty actually seemed a little happy. It seems that people from the Federation are like seeing a ghost when they hear about the gospel. "Commander, do you know what the gospel is called in our mouths?" The beauty stared at Zhao Yi with interest. Zhao Yi shook his head, not knowing. "Tombstone." The beauty looks at the warship in the sky. "It is not only my tombstone, but also your tombstone, Commander." Hey, do we have any deep hatred between us? And how come you even curse yourself?" The beauty stopped talking, walked to the warship. 9844 and the commander prepared to board the ship. The next second, a beam of light shot over. Zhao Yi felt his body floating. The passers-by around are commonplace, without even lifting their heads. After boarding the warship, Zhao Yi found that there were many silver-haired girls in the fleet. They looked similar, and seemed to be busy with various things. So many people on the warship. Everyone's body trembled slightly and stopped their actions, looking at Zhao Yi with a hint of surprise. "Did I say something wrong?" Zhao Yi feels a little uncomfortable. "Commander, you go back to the room to rest first. We will hold a meeting to get to know each other after setting sail. How long will it take us to reach the destination?" "The Federation wants us to arrive in 3 days. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to complete this mission." "What if something unexpected happens?" The beauty said coldly. "According to the Federal War Law, if we fail to complete the mission, we will be sentenced to death for the crime of desertion. It's really cruel." 9844 turned and looked at a short-haired silver-haired girl and said, 10,235. "You take the commander to rest, and the others return to their work positions. The target is the J2034 galaxy." The commander followed 10235 to a room, and Zhao Yi followed her, looking her up and down. This girl named 10235 is even thinner than 9844. Feeling like a little sister next door, with a hint of innocence on her face. Commander, this is your room. We will inform you of the meeting later. This place is similar to your own bedroom, but much larger. It is made of metal, with a pot of green plants in the corner next to the bed, which is the only green plant. Zhao Yi lay on the bed inside with relief. After a while, a voice came from outside the door. Commander, 10235 is here to report to you. Deputy Commander 9844, please go to the conference room for a meeting. Zhao Yi felt a headache. Who on earth came up with the idea of giving a code to the silver-haired girl? Who knows who corresponds to this code? Okay, I'm coming out now. Zhao Yi opened the cabin door and saw the silver-haired girl who had been sent to him before. She looked a bit cute. When Zhao Yi looked at the information earlier, he paid a little attention to this girl. She was the youngest in the fleet. No wonder she gave off a little sister-like feeling. At such a young age, she had been on the battlefield for 4 years. 10235 lowered her head. Commander, please follow me. When they arrived at the meeting room, Zhao Yi saw 7 or 8 silver-haired girls sitting inside, each with a different appearance but all very beautiful, especially 9844, who was sitting next to the main seat, was unbelievably beautiful. It seemed that she felt Zhao Yi's gaze. 9844 stood up and shouted, "Attention!" The silver-haired girls, although unhappy, still stood up and said, "Nice to meet you, Commander." Zhao Yi walked over and sat down, saying, "You guys should sit down too." 9844 turned to Zhao Yi and said, "Commander, next I will introduce to you the distribution of our fleet's humanoid autonomous weapons. This is 10,235. You should have seen her. Her duty is to protect your safety. You can think of her as the captain of the guard." 9844 pointed to the cute girl before. She stood up and saluted Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi hurriedly returned the salute. 9844 was speechless and somewhat disdainful. "Commander, when I introduce you, please don't move. It makes me very embarrassed. This is 11,525. Her duty is a member of the combat team, but her emotions are unstable. Commander can give orders through me. Try to avoid contact with her as much as possible." Zhao Yi turned his head and saw the silver-haired girl with a pen in her mouth, looking a bit absent-minded. Her skin was darker, and there was a scar on her face. She was also sizing up Zhao Yi, with a hint of a smirk. "This is..." Zhao Yi interrupted the introduction of 9844. "Hold on, wait, Commander, is there any problem? I am really in a difficult position because of what you did." "No, your numbers are too long. I can't remember them." 9844 is serious. "The Commander doesn't need to remember. We are just going through the motions. All future orders will be issued through me. It doesn't matter if you can't remember them. They are just weapons, replaceable parts at any time." Zhao Yi was speechless. "Is it necessary for us to do this? Now we are on a warship. If we die together." 9844 continued. According to Article 1377 of the Solar Federation's War Law, humanoid autonomous weapons cannot. "Shut up!" Zhao Yi suddenly shouted. The silver-haired female soldier in the meeting room was stunned. She didn't expect this commander to be quite fierce. Zhao Yi stood up and said, "According to the federal war regulations, are you supposed to unconditionally obey my orders?" At those words, the crowd froze. Their teeth clenched. There was really no way for them to disobey their commander's orders. They had a small bomb implanted in their bodies at birth. The commander can easily detonate it. "Yes." Zhao Yi nodded his head and said, "That's fine. In the future, all of you will give me names. Otherwise I won't be able to remember them." "What?" The crowd froze, looking up at Zhao Yi as if they had heard wrong. The Federals had never used them as tools. No one would care about their names or even allow them to appear. This commander actually wants them to be called by their first names. "Ha ha ha, Commander, you're quite the irritant. What's the point of calling names? You wouldn't be dealing with us anyway. We're just weapons, not people," the dark-skinned combat team leader said irritably. Zhao Yi looked at her. "No matter what you think, what I'm saying now is an order. Consider it for coming to my convenient memory." The captain of the combat team walked up to Zhao Yi and whispered, "Commander, do you have some other ideas for us?" The corner of Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. As a normal male or a fledgling, facing this group of beautiful women and saying that there is no idea is definitely false. But it really wasn't just now. "Nope." 9844 pushed the combat team leader out of the way. "I'll reintroduce you to the commander then. My name is Su Xin, Deputy Commander of the Gospel. She is Su Ran, the captain of your guard." The cute-looking Su Ran stood up again and saluted earnestly. Zhao Yi didn't interrupt Su Xin this time, or else he would definitely be disliked. "This is Su Wan, the combat team leader. The dark-tempered Su-won sat back in his seat, placing a pair of long legs directly on the table with great displeasure. Su-xin explained. I also asked the Lord Commander to forgive her. She is very capable and can be of use to you. Zhao Yi nodded slightly without saying anything. This is Su-yin, the R&D captain. This is Su-won, the mechanic captain of our fleet. After the introduction, Su-xin spoke up. Commander, we don't have enough energy crystals in stock, so we can only take the more risky sections, and we may encounter meteorite showers, but it doesn't matter. We have experienced operators. Zhao Yi nodded and said, I'll leave it to you. At that moment, a silver-haired girl with a panicked appearance suddenly burst in at the door. She glanced at Zhao Yi and turned her head toward Su-xin to report. Vice Commander, we've encountered interstellar pirates. What? Su-xin froze. They were still within the confines of the Federation. They could actually encounter interstellar pirates? The feds are really getting out of hand. Come on, let's go to the command room. The entire conference room ran away, and Zhao Yi got up and followed. When the group reached the command room, they saw 2 points of light on the screen approaching towards them. Report back. Su-xin shouted. Currently 2 interstellar pirate warships have scanned us and are coming towards us, with a firepower profile equipped with 2 T1 class main cannons with a range above ours. Su-xin pondered for a moment. There were a total of 4 main cannons with a range that was still above his own. It definitely wouldn't work against a spar. His own armor was just the most basic of protective armor. Blocking one shot wouldn't do it. But that's child's play for Su-xin. For years on the battlefield, and what disadvantage have I not seen? It's just another battle where a little sacrifice will have to be made to make it work. Prepare for combat. Yes. At this time, Zhao Yi walked in and looked at the crowd. How do you want to fight? The vice commander didn't expect Zhao Yi to follow him here. Shouldn't he be hiding in his room shivering in fear at this time? Commander, the firepower on the other side is above ours. Even still 2 starships. The only thing we can do is to break them down one by one. First send 10 Lord's fighters to harass the other one. The opposite side is a T1 class main gun. I think the defense is the most basic tempered protective armor like us. The Lords are still a bit useful. By this time we're facing the other one. Adjusting all protective armor all the way to the front to ward off the opposite attack while firing back with the main guns. And with any luck we can destroy them. Ding dong, you observe Su-xin commanding and are gifted with the ability to command LV. Max. Zhao Yi froze in place. Top-notch command abilities? In an instant various tactics and ideas flooded into his mind. And when combined with the knowledge he had gained earlier, 3 or 4 usable tactics appeared. Zhao Yi nodded silently. Even if you destroyed one of the battleships, how will you face the other one when you go to receive the Lord Dragon Fighter? Even the most basic star fighters like the Lords may have been destroyed before we could get over to receive them. Su-xin said seriously, not ready to pick them up and bring them back. Their mission is to attract the other ship, and they must hold the determination of certain death. It's impossible for our star-rated frigates to destroy 2 star-rated destroyers of the other side at the same time. Zhao Yi froze and looked around at the reactions of a few people who seemed to think that this arrangement was normal. No. Aren't they your comrades in arms? Sold them just like that? Su-xin turned her head to look at Zhao Yi. Of course they are my comrades in arms. Compared to you, they are still my compatriots. But my compatriots are not only those who went out to die in battle, there are also those who are inside the starship. Without sacrifices we can't run away at all. The big grinning Su-won smiled. That's fine. Let me lead the team then. I've lived long enough anyway. These guys are still crazy. Nonsense. How can someone be sacrificed? Su-xin said seriously. We are weapons. We can have attrition. Please don't worry, Commander. I'm 70% sure that I'll destroy one of the opposite ships. After that we'll turn on the acceleration to escape. And when the other one reacts it won't be able to catch up with us. It's still federal territory. They wouldn't dare chase it for too long. Zhao Yi shook his head. I don't agree. Since the commander doesn't agree, do you have a better way? Su-xin felt that Zhao Yi was a bit of a nuisance. Can one bear to let one's compatriots die? As we were talking, the monitor on the side suddenly spoke in alarm. Just now, we detected that the other party had generated energy fluctuations after hitting the meteorite fragments, and they should have assembled an energy shield, and it would take at least 4 or 5 rounds of our T1 class main gun to blast through it. Su-xin froze. The previous combat scenarios are assuming that the other side armor and their own same steel plate protective armor situation. If the opposite side is an energy shield, there's nothing you can do about it. The T1 level Lord's fighters for this kind of energy shield is just scratching the itch. Want to break must have T1, 5 level or above main gun to be able to do. Even if the other team stood over there and let them fight, they would need to fight for a long time. In that case, the plan to be a decoy remains the same. The entire fleet's protective armor is placed on the flanks. We can't counterattack to use the acceleration to escape quickly. As long as we don't get 2 simultaneous hits, we should be able to survive. Luckily they're equipped with T2 level energy shields, but the main guns are still T1 level. Yes. Wait, I have an idea. Zhao interrupted the crowd. You? Su Xin naturally didn't believe it. Not to mention that this Zhao was a scum in school. Even if he was a school bully, he wasn't as powerful as a veteran like them. What's more, Su Xin had commanded more than 100 battles, large and small, so how rich was her battle experience? Su Xin, you commanded well, but you left out one thing. What is it? I'm more familiar with the environment here than you are. Sushin was silent. Indeed, she wouldn't even be here if she hadn't come to pick up the commander. So what? Does it have anything to do with how we escape? There is a planet near here called V12. It has a special sphere that has a layer of corrosive fog on the surface of the planet that shields it from all energy shields, and was abandoned by the Federation 40 years ago when it was ruled undevelopable and uninhabitable. What are you talking about? Zhao smiled. Their energy shields will be useless when we get close to this planet in the mists, after which we can rely on the terrain to fight. Su Xin spoke up. Then won't we be unable to see them ourselves when we enter the mists? It didn't feel right to say it. This was federal territory, after all, and there were only two ways to go after they realized they couldn't track it. One way to give up and escape this place as soon as possible. After all, the federal patrols would surely rush over when they realized that someone had used a space jump to get to this place. The other option is to follow into the mist and clean them up as soon as possible. But as soon as the other party entered, the energy shield on them would be useless. Without the protection of energy shields, the armor itself could not stop a T1 class main gun attack. Speed survey the surrounding area for this planet. Yes. After a while, the young girl in the command room said in surprise. Found it. An hour is enough if we go there now. An hour. So how long will it take for this band of cosmic pirates to catch up with us? Expect 2 hours. That's enough. Let's go over. Su Xian looked at Zhao with some complexity after commanding. I had thought that this guy was here to make trouble, but I couldn't imagine that he actually had some level. This is the first time I've met a commander who can give his opinion. He's still a little different from a winebag. Zhao then said, just in case, we still need to upgrade our warplanes. And fighting in the mist, warplanes play a very crucial role. We only have 12 Lord Dragon fighters. How else can we upgrade? Su Wan, a mechanic at the side, asked. This guy doesn't really think he knows everything just because he came out with a good method. Does he? While federal schools do teach mechanic content, it's only on paper. Compared to her, who has spent 4 years repairing and designing on the battlefield, that would be playing a big sword in front of Guangong. If this Lord Dragon fighter jet could really be upgraded, one would have upgraded it long ago. Why wait until now? Zhao smiled. If it was his previous self he definitely couldn't. But now that there is a system, you should be able to comprehend something just by watching it. Take me to the hangar. Suwan shrugged her shoulders and could only bring Zhao over as the others followed along. They wanted to see what the commander was up to. When he arrived at the hangar, Zhao saw the fighters on this ship, the Lord Dragon fighters, a T1 class fighter that has been phased out by the Federation, cheap to build and generally functional. But it was more than enough for the silver-haired girl who was an accessory. Zhao stroked these fighters, rusty and stained. It looked like they were not usually maintained. It wasn't that Su Wan was unwilling, but there were no materials or resources. Su Wan clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Zhao. Commander, this starfighter has been seen. How else are you going to get it? Ding dong, you have observed the Kingpin fighter, and are gifted with mechanics LV. Max. Ding dong, you have observed the Kingpin fighter, and are gifted with research LV. Max. Sure enough, it came, and Zhao had a lot more knowledge about mechanics within his mind. And look at the LWs in front of you. They really are garbage. This thing has thin armor, poor firepower, and range. Zhao directly drilled into the bottom of one of the Kingpin fighters and began to dismantle it. Get me some tools. This confused Su Wan, who hurriedly shouted, what are you doing? Commander, there's a battle coming up and you're dismantling our airplane? The crowd all showed surprise and confusion at hearing this. Is this commander not even giving the last hope of living? The slightest hint of goodwill he'd held for him a moment ago was now gone. Sure enough, the Federals are all the same. Su Ran's tears went straight to his eyes. Being the youngest, she hadn't lived long enough, even for one more day. But this commander wouldn't even give them that day. Obviously the pirates are here and he's going to dismantle the starfighter. This commander will surely escape in an escape pod by himself, just like the last one. Zhao drilled out from underneath the fuselage and said, this kind of starfighter would be a death sentence even if it flew out. Meanwhile, we're going to be fighting in the corrosive mist. This kind of armor won't be able to stop it at all. I know this naturally, but we don't have any extra armor or materials. Zhao didn't explain. I'll figure it out on my own. So don't worry, Don't you guys still have to go set up other arrangements? There's no need to mind us. But, Suxian pulled Suwon back and shook her head. Suwon said with a big grin, let him toss it. Anyway, I'm not prepared to come back alive this time out. As long as he doesn't break the airplane energy and weapons piece on the line. The crowd sighed. If Zhao Yi insisted on this, there was nothing they could do. It's okay to talk about it behind your back, but you don't dare disobey orders in person. The commander has the power of life and death over them. A few people walked out of the hangar, and Suwon punched the nearby wall in anger. Damn it, can't he be honest in his room? Has to come out and make trouble. Does he think he knows more about starfighters than I do? Suxian touched her head. It's fine. We'll definitely survive. Suwon was a bit aggravated. Of course I know that these fighters won't work, but these are all the ones I put together from scraps, and he's actually going to destroy them all. Alright, let's hurry up and get ready. Let's start by placing the starship armor on one side so that it can block at least 2 of the main cannons. While doing so might weaken the ship's defenses in other locations. The only enemies they faced were from the front. Good thing there are enough sisters in this fleet. Everyone moving should be able to get it done. As for Zhao Yi, they decided not to think about it anymore. In the starfighter hangar, Zhao Yi spent 10 minutes taking a fighter apart. Sharp as attack, he was able to spot that the fighters themselves were spliced together. I can't believe the Federation gave them this kind of weapon. Don't these people realize that the silver-haired girl is guarding their safety at the border? Being able to keep peace on the capital planet and the other planets can be attributed to the silver-haired girl's life. As a result, they don't get any justice. Looking at the warplane in front of him, Zhao Yi understood. The reason the gospel is a tomb is because the brass wants these young girls to die here. The reason why all the young girls who came were at least 4 years old was because the Confederates at the time had promised the silver-haired girls citizenship if they were at the battlefield for 5 years. And it wasn't like they weren't going to honor that. So the best thing to do would be to bring together a fleet full of 4 years of silver-haired girls from various fleets, and then give them the worst battleship and the weakest commander possible, and let them die in battle. As long as it's dead, it's not 5 years old. Zhao Yi smiled bitterly. He himself was that weakest commander. The entire history of the Evangelion can be guessed without looking at it, and the silver-haired girls from the previous Evangelion must have disappeared into this universe. But this time it's different. He's going to save himself and these young girls at the same time. Without much time to think, Zhao Yi wiped the sweat from his head. Wanting to make these fighters into T2 level was obviously impossible. Even if he had the drawings and levels within his mind, he couldn't do it without the materials. The coquettish woman can't cook without rice, but making these fighters T1, 5 level still does it. To do this, Zhao Yi needed to dismantle half of the airplane, as well as a large amount of steel. Where can I get the materials? There was not a single bit of extra material in the entire battleship. Wait, there seems to be a place for that. With a flash of light, Zhao Yi immediately arranged for the multi-purpose robots within the fleet to transport themselves. At this moment, Suxian was surprised to find that the robots had all run away. Helplessly, he shook his head. This commander was really something. He didn't even give them a robot to use anymore. Boss, look at the robots running away. This was ordered by that guy called Zhao Yi, right? Su Huan said with some irritation. Forget her, let's get ours. At that moment, the 2 pirate warships that were tracking the gospel realized that they had actually run away. A bald man sneered. They knew they couldn't beat us and actually ran away. What a stroke of luck. I can't imagine getting lost in an interstellar jump and actually encountering prey. Luck my ass. This is the territory of the Sun Federation. Let's hurry up and grab some resources and use the star jump again. The Federation side should have sensed the interstellar fluctuations by now. We must go as soon as possible. After saying that, the 2 pirate warships accelerated their speed towards the gospel, with the robots helping Zhao Yi transport the materials. Zhao Yi only had to make the modifications. Wiping the sweat from his head, Zhao Yi looked at the fighter in front of him. It looks uninspired and even rusty in places, but the performance and handling definitely exceeds the T-1.5 class. Enhanced modifications and weapons are sufficient to face battleships without energy shields. Just then, the red lights in the hangar began to flash with a piercing roar. Zhao Yi knew that this was the fleet entering the corrosive mist. That leaves up to an hour of time left. Zhao Yi no longer thought much about it and continued to mess with the work in his hands. As long as they finished an airplane themselves, that would give them a little more chance of surviving. None of these silver-haired girls, if they were in their former worlds, would have been either students, idols, or singers, and none of them would have needed to worry about whether they lived or died. But here, they suffered from unfair treatment, which made Zhao Yi, who had traveled across the border, a little bit reluctant to do so, and he himself was not a Federation person after all. All you can do now is try to help them and help yourself at the same time. The star pirates in pursuit froze slightly as they saw the gospel position disappear from the screen. Strange, Where are they, people? I don't see any spatial fluctuations. They shouldn't have used a spatial jump. Space jumps require preparation time. They should be hiding. Search the surrounding area. Yes. Soon. A pirate noticed something strange. Report, there's a planet near here filled with corrosive mist. They should be hiding in it. Are these guys getting ready to stall for time? Report, a Solar Federation patrol has been spotted. They should have noticed an anomaly at our previous jump point and have come over to check out the situation. How much time is left? 2 hours. That's enough. First destroy the escaping bunch and grab their resources. Then prepare to leave again. Understood. Star pirates naturally wouldn't let go of the gospel. Currently their resources simply weren't enough for a space jump, so there was only one way to go: grabbing other resources. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Yi, who was repairing and remodeling in the hangar, drilled out from the bottom of one of the fighters. Looking at the time, it was amazing that 2 hours had passed while he had transformed 5 starfighters. I was expecting to be able to get 1 or 2 more, but the previous lords were so bad that they could only be put together like this. Commander! Saran knocked on the door and walked in somewhat startled. The entire hangar became a mess. The floor was littered with parts and oil, and the 12 fighters that had been placed before were now actually down to 5. This is about to start a war and the fighting has plummeted. Su Ran's lips bit lightly, somewhat puzzled. Ming Ming, the commander, will just be a vase in the room and leave the rest to Sister Su Xin. It turned out to be in favor of this. Is this because you're afraid they're going to live too easy? Zhaoi looked up without noticing Su Ran's change in expression. What's wrong? Su Ran looked back. Currently the star pirates have entered the mists, and I believe they will meet before long. The vice commander sent me to inform you to find a safe place to hide. Zhaoi threw his tools aside and put on his own jacket. How could I as a commander find a place to hide? Take me to the command room. Ha! Saran froze. It was the first time she had ever seen such a commander. She'd met a lot of commanders in her 4 years, but they were characterized by not thinking of themselves as people, and dangerous missions even less personally. Instead of being commanders, the Federals were governors here to manage the silver-haired girl. Many of the war decisions were made by the deputy commander who was a silver-haired girl. This guy isn't going to try to go trick-or-treating again. Zhaoi could see that Su Ran was puzzled. I may not be quite the same as the others, but the purpose is that I want you all to live. Survive. No Federation person wants us to survive. Saran was a bit bemused. After all the experiences from childhood, would it be possible for Zhao Yi to change his mind because of a few words? Go. Zhao Yi said no more. Yes. When the two arrived at the command room, they saw Su Xin giving one precise order after another. Seeing Zhao Yi arrive, Su Xin saluted. Commander, I didn't expect you to come. It's a time of war. Please return to your room. We don't have any spare capacity to protect you. Zhao Yi waved his hand. There's no need to protect me. I'll just take a look here. Oi 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 oi. Su Huan, who was on the side, clasped his hands on his chest in great displeasure. Commander, didn't you say not long ago that you wanted to modify the fighter? Now why are you here again? It's not like the fighter didn't get it right and came back to drum up something else, is it? Deputy Commander Su Xin opened her mouth with a hint of reproach. Su Huan, don't say that. It wasn't because she was concerned about Zhao Yi's feelings, but she was worried that Zhao Yi would kill Su Huan. Zhao Yi said unconcernedly, the warplanes are done, ready to take off at any time. Getting it right? Su Huan and Su Wan froze. It had only been 2 hours at most, and he had actually gotten 12 fighters upgraded? Really? Su Xin glanced at the two. Since the commander has already upgraded the fighters. Su Huan, you lead the combat team to the hangar and be ready to take off at any time. Yes. Su Wan, you lead the robots to stand by inside the battleship and prepare to repair the battleship. Yes. Scouting teams are always ready to report back. It's easy to come across them in the mist. Understood. Su Xin gave the order in an organized manner. Zhao Yi on the side secretly admired that Su Xin was smart and decisive, and was even able to make the necessary sacrifices to win the battle. It's a commander's role no matter how you look at it. The Federation wouldn't have been so miserable in their fight against the Solo Empire at all if they had worked properly with the silver-haired girls to give them a little bit of normal weaponry. Su Shen, you commanded well, but I have a suggestion here. The crowd turned back to look at Zhao Yi. This guy doesn't think that just because he's had a few years of schooling that he knows more about form than their sub-commander who's been through countless lives and deaths. Does he? Su Xin turned back a little curious. She could feel that Zhao Yi seemed different from all the commanders she had met before. Commander, you can just say what you suggest. I don't have a problem with the rest of the arrangement. You know more about these self-propelled weapons than I do. But the fleet moves position. I think it can move to this position. Zhao Yi clicked on a coordinate which emitted a glow on the screen. District A38? Why this place? Su Yan was a bit puzzled. Being an R&D person, she didn't even think this position would work. Too close to 2-star pirates. Su Xin smiled. It was true that students who came out of school still had simple ideas. Commander, I have to remind you that the A-38 sector position serves no purpose. The enemy will release all starfighters after entering the mists for fear of us escaping, while 2 starfighters will search in both directions. What we need to do should be to continue to go deeper into the mists. That way we don't have to deal with 2 battleships at the same time when they find out. And even if the other one rushes over, we'll still have some time to prepare. If we're on standby in Sector A-38, when we're discovered we'll have to deal with not only all the starfighters, but 2 battleships at the same time. And even though the energy shields on the other side won't work, I don't think we'll be able to beat them. After saying that, Su Xian had a hint of a smile between her eyebrows that was very nice to look at. The other silver-haired girls were very happy to hear that. This commander must have been dumbfounded that being able to dislike the Federals was the best thing that could have happened to them. Zhao Yi shook his head and said, "You're right about everything, but there's a reason I'm letting the ship head to Sector A-38. Oh, what's the reason?" Su Xian blinked her big eyes. She had thought that Zhao Yi would know what to do, but she could not imagine that he did not. Zhao Yi explained, "We are now in a corrosive mist. How long we will stay is still unknown. The front steel plate armor has been modified by you. If we go too deep, we won't necessarily be able to pull out afterwards." Su Xian was slightly stunned. Yeah, now they're in a corrosive mist. A mist that not only dissipates energy shields, but corrodes metal just as well. It's slow, but it's still dangerous to go too deep into the steel plate too little. Zhao Yi continued. Another reason is that the planet V12 has 2 moons, one of which will pass through the A-38 area. Su Xian stood in place, her face full of shock. Satellite? He even knows about that? That's not right. Wasn't he a loser in school? How can he remember so much? Previously, Su Xian had read Zhao Yi's profile, and his grades in every subject were failing, and even a bit ridiculously low. Did this guy become last place on purpose? So why did he do it? For the gospel? Su Xian shook her head. Regardless of Zhao Yi's purpose, this was a good method. If the satellite does return to A-38, it's a natural barrier. You can't see the location in the mist, and opposing attacks can easily hit the barrier. Su Xian turned her head to look at a silver-haired girl who was operating, and the latter spoke. Planet V12 does have 2 natural moons. The crowd froze, and Hitomi looked at Zhao Yi in surprise. This guy actually isn't making this up? Okay, moving to Sector A-38. The other silver-haired girls froze. Sister Su Xian, you don't really believe this commander, do you? In case if the satellite doesn't show up, then we're dead. Su Xian shook her head. He was on the ship himself, and the Federation people are afraid of death. He wouldn't say he wasn't sure of things. Afraid of death? Zhao Yi smiled. That's right, I do fear death. I'm still preparing to go back and enjoy life after my service is over. Not just me, but none of you should die either. The crowd was silent. They didn't know whether Zhao Yi genuinely didn't want them to die or was worried that he would be affected. Survive? Let's hope it survives. Determination surfaced on Su Xian's face as he ordered. The fleet adjusts its direction to Sector A-38. Yes. Su Huan and Su Wan were a bit headstrong when they arrived at the hangar. This guy actually dismantled the fighters with only 5 left. Su Wan scratched his short hair, frantic and annoyed. Su Wan looked at the mess and shook her head helplessly. Hey, this is a big trouble. Our firepower was already insufficient, and now the fighters are still half short. Su Huan clenched her fists. Already grumpy, she couldn't wait to go and settle the score with Zhao Yi right now, but there was no way for her to leave. The star pirates were just around the corner and they could leave at any moment. This Zhao Yi fellow, I'll have to give him a punch if I manage to come back alive this time. The gospel sails through the mist and soon spots some pirate starfighters, who are very excited to see the gospel and attack. Various energy beams traveled through the universe and hit the Evangelion. The whole gospel began to tremble, but it held. In the command room, Su Xian gave the order. Electromagnetic secondary cannons return fire. Su Wan, get ready to go. Your mission is to find the other ship's main ship. Make sure you stay calm and wait for the other ship's main guns to fire. Then you'll be able to find them. Yes. The Evangelion's hangar bay opened, and 5 modified Kingpin fighters flew out, disappearing into the mist. Su Huan piloted the starfighter slightly. I don't know if it's just my own illusion, but this fighter feels like it's improved a lot in both speed and performance. It must have been his own fault. The adrenaline rush does make a difference. Sisters, clean up these pirates first and let's go back and beat up the commander together. Okay, Sister Su Wan. In the command room, Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. He's still in the channel himself, but if you guys make it back alive, it's not out of the question to let you beauties whack it. Zhao Yi walked to the observation position in the command room and looked outside. The Gospel's two electromagnetic secondary cannons had already begun returning fire. One by one, the fighters on the other side were blown up. These pirates had really run into a tough opponent. And this electromagnetic subcannon hit fast and accurate. The pirates fighting the Evangelion felt bad. Contact the main ship. Prepare to shell. Yes. At this moment, the two-star pirate warships that were on standby reversed their direction, and the two huge main gun tubes on their hulls were aimed at the Gospel, and at a few hundred kilometers, their attack would be there in the blink of an eye. The main guns have been aimed and positioned. The main guns are beginning to recharge. Main gun impulse energy 50%. 100%. Ready to fire. The huge energy main cannon flashed with light, containing extremely strong energy. On the other side, Zhao on the Gospel realized that the harassing pirate fighters around them had flown away. It means the energy main gun is coming. Su Xin frowned. The life and death situation depended on now. At that moment, a silver-haired girl in charge of observation spoke up. Sister Su Xin, we've spotted one of V12's satellites coming over. Hearing this news, everyone was pleasantly surprised and looked at Zhao with a hint of admiration. This guy does work slightly differently than the previous commander, but I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up at the speed this satellite is moving. Ha! The crowd was confused. The good feeling from earlier seems to have been for nothing. Zhao smiled faintly. The speed of this satellite's transportation is not uniform, but irregular. Next it will accelerate over and stay for 10 minutes time. A few people looked at each other in disbelief. Being able to remember the planet's specialties is fairly normal. Special after all. But being able to memorize a planet's satellite features would be excessive. How many satellites must there be in this universe? But there was nothing to be done now but to go over towards the appointed place with a stiff upper lip. Full speed ahead. Yes, not far away. Su Huan and other combatants hiding in the mist silently prayed. If the opponent's main guns don't come, they don't know the opponent's position. But if the other side's main guns come in, it could all be over. Suddenly, a strange light flashed out of the mists with great speed. It had flown half the distance in the blink of an eye. Su Huan and the others mapped this light in their pupils. 1, 2, 3, 4. For energy main cannon shots, this would still go up in smoke if the Evangelion hit it, even with armor adjustments. Combat team, move out. Su Huan and the others flew at full speed towards the location where the light cannons came from. Sister Su Huan, this fighter is more than twice as fast as before. Su Huan also realized that it didn't feel right before, and thought it was his illusion. But it was only now at full speed that I realized that this fighter really wasn't the same as before. The handling is silkier and smoother, and it's quite a bit faster and more responsive. If he had such a fighter, Su Huan felt that he would have a fighting chance against a dozen or so T1 class fighters. Could this have been made by one of the commanders? No way. He changed the fighter in just 2 hours? Su Huan looked ahead and seemed to have been able to see the enemy. All cheer up. What's going on with this fighter? We'll know when we go back and ask. Understood. In the command room, Zhao and the others had seen the dazzling light. It's the energy main gun coming up. It looks like it's too late. Su Xian wore a faint sadness. If all 4 main guns hit, they won't have to fight back. I don't know how Su Huan and the girls are doing. If possible, Su Xian still hopes that they can escape from here. The crowd was silent. They had been targeted by death and were now waiting for the moment the side swung. The entire Evangelion began to shake from the impending energy attack. Coming. Zhao spoke blandly. The crowd felt a sudden darkness in the command room and looked up to see a huge satellite looming over them. This is one of the moons of the planet. V12. A blinding light emanated from the universe as the satellite was turned into pieces by the 4 main cannon shots, then drifted towards planet V12 due to gravity. Prepare for impact. Sushin had long ago moved the position with the steel plate to the front. The entire ship shuddered under the impact of the satellite debris. It was a good thing the 4 main guns had blasted the satellite into scraps, or it would have been dangerous even if it had been hidden. Lock on to the opponent's position. Su Xian quickly gave the order. Surprise and excitement surfaced on his face, and his eyes glanced over Zhao with a hint of gratitude. Yes, have locked on to the other side's position. Main guns ready to fire. Yes, the energy main cannon began to recharge, and a massive energy blast followed its original path back towards the Star Pirates. At this point the Star Pirate had not yet sensed the danger and was popping champagne. What just happened must have hit the fan. The opposite side should be dead if these 4 shots go down. Hurry over and do the recovery. Hopefully there will be some residue. I told you 2 shots were enough just now, and you're still hitting so many. What are you afraid of? It's not like the energy crystals are going to be damaged. And by the looks of this battleship there isn't much to it. As he was talking, there was a sudden glow from the front. The crowd was shocked. The glow was an energetic main gun glow, and the entire ship shimmered with a roaring sound and red light. How can they be okay after being hit by 4 main guns? Damn. If we didn't have this mist we'd know what's going on. Did all 4 rounds go blank? No way. Don't think about it. Quickly adjust the direction and let the fighters go over to destroy them. Even if they aren't dead, taking a hit from our main guns must be almost as bad as being dead. Su Huan, who was advancing, was thrilled to see this light. This means that Sister Su Xin and the others are still alive. Sisters, let's hurry up and eliminate each other. Everyone is still waiting for us. Yes. Rumble. With a loud bang, one of the pirate warships was hit by a main gun energy penetration. The energy shields had no way to activate and were blasted into scraps, turning them into cosmic trash. Damn it! Another pirate battleship saw this and became enraged. I had thought that I would be able to deal with the Evangelion 10 times over, but I didn't expect to have a starship destroyed. Opposition position captured. Right? Captured. The main guns are now recharging and are expected to be ready to fire again in 5 minutes. Okay, all fighters out. Don't let them get another shot out. Yes. Dozens of fighters flew out of the pirate battleships as they headed towards the gospel. UFO spotted ahead. Destroy them. I can tell by the look of their fighters that they must be junk. Whoosh. An airborne energy cannon bloomed non-stop in the universe, but just cannot hit each other. This put the pirates anxious. What is the situation? Opposite the warplane, how to react so fast? It's not a T2 class fighter, is it? Impossible. If the opposite side had such technology, why would they need to hide from us? Just sending out the starfighters would be enough for us to drink a pot of water. We can't keep up. No good. I've been hit. There was a murmur in his ears as a flower of flame bloomed in the universe. The more Su Huan and the others fought, the more excited they became. I thought I was going to die this time, but I didn't realize the fighter was so good. Hit the other side with no power to fight back. This feeling was too good. Su Huan hadn't fought such a good encounter yet. There's a level of them in it, and the same needs to be true of the performance of the fighters in it. Really love this fighter. Su Huan laughed out loud and pulled the trigger in his hand. A pirate fighter up ahead turned into a spark. The pirates, dazed by the beating, ran towards the ships. Sister Su Huan, they were beaten away. Is anyone hurt? My power system is a little damaged, but it's holding up. Su Huan was very surprised. They had eliminated at least half of the other side's fighters in the battle just now. As it turned out, only one on his side was damaged, or just grazed. Then let's go. Good. The pirates fled back to the ship, and the pirate commander was confused. How did you guys get back? Wiped out the other side so quickly? No, there are their fighters out there. The commander froze in place. There are their starfighters. Go ahead and fight. What are you running back for? Their fighters are T2 level. We're no match at all. Half of them have been wiped out just now. The commander's pupils suddenly contracted. How could there be a T2 class fighter? Shouldn't all such fighters be in the hands of patrols? Probably just happened to be back on a mission. Rumble. A shudder came from the ship. Boss, there are starfighters coming. Return fire with the secondary guns. How long do we have for the main guns? 3 minutes to go. Many energy machine guns and turrets stretched out from the surface of the pirate battleship, hitting towards Su Huan and the other people's airplanes. But the warplanes controlled by Su Huan and the others repeatedly danced with sprites that simply couldn't hit. Go destroy the left sub-cannon for me. Yes, left. You take out the right one. Understood. The 5 fighters flew off in different directions as bursts of explosions emanated from the surface of the ship. Warning, the battery has been destroyed. Warning, ship is heavily damaged. Warning, power system sabotage. Speed reduced by 30%. Listening to the broadcast from inside the ship, the pirates were confused. Is that only 5 fucking fighters? When had 5 starfighters beaten them into submission? When had they ever been so aggravated? Damn it, if the energy shield can be activated, how can we not defeat them? Immediately adjust our direction and leave the mists. As long as we leave the corrosive mist, we'll be able to turn on the energy shield. Yes, the star pirates turned around and ran, and Su Huan and the others followed behind in their modified starfighters and fought desperately. The entire pirate battleship had begun to smoke and catch fire, with huge explosions occurring from time to time. The Evangelion was following close behind at full power. And surely they could not be let off while they were sick. In the command room, Zhao Yi spoke. How much longer does the main cannon have? 3 minutes to go. It's ready. Fire. The crowd froze at that, and a silver-haired girl explained. Firing now isn't very powerful, and the barrels will blow up if they don't cool down. Su Xin understood and exclaimed. Fire. They're leaving the mist. When they turn on their energy shields, we won't be able to beat them. Yes. Zhao Yi looked up at Su Xin. It was really a lot easier with a smart person around. Although the main guns weren't at their best, the opposite side's armor had been pretty much beaten up by Su Huan and the others. Without the energy shield, The opposite starship's armor was not a bit worse than the Evangelion. Armor protection, which is supposed to be the most useless, is now the key. The Evangelion's main guns emitted a burst of intense light, followed by a dazzling beam of light that flew off into the distance. Rumble. Bang. The Evangelion's main gun tubes couldn't withstand the immense energy and let out a huge explosion, causing the crowd of people in the command room to fall to the ground. Seeing Su Xian about to fall, Zhao Yi was quick to hold her up. Are you okay? Su Xian blushed when she saw Zhao Yi, who was close by. Though the Federation doesn't admit it, Sushin is a human being, and human beings are embarrassed. Su Xian hurriedly stood up and peeked around. Luckily no one noticed them. Thanks, Commander. I'm fine, Su Xian whispered. So being protected for a bit felt like this. Until then, she had assumed the role of big sister and had never been protected like this. Just be fine. We're going to have a celebration later and I don't want my second in command to get hurt. Su Xian pinned her silver hair behind her ear. Her entire ear crimson. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Zhao Yi smiled slightly, although she was the deputy commander of the battlefield who was running the tent. In the end, she was still a girl. That's a little embarrassing. In the distance, the pirate battleship was struck by the energy main cannon, emitting a huge fire, followed by turning into debris and disintegrating. The crowd stared out in disbelief. Play the ship situation. 35% damage to ship, 11% damage to power systems, 99% damage to main guns. Su Xian was relieved to hear that everything was within his expectations except for the main gun. The crowd cheered, their eyes revealing excitement and trance. Originally thought to be dead, did not think they actually destroyed the other two warships, but also survived. This is unbelievable. Commander, your methods are awesome. Yeah, you don't seem to be like the others, like you're not looking down on us. Commander, how did you know the satellite was coming? I can't believe we fought such a beautiful battle before we even got to the battlefield. The crowd chattered. The battle just now made them impressed with Zhao Yi. This man was indeed different from all previous commanders. Wise, decisive and attentive. Su Xian leaned against the wall and looked at Zhao Yi, who was surrounded by silver-haired girls with a faint smile. There are fewer, but there are still good people among the feds. Zhao Yi looked at the silver-haired girl beside him, feeling like his life had reached its peak. You're surrounded by beautiful girls yourself. I learned this in class, but I also took a gamble and didn't expect to win. It's not just me. You're all great. I couldn't have done it on my own without you. There was a strange gleam in the eyes of the crowd. It was the first time they had been recognized. Even if they played well before, they were just trash in the eyes of the commander. Hey, what the hell did you guys do? Back came Su Huan with a huff. The crowd was a bit surprised before they remembered that Zhao Yi had gotten warplanes before. Is there a problem with the fighters? Su Xian frowned, thinking that Su Huan was going to make a move, and spoke. Su Huan, tell me what's going on. The commander just commanded a battle and is now tired. No way. Su Huan glared at Zhao Yi and said word for word. This guy actually tuned the fighter so well. How on earth did he do it? Teach me. The crowd was dumbfounded. What's going on? Even Su Huan, who has always hated the Federals with a passion, is so impressed with the commander? Su Xian was a little confused. Su Huan, you, Sister Su Xian, you don't know that just now our 5 fighters beat up the opposite side. I've never piloted such a good fighter before. It's really great. The other combat members chimed in. Yeah, it's like we're not flying a fighter plane, but a part of our body. The firepower is still lacking, but the performance is too strong. Su Huan was dumbfounded. Hey, I've trained fighters for you guys before, but you guys haven't praised me like this. Su Huan rolled his eyes. The commander's upgraded fighters are much better than yours. I wanted to spit on you before, but was afraid you wouldn't repair our fighters. And now it doesn't matter if we have a commander. You. Su Huan was so angry that she couldn't say anything. This guy actually said that he was at a vegetable level. Outrageous. Don't look to me for problems with your fighters in the future, Su Huan said irritably. Su Huan made a face. If you don't look for it, you don't look for it. We have a commander here. The silver-haired girls around them burst out laughing, and even Su Xian broke into a smile. It's so pretty. And Zhao Yi, who was on the side, froze when he saw it. Su Xian seemed to notice and turned her head a bit shyly. Commander, thank you. Without you, my program wouldn't have kept everyone alive. Zhao Yi shook his head. You don't have to be polite. You are all my subordinates and it is my duty as a commander to protect my subordinates. The crowd froze. It was the first time they had heard such words. So that's what a commander's job is? Whether you mean it or not. We appreciate your help this time. Su Xian clapped her hands. Alright, Su Huan, you mobilize the members of the maintenance department to repair the inside of the battleship. Leave the outside to the robots to repair. Yes. Pilot crew to the starship wreckage to salvage a little something useful. Yes, Commander. I don't think you've eaten yet. Follow me to dinner. Good. It had to be said that Joey was really a bit hungry. I didn't pay attention to it before because of the battle, and this sudden lack of anything makes my stomach feel flat with hunger. As several people walked through the aisles of the battleship, Suwon curiously said, Commander, where did you get the raw materials for upgrading the fighters? Even if you dismantle all 12 fighters, it shouldn't be enough. Joey nodded. I consumed the steel in the warehouse. Not enough to dismantle a bit of the ship's facilities. Facility? What facility? What did you tear down? Su Xian also froze. This guy wouldn't have torn down any important places, right? Luckily it didn't make a mess. That's it. Joey pointed ahead. The crowd choked. Joey actually demolished the commander's lounge. It's the largest building in the ship. The Federals know how to enjoy themselves, and designing a battleship with a commander's lounge is the best. It was just that the crowd didn't expect Joey to actually do this. Su Ran laughed. Commander, you've torn this place apart. We don't have any extra materials to help you recover now. Where are you going to sleep? Where do you guys sleep? Joey asked rhetorically. Sushin lowered his head. This ship was supposed to have a lounge for us, but it was only configured for 30 people. But there are 300 of us now. So, are sleeping wherever we go. And we won't get sick with the thermostat system inside the ship anyway. Su Ran added. It's just not very comfortable to sleep. This steel plate tire is too hard. Then it's good that I'm like this too. The crowd froze. Every commander was here to enjoy themselves. Joey didn't seem to be quite the same. Joey thought they were having trouble speaking. Right. Men and women are different. Or else I'll sleep in this part of the original lounge. And you guys can go somewhere else. Su Xian and the others looked at each other. Men and women are different? They had never noticed this before. Commander, we don't mean this. Just worried that you are not resting well. Su Xian whispered. Joey shook his head. It's fine. Since you guys can rest like this, so can I. Although the Federation doesn't recognize you as humans, you're just like me as far as I'm concerned. Su Xian didn't retort this time. The crowd was able to know from Zhao Yi's attitude and reaction that he truly regarded the crowd as human beings rather than a fighting tool. They've gone from an initial repulsive aversion to acceptance, and a little bit of admiration. Su Xian looked up. Commander, I'm very confused. The Federation wants us Evangelion dead. You didn't have to remind me at all just now and then leave in the escape pod yourself. That way you can get rid of us. But you. Su Xian's eyes blinked and she didn't continue. Zhao Yi laughed. I didn't receive such an order. And even if I did I wouldn't carry it out. But there's something I'm kinda curious about, too. What is it? You silver-haired girls are under federal control, but you still have some ability to fight back. Although I can easily detonate the bombs in your bodies, it doesn't mean that I can react to them. You can totally get me killed by other means. Su Xian smiled. Indeed, we can poison you and secretly assassinate you, although it will be destroyed by the Federation afterward. But being able to kill one is earning. But if we did, wouldn't we be just like you Federals? Zhao Yi froze. He hadn't expected the silver-haired girls to willingly work for the Federation for that reason alone. They didn't want to be the ones they hated the most. They were human compared to the devious, sin-filled Confederates. We know that the Federation people will not recognize us as existing, and even dislike and despise us, but there are our loved ones back there, and Federation people like you who look out for us. For their sake, we will also fight to the death and hold the front line. Zhao Yi couldn't bear it. But you'll all end up. Yes, we are all going to die. Even knowing that we came to Evangelion to die, but we have our pride. The silver-haired girls around them puffed out their chests, their childish faces bearing determination and honor. It was a code that belonged to them and no one felt it was wrong. Su Xian smiled. Let's not talk about it. We're at the cafeteria. Oh, this cafeteria is very simple. Even the tables and chairs are missing arms and legs. Su Xian led Zhao Yi to a fairly decent table. Commander, please eat. Zhao Yi looked at the meal on the table. It wasn't bad. It was a little less in quantity, but there were bok choy and a fish, and a bowl of rice. Zhao Yi sat down and ate 2 bites, probably because he was too hungry, and felt unexpectedly delicious. The youngest, Su Ran, gulped beside him, both eyes wide open. Zhao Yi curiously said, Don't look at me and eat. Eat together. We eat later. What? Don't want to sit down and eat with me? A federal man? No. A few people looked at each other and sat down as the silver-haired girl in charge of the cafeteria brought up a few bowls of black stuff that looked very strange and smelled a little worse for wear. What is this? Zhao Yi was curious. Egg white porridge. A kind of egg white worm churned and cooked, with a little bit of greens in it to keep the nutrients balanced. Zhao Yi froze. This bowl is actually worms? Zhao Yi even saw a tentacle, which was not handled properly when it was churned out. Su Xin was a little embarrassed. It really wasn't that I didn't want to dine with the commander just now. I was just afraid that it would affect your appetite. Let's eat somewhere else. Zhao Yi pulled Su Xin, who wanted to get up, and pressed her down. Sushin wondered, Commander? That's all you guys eat? Su Xin explained. Actually, we can occasionally eat something else, but you know that a warship's military expenses are fixed, and our gospel's combat personnel are quite large, more than 10 times the standard, so the military expenses are only enough to eat this. Knowing that Zhao Yi seemed to dislike them calling themselves weapons, Su Xin changed her name to personnel. It was also the first time she had ever referred to herself as personnel, and it was a wonderful feeling. Zhao Yi sucked in a breath of cool air. Yeah, why hadn't I thought of that one myself, and actually let them watch themselves eat it? Looking at the black protein porridge in front of him, Zhao Yi spoke. Give me a bowl. Ha? Sushin thought she heard wrong. Commander, what did you say? I'd like to try and see what this protein porridge tastes like. I'm actually getting tired of eating this stuff at Capital Star. Tired of eating. Su Ran listened dumbfounded. What kind of divine day is this? Actually able to eat rice and get tired of it. Wiping the saliva from the corner of her indisputable mouth, Su Ran hurriedly brought a bowl of protein porridge to Zhao Yi. Commander, you don't have to force yourself to be like us. Although the military expenses are insufficient, your military expenses are separate. Su Xin discouraged. The commander and the girls are the same thing. Unheard of. Even if he was down to his last bit of money, the commander would fill his stomach first, and the silver-haired girl starving to death had no effect. It's okay, I'll taste it. Zhao Yi almost spit it out after taking a bite. The smell went straight to the sky, so that's what they ate. Su Xin and the others had mixed feelings. Commander, it's okay, I just didn't get used to it all at once. After saying that, Zhao Yi took 2 more bites. They knew that Zhao Yi wasn't pretending, but rather respecting them. There was no need for a Federation man to put on airs in front of them silver-haired girls, much less curry favor with them. Then let's eat too. Su Xin turned her head to look at the other sisters. Good. A few people began to eat, and while they couldn't help but frown at the first bite, they quickly adapted. Ah, this flavor sure is hard to swallow every time I eat it. Su Huan patted his head, his big grinning personality making the crowd laugh out loud. Zhao Yi forced himself to finish the last bite. Turning to Su Ran, he said, Su Ran, I didn't move much of my fish and rice, so if you don't mind, you can eat more. Ha? Su Ran froze, looking at the rice that Zhao Yi had only moved 1 chopstick before. This was the food the commander ate, and as she was often accompanied by the commander as part of the guard, she wanted to try and see what these things tasted like every time. Su Xin spoke, since the commander said so, you can eat. The other silver-haired girls didn't feel bad. Saran was the youngest and was like their younger sister. Making her a vigilante is also for her protection. If something did go wrong, it might be possible to escape with the commander. After all, it was her duty to be at the commander's side. Su Xin knew that Su Ran was a bit embarrassed and got up. Commander, I'll take you to other places to look around. Good. The crowd got up and left the restaurant, leaving Saran alone. Her cute face was a little confused as she looked at the fish on the table and grabbed it directly with her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. Before the fish was finished, he grabbed another handful of white rice. Strange. Why am I crying? It's great to be alive when there's actually something so delicious in this world. What a blessing it would be to eat these every day. Zhao Yi and Su Xin and the others secretly watched from outside and smiled. The commander thanks you. Saran, she should be happy. Zhao Yi looked ahead. This kind of small thing still needs to be thanked. When we have money we can eat like this every day. Even better. I'll just eat the same as you guys for a while. The crowd looked at Zhao Yi in shock. Is this guy serious? Can we really? A silver-haired girl asked timidly. If it were any other commander, I'm afraid I would have already wielded the whip to teach them a lesson. What class? And dare to eat the same as me? Of course it's true. By the way, how was the battle attrition? There's nothing much wrong with the hull wear and tear. It's mainly the main gun that's been scrapped. So I'm afraid there'll be no shortage of trouble when we get to the mission site. Where are the personnel? Personnel-wise, 2 members of the ship suffered minor injuries in the collision. Nothing else major. At that moment, a young girl ran over in a panic. Sister Su Xin, Commander, we found this when we were salvaging the wreckage. After saying that, the young girl took out a black square. This is the 6-sided Rubik's Cube. Zhao Yi was surprised. It was the first time he'd seen it. What is it? Su Xin was a little curious. In all her years in the military, this was the first time she had seen this. Looking at Zhao Yi, he seemed to recognize this thing. This is a saving device. It can save some files and information. You must have a key to open it. Su Xin frowned. How did this get in the hands of the Star Pirates? I don't know. Unless I can get it open. Can you open it? Hardly. This thing will blow itself up if it's slightly off. Ha! The body of the silver-haired girl holding it trembled slightly. Zhao smiled. Don't worry. It's self-destructing, just destroys what's inside. Nothing powerful in itself. You give it to me. Commander. Here. Zhao took it in his hand and weighed it. And I'm afraid that if he wants to open it, he can only go to the professional equipment. Let's put it away for now. It won't get away anyway. Commander. I have other things I need to take care of, so I won't be accompanying you. You rest first. Aha. After Su Xin left with her people, Zhao walked around casually within the ship. The silver-haired girls he encountered greeted him. After a life-and-death battle, they had a good feeling about this new commander. Meanwhile, the Black Bear Lord of the X-22 star field looked at the report in his hand and dropped it on the ground in anger, and the beautiful woman serving next to him hid to the side in fear. You can be misplaced when you're told to bring something back? Jumped into Sun Federation territory? The people at the bottom were on their knees and didn't dare to speak. Lord, they got blocked after getting the stuff, so they could only use star jumps to escape, not realizing that the location was actually a bit off. The Black Bear Lord's lanky body kept trembling and was filled with rage. This six-sided magic cube was something he had spent a lot of money to get, and he had thought that sending a fleet there would be enough, but he hadn't expected to be blocked. The two that escaped also disappeared in Sun Federation territory. How did the last two starships perish? Who had the six-sided cube? One of the minions trembled. Lord, according to the last images they sent back, it appears that it was the Evangelion that wiped them out. The Evangelion? That's the trashiest battleship in the Solar Federation? The one known as the Grave of the Silver-Haired Maiden? Yes. Damn. What the hell are these guys up to? Can't even beat this. A starship that's not even a T1 class. The Black Bear Lord was speechless for a while, although the two starships that escaped were somewhat damaged due to the previous battle. They were pseudo T2 class destroyers with energy shields anyways. I can't believe I can't even beat a starship that doesn't even have energy shields. It's a disgrace. Boss, now that the Solo Empire and the Sun Federation are at war, this thing can't fall into the hands of the Federation president. A character who looked like a military advisor spoke, his eyes revealing ferocity. Of course I know that, but now that the entire Sun Federation is on alert, it's definitely not a good idea to rush in. The Evangelion should be at the front lines of the battle. Let me retrieve the six-sided cube. A one-eyed man asked for orders. Okay, Brother Sean, you lead the Ming Yang, Feng Shun, and Violet, and make sure to get back the six-sided magic cube. Yes, the Black Bear Lord was quite relieved. The other party was just a T1 class frigate, and he had sent a fleet there, so what could go wrong? 2 days later, Zhao lay down on the ground to sleep, and it was really uncomfortable to sleep on this baseboard, but the pressure was on before, so I had to settle for what I could get. Su Xin walked over, looking at Zhao looking a little fluttered inside, and tenderly said, Commander, I'm sorry to disturb you, but we're almost at the frontline city of Shapeliadu. Ha! Looking at Zhao who didn't seem to have woken up from sleep, Su Xin smiled. Commander, we are expected to arrive at Shapely NATO at 6 o'clock in the morning today, 1 hour and 36 minutes faster than the estimated time. Please also prepare your attire now or you will be in trouble when the time comes. Okay. Zhao got up and snorted as he started to wash up. After a while a voice could be heard playing in the fleet. Attention all self-propelled humanoid weapons. The Evangelion is about to arrive at Shilato. Please prepare to stop the ship and shut down the energy reactors and automatic weapons in preparation for inspection. Zhao looked up at the outside of the starship. Then his mouth fell open. Only a huge city was seen not far away. A city that floated as a whole, all made of metal and concrete. And at that moment, 3 star destroyers were coming over, and by the looks of them, they seemed to be T2 class as well. Zhao hurriedly spat out the wash water, put on his own clothes, and lined up at the door. The Evangelion fleet opened the hatch and several men in uniform with disgust on their faces walked in with red armbands attached to their arms that read Inspector. What bad luck that it's the gospel number. No, it's time to go back and get cleaned up. These guys stink. Dash. It's not like they're human. Of course these pigs stink. A group of people scoffed recklessly in front of Su Xin and the others, while their eyes greedily sized up the silver-haired girl. No matter how you looked at it, these silver-haired girls were top-quality goods. Their faces and bodies were all perfect, and it would be great to be able to savor them. Obviously, if they give in, they'll have upper-class people to keep them captive. And they're still pretending. The silver-haired girls were silent, they had long been accustomed to this kind of treatment. Or maybe Zhao Yi's previous behavior was the alternative. That's the normal reaction of a Federation man to the sight of a silver-haired girl. Zhao Yi smiled and walked over. What's the matter with a few of you? One of the fat men looked at Zhao Yi with his stomach. You're the commander? Exactly. Joey finished staring at the fat man's face seriously. What are you looking at? Fatty was offended that a small Evangelion commander dared to be so rude to them. Joey said seriously, "Sir, you have amoeba eggs on your face." "What the hell?" Fatty froze. "Why haven't I heard of this?" "Joey, sir, you don't know. This a fan worm egg can survive in the universe and likes to parasitize the human body. This will be sucked dry if it's not pulled out." Fatty froze. "What are you babbling about? I've been working here for 30 years and I've never even heard of this worm egg." "Sir, if you don't believe me, I can shoot you dead." After saying that, a slap over smacked the fat man dizzily, and the hat on his head flew off. The others took a look and immediately drew their sidearms, aiming at Joey. "Hands up. Assaulting your superior is just looking for death." Suxin and the others stood in place in great surprise. Joey should not be so intentional. The impulsive Su Huan had already clenched his fists and wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Suxin. These guys have no qualms about killing them anymore. They'll just rush over and get shot, and doing so would instead involve Joey. The fat man's head shook as he looked at Joey and cursed angrily. "UTM, I'm going to get you killed." The fiery pain on his face let him know that this kid really dared to hit himself. Joey raised his hand and said smilingly, "Sir, is there blood on your face?" Fatty touched a shocked. His own face that had just been smacked actually had blood. "You fucking made me bleed." Joey said seriously, "Sir, this isn't your blood. This is the blood of the amoeba, which I just swatted for you. If it's really your blood, it should come out of your mouth, not your face." A nearby inspector handed over a towel, and the fat man wiped his face and found that there really wasn't a bit of blood left on his face, and there was no place to break except for a slap mark. There's really no wound. So where did this blood come from? Is it really the amoebas? He turned to the other inspectors and asked, "Have you heard of this bug?" The crowd shook their heads. Joey said, "Ami bugs have a protective color that is difficult for the average person to discover. I also had to go through it before I could discover it. This blood is what it sucked out of you, and just now it burst out after I slapped it to death." Fatty thought about it as if it did. Otherwise there's no way to explain this blood. Okay, let's trust you for once. So are there any other amigos on me?" Joey shook his head. "No more, but a few people around you can have it, if you don't remove it." "What about that? Where is it?" "You help us shoot to death." Joey raised his hand and whispered, "Sir, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that if I shoot myself in the foot, won't you guys blame me for being below the law? Spare your innocence. If you dawdle, beware, we'll get you killed." A few people waved their fists and screamed, "Since the officer asked for it, I'll just have to do it." Joey threw off his bladder and smacked everyone hard in the face. Everyone was whipped around, their faces bloodied. "There's still blood. Then it's real. What's with all the weird bugs?" "No, our family isn't being parasitized, is it?" Instead of being upset, the gang was thrilled to see their faces literally bleeding. Any blood means the amoeba was swatted. The silver-haired girl stood holding back a laugh, her expression twitching a bit. Even Suxin was amused by Zhao Yi's actions. The commander played these people for fun. That blood was a blood capsule he had prepared ahead of time, racked in his fingers, and would break with a little force. These guys actually thought there were bugs. The feds sure are stupid enough. A few people touched their red, swollen, burning cheeks. "Better now? Alright, the entirety of the Evangelion is ready for inspection." Joey stood upright and saluted. With a bit of a commander's style, a few people started to casually look around. "Why is this hall all over the place? And why is the main gun still destroyed?" "Report, sir. Encountered interstellar pirates on the way here. So there has been a definite loss of good." "Pirates? Bullshit. With this crap frigate of yours, you can still run when you run into pirates?" "Sir, naturally we don't joke around." A few people looked at the fleet records and realized that they had really encountered pirates. Both eyes glazed over. It was outrageous that this fleet could take out 2 T1 class destroyers. "How was the inspection, sirs?" Returning to his senses, several people grunted. "Stop at position 398. "Understood." After a few people left, Su Huan directly fell to the ground laughing. "Ha ha, Ami bugs, what the hell is this? Commander, you're too much of a bullshitter, aren't you? They actually believe this? I think the Federation is screwed. What kind of crooked people are these? And for that matter, they're still working as border guards in the frontline cities?" Suxin opened her mouth to dissuade her. "Commander, in fact, you don't have to care about us. We've long been used to this kind of thing." Saran also nodded. "Yes, Commander. Let them say what they say. It's okay, I just don't like the look of them." Suxin looked outside the battleship, which by now had stopped at its designated location. Outside is the huge fortress city of Shilato, bustling with people. Starships were constantly coming in and out of the sky, and there was even a starship portal not far away that allowed starships to teleport from far away. However, because of the huge amount of energy required and the fact that it can only be teleported point to point, it is generally not used. It was the first time Zhao had seen such a view, and his entire body was shocked. Su Xian straightened her attire and walked next to Zhao. Commander, you and I need to report to the armament office. Let's go. Aha. Su Xian turned his head and said, while we're gone, you guys fix up the gospel, at least enough to allow the main guns to fire. Yes, this was the first time Zhao had seen a border floating city up close. And rather than a city, it was more like a large fortress. This fortress will be a line of defense when necessary. Look, it's 9,844. 9,844? Isn't that the gospel? How did it get here? They got the last commander killed, and I heard there's a new one. You don't say this 9,844 looks good. Su Xian's body trembled slightly. The last commander was clearly the one who abandoned the crowd and was shipwrecked alone in an escape pod, and it turned out to be their fault. Zhao glanced at her without saying anything. This was a border fortress city, and naturally there were not a few people who knew the silver-haired girl. But I didn't expect Su Xian to be remembered by so many people, which wasn't a good thing. Is it here? Zhao changed the topic and asked. In front of them was a huge concrete building with the Sun Federation insignia on it, and a number of weapon-wielding soldiers and combat robots coming and going from the entrance. Su Xian came back to her senses and hurriedly said, yes, let's go in. Zhao went in and registered his position name and was quickly called to a room. In the middle of the room, a bald, eight-bearded officer looked at the two men, looking down at the information in his hands. Zhao? Yes, sir. I heard that you encountered pirates on your way here. And you fought and won? I looked at the video and report a little bit. Your performance was very good, and you are indeed a valiant warrior of our federation. Zhao said unabashedly. You flatter me, sir. Being able to win was not possible without the help of the vice commander. Su Xian looked at Zhao in surprise, then lowered her head. The bald man glanced at Su Xian and continued. Your next mission. Head to planet M787 for reconnaissance. The war is almost here. We must keep the Solo Empire out. Scouting? Zhao was slightly stunned. This mission seemed a bit simple. Baldhead looked up and said, that's right. Once you've scouted you'll stay put and wait for the next mission. Understood. But our hull was attacked earlier and our main guns were destroyed. I'm requesting to refit Enchilado and replenish our armaments and fighters. Bald shook his head. No, there's nothing wrong with fixing the hull and main guns. We can provide repair ships for you to use, but not fighters or weapons. Why? Zhao asked rhetorically. We only have 5 of our fighters left after losing them in the battle with the pirates. I'm afraid we don't have enough firepower without replenishing them, and this mission could easily run into the Solo Empire's fleet. We'll have a hard time completing the mission without enough firepower. The war with the Solo Empire is very hot right now, and all fleets are underarmed, not just yours. If you need warplanes, figure it out for yourselves. Zhao wanted to say something else, but Su Xian pulled him back and shook her head. Zhao sucked in his breath. Okay, then how long can you give us to fix it? You are on a tight mission and will only be able to stay in Shapely for 1 more week. Weekly. Zhao was speechless for a while. It wasn't certain if the hull could be repaired in a week's time. Now it's not even replenished with fighters. That military pay. The military pay will be given to you, but it will be half of what it was before. Ha? Zhao was a bit annoyed. The gang was targeting them, and the intent was not hard to see. They just didn't want them to come back alive. It's ridiculous. The strongest enemy out there is about to fight their way in. Instead, the feds were still trying to figure out what to do with the silver-haired girl. You go out. The bald head turned to Su Xian. Sushin bowed his head and left the room. The bald man looked at Zhao and asked in a low voice, did you think we were targeting you? Isn't it? We're going on a mission before this hull is even repaired. And we can't even get our fighters replenished. And this mission is into the Solo Empire's range, so the dangers can be imagined. The bald man stood up and walked over to Zhao. You're very capable. I don't know how you became commander of the Evangelion, but I'll give you one piece of advice. Stay away from them. It seems personal to you, but maybe it's not. Zhao naturally understood what it meant. It was directed at Su Xian and the others who had already filled 4 years of their military journey with silver-haired girls. That's strange. Shouldn't we fully support these silver-haired girls if we want to win the war with the Solo Empire? They're smart, flexible, and stronger than the Federals. Especially the silver-haired girls on the Evangelion. Surely aces among aces elsewhere. And it turns out we don't need the Solo Empire to do anything about it. We're trying to get them killed ourselves. So how can we still win? The bald head took a deep breath and looked at Zhao in shock. This kid really dares to say anything. Just tell me these things, and keep them to yourself when you go out. The existence and destruction of self-propelled weapons is not something we can decide. We just have to follow the arrangements from above. After a pause, he continued. The self-propelled weapons on the Evangelion must be destroyed. Otherwise the Federation's previous promises would not be self-defeating. And since you are aware of this, you should know that this is the trend. Then we can make them citizens. I'm sure they'll stay on the front lines. The bald man waved his hand. Impossible. Even if the Federation is wiped out, it won't recognize these self-propelled weapons. If we recognize them now, the Federation will become the laughingstock of the entire universe. And the Federation will surely perish. You go, and the military money will hit the gospel afterward. Yes. Find a chance to escape on your own. Your combat is very good. I'll adjust you to another fleet commander when you return. Baldhead finally spoke up. Joey didn't answer and opened the door to leave the room. Outside, Su Xian leaned against the wall kicking her shoes in boredom. Seeing Joey come out he curiously said, "What was said?" "Nothing, just that we must leave in 7 days." "Never mind. I've encountered more exaggerated ones than this. How about being willing to let us fix it is more surprising to me." Su Xian half-joked. It was the first time she had ever seen the commander argue on their behalf. "Come on, we're going back." Aha! When Zhao Yi returned to the battleship's resting position, he saw a huge repair ship floating above the gospel. Saran and the other silver-haired girls were working on their repairs, wiping sweat from their heads from time to time. Instead, the people on the repair ship were drinking and chatting and playing cards, flirting with the silver-haired girl from time to time. Being a federalist, there's no way you're going to work for a silver-haired girl. It had been a godsend to lend them this repair ship. "Commander, you're back. Well, fix up here for a week and then we'll head out." "Yes." Zhao Yi returned to the R&D room inside the ship after he finished speaking. "I need to be alone, so you guys should leave me alone." "Commander, it's okay." Zhao Yi closed the door after he finished speaking. In 1 week's time, he had to get a real T2 class fighter. T2 fighters need drawings. The ability to enhance than the T1 level is not a little bit more than half a point. And even T2 level fighters have been equipped with their own energy shields. Very useful for both offense and defense. "Sister Su Xian, what's wrong with the commander?" Su Ran asked in a small voice. "I don't know. Let's just do our job. We leave in a week. Keep an eye on the maintenance side first." "Yes." Su Xian hadn't cared. Zhao Yi should have not adapted to the situation for a while. "But I didn't expect Zhao Yi to hide in the studio for just 2 days. Su Xian knocked on the door several times to try to get in, but was refused. "Commander, you." 2 days later, the crowd couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise when they saw Zhao Yi walking out. At this moment, Zhao Yi was wilting and his eyes were dark. It looked like he hadn't rested for a long time. Su Ran rushed forward to assist. "Commander, what exactly did you do in there?" Su Huan clasped his hands on his chest a little speechless. "Hey, you mustn't mess around. I don't want to change commanders again." Zhao Yi smiled breathlessly. "I can't spare you guys. In 2 days I designed a T2 class fighter." "What?" The crowd was stunned in place. T2 level fighter has been some ace battleships can only be equipped with the fighter. And the pilot are all Federation people. The silver-haired girl want to drive that is simply impossible. Its development and testing take a long time. And Zhao Yi alone actually developed a T2 fighter by himself in 2 days? Zhao Yi nodded. "Although this mission is a reconnaissance, I always feel that something is not right." Su Xian interrupted Zhao Yi. "Commander, you haven't eaten for 2 days. You'd better eat something." Su Ran helped Zhao Yi on the chair and hurriedly went to get the meal. Looking at the white rice and fish on the table, Zhao Yi frowned. "Don't I eat energy porridge?" Su Xian sat next to Zhao Yi. "Don't try to be brave. How can eating energy porridge be enough when you haven't eaten anything for 2 days? Wasn't it you who said that the energy porridge is rich in veggies that are nutritious?" Zhao Yi smiled. "Even if it is, you still have to eat these today." Su Xian's tone was undeniable. There was no way in hell that Zhao Yi would be allowed to eat energy porridge today. Zhao Yi stopped talking and took the rice and slowly ate it. After 2 days without food, eat smaller, slower meals. After eating for a while, Zhao Yi recovered a little bit of spirit and pulled out a blueprint from his own bosom and said, "This is the T2 class fighter I designed. Divine might." Su Yan pushed through the crowd and went forward to check. Being an R&D person, she usually does all the R&D work. Exactly. So she was a bit unconvinced that Zhao Yi was able to develop a T2 class fighter out in 2 days. At this look, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. The blueprints for this T2 class fighter are truly extraordinary, featuring laser cannons and energy shields, as well as greatly enhanced flight speed and stealth capabilities. Also, because of the shape and paint, it absorbs any detection bands, and is completely undetectable if it's not too close. This is a T2 class fighter. Commander, this is too perverted for you, isn't it? To actually develop a fighter plane for real. A T2 class fighter. Is this what I'm going to be flying later? A few people couldn't help but let out a gasp. Zhao looked at the crowd and said, "With this fighter, we have a greater chance of surviving." The crowd froze and looked at Zhao with gratitude and admiration. No federation would care about them as much as Zhao did, and it was as if a white moonlight shone into their hearts, and their hearts fluttered. "Commander, you actually don't have to be like this to us." Su Xian's eyes darkened. Right now, she didn't want anything to happen to Zhao, let alone something to happen because of her desperation to help them. They're just lowly silver-haired girls. Yeah, well, next time you can't be so desperate. Others have been discouraged. Zhao Yi's heart was warmed. It felt so good to have so many beautiful women caring about him. By the way, have the military paychecks arrived yet? It's here, but the number is a bit strange. Strange? Zhao Yi remembered the bald man's words from before. This time the military pay was going to be issued at a discount, and he didn't know how much it had been reduced. It's a time to be in a hurry. How many? Our fleet's military expenses for a month are 5,000 energy crystals, of which the commander's meals are 30 energy crystals per day and the rest of the people are 100 per day, which adds up to almost 4,000 a month. And the remaining 1,000 is for maintenance and navigational use. And for this month's energy crystals, we received 6,000. 6,000? Zhao Yi froze. Didn't the bald guy say he would give them a discount before? How come it's still more? You're not mistaken? No, this money came in as soon as you entered the studio. But the strange thing is that it came in 2 installments. Zhao Yi couldn't figure it out and didn't think about it anymore. So can I sell this T2 level drawing for money? Su Xian's finger rested against her chin. It's possible, but it will be troublesome if it's discovered. T2 level weapons are usually in the hands of the military. This may cause trouble if it's suddenly circulated outside. Zhao Yi was indifferent. Are we still afraid of this? We don't even know when we'll die in the future. Su Xian spoke up. If you sell it, you can sell it for about $10,000. 10,000. Zhao Yi felt that it was almost this price. After all, there were not a few T2 class fighters. So do you have a door? Su Xian nodded and said, since the commander said so, I can try to sell it. That's fine. Su Yan, you make a copy of the blueprint Su Xian and tell her to take it and sell it. Yes. I have one more material here that is ready to be used for the construction of the starfighter. Su Ran, you go and buy almost 4 days of food and buy all the rest of the money for the material. Su Ran froze. 4 days? Is that enough for us? Zhao Yi smiled. The planet M787 that we're going to this time was originally a piece of the Sun Federation's energy crystal production area, but it was taken down by the Solo Empire, so I'm sure that the defenses on it have been destroyed. Su Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. You're planning to travel to planet M787 to steal the energy crystal? That's right, or we'd all be dead sooner or later if we relied on Federation logistics. Is this going to be too dangerous? So we need to be well prepared. So we need to expand our current firepower as much as possible. 4 days of food will keep us alive for at least a week's time, and there's no rush to replenish it as long as we make it back alive. If we can't come back, it's useless for us to prepare more food. The crowd was silent. Yes, nothing matters if you can't come back. Su Ran's small head looked at Su Xian, then Zhao Yi, and finally nodded. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Zhao Yi yawned. Right, don't buy energy porridge. Just 4 days of meals for everyone to eat something good. But we have more than 300 people if we all eat normally. This 4 days consumption is quite a lot. Nothing, we'll have everything when we grab the energy crystals. After saying that, Zhao Yi felt a little tired. He hadn't slept for a few days, and suddenly relaxed sleepiness came over him. I'm going to go rest for a while. I'll leave you guys to do the rest. After the materials are bought back, Su Yan and Su Wan, the two of you will be in charge of building the fighters with the repair ships. Since these guys won't give us fighters, we'll build them ourselves. Yes. Su Yan and Su Wan nodded seriously. There were blueprints and materials. They just needed to build it. This is not something you have to live with if you can't do it in. After Zhao Yi went to rest, Su Xian and Su Ran both went out to do some shopping. The pedestrians coming and going in the shapely bazaar were not curious about the two silver-haired girls, but they were so disgusted that they even did business with them. Sister Su Xian, where are we going first? Su Xian's fingers rested against her chin as she considered. Let's sell the commander's drawings first, so that we have a bottom in our hearts. Okay. Su Ran's cute and well-behaved assent. The two of them walked down an alley, and gradually the pedestrians around them disappeared. The walls on either side of the box were worn out and even rusted in places. The city of Shilato. Su Xian had been here quite a few times before and knew that there was a black market here, but he had only heard about it and had never been here. But that money is necessary if you want to assemble a warplane. Su Ran held Su Xian's hand tightly as a number of playful men appeared in front and behind them. The one leading the way was a man with half his body in prosthetics, looking like a robot. He seemed to be very proud of his modified prosthetics and made no secret of it. The right hand made of machinery made a clicking sound, easily clawing a groove in the wall of the alley. Silver-haired girl, what are you doing here? The man made a mechanical sound. Su Xin could only see the other person make a sound, but not his mouth move. Doing business. Doing business? The crowd laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. This silver-haired girl actually came to the black market to do business. I have heard that the silver-haired girl is very valuable to her body. You two are different, and still want to come to do business? But look at your posture is also good. Our brothers will reluctantly agree to it. A few people licked their lips as they finished their days. It would be a lie to say that he didn't crave the silver-haired girl, whose face and body were all top-notch. But the silver-haired girl is too desperate, and it's easy to lose more than she gains. They don't care about other people's opinions or insults, and they don't fight back, but it's definitely not okay to try to move your hands. Su Xion's face turned cold. What nonsense! I have a warplane drawing here. I wonder if you want it. Fighter drawings? What level? We don't want T1 level fighter drawings. This stuff is rotten. T2 level. T2, are you kidding me? The T2 level ones are in the hands of the military. Although you silver-haired girls also belong to the military. But even people don't count. How can you get the T2 level drawings? Su Xian turned around and made a move to leave. Forget it if you don't want it. This could confuse the other party. Could they both really have drawings in their hands? Otherwise, there's no need to come to this place to play with them. Isn't this looking for death? I'm warning you, if you try to trick us, you'll both die. After saying that, the cyborg led the way in front, with Su Xian and Su Ran following behind. Soon a room was reached. In the center of the room, a big-bellied bald guy had his arms around a baggy-skirted beauty, and a pair of big hands kept roaming over her body. Seeing someone come in didn't bother him at all, and the strength in his hands increased instead. Riot! What's up, boss? Someone wants to sell the drawings of a T2 class fighter. Drawings for a T2 class fighter? Baldhead was slightly stunned. This was good stuff. Although T2 class fighters are not really needed by the Federation and the Empire, they can be sold to some small countries. Most importantly, this drawing can be sold in many copies, and some bigger pirates or private lords will need this as well. Are those the two of them? The silver-haired girls? Yes, it's both of them. The bald head hemmed and hawed, his eyes looking the two up and down. I've never done business with a silver-haired girl before. Show me the drawings. Let's start with how much you're paying. Bargaining with me? An anger surfaced on the bald face. Dog-like lowly things. It's already a great gift that I can see you. But seeing that you two have good posture, if you bring out the drawings, I can let you two hide here and not have to go to war anymore. After saying that, his eyes revealed a hint of lewdness and anticipation as he pushed the bag-skirted beauty next to him out of the way. Compared to the silver-haired girl, these women were mediocre, and their characteristic fortitude and boyishness made them want to be conquered. Since you don't want to do business, we'll leave. After saying that, Su Xian pulled Su Ran by the hand and walked backward. The half-bot from before stopped the two. Our boss hasn't finished talking yet. Where do you two want to go? Su Xian turned around and said, since you want it, then make an offer. The bald man's eyes narrowed. A price? What price can be worth more than your lives? Put down the drawings and the two of you will live, or else you won't be able to leave here today. Su Xian sneered, her stunning face flashing with dislike. She naturally knew that coming to the black market to trade wasn't an easy thing to do, and this situation had long been expected. You don't really think we're afraid of death, do you? We weapons aren't even human, and there won't be any consequences if we die. But if we die, do you still want the drawings of your war machine? I'm afraid the two of us are worth less than a single drawing. You, Baldhead, really can't do anything against this kind of people who aren't afraid to die. Threats, fear, coercion, don't work on them. The number of silver-haired girls scrapped every day was unknown, and it was true that the death of the two of them had no effect, but one's purpose was to get the drawings, not to have fun. Alright, 10,000 energy crystals is enough, right? 12,000. Su Xian argued reasonably. Are you crazy or am I? A T2 class fighter, not a battleship or a main gun, and you're asking me for 12,000? This drawing of mine is better than the average T2 class fighter. Who believes? Su Xian pulled a folded drawing from his pocket and threw it over. Baldur picked it up and looked at it. It was indeed a copy of a T2 class fighter. It did have quite a few changes in its design compared to the previous conventional T2 class fighters. The materials were cheaper, and some of the unnecessary designs had been reduced in favor of other better ways to achieve strength and flight capability. Reduces weight while reducing cost. While the power and defense is about the same compared to other T2 classes, being lighter and faster is its advantage. How come you got half of this one? Where's the other half? Baldhead looked at the drawing for a moment. The other half when you give me the money. Baldhead looked at half of the drawing in his hand again. This was something that if it was conventional, one of his own men should be able to draw or remodel the other half. But this T2 class fighter is decidedly unconventional, with all the designs and concepts walking a tightrope line. If they couldn't get the other half of the drawings, they likely wouldn't even be able to fly it just by designing the other half themselves. Okay, 12,000 is 12,000. Money first. The bald head spat out blood in anger. In this shapely city, he was also considered a number one person. Or the first time he did business like this. The opponents were still two silver-haired girls. Give it to her. The half-robot next to him reluctantly pulled out an energy crystal card. Su-ran hurriedly took it and held it in his hand. No one was going to take this card away. We'll give you the drawings when we get back. Su-xin said indifferently. You're fucking playing with us, aren't you? The bald head was furious. Did these two guys really think they had no temper? Challenge your bottom line again and again. I wouldn't dare. It's just that if we give it to you now, will you still let us go? Baldhead sat in his seat blushing hard. He was really prepared to do this before. As soon as their drawings come out, blow their heads off. Although the silver-haired girl belonged to the military, she wasn't even a human being. So what was the point of killing her? The two sides looked at each other, and eventually Baldy compromised. Kill them anytime, but that's not the goal. The goal is still to get the drawings. So what do you say to getting it? Su-xin spoke. Let us out, and I'll have the drawings sent to us afterward. The bald head pondered for a moment, and the half-robot shouted, Boss, we can't let them go. Alright, let them go. Ha, ah shit. I've heard that silver-haired maidens care deeply about their fellow handlers. If you dare to lie to me, you'll be waiting to collect a corpse for your best sister. After saying that, the bald head waved his hand, signaling that the two of them could get lost. The half-bot moved out of the way, albeit reluctantly. When Baldhead saw the two go, he asked, What's her number? 9,844. Baldness dawned on him, so she's 9844. Famous, my lord? The half-robot scratched his head. Bald nodded slightly. 9844 is indeed quite famous in the military, participating in 100 battles of various kinds, surviving from desperate situations every time, and simmering down quite a few commanders. The goddess of doom known in the Union Army as Commander. So will they lie to us? No. The silver-haired girl, while she doesn't care what others think, has a high regard for her own countrymen and won't use them as a bet. No wonder you have such guts. After saying that, the bald head licked his lips. The half-robot understood at once. Boss, it seems like you fancy her by the looks of you. There's nothing you can do if you're in favor of it. There's only one outcome of trying to make a move. She dies or I do. Su-xin and Su-ran breathed a sigh of relief only after they walked out of the dimly lit alley. Sister Su-xin, you are really great. Just now I didn't dare to make a sound. Su-xin smiled. Me too, but we're not even afraid of death. What else would we be afraid of? Su-ran held up the energy crystal in his hand. With this much money, the commander must be very happy. Su-ran, what do you think of the commander? Su-xin asked as she walked. The pedestrians around her gradually increased, revealing sneers and contempt. The two didn't care anymore and went on to chat. It's nice. It doesn't feel like the other feds. It feels more like a brother. True. But such a man will die because of us. Su-xin lowered her head and her eyes darkened. The Federation wouldn't let them. The silver-haired girls who'd already filled 4 years in the military continue to live, and the next missions were more perilous than one another. If Joey followed them, he would indeed die. What about? Take one step at a time, and if it does come to that, I'll let him live. Su-xin's eyes revealed determination. Thinking back to the scene when he first met Joey, this guy couldn't have really thought he was a robot at that time. Su-xin laughed out loud again at the thought. Su-ran looked stunned. Sister Su-xin, you're so beautiful. No wonder the people who look at you have straight eyes. You're the only one who can talk. Let's go get something good to eat. Good. The two fell silent as they reached the various stalls. Fruits, snacks, rice. These things are much more expensive than they thought. But it was understandable. In an era of increasing technological advancement and population expansion, the supply of these basic items naturally outstripped the demand all the way to the top. So expensive. Yeah, even if we only buy rotten leaves and moldy rice. On average, it's 5 energy crystals a day for one person. 300 people is 500 a day. 4 days is 6,000. Saran was stunned at the sound of it. Looking at the energy crystal card in his hand, he had thought that 12,000 was a lot. It turned out to be gone as soon as it was spent. Su-xin sighed. It's mainly because there are too many of us. If we follow the normal specifications, 30 people won't be able to spend much in 4 days. Thinking of this, Su-xin still put down the leaves of vegetables in her hands. The big mom who sells vegetables is upset. What are you flipping for? If you don't buy it, get lost. A poor man still wants to eat vegetables. Su Xin smiled somewhat awkwardly. She had gotten used to such insults a long time ago, and even called her a pauper instead. So what are we buying? Buy some of the commander's own food. And let's eat energy porridge for the rest. That way we can consume just under 100 a day. And it's only 400 energy crystals in 4 days. A little lost in thought, Saran nodded. Aha. The next step was to buy materials. And although the merchant disliked them both equally, it was impossible not to make money when it came to them. It took a turn for the two to get back. Materials and energy porridge were naturally sent over afterward. Sister Su Xin, you guys are back. In the starship, the other silver-haired girls greeted the two enthusiastically when they saw them. Well, where's the commander? Still sleeping. Sister Su Xin, you care so much about the commander, As soon as you come back, you ask him, but I haven't seen you care about your sisters so much. Su Huan joked. Su Xion's face instantly turned red. What nonsense. It's just that he was overworked before. We are also very laborious. Look at me repairing the starship, my hands are broken. Deeply afraid that Su Xian would not be able to see, Su Huan passed his hand over. Su Xian slapped it right off. Go to hell. After fooling around for a while, Su Xian looked at the crowd and said, tell you guys something. What is it? The commander told us to buy better ingredients. But I still bought energy porridge. You guys won't blame me, right? The crowd laughed. I thought that was all there was to it. Su Huan put his hands behind his head. I'm more concerned about when the materials will arrive than this. And I want a T2 class fighter more than food. That's right. I can't afford to lose to the commander. He actually managed to develop a T2 class fighter. So we should at least assemble a little more fighters out of it. When have we ever lost to the Federals? We're going to make it out without sleeping this time. Don't be in a hurry. It'll be here soon. Zhao slept for a day and a night, finally refreshed, and woke up just a bit hungry. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Su Ran guarding next to him, his little brain drooping, drool showing at the corners of his mouth, as if he had dreamed of something delicious. Zhao moved to wake Su Ran up. She wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and was surprised to see Zhao. Commander, you're awake. Well, what time is it? 3.5 days until we leave. Zhao nodded slightly as his stomach growled. Su Ran hurriedly brought out the prepared meal. Commander, you only ate energy porridge last time. Eat something else. Looking at the food in front of him, Zhao gulped. Eating energy porridge and saying you don't want big white rice is a lie. Then I'm welcome. Zhao picked it up and wolfed it down. Perhaps he was really hungry and felt that the meal was particularly flavorful. Have you eaten? Su Ran looked back. Eat? Have eaten. You don't look full, do you? You're stuttering. If you don't mind eating together. It's quite a lot. Su Ran hurriedly waved his hand. No, no, no. I'm already full. Zhao didn't care. They all bought food back, so they must have really eaten. Did you get the materials and everything? Bought back. Sister Su Xian can be great. Sold your drawings for 12,000. It is that this money is not yet warm, it is gone. Zhao looked at the lovely Su Ran and couldn't help but touch her head. It's fine. When we have more money later, you can eat whatever you want at that time. Really? Sister Su Xian and I went to look at the food. And it's all pretty expensive. That's for sure. Not only these white rice, but also cakes, baked meat, ice cream later. Even more expensive we can afford to eat. Ice cream. Some saliva flowed out of the corner of Su Ran's mouth and he hastily wiped it off. Well, I'm going to take a look at the repair ship. After eating and drinking, Zhao was ready to see how the silver-haired girl was doing at work. Aha! Arriving at the repair ship, there was not a single Federation person inside. Giving the silver-haired girl battleship repair time was vacation time for the gang. No Federal man would work for the silver-haired girl. This happened just in time, as Su Yan and Su Wan were both directing the silver-haired girl to build a T2 class fighter. The gospel is anything but crowded. Holy shit! Zhao had just arrived at the workshop when he heard a cry of alarm from above. Su Ran said awkwardly, it must be Sister Su Huan again. Go on, check it out. The two of them walked over and saw Su Huan standing on top of the war machine jumping around non-stop. His appearance was similar to being electrocuted. What are you doing, you? Seeing Zhao coming, Su Huan jumped off the fighter and ran over, slapping Zhao on the shoulder. Commander, this fighter of yours is too handsome, isn't it? I like it a lot. I feel like I'm terribly strong right now. As long as you give the order. It's a T2 class battleship in front of me. I'll bring it down for you. Zhao touched his shoulder. This guy's strength was really big. Really? As much as you like. Our Evangelion doesn't have enough firepower. And we'll need your fighters to support us a lot of the time on the missions after that. Just relax. Zhao took another look at the gospel that was being repaired. By definition, a frigate only serves as a protective interceptor, and does not have the ability to carry fighters on its own. But with only one battleship, it's a case of multitasking. I wonder when we'll get another battleship. How many fighters are there now? There are currently 4, and according to Su Wan's prediction, the materials should be able to assemble 10 fighters. That much? Zhao was a bit surprised. Although he had made some changes to make the fighter cheaper, it wasn't this cheap, was it? Or is it? Su Huan continued happily. Not only that, the remaining materials can still make a few combat robots. If we land in battle we'll still need these robots. Zhao understood and turned his head to look at Su Ran. You didn't buy any food? Su Ran shook her head in some aggravation. I went to see that the food prices were too expensive, so I went AWOL and gave it a change. I'm the one who asked not to buy it, so if the commander wants to punish me, punish me. Su Xian came over slightly apologetic and bowed her head as she waited for her punishment. Zhao sighed. The one who should be sorry should be me. If I could earn more, I wouldn't actually have to be so strapped for cash. Su Xian looked up at Zhao and tenderly said, Commander, you don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. In fact, we are already very satisfied with our current life. It would be even better if we can continue like this all the time. As for food we have long since adapted. There are better things than food right around the corner. Zhao looked at the silver-haired girls around him. Good. Then let's work together to finish this scouting mission first, and all of you must survive. Yes. By the way, is there a little money left over? What's wrong with a little bit left? Go get some mining robots. A mining robot? Saran didn't quite understand, but went ahead and did as he was told. Mining robots aren't expensive, the technology and materials needed for the thing are themselves very cheap. Over the next few days, the sound of work hammering came from the repair ship above the Evangelion constantly, even late at night. At the end of the 7 days, the gospel was brand new. Not only did they repair all the previously damaged areas, but they also did a maintenance. A layer of golden light emanated from the stellar illumination, where it was still the dilapidated starship it was before. The Evangelion at this point was an interstellar frigate. Target planet M787. Go. Zhao sat in the command room giving orders, and next to him stood Su Xian. Yes, full speed ahead. In the shapely city, the bald man looked at the distant Evangelion in silence. What Zhao said kept echoing within his mind. It was clear that the front line was in a constant state of emergency, yet the gang from the capital star was still trying to find ways to deal with the silver-haired girl. And just like that, the silver-haired girl is still fighting for the Federation. As a Federation man, he felt equally ashamed. But how easy is it to change a tradition that is over 100 years old? Lieutenant Colonel, someone just handed up something, and among them was a drawing of a T2 class fighter. A T2 class fighter? Bald head froze. This stuff was all military managed. Meanwhile the T2 class fighters were equipped on ships full of Federation people. It was ridiculous that starships equipped with T2 and even T3 class fighters were responsible for patrolling and encircling the capital star and other planets. And the fighters used on the front lines are still T1 class. How did this get here? The subordinate returned. The fat man said a silver-haired girl sold it to him, and that he wanted to trade it for some outlet to sell it to him or to protect his life in the future. The bald major laughed bitterly. It seems that the fat man also feels a crisis regarding the form of shapely NATO. This is ready to spend money to buy his life. The silver-haired girl who sold him? Who? 9,844. The gospel? That's right. Need to get them back for inspection. The bald man shook his head. Forget it. I'm afraid there's no way for them to come back alive this time out. The purpose has been achieved. This T2 level drawing will be put away and no one will talk about it. Yes. 2 days later, the Evangelion arrived at the outskirts of planet M787. Along the way he encountered a lot of wreckage. Starships, fighters, corpses, and some mercenaries from other starfields. It seems like the battle here is over. Su Xian looked out the window, her eyes revealing sadness. She saw the bodies of some of the silver-haired girls floating in the universe, some frozen into ice sculptures that they would remain in the universe forever. It seems that the Federation is still losing the battle here. So what's the point of having us come over to scout? Su Ran was curious. Who knows? So what do we do next? A few people finished looking up at Zhao, feeling surprised at the unknowing action. Zhao got up and said, Planet M787 should be the territory of the Solo Empire now, but having just finished a battle, the Solo Empire's warships should have all gone back to recuperate, and this place currently belongs to the vacuum zone, so anything can be encountered. Let's shut down the energy reactor and all communications from now on, and let's float over. Yes, since we're going to be scouting and stealing, it's only natural to be a little more careful. Planet M787, while most of the fleet has been withdrawn, should still have 1 or 2 fleets on standby. Just hope I don't run into them. Before closing, Zhao Yi told the bald lieutenant colonel about his decision. Otherwise the bald lieutenant colonel thought that these silver-haired girls had mutinied would not be good. And when they detonated the bomb, they would all be dead. The bald lieutenant colonel agreed to the program after a moment of silence, and agreed to be on the connection in 3 days. Hanging up the communication, Su Xian was a bit surprised. I thought he would disagree. Perhaps he is aware of the current plight of the Federation and has given you a little extra access. Zhao Yi finished looking at the outside of the starship. It was a vast universe. Would disappearing in this universe really be found? Now's a good time. Good chance? Su Xian was very confused. Zhao Yi nodded. The bombs in your bodies have a distance limitation. As long as they leave the range of the Solar Federation, they will be ineffective. Now we are on the border of the Sun Federation. 3 days is enough time to escape the range and you will be free. Su Xian smiled. Thank you, Commander. What will you do if we leave? There's nothing wrong with me being a Federalist. Just don't hide it from us. Changing the mission privately and letting us go is a death sentence even if you're from the Federation. And it's still very dangerous to be in the middle of a war between the Solo Empire and the Solar Federation even if you go with us. As long as we're on this starship, the people of the Solo Empire won't let us leave easily. The others nodded. Zhao Yi also stopped saying anything when he saw this. At that moment, a red warning light suddenly lit up inside the ship. Warning, warning, starship is locked on. Zhao Yi froze. What's going on? Targeted by who? They shut down the energy reactors and other equipment. The Solo Empire shouldn't be able to detect them, unless the battleships targeting them have been following them from the beginning. There's a fleet of ships following us behind us, and we're getting closer to them after we turned off the fire just now. A silver-haired girl shouted anxiously as she ascertained the situation. Fleet? How many ships? Frigates, destroyers, and battleships. Total 8. The crowd froze in their tracks. Even if they were strong, there was no way they could deal with a fleet of 8 starships. Commander, what do we do now? Su Xian finished with some surprise. Before encountering this kind of situation, it was the commander who asked her for help. But now, one actually asked Zhao Yi for help, and it was still very natural. Is this group of forces the Solo Empire? No, but I don't know who it is either. Hearing that it wasn't someone from the Solo Empire, Zhao Yi smiled. The nervousness he had just felt swept away. There's no need to panic. This is the battlefield between the Solo Empire and the Sun Empire. They only have 2 choices. One is waiting for us outside of M787's detection range, and the other is shutting down the energy reactor to follow us in. So we move on? Exactly. The crowd nodded slightly. As long as it was Zhao Yi's decision they would abide by it, even if it was a dead end ahead. Behind the fleet, subordinates in black cloaks were reporting to Sean. Lord Sean, we've tracked the 6-sided cube, but in the future is the battlefield of the Solo Empire. Shouldn't we evade it a little? Otherwise, if the Solo Imperials find out, they won't be able to tell. Sean sat in his chair with his arms folded over his chest. If we give up tracking the gospel now, we may not find it afterward. Or even if the gospel has an accident at M787. But if he continued to follow them, he was bound to clash with the people of the Solo Empire. Shut down the energy reactor and keep moving. The crowd was confused. Are we thinking about this a little bit? Turning off the energy reactor and then turning it on will inevitably be discovered. And we won't necessarily be able to explain it at that point. What a lot of crap. Sean's one eye narrowed, staring the crowd into a rush. Commander, it's not good. A silver-haired girl shouted anxiously. What's wrong? We've just continuously tracked the fleet of ships behind us, and they've slowed down significantly. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed. These guys chose to follow up on the M787 planet range. What exactly is the grudge? Rushing in so desperately. Is it because you guys offended someone before? Zhao Yi looked at Su Xian and asked. Su Xian shook her head. No, we've all fought against people from the Solo Empire before. We haven't fought against anyone else yet. Even if there were, that would be mercenaries from the Solo Empire. But surely they couldn't tell the difference between who killed their friends and family in the Great War. Zhao Yi decided not to think about it. Forget it, since they're going to follow us, let's prepare to give them a surprise. What surprise? The Divine Might Fighter has some stealth ability, so as long as it's not staring for monitoring it'll be fine. Fly this fighter over there, turn on the radio, and the Solo Empire side will be aware of it. When the time comes, let the Solo Empire come and help us teach a lesson to whoever is following behind us. Whoever they are, aiming to lock us down is definitely an enemy. Su Huan hammered Zhao Yi as soon as he heard this and said happily, Commander, it's still you who has a lot of ghostly ideas. I'll go now. Zhao Yi rubbed his shoulder. There's no rush. Let them go a little deeper. There's no way to run later. Just can you not whack me next time? I'm getting hammered apart. The others burst out laughing. Su Huan was a little embarrassed. Commander, Your body is too weak. Go back and exercise with me this time. Or don't fail to find a wife in the future. I don't want it. Zhao was very disgusted. Why would he need to use his hands when he could use his brain? After a while, seeing that it was about time, the group made their way to the hangar. At this moment, there were 10 refreshed Divine Might fighters placed in the hangar, exuding an icy and austere aura. Su Huan, there will still be danger in the past this time. Stay away from the other side. Your mission is only to draw the people of the Solo Empire over. Su Xian opened her mouth to remind. I know. Why are you as motherly as the commander? You weren't like this before. Su Xian blushed and stole a glance at Zhao. It's true that you wouldn't have done this before yourself, and would have laid out the necessary sacrifices for each battle, because everyone dies sooner or later. Only some people go one step ahead, and although they hide themselves and cry alone afterward, they never show another ounce of softness in front of outsiders. But after coming into contact with Zhao, she kind of wants to keep living, or has hope of living. Alright, go and return quickly, Zhao urged. Understood. Come back and I won't whack you. Ha ha ha. Su Huan laughed 3 times and flew out in his T2 fighter. There was a flash of light and the fighter disappeared from view, becoming a star in the universe. Sean and the others hadn't noticed the approaching danger until the T2 class fighters were only 1,000 kilometers closer to them when they detected it. Lord Sean, there are fighters coming. Fighters? What's the location? It's not far directly in front of us, so I guess we'll be there in a few more minutes. Sean sat up with a jerk, a streak of anger appearing on his face. Horse shit. How did you guys scout this out? This close? The henchman was a bit aggravated. Didn't you tell us to turn off some unnecessary equipment? Moreover, this fighter has a certain stealth ability, so it's not very easy for us to detect it. Sean sat back in his seat. Is it the Solo Empire? How many planes? Can we dodge them? It's not the Solo Empire. If they've already spotted us, they should have linked up to warn us. It should be the Gospel. And just one. The Gospel? Sean frowned. Based on the sightings the 2 losers had sent back earlier, the Evangelion is only supposed to be a T1 class fighter, which is a good performer, but it's a 1-5 class at best, and still significantly different from a T2 class. Did you replenish the T2 class fighters in such a short time? I've never heard of the Federation giving a fleet of silver-haired girls T2 class weapons, but just one ship doesn't have to be nervous. Dispatch Cloudflare T1 class fighters to block it. Yes. Whoosh. From the deck of the battleship, 10 Cloudflare T1 class fighters take off. This fighter was Lord Sean's main combat fighter. Although the opposite side might be a T2 class, 10 T1 classes were enough to expel it. A fighter's energy shield can't resist much damage because of its size limitations. Su Huan, who was sitting in the fighter jet, heatedly smiled and increased his speed to rush over. Show me your speed. The 10 fighters responsible for the interception felt a burst of residual shadows fly by, and the next second the fighters were gone. Fighters all have a focus. Some have heavy firepower and some have high defense, but the Shin Megami are obviously fast, reduced in weight and cosmetic changes. The Shin Megami Tensei has an ultimate speed straight out of a T2-5 class fighter. Chase chase chase. The crowd of fighters turned around and flew towards Su Huan. It was the first time they had seen a starfighter that fast. Su Huan flew around the fleet and couldn't help but let out a gasp as he looked into the distance. Before her eyes was a fleet of 8 starships with everything. Frigates for defense, destroyers for melee combat, battleships for shelling, and finally star carriers loaded with a lot of fighters. It's not a bad fleet. It's got everything it needs. I don't know when the commander will have a fleet like this. Bayou. In the distance, the pirate destroyer emitted a dazzling light, and its secondary cannons began to attack Su Huan. So mean. Su Huan dodged the attack with a single acceleration and continued to spin around. The feeling was very hard for Sean, as if there was a fly in his ear, constantly buzzing, and he couldn't hit it with his own small arms. Seeing that it was almost time, Su Huan opened his communication device and made a plenary broadcast. M787. Left behind is Solo Empire Major Jerry, whose mission is to use M787 as a staging area in order to allow the Empire to continue its advance. The energy crystals that still remain are left alone. To develop these remaining energy crystals on a large scale one must have equipment to do so, but the residual energy crystals had already been depleted, and if they were mined they might not even be able to collect the money for the equipment. Major Jerry, we're getting a cosmic broadcast. A cosmic broadcast? Who sent that? I don't know, but you'd better take a look. Jerry arrived at the Planetary command room and saw a woman's face appear on the screen. Silver-haired girl? The feature was so obvious that Jerry recognized it instantly after fighting the Federation for so long. It wasn't the Federals who were causing them trouble on the battlefield, but these silver-haired girls who seemed to know nothing of fear or death. Hello, can you hear me? In the middle of the screen, Sun Huan, drumming up this thing for the first time, slapped his hand against the transmitter. Should be able to receive it, right? What's that? On behalf of the Solar Federation, I'm warning you that the Solo Empire on planet M787 will surrender immediately, or else our army will arrive to wipe you all out. See the fleet behind me. This is just an appetizer. Watch your backs. Repeat that again. Hurry up and surrender. After saying that, Sun Huan turned around and ran. Sean, who was chasing the Evangelion, was mad that they were hiding so well that they were actually broadcast all over the area by the silver-haired girl. Don't let me catch them. Sean was shaking with anger, but now that the other side knew, whether to retreat or move on next would have to be pondered. Planet M787, Solo Empire Ground Command Center. Jerry looked at the broadcast screen from earlier and asked, where is the broadcast location? It's just 50,000 kilometers from us. Shit, you didn't even notice it this close? It can't be helped. They shut down their energy reactors. They can't be found without precision detection. Accurate detection requires a great deal of energy, and the space around M787 is so huge that it is impossible to accurately detect every place. The other side has a total of 8 battleships, 4 T1 class, 4 T2 class, and 1 T2 class air battleship among them. No? Jerry asked rhetorically. Nope. Jerry felt a little strange. The lineup looked pretty impressive, but for 2 super empires, it was a piece of cake. The staff officer next to him spoke up. Major, this Sun Federation would actually send a T2 class battleship. Isn't it possible that the silver-haired maiden is already going to be worn out? Jerry said slowly, with the arrogance of the Federation. Surely they wouldn't have come out on their own if they hadn't run out of silver-haired girls. It's a pity. If the silver-haired girl can be used for our empire, conquering the universe is not a bad idea. The staff officer replied back. That's a tough one. We haven't captured a silver-haired girl alive so far in our fight. Are these people sick? It's amazing that they're fighting so desperately when they're being suppressed in the Federation. If I were them, I'd just let the gates of the country open. And since I can't live with myself, none of them will. Jerry smiled. Because of that, there are countless people in the universe who want to get their hands on the silver-haired girl, but unfortunately the Federation happened to get them. When he finished speaking, the screen in front of him once again flashed an image. Honorable members of the Solo Empire. The cosmic broadcast just now was employed by the Solar Federation. We're not Sun Feds or mercenaries. We just happened to be passing through and wanted to go through. Jerry looked at Sean in front of him and smiled slightly. Yeah, but you guys shutting down the energy reactor to try and sneak in wasn't a fake, was it? It happened for a reason. And I apologize. Sean lowered his head. He was just a lord of one of the interstellar pirates. There was no way he could do battle with a behemoth like the Solo Empire. Even their territory was far away from these few countries. Since you said you happened to be here, I'll give you 10 minutes to get out of this place immediately. Ming. White. Sean hung up the calm and slammed his fist on his chair. Horse. Son of a bitch on the gospel. Don't let me catch you. Lord Sean. What do we do then? What else can we do? Our position has been exposed. What else can we do but pull back? Not to mention that this planet M787 has the Solo Empire's ground command center in addition to the fleet standing by outside. One of the minions suggested. Lord, I have a plan. Tell me about it. Sean came interested. We can tell the Solo Empire the location of the gospel. This way the Solo Empire will make a move. Can't we just go back and resume our orders? My little brother finished very proud of himself and seemed proud of his cleverness. The way it was, Lord Sean might make himself a warlord or cadre. Sean slapped him across the face, and the little brother was so dazed by the swat that he sat down on his ass, his face burning with pain. Is it you or me that's stupid? Big brother Black Bear asked me to recycle the 6-sided cube, and you're actually letting the Solo Empire meddle in it? Not only can't we tell the Solo Empire, but we need to keep the Evangelion safe. At least nothing can happen to them until we get the 6-sided cube. Yes, I was not thinking right. Reorient immediately. We're standing by outside the range of planet M787. We'll be able to detect the Evangelion as soon as it restarts its energy reactor. After saying that, the entire fleet turned around and left the range of planet M787. Learning of the departure of Sean's fleet, Su-Wan, sitting in a starfighter, felt a little bored. She wanted to see bloodshed. I didn't expect to run away before the fight. What a wimp. Having had enough fun, Su-Wan adjusted his direction back to the gospel. Back, seeing Su-Wan, Zhao Yi greeted. Commander, I completed my mission successfully, but they didn't fight on either side. Zhao Yi smiled. Normal. The Solo Empire's fleet is so far away from them, it's impossible to engage immediately. Zhao Yi looked outside the hall and could already see what planet M787 looked like. Arrived. Rumble. There was a great shaking coming from the ship through the atmosphere. It didn't take long for the Evangelion to arrive floating not far above planet M787. A view of the entire planet littered with vicissitudes of war. Start dropping. Zhao Yi gave the order. Since they were already there, every second counted. Yes. Zhao Yi put on his protective suit and prepared to land with Su Xian and the others. Su Xian turned around and was putting on her clothes when she saw Zhao Yi and was surprised. Commander, what are you? Isn't it obvious? I'm going down there too. No, let's do this scouting mission. You wait for us at the gospel. Su Xian sternly refused. This was the territory of the Solo Empire. Although it had just been through a battle and most of the personnel were no longer here, but it's impossible to say what you've encountered. Zhao Yi smiled. You guys are in charge of scouting yours. I'll lead the men to dig for energy crystals. Having said that, he had landed on the ground. Su Xian had no choice but to follow and land together, saying to Su Ran next to her, Su Ran, protect the commander. We can't let anything happen to him. Su Ran said seriously. Understood. Zhao Yi added. Our food will last for a day at most. Remember not to stay too long. Yes. Rumble. Huge combat robots descended from above, causing the entire ground to tremble. Zhao Yi adapted to the outside environment and looked up stunned. What's that one? Not far away from Zhao Yi and the others there was a huge gun barrel that went straight into the sky, emitting a cold and austere atmosphere. Just by looking at the caliber of this weapon there was at least a dozen kilometers. Right? A Star Annihilator cannon. I can't imagine that the Solo Empire actually installed this in M787. What is it? A super weapon capable of destroying a fleet with a single energy blast. It can only be mounted on planets because it's too heavy. I've seen this thing fire once before, and the entire fourth fleet of the Solar Federation was destroyed. Zhao Yi took a deep breath. For this thing to appear here, it seems that the war with the Solo Empire won't end so easily. Most of the Solo Empire's armed forces should be in that direction, so you guys shouldn't go. Understood. Su Xian finished speaking and dashed towards the distance with a group of people. The planet was large, but for the Sun Federation's current technology, circling any larger planet would only take a moment. Zhao Yi and Su Ran then lead the remaining people and robots to find the energy crystals. Commander, isn't this energy crystal an important material? Will it be dangerous for us to go directly? Su Ran said as he walked. In order to avoid being detected by the Solo Empire, they flew at a low altitude, which slowed them down a bit, but they wouldn't be detected. Zhao Yi smiled. Planet M787 doesn't have a lot of energy crystals stored in it, and it was depleted as early as a dozen years ago, or else the Solar Federation wouldn't have given up this piece so easily. Ah, wouldn't that be almost gone? Zhao Yi nodded. That's right, but it's enough to fill us up even if it's almost gone. As we were talking, the silver-haired girl who was scouting ahead came back. Commander, there are people from the Solo Empire ahead. Although the energy mines had dried up, it wasn't a surprise that there were defenders here. Zhao Yi, looking at the time, he said, let's scout to see how much defense there is, but with the Annihilator here, there shouldn't be much defense from the energy crystals. Yes. Su Ran released a few micro-drones to fly towards the direction of the energy crystal mines. On the other side, Su Xian led the silver-haired girl to install monitors at various locations on the planet. It's an intelligent surveillance capable of disguising itself as no other object to watch every move on the planet. Time passes by. Zhao Yi looked at the screen in front of him. About 20 people, 8 combat robots, 10 defense energy cannons. That's not much firepower. Zhao Yi was followed by dozens of silver-haired girls and 10 combat robots. The Evangelion has nothing but combatants. Space battles don't play out, but ground battles are their strength. All of you, prepare for battle. Not one of you will be let go. Yes. At this point in the mine sat a group of people from the Solo Empire, who were not the same as the Federation people, and had slightly changed in their evolutionary path. Survive in the universe without relying on protective suits, but are much uglier in looks. At that moment, they were chatting and laughing, not knowing that danger was coming. Is the shield ready? Okay. Fire. Knock. Knock. 10 combat robots fired a shield into the sky and all around them. This shield blocks all signals in the vicinity while maintaining the signal as it was before. The Solo Empire won't be suspicious anytime soon. Upon seeing the difference, the people left behind in the Solo Empire grabbed their weapons and looked around, and the combat robots on standby on the side began to search towards the surroundings. We have a situation. Contact the Major immediately. I can't. There's a shield. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Yi's side launched an attack. The 10 battle robots in charge of the attack edged towards the front, and the reinforced firepower hit the Solo Empire's people in a rout. These combat robots weren't something that could be compared to the Solo Empire's side, and Zhao Yi modified them. Both firepower and defense were greatly enhanced, and it could also be used as a cover for the silver-haired girl. It's the silver-haired girl, from the Sun Federation. What's the Sun Federation doing here? Don't think about it. Return fire quickly. Someone has to get through the shield and bring the message to the major. The people of the Solo Empire were confused. They didn't realize that the silver-haired girl could actually fight a ground war on a planet. Zhao wanted to rush up and was pulled back by Su Ran. Commander, what are you doing? Go on. If you go late they'll all be done killing. Su Ran rolled his eyes. Just don't come along for the ride, or I'll send you back to the gospel. You little girl cares quite a lot. Your sister Su Xin didn't even say anything. Su Ran huffed. Sister Su Xin handed you over to me, so I naturally can't let anything happen to you. After saying that, the electromagnetic weapon in his hand shot towards the distance, and a Solo Empire soldier who wanted to sneak attack turned into a pile of ash. Ding Dong watching Su Ran fight. Gifted. Gained weapon use LV. Max. Ding Dong watching Su Ran fight. Gifted. Gained mechanical manipulation LV. Max. Zhao froze, unable to imagine that he could gain 2 energies just by watching Su Ran fight. Although Zhao knew what this weapon was for before, he obviously couldn't use it if he wanted to, but now it was different. Not only was he able to control all the weapons, but he was also able to use mechs, vehicles, fighters, and other weapons. Beautiful. Zhao applauded. Awesome. That's for sure. Well, at least I've been alive for 4 years. Su Ran turned his nose up to the sky, not noticing that a combat robot had locked onto it. Zhao raised his hand and fired a shot. A wave of energy light went right through the weakest point of the combat robot and hit the small energy reactor. The combat robot fragmented with a huge explosion. Su Ran was dumbfounded and looked at Zhao in surprise. Commander, how are you? Your shooting skills also so accurate? Zhao smiled. It's probably luck. Su Ran didn't believe that this one shot could dry out the combat robot. Not only did he need to know the firearms very well, he also needed to understand the construction of the combat robot. It didn't take long for Zhao and the others to wipe out the garrison here. On the one hand, the people of the Solo Empire didn't expect to be sneak attacked, and on the other hand, most of the defense weapons of the Solo Empire were at the Annihilator cannon, and here were just some stragglers. Zhao walked to the energy mine cave and was thrilled to see the remaining energy crystal mines. So many energy crystals, we are going to be rich. The rest of the energy crystals are hard to mine. What are we going to do? Zhao smiled. Of course it's with a mining robot. Su Ran remembered. No wonder you asked me to buy mining robots before. Commander, but mining robots can only mine the more superficial energy crystals. This kind of energy crystal mine that's almost depleted shouldn't work, right? You'll see in a minute. Zhao finished ordering the Evangelion to project the mining robots. Only a few metal pods were seen flying in the sky and smashed heavily on the ground. Then robots that had been modified by Zhao drilled out from inside. Su Ran looked dumbfounded. This is the robot that was bought over before? Yeah, why? Su Ran was dumbfounded. The robots in front of him were of different sizes and shapes. Some were even as big as his own head. Why is this oddly shaped? I don't remember the combat robot I bought back before looking like this. Zhao explained. Every energy crystal mine situation is different. This robot of mine is able to adapt to most of the scenarios, and the mining robots produced by the Federation can actually do what I do. But because of the cost and other reasons, producing robots with the same specifications instead allows them to earn more. When did you remodel? Su Ran was shocked. The commander actually did this kind of thing, and none of them knew about it. I didn't wait around for nothing while you guys were repairing the hull. After saying that, Zhao beckoned and the robots began to enter the mine to start digging for energy crystals. The multi-purpose robot and the silver-haired girl were in charge of transportation and vigilance. Zhao found a rock and patted the dust and sat on it. The feeling of having his feet on the ground was like being back on Earth. Saran came over and said, "But I still don't understand. If the Federation can do it, why don't they just produce this robot? It's obviously much more helpful." Little friend, it's normal that you don't understand a lot of things. If the digging robot is too good, how can other digging equipment be sold for money? The capital won't allow it. Saran shook his head. I don't understand, but I'm not a child either. Zhao touched Su Ran's silver hair. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. As long as you live, sooner or later you will understand. Su Ran's big eyes carried a hint of confusion. Can I really live? Sure. Ask you something. What is it? Su Ran was curious. Have you guys ever heard of the solar system after all the fighting you've been doing out there? Solar system? Su Ran looked at the sky with his fingers against his chin. It seems like I've heard someone say that, but this solar system is quite far away from us, and it's still a first-class civilization, so other civilizations can't make a move against them. This Federation and Empire are so strong that they will still abide by this rule? That's for sure. It's a rule that you can't make a move against lower-level civilizations. Otherwise other powers would use that as an excuse to start a war. Although the Solar Federation is strong, it can't beat so many civilizations closing in. Zhao nodded. Commander, Why do you ask about this solar system? Are you interested? A little bit. Suddenly, Su Huan's voice came from his ear. It's not good. Su Xin is injured. Get the medical warehouse ready. Yes. Su Ran sat up violently. Sister Su Xin is injured? No. I have to go and take a look. Zhao pulled her back. Don't go. I'll go. Ha? What the hell? You stay here and watch the mine. Dig as much as you can. If any of the Solo Empire comes, fire the shield to exterminate them. If you can't beat them, pull back. But, Su Ran wanted to say something else, but Zhao had already run away. When he returned to the gospel, Zhao saw Su Huan and another silver-haired girl walking and carrying Su Xin. At this moment, Su Xin's face was dyed red with blood, and her snow-white skin was covered with a thin line that was as red as a spider web. What's going on? An encounter with the Solo Empire? Su Huan shook his head. No, we were attacked by a monster when we were dropping the scouts. Monster? Zhao thought about it. There are a lot of monsters on this planet, but there aren't many that possess toxins. Is it a snake-tailed monkey? Isn't it something that is rather huge and looks like a monkey with a tail like a snake? Su Huan froze and hastily nodded. Yes, this thing is very fast. It bit Sister Su Xin and ran away. Grandma, next time if I come across it, I'll make it into a wine dish. Su Huan cursed. Seeing Su Xin in pain, hated that it was himself who was bitten. Su Chen rushed over with a medical team and placed Su Xin in the medical warehouse to begin her examination. Ding Dong watching Su Chen perform a rescue. Gifted with a medical skill LV. Max. In an instant all sorts of medical knowledge and instruments, technology and other things were stuffed into Zhao Yi's mind. Zhao Yi hurriedly spoke. Immediately activate the freezing warehouse to freeze Su Xin. Ha, is it that bad? As soon as the words fell, Su Xin sprayed out a mouthful of blood and kept coughing. Su Chen hurriedly reoriented Su Xin down to avoid choking. Su Huan looked stunned. It does look pretty serious. Zhao Yi explained. The snake-tail monkey has extremely strong toxicity and there is no antidote for this. We must immediately freeze Su Xin first. Then we'll go get the antidote. You know the antidote? Cut the crap and hurry up. Su Chen hurriedly adjusted the medical compartment to a freezing compartment, closing the hatch in the process. Only some crumbs of ice appeared on the surface of Su Xin in the freezing bin, and the whole person fell into a deep sleep. This freezing bin doesn't cure the disease, but it does keep the injured person in a state of shock. This toxin is spreading even if there is an antidote. It was thanks to the silver-haired girl. An ordinary person wouldn't have lasted this long. Su Chen spoke. After analyzing the instrument just now, there is a toxin in Su Xin's body, and an antidote must be found for it to work, or else Su Xin will either freeze for the rest of her life, or open up or die. Su Huan turned to look at Zhao Yi and anxiously said, Commander, you just said you know the antidote? Yes. Su Chen was a bit unconvinced. How did you know? I just compared the Federation's medical library and found that this toxin has been around a few times before, but there is no corresponding antidote. Zhao Yi nodded. Planet M787. This snake-tailed monkey did bite some people before, but at that time the Solar Federation didn't care. These monsters would only appear in specific locations and didn't disturb the energy mine mining, so the Federation didn't care about them. I can't imagine that after the bombings and wars of the Solo Empire and the Solar Federation, this kind of monster is still alive. Maybe it's because both sides are fighting around the energy crystal mines. Su Huan, then do you know how to get this antidote? Zhao Yi spoke. The antidote is in the places where these snake-tailed monkeys hang out. There must be one that can be used to cure Su Xin in the places where such poisons are produced. Su Chen frowned. Commander, how do you know this information? These federal databases you're talking about don't have it. Experience. Experience? Su Chen froze. Zhao Yi didn't look too old and had gone to school in Capital Star before. There was a shitload of experience. Zhao Yi nodded his head and said, generally there are corresponding antidotes around the place where the poison is located. Don't you all understand this reasoning? That's just your guess. Now that Su Xin has been poisoned, we should return to Shapely NATO immediately. There are better equipment and instruments there. We might be able to draw out the toxin alone. Su Huan looked at the two men, not knowing what to do. Or how about this? Give me a little time and if I can't find the herbs we'll go back. Su Chen could only agree. The other Zhao Yi as the commander did not have to pay any attention to her opinion at all. Even if Su Xin did die, it would only be the attrition of a silver-haired girl, and it couldn't possibly be as important as the mission. Then I'll go with you. I know where the snake-tailed monkey is. Good. Su Huan and Zhao Yi set off again, and the protective suit activated its flight mode to instantly disappear from view. In the blink of an eye, the group had circled most of the planet and stopped in a dense forest that had been burned to a crisp. This is it. Sister Su Xin didn't notice the snake-tailed monkey that suddenly jumped from below. The height this thing jumped from wasn't low. Zhao Yi frowned. This place was destroyed because of the war. even if there was an antidote. It had been burned down. As he was talking, suddenly something jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Zhao Yi. Su Huan's quick eyes and hands raised his energy gun being pressed down by Zhao Yi. Don't kill. Good. Su Huan drew his dagger and slashed at the charging snaketail. Click. The tail of the snake-tailed monkey should be cut off. Roar. With a strange cry, the beast landed from the sky and ran off into the distance. Ding Dong observed the serpent-tailed monkey, gifted with biology LV. Max. Gains skills again. In an instant, information about the creatures that existed in the universe flooded into Zhao Yi's mind, and the characteristics and habits of these creatures were known by him like the back of his hand. Follow it. Zhao Yi and the others quickly followed the snake-tailed monkey and came to a forest in an unknown amount of time. The trees here were huge and sky-high, probably not burned out by the war because they were far from the crystal energy mines. The two landed on the ground and slowly made their way towards the forest. Zhao Yi checked the surroundings. There were various plants that he couldn't name. The whole universe is so big that each planet has its own characteristics. Zhao Yi picked up a blade of grass and looked at it. It wasn't this thing. Neither is this. Zhao Yi looked over one by one. With poisonous plants and weeds have a certain pattern. Really cannot decide, can only taste it themselves. Su Huan looked surprised beyond words, not expecting the commander to actually try all kinds of weeds on his own in order to save Su Xian. It made her very complicated inside. She was most disgusted when Zhao Yi came on board, but the events that happened during this period of time gave her an understanding of Zhao Yi. He was really treating the silver-haired girl as a human being. Bah! Not this one. Zhao Yi spat out a leaf and smoothly stuffed another kind into his mouth. A lot of small red dots surfaced on his skin, making him feel itchy and uncomfortable. A light scratch breaks the skin. Commander, it's fine. A little allergic reaction. The plants I eat aren't very serious even if they're poisonous. But, Zhao Yi didn't care about her and proceeded to start trying other plants. In the end, Zhao Yi selected 3 plants that might be the antidote. Find me a live serpent-tailed monkey or get me some toxins. Su Huan froze at that. Commander, what are you doing? After my analysis, the antidote could be one of these 3. A mixture of 2 of them or all 3. So I'm going to get infected with the snake-tailed monkey's poison and feel the changes in my body so I can find out exactly where the antidote is in that plant, and go back and work on extracting it to make an antidote. So, what if your guess is wrong? Su Huan instantly panicked. She didn't want a commander like Zhao Yi to die. A commander who could willingly taste 100 herbs himself to save the silver-haired girl. If he died, Su Huan didn't think he would meet the next one. Zhao Yi laughed. If I guess wrong, you guys will immediately freeze me and head to Shapely NATO. But, no buts. Su Xian has been poisoned for a very long time. Even if the antidote is really, these must be taken as soon as possible, or else even if she is saved she will have other symptoms. Su Huan gritted her teeth. Then you must be okay. It wasn't long before Su Huan ran over carrying a snake-tailed monkey that had fainted. Commander, I got him. Zhao Yi walked over and pinched open the head of the snake on its tail, taking a bit of the toxin and injecting it into himself. At once, a burning sensation and pain caused Zhao Yi to almost faint. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, frightening Su Huan a bit. Commander, what's wrong with you? Su Huan wanted to touch Zhao Yi, but didn't dare. It's okay. Zhao Yi finished and began to try the first blade of grass. It didn't work. Neither the burning sensation nor the pain diminished, but rather the internal organs were a bit damaged. Next, slightly more useful. This should be the antidote. The last one is equally somewhat effective and the 2 grasses target different symptoms. The antidote should be a mixture of the 2 herbs. Feeling the changes within his body, Zhao Yi handed over the 2 types of grass to Su Huan and said, "Go collect these 2 grasses." Yes, but it's okay, I've suppressed the toxin for now, so go on and get back. Su Huan nodded and sent Zhao Yi back first. In the starship, silver-haired girls heard Su Xian accident have run over. See Su Xian look anxious. Su Xian had long been their backbone, and if Su Xian was gone, none of them knew how they would live in the future. Get out of the way. The commander is poisoned. The crowd froze and turned around to see that the commander had the same symptoms as Su Xian. Su Chen, who was studying the virus, froze and looked at Zhao Yi looking somewhat speechless. Weren't you guys going to find the antidote? How did you get into this state? The silver-haired girl on the side sadly said. The commander infected himself with the toxin in order to find that his antidote. The others froze at that. I can't believe someone would actually go this far for the silver-haired girl. Su Chen had a burst of headache and pushed his glasses and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and freeze the commander." "No, I have to wait for the herbs to come back." "You want to do anything else when you're like this?" "Yes, I'll make this antidote." As he was talking, Su Huan came back, holding a bunch of herbs in his hands. "This much is enough. Enough with the analyzer." Zhao Yi took a herb and started studying it in front of the analyzer. The other silver-haired girls looked surprised. Since when does a commander know how to heal? It feels as if there's nothing the commander won't do. Is this going to be a problem? But commander doesn't feel like it looks right. The crowd wanted to stop Zhao, but they were afraid that it would affect his research. It was only after a while that Zhao began to act, placing the herbs on the instrument for extraction. A light green potion got the job done. Opened the barn door. Zhao drew out the potion and came to Su Xin. Aiming the syringe at Su Xin, the light green liquid slowly entered. Thaw. Yes. The freezing lifted. A red mark on Su Xin's face gradually disappeared. Her skin turned into its original fairness with a hint of redness. Even her breathing was much smoother. It's really good. The crowd was pleasantly surprised to see it. Su Chen was even more surprised beyond belief. She had already studied this toxin before. The structure was very complex. I can't imagine that Zhao made the antidote in just half an hour. What kind of character is he? What happened to me? Me? Su Chen rubbed his head and sat up from the medbay to see the other silver-haired girl's face covered in tear stains. What's wrong with you guys? And crying? Su Huan wiped her tears. Sister Su Xin, you really scared me to death. What just happened to me? You were poisoned. And it's a good thing the commander saved you. Commander? Su Xin froze. She remembered being bitten by something and losing consciousness immediately after. Turning his head, he covered his mouth in surprise. Commander, how did you? Zhao Yi's body similarly reacted to the toxin. Although there was no, it's okay, you're better. After saying that, Zhao Yi fell to the ground. Commander! Su Xin hurriedly jumped out of the medical warehouse and picked up Zhao Yi. What the hell is going on here? The other silver-haired girls cried. Sister Su Xin, the commander deliberately contracted the toxin himself in order to find the antidote to save you. And now he can't hold out any longer. Su Xin stumbled and almost didn't stand still, looking at Zhao Yi in her arms in a bit of a trance. Why is that? Obviously your own death won't have any effect, but if you die, the other silver-haired girls will go back to their previous lives, and maybe even die. A teardrop fell on Zhao Yi's face. Su Xin hurriedly wiped his face clean, her heart throbbing. Su Chen couldn't look away and rolled his eyes. People just fainted from heart failure. How is it the same as being dead? Su Huan was surprised. Ah, not dead? Su Xin said awkwardly. I saw them all crying, so that's why I cried too. Su Chen sighed and returned to the instrument to extract and distribute according to Zhao Yi's data, while the others guarded Zhao Yi. Su Xin held Zhao Yi's hand in hers and was nervous. You should hurry up. What's the rush? I'm already fast. Su Chen hurriedly pulled out a tube of potion. Just give him a shot and lay him flat. Oh. Su Xin sat directly on the ground and placed Zhao Yi's head on her knees. As soon as the needle went down, Zhao Yi's face eased slightly, which made the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. What a smell! It seems to be quite nice. Zhao Yi slowly opened his eyes, and what met his eyes was Su Xion's stunningly beautiful face with a smile and excitement. Commander, you're awake. You're okay? Zhao Yi tried to get up but didn't have much strength. Turning his head, he actually lay on Su Xion's lap. Crap! Knee pillow. Is this kind of beautiful girl's knee pillow also for me to enjoy? Su Xion felt the difference and blushed slightly. Commander, don't move. You just injected the antidote and resting for a while. Oh, just as long as you're okay. Okay, go away if there's nothing going on. Su Chen dispersed the others. Su Huan scratched his nose. Then I'm going to look for Su Ran. This guy should still be in fear near the mine. Aha! Seeing that the people were gone, Su Xion wondered. Commander, why did you save me like that? Do we need a reason for this? You're my second in command, and if you die, who's going to help me out? But, Su Xion's pupils moved slightly, although she is the deputy commander. But in fact, this position is the same for anyone who sits. No buts. Aren't we both fine now? Don't move. Let me lie down for a while. Okay. Looking at Zhao Yi closing his eyes, Su Xion suddenly wanted to stroke Zhao Yi's hair in her heart. This feels so strange. I don't know how long it took, but Zhao Yi woke up again to find Su Xion leaning against the wall and falling asleep herself. Without disturbing her, Zhao Yi quietly got up and left the medical room. Outside the door, Su Chen sat on the swivel chair and turned to look at Zhao Yi with a bad smile. What are you two doing inside? Taking so long? No, not doing anything, just a little tired to rest a little. Rest? Su Chen snickered. Zhao Yi hurriedly explained. Don't think nonsense, we're not as nasty as you think. What did I think? I didn't say anything. Why is the commander so anxious to explain? Su Chen wore an innocent smile. Those who didn't know really thought she didn't understand anything. Fell for your trap. Zhao Yi was speechless for a while. Forget it, what you guys want to do is your freedom. But just now Su Ran and the girls came back just now and were going to look for you. I didn't let them in so as not to disturb you too. Zhao automatically ignored the second half. I know. After seeing Zhao leaving, Su Chen hurriedly looked towards the inside of the room, only to see Su Xian leaning against the wall with drool coming out from the corner of her mouth. Tasteless. Su Chen rolled his eyes and thought two people were inside. I didn't realize it was really just sleeping. Commander, are you alright? Su Ran saw Zhao excitedly running over. Zhao smiled. It's fine. It's all a small problem. How about the energy mine side? It hasn't been discovered yet. But the Solo Empire side should send someone over to check it out if they notice that something isn't right over at the energy mine. We'll be found by then. Ha, where's Sister Su Xian? Is she still not well? Su Xian looked behind Zhao with some confusion. She heard that Su Xian and Zhao were both poisoned, rushed back, but was stopped outside by Su Chen. She was poisoned for too long before. Let her rest for a while. We need to figure out how to retreat. When they came in, they shut down their energy reactors and glided in, which is how they didn't attract the attention of the Solo Empire. But to get out of here, this method is clearly impossible. If the energy reactor was turned on to accelerate, it would be detected and pursued by the Solo Empire, even to the point of using the annihilation cannons. That thing is no joke, being targeted by this guy. Unless your starship is AT-3, there's only one way to go. Dead. It's hard to do. How's the mining of the energy crystals going over there? It shipped back a couple thousand now. I just don't know when it's going to be discovered. Zhao nodded slightly. Let them come back in another 4 hours. Yes. How much food is left? Before he came, Zhao had put his food storage to a minimum in order to maximize his battle power. There's still a day's worth of food left. 1 day. After a day, even if you don't eat, you won't die right away. So you'll still be active for at least 3 or 4 days. Zhao walked to the center screen of the command room, observing the surrounding situation and thinking about how to evacuate. Su Huan spoke triumphantly. Commander, let me use divine might to blow up their Star Destroyer cannon, so that they'll definitely run after me, and you guys can take this opportunity to evacuate. Zhao shook his head. The Solo Empire's defense forces are all at the Star Destroyer cannon. If you really dare to fly over there, you'll be seconded before you even show your head. Ha, not even Shin Megami Tensei? No, T2 level is useless unless T3 level. T3. Su Huan froze. T3 class, that was his dream starfighter. Only the Ace Fleet or Capital Star Patrols were equipped. Extremely expensive to build and superb performance. After thinking about it, Zhao spoke. But we can make use of the creatures that this planet currently has. Creature? Zhao nodded slightly. You should have all seen what happened to the Vice Commander just now. There are still some primitive creatures left on this planet, so we can utilize these creatures and have them go over to the Solo Empire side. Although it's not very damaging, it can definitely make the Solo Empire's hands busy. And at this time, we'll take advantage of the opportunity to escape. That sounds good. But why should these creatures listen to us? Saran blinked with a curious look on his face. These creatures aren't human, so how can they listen to them? Rushing over there will only get you bitten by them. So we're going to watch and see what exactly characterizes these creatures. Observe? The crowd looked at each other. If someone else had said that, they would have been very disgusted and despised. At first glance, they were just pretending. But when Zhao said this, they actually looked forward to it. Commander, how in the world do you know so many things? Saran wondered. I learned that in school, but I heard Sister Su Xian say that all the commanders who can come to our place are stupid and ugly. How come you don't seem to be? The corner of Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. So that's how everyone looked at himself before. Patting Su Ran's head. Alright, you come with me to observe these animals. Then I'll go too. Without waiting for Zhao Yi to refuse, Su Huan took the gun and ran away. Zhao Yi had no choice but to bring her along. The others also wanted to go along but were rejected by Zhao Yi. The fewer people observing the creatures naturally, the better, and once their habits are found they can be driven or lured into the territory of the Solo Empire. On the other side, the Solo Empire's main base station on planet M787 realized that something was wrong. ZG-22 copy, please return. Copy, please reply. Jerry walked in and said, "What's going on? What's wrong?" A correspondent stood up hurriedly. "Major, it's just now time for the frontline positions to contact us, but there's no response from their side. I'm trying to connect. Is it connected?" "Not yet." Jerry sensed something was wrong. There was a fleet on standby outside the range of planet M787 right now. It wasn't clear what this group of forces wanted, but there was clearly some kind of conspiracy. Now that even the frontline positions have lost contact, there must be something wrong. Send someone over to check it out if you can't get in touch. Yes. Jerry walked out of the room feeling the ground begin to shake as if something was coming. Everyone in the Solo Empire's base sensed the anomaly and gazed into the distance. The beasts of this planet. The beasts? Jerry froze in place. The planet did retain some indigenous beasts. These monsters have extremely low brain capacity, and their intelligence is not working. So they weren't looking for death, and Jerry left them alone, not realizing they were coming at the base. Prepare for battle and destroy all these beasts. Yes, the soldiers of the Solo Empire arrived at the battle site, some setting up electromagnetic machine guns, others floating in mid-air. Seeing various beasts darting not far away, among them was a red stone man that was at least 5 or 6 meters in size. Of course, the Solo Empire's electromagnetic weapons were more than enough to fight the beasts. An electromagnetic bomb flew toward the front, turning into a mushroom cloud, but the beasts showed no signs of stopping and continued on over the carcasses in front of them. It's as if there's something behind them that's even more terrifying than this EMP. Jerry stroked his chin as he watched the video ahead of him. These humongous beasts are not a problem for themselves, but the behavior is very strange. Major, we have detected an energy reactor in operation near planet M787. Preliminary detection is a starship. Starships? How could this location be any other starship? Is it another Imperial fleet? But it should have checked in with us before taking off. Not really. Track it for me. Yes. Whoosh. Several detection robots were launched from over the base, which were very small and extremely fast. In the blink of an eye it was around the gospel. Empire of the Sun? The crowd was dumbfounded at the sight of the starship logo. How did this starship get in here without detection? It's incredible. If it was a surprise attack, how come it retreated again? Shoot me down. In the Solo Empire's ground command center, rows of anti-aircraft weapons were aimed at the Evangelion as it prepared to lift off. In the next second, these anti-aircraft weapons let out a huge explosion. 10 Shin Megami Tensei fighters flew over the area, destroying the anti-aircraft weapons that were ready to be fired. Suhwan sat in the starship fighter excitedly. Let you guys taste the power. This is the power of God's might. Ha ha ha. It won't blow up the annihilation cannons, but it's nice to blow up these things. The commander's development of the Shin Megami Tensei is fantastic. We'll just draw fire. The commander told us not to get too close. Do you all hear me? Whoever scraps the divine might will be punished when we get back. Yes. In the military base, Jerry frowned at the sound of explosions outside and asked, "What's the situation? There are starship fighters out there attacking us? Don't let them get away." Yes. The stationed ground units immediately took up arms and returned fire. The weapons hit the starfighter in a ripple. An energy shield? This is actually a T2 class fighter. The crowd was a bit confused. This kind of fighter shouldn't be here. Everyone knows that the Sun Federation's T2 class weapons never appear on the front battlefield. The death-fearing Federals would just let the silver-haired girl charge forward and hide behind themselves. Trouble, T2 class starfighters aren't easy to shoot down. Jerry was a little anxious. After the start of the Interstellar War, the direction of weapons development on each planet became starships and fighters, with very slow development of ground-based weapons. Because most wars break out in the universe, coverage bombardment of ground targets by starships is a descending strike. So when Su Huan and the other starfighters appeared, they beat up the Solo Empire's defense forces. It's mostly just that the other side went through the fleet station outside of planet M787, or else it wouldn't have been like this. Sisters, it's almost time. Let's retreat. Yes. When Su Huan left, the gospel began to accelerate back to the ship. Report, the starship we spotted earlier is starting to accelerate. Jerry stroked his chin. These guys came to planet M787 presumably for reconnaissance, and they're actually equipped with T2 class fighters. This can't be let off the hook. Commander, are the annihilation cannons activated? Jerry shook his head. Kill the chicken. The annihilator cannons require so much energy and impulse energy for so long that a starship isn't necessary. Connect me to Fleet 39 stationed on the outskirts of planet M787. Yes. A bearded middle-aged man appeared on the screen in front of Jerry. Major Jerry, I was just about to contact you. We detected a starship taking off from planet M787. Where did this come from? Starships of the Solar Federation. The bearded middle-aged man froze. Don't be ridiculous. How could a starship from the Solar Federation appear here? We don't know how he got through the recon. Probably shut down the energy reactor a few days earlier and slid all the way through. So what do I need to do? Jerry said seriously. These guys don't know what they're doing on planet M787, but they definitely have an ulterior motive. So I want Major Dunn to eliminate him. Don nodded. It's a small matter. Since the other side only has one starship, I'll send 2 star destroyers over, enough to destroy the opposite side. Jerry shook his head. No, they have another fleet waiting outside of planet M787 that may come in afterward. You'll have to pay a little attention. If they come in here, I'll wipe them out. Dunn was unimpressed. Dispatch the 2 destroyers, the Ike and the Scorpion, to take out the other side. Don hung up the communication and turned his head to start commanding. Yes. Move the other hulls to position D45 and watch for fleet movements outside planet M787. Yes. In the meantime, the opening of the energy reactor on the Evangelion was made known to Sean. The henchman hurried to Sean's room and knocked on the door. Sean is having a quickie with a beautiful woman with a tail. Who is it? Looking for death. Are you? My lord. There's movement on the gospel. Gospel number. Sean pushed the beautiful woman out of the way as he dressed and came into the command room to see a blinking point of light moving across the screen. None other than the Evangelion. No. How is it that two other points of light are passing towards the Evangelion? What now? Sean asked the little brother next to him. Lord, the Evangelion activated its energy reactor not too long ago, presumably trying to leave planet M787, but it has been discovered by the Solo Empire fleet on the outskirts of planet M787, and they sent 2 star destroyers in pursuit. Will it catch up? The Evangelion isn't going very fast and should be encountered in about an hour at 50,000 kilometers from us. Hell, he'd gotten himself to this place, and if the Evangelion was taken by the Solo Empire, what the hell was he getting himself into? Wouldn't it be a wasted trip? What about other starship movements in the Solo Empire? The other starships are still in place. What are we going to do? Sean bowed his head in contemplation. The purpose of this visit was the Evangelion, and he couldn't let it sink before his eyes. If the 6-sided cube was discovered by the Solo Empire, it wouldn't be so easy to get it back. All fleets on command. Move forward. We must find them before they wipe out the Evangelion. Yes. A fleet of 8 starships entered planet M787. The captain of the pirate combat team whispered, Lord, will we cause unnecessary trouble if we enter planet M787? The people of the Solo Empire have warned us before, and I'm afraid we'll have to go to war if we want to enter this time. Sean naturally knew. There's no way around it. The 6-sided cube has to be taken back, even if it will cost a certain amount. Inform everyone and prepare for battle. Understood. Sean looked at the screen in front of him. It was a race against time. They need to take the Evangelion before they lose more starships and make a hasty retreat. Gospel number. The crowd gathered around Zhaoi and chattered noisily, their eyes filled with flashes of excitement. Commander, how do you control these beasts? Yeah, they're actually going to head towards the Solo Empire's ground command center. I just saw it from the starship. The ground command of the Solo Empire is blacked out with all kinds of beasts. Zhaoi smiled. Beasts have much simpler behaviors compared to humans. They all come from instinct. And after what I've found, these beasts hang out in random places, and there's a trail pretty much wherever they can live. Except in one place. What place? The eyes of the crowd revealed curiosity and admiration. The commander is like an all-knowing god who knows everything. Zhaoi smiled and said, there aren't any wild beasts near a volcano, even if there's plenty of food and water there. Why is that? Commander, don't sell us short. Just tell us. Yeah, where the hell have you and Sister Suwon been? Su Xian stood to the side and watched with her head on one side. She was equally very curious. Sister Suwon, why don't you tell me? Su Huan spread his hands. I don't know. Su Ran and I were only responsible for protecting him and taking him to various places, but to say what the solution is, I don't know. As he was saying this, the entire ship flashed red in warning sounds. That means someone's targeting their hull. The crowd no longer surrounded Zhaoi and hurriedly returned to their fighting positions. Zhaoi got up and sat in the center of the command room. Debriefing. Commander, there are 2 star destroyers on their way from position 32 on planet M787. Both destroyers are T1 class. T1 level? Su Huan fell into a cold smile and opened his mouth. Commander, let me go over there. All 10 of our divine might will be deployed. Not to say that we will destroy all 2 ships, but at least we will be able to keep them from advancing. Su Huan felt horribly strong right now. Flying on his T1 class fighters before, he hadn't been afraid himself. Not to mention that there are now T2 class fighters with even more firepower and energy shields. Su Xian stood aside without saying anything. She wanted to see how Zhaoi would command, saying that it wasn't right that he wasn't there anymore. Zhaoi was able to command better instead. She never imagined that she'd actually listen to a Federation man's ideas one day when it came to war. Zhaoi shook his head. No. Why? We can't say how many we can eliminate with our current firepower. But 2 T1 class destroyers are still not afraid. It's not that easy for them to take out our T2 class fighters. Zhaoi raised his head. What's our mission? Don't forget. The T2 class divine might will indeed be able to hold these 2 destroyers at bay, but it will only lead to more trouble. Su Huan understood and stopped talking. At that moment, a silver-haired girl spoke up. Commander, there is a request for a connection. Who? The Solo Empire side. Oh, pick it up. A bearded middle-aged man appeared on the screen in front of Zhaoyi's eyes, wearing the Solo Empire's military uniform, and his rank didn't look low. He looked around and finally placed his eyes on Zhaoi. Gentlemen of the Solar Federation, you no longer have the means to leave planet M787, and here I have a suggestion for you. Suggestions? Tell me. Joey sat in his seat with his legs stretched out, his attitude a bit arrogant. This made the other party a bit upset. Brats! I order you to return to planet M787 and surrender immediately so you can still live for a while. When my star destroyers find you, you'll be dead. Joey scat his tongue. That's a bit too full of words, isn't it? The other party laughed instead of being angry, his beard trembling. What? You want to deal with us with a T1 class frigate whose main guns are not as powerful as my destroyers? Everyone is in protective armor, but our range is above yours, and firing first you have no recourse. Joey returned. It may be true that we can't beat your 2 drive destroyers, but we have reinforcements. Reinforcements? That's right. You guys do realize that there's a fleet outside of planet M787. Joey was ready to pull down the fleet of another unknown power. Since they were waiting for themselves outside planet M787, it must be nothing good. As he was talking, Xin handed over a report. Joey looked at it and smiled. If your reconnaissance system is okay, you should know that this fleet is closing in on us, and it's not certain who will lose or win when the time comes. The opposite party's expression turns serious. So this is what you look up to. Since you won't surrender, let's meet on the battlefield. I'm going to shatter your backbone with my own hands. Let's see what you say then. After saying that, the other party hung up the communication. Joey smiled as he looked at the report in his hand, which showed that the fleet outside planet M787 had actually come in. I don't know why, but this is good for Joey. Commander, who exactly is this group of forces? Xin was a bit curious. This fleet was clearly going to intervene in their war with the Solo Empire. In this neighborhood Xin really couldn't think of which side of the force actually had the guts to be so big. Joey shook his head. I don't know. Report the positions of the various forces and simulate the battle. Yes. The silver-haired girl's fingers kept tapping on the keys. When the simulation results come out, the 2 destroyers from the Solo Empire will collide with us first, and the rest of the Solo Empire fleet will collide with the forces outside planet M787. According to the current battle estimate, we can escape from 2 destroyers in pursuit, and the Solo Empire will wipe out the other side at the cost of 5 starships. Joey nodded slightly. The strength of the Solo Empire was still stronger than the other side. Apart from the 2 star destroyers that came to him, the rest of the starships could all be T2 level. That's a lot better than that fleet of unknown forces. The way the prognosis is going, we only have to deal with 2 destroyers. Su Huan, you lead the combatants out, but remember not to fire without my order. Understood. The commander is trying to catch them off guard, right? Joey nodded. That's right. By the time they realized that the 2 star destroyers didn't have the means to eliminate us, we had all run away. They'd be too late to chase us even if they wanted to. And the 2 of them riding together isn't an easy retreat. Yes. Su Wan gathered the team and headed for the hangar. 10 frames of God's might disappeared into the universe. Joey turned his head to look at Xin staring at himself and curiously said, What are you looking at me for? Is there something to add? Xin looked back and blushed. I seem to have been a little embarrassed that I was looking too out of my mind just now. No. The commander ordered it well. Really? Xin turned her head away. Really? If it were me I would probably do whatever it takes to escape, even sending a portion of my men to block these 2 star destroyers. But we're under fire now, and my previous methods are no longer useful. That's not true. Your judgment still works for me. The 2 men smiled at each other. Su Ran looked at the 2 curiously, always feeling strange. Shani fleet. Learning that the other starships of the Solo Empire had made their move. Sean sighed. What was meant to be would indeed come. How long can we hold out against the attack from the other side? An hour won't be a problem. And if the formation is a little better, it might cost the other team more. But there's a problem. Sean, speak. Our objective is the Evangelion, but based on the current battlefield situation, they will encounter the Solo Empire star destroyers first, and based on our simulation results, the Evangelion will be beaten senseless. Sean looked down and pondered. Which is our fastest starship? The Falcon, a T2 class spaceship, a starship of many functions in one. Command down as I have ordered, and have the Falcon sail alone, targeting the Evangelion and the 2 Solo Empire star destroyer battlefields. The rest of our starships are ready to block the Solo Empire fleet and retreat with all 6 sides of the Tesseract. Yes, the Solo Empire did not respond to the change in Sean's fleet. If they want to send a starship to the Evangelion, let them. Why not make the head-to-head firefight easier at the cost of 2 T1 class destroyers? None of them are going to get away anyway. Waiting to pack up the main fleet myself, before turning my head to the Evangelion. The strange movement of planet M787 meanwhile made the frontline fortress city Shillador notice. This large-scale fleet engagement always reveals a hint of unusual. Looking at the changing scene in the simulation disk, the bald lieutenant colonel was in deep thought. and the other staff officers could not understand it even more. What's the situation? How come the Solo Empire's fleet on planet M787 has started moving? Yeah, where did the other group of starships come from? What exactly is the crossfire point of this battle? Why is the Solo Empire suddenly fighting another fleet? Is this an opportunity? The crowd couldn't see it. The bald lieutenant colonel glanced around the simulation board and then ordered his men to order the simulation. No matter how it was modeled, this unknown fleet would only be wiped out if they didn't flee. Although the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, the gap in strength was not so easy to bridge. Strange. This doesn't even run. Ready to die with the Solo Empire? Why? This fleet should have analog discs, right? Why are we still charging forward when we're going to die anyway? Does this fleet have some secret weapon, or something that compels them to move forward? The lieutenant colonel seemed to think of something and opened his mouth to inquire. Where is the Evangelion at present? The gospel? The other staff generals froze at that. You mean the gospel ship from the grave of the silver-haired girl? Yes. A subordinate to the side investigated and spoke. Based on the positioning just now, the Evangelion activated its energy reactor at this location. When he finished, another point of light lit up on the analog disc. Here? Yes. According to the course prediction, they are preparing to come back. Looks like the scouting mission is done. Several people showed surprised expressions. Traveling to M787, that was a mission to death. Not only is there a solo Imperial fleet, but there appears to be a Star Annihilator cannon. I didn't expect them to come back alive and even encounter a big battle. Strange. Are these two starships that left alone going after the gospel? In the simulation disk, the two starships of the Solo Empire had moved farther and farther away from the main fleet, apparently on a separate mission. This unknown force also has one headed toward the Evangelion. The crowd looked very puzzled as the two starships of the Solo Empire left, which gave the fleet of unknown forces a little bit of hope. After all, there were fewer opponents to face, but this immediately transferred itself away from one. They're all targeting the gospel? Why is that? The crowd had two heads in one. What the hell is this about? It can't be that Evangelion got this fight started, can it? Is there anything on the gospel? All the fighting arose because of Evangelion? The bald lieutenant colonel bowed his head in contemplation. The drawings of a T2 class fighter were found on the gospel earlier. Could this be it? That can't be right. It's not like it's a T3 level drawing. There's no need to get into a big fight over this. Is there something else on board the gospel that has forced a big fight between the two sides? Where is our nearest fleet? A vice admiral spoke up. The closest fleet to planet M787 is the G29 fleet of the Lewis Nebula, currently on standby. This fleet contains 17 starships, but they are all silver-haired maidens T1 class starships. What do you mean, Commander? This is a good opportunity to hit planet M787. Even if the Solo Empire fleet eliminates this unknown force, I'm afraid that they themselves have suffered heavy casualties. The other fleets are not as fast as we are from planet M787. As long as planet M787 is taken back, the Solo Empire's offensive will definitely be hindered. The crowd thought it made some sense. Now the Solo Empire's offensive is unstoppable. The current repair is not because the other side is afraid, but because the Solo Empire's supply line is too long. It is ready to use M787 as a new supply planet for the expedition. When the subsequent supply arrives, it will definitely continue to push forward. As soon as planet M787 was shot down, what they had done before to prepare for it would be for nothing. But I've heard that planet M787 already has the Solo Empire's Annihilator cannon, which is so powerful that it can even wipe out our fleet with a single shot. If this goes over, won't it be a death sentence? The bald lieutenant colonel spoke. That's why now is the opportunity. The Solo Empire fleet is currently heading over towards the periphery, and when they are in combat, it's unlikely that the Annihilator cannons will exterminate their own fleet along with them. So what if it fires anyway? Same thing. In case it's worth it to us, losing 17 T1 class starships and 10 T2 class starships on the other side. Who do you think it's worth it? The crowd thought about it. They could build 17 of them in the blink of an eye, and the dead ones were still silver-haired girls that could be mass-produced. As for commanders, that's only a few. The battle damage ratio can be much better than the Solo Empire side. Not to mention the fact that the Solo Empire doesn't necessarily open fire, and the Annihilator cannon thing is far more of a deterrent than firing. Alright, I'll report back to General Win right away. Aha! All the forces throughout planet M787 were watching the battle. Right now it's just combat. After that it may escalate into a battle. Joey led the Evangelion closer and closer to the two star destroyers of the Solo Empire. Commander, there's movement over there. Su Xin pointed to the combat table in front of him. According to the movements of the individual starships transmitted back in real time, there was actually a T2 class universe ship on its way over. This new model of starship has only appeared in the last few decades. The main thing that rains down is protective armor. energy shields, energy main cannons, defensive main cannons, and fighters, but none of them are strong. Very advantageous for solo missions. Limited effectiveness in fleet wars. Not as good as a single starship. What's another one? How is this fleet of unknown forces on us? The crowd was puzzled. Is this dog-eared? On the opposite side was a universe ship with an energy shield. Joey wasn't really sure about it. And it must have been loaded with T2 level starfighters as well. Commander, the 2 star destroyers of the Solo Empire have engaged the sudden arrival of the cosmic ship. The sound of Suwon's voice came to his ears. Stand by. Joey bit his thumbnail. The battle situation was really becoming more and more unintelligible. He didn't expect the fleet of this unknown force to be so obsessed with himself that they actually sent a universe ship over. Yes. Suwon hung up the communication, and Joey came to the simulation board for the simulation. No matter how they fought, the opposite universe ship was crushing them in every way, trying to defeat it unless it shatters the energy shield. But the opposite side just has to hit itself with one shot and it's hiccuped. Joey looked into the distance and was able to see a little fire emanating from the universe. It's a star destroyer destroyed. If he didn't do something about it, he wouldn't be able to escape this fate, and he would definitely come for himself after it wiped out the 2 destroyers. Commander, there's a connection. Who? The shapely LT. Colonel Lin Fu. Him? Joey recognized this man. Wasn't it that bald lieutenant colonel? What's the connection for at this point? After connecting, the familiar face appeared in front of Joey. Bald head, white-eyed beard, and a calm demeanor. The man appeared to be in the conference room, with a number of other generals standing next to him talking at the top of their lungs. Joey saluted. Greetings, Lieutenant Colonel. The opposite side of the table waved its hand. Now what? Having completed the reconnaissance mission, I was preparing to return to resume my duties, but I encountered an unknown force as well as the Solo Empire in pursuit, currently trying to find a way to retreat. So what did you guys scout out? What's on planet M787? Planet M787 has the Solo Empire ground command. No change in ecology, and the crystal mines are on the verge of depletion. And, no more. Suxin blinked and looked at Joey curiously. Wasn't there an annihilator cannon? That was the most important thing. This thing could destroy a fleet with one shot. Joey naturally wouldn't say it. If he did, their mission would become destroying the Star Destroyer cannon, and that would be a problem. Will he or she go or not go then? LT. Colonel Lin Fu stroked his beard. Then how come I heard that there is a Star Annihilator cannon on planet M787? And you didn't see such a big thing? Sight isn't too good. Ha? Joey was dumbfounded. This guy actually knowingly asked and flirted with himself. Oh, you mean this? I saw it for the first time too and was about to tell you about it. Don't beat a dead horse here. The higher-ups have given you a new assignment. Joey was speechless for a while. Lieutenant Colonel, you probably don't know much about our situation. We're being chased. If there's any kind of mission, can we wait until we get to Shapely NATO alive? I am well aware of your situation, but the mission must be done as well. What mission? It's not going to be for us to destroy the Annihilator cannon, is it? The colonel smiled and snapped his fingers. Yes, that's the mission. You boys sure are smart. The corners of Zhao Yi's mouth twitched as he thought about what was coming. The other silver-haired girls were shocked beyond belief. How can this be done? There must be tons of defense equipment near the Annihilator. I'm afraid it won't work with just one of us. The Evangelion. If you can't, I'm afraid we're going to lose a lot of our fleet. What do you mean? Just now General Wing gave a new order for a counterattack. The G-29 fleet from the Lewis Nebula is heading to planet M787 to prepare for battle. If you guys can't complete your mission to destroy this Annihilator cannon, then this thing is not to be messed up with one shot. Joey froze. This fleet, if I remember correctly, are all silver-haired girls forming a T1 class fleet. That's right. They'll probably be scrapped for it, and the Federation will lose 17 valiant commanders. The lieutenant colonel didn't care. Suxin froze in place in amazement. The entire fleet of silver-haired girls. I'm afraid it must be several thousand. And there was someone he knew in it. Su Yun. Joey stared at the other party. This is an act of sending people to their deaths. I absolutely disagree. I'm on the front lines, I know what's going on here. Getting the fleet over here definitely won't work. Whether or not we send you to your deaths depends on your mission. The appearance of the unknown force fleet gives us a good opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, not to mention the silver-haired maiden, even the Federated People's capital star would have been flattened by the Solo Empire's starships. You are closest to the Annihilator. If you don't go, you will be disobeying military orders, while the counterattack operations will not stop. If the people of the Solo Empire drive off and run, it's all the same. With that said, the lieutenant colonel hung up the communication. How come? The silver-haired girls sat paralyzed on the floor. They didn't care that they might die, but they didn't want thousands of their compatriots to be taken out by the Annihilator. Commander, the Solo Empire's 2 star destroyers have been destroyed. The unknown force's cosmic ship's same energy shield was attacked with 3 main gunshots. We should be able to break it with 1 more shot. Commander, the spaceship is accelerating over. Commander, the main fleet of the Solo Empire has engaged the unknown force fleet. What do we do? Listening to a burst of reports, Zhao instead calmed down quite a bit. Su Xian stepped forward and whispered, Commander, you don't have to think about us. The Evangelion is equipped with a return escape pod. You'll be able to travel to Shapely NATO in it. I just hope you'll take Su Ran with you. The other silver-haired girls looked at Zhao. If he escaped alone, the crowd wouldn't feel bad, instead they would feel grateful. A Confederate who looks out for them deserves to live. Commander, get out of here before it's too late. Zhao asked rhetorically. If I leave, what are you going to do? Then naturally, we're going on a mission. Returning to planet M787 and preparing for the mission. Even if we don't go on the mission, I'm afraid we'll be wiped out by this T2 class universe ship. This, Zhao just wanted to refuse, suddenly thought of something and excitedly held Su Xian's hand. Thanks to you, I thought of it. Ha? Su Xian froze. What are you thanking yourself for? I didn't do anything. Hands. Su Xian blushed as she felt the force on her hand. Commander, you. Zhao took a look and hastily let go of his hand. Sorry, I was just too excited. What the hell is going on here? Zhao looked at the crowd and explained. You just reminded me when you said return to planet M787. We definitely can't beat this T2 class universe ship by forcing a breakout. Now we can only return. Returning? Zhao nodded and said. I probably know what's going on with this sudden appearance of the fleet. The crowd's pupils widened, and Su Huan curiously said, You know them? I don't know them, but they know us, and if you really haven't made any enemies before, then there's a good chance that this group of forces is here to find this thing. After saying that, Zhao took out the 6-sided Rubik's Cube that he had been carrying. Tesseract? Zhao nodded his head and said, That's right, the thing that the pirates who star-jumped to the Sun Federation territory before were carrying was this. And there's only one possibility for this fleet that suddenly appeared to come towards us, and that's to come and retrieve this thing. Su Xian understood. So even at the risk of being attacked by the Solo Empire, they want to find us. Su Ran looked at the Rubik's Cube in Zhao Yi's hand. Is this thing really that important? It doesn't even matter if you lose a fleet? What exactly is inside? That's something only they know. Su Xian nodded slightly. So if we return with this group of fleets will have no choice but to retreat, or be completely destroyed by the Solo Empire. Saran, but then we'll have to face the ground forces of the Solo Empire. Zhao sighed. We can only take one step at a time. First go to planet M787. After that we'll think of something. Good. Evangelion changing course. Targeting planet M787. So want everyone return to the ship and secure around the Evangelion. Yes. Hiding near the universe ship. Su Huan piloted Divine Might towards the Evangelion in pursuit. The T2 class spaceship was dumbfounded. What's going on? He's just recharging his main gun and the other guys out of range? Equally puzzled were Lord Sean and Major Dunn, who were engaged in battle. Both of them are tasked with blocking their opponents. One is to keep Dawn from taking on the Evangelion and letting his own spaceship destroy the Evangelion. The other is to keep the Gospel from meeting up with the other side. This perfect misunderstanding created the big fight. Both fleets had suffered considerable damage. The universe was filled with energy light waves and explosions. Particle beams and laser cannons flying everywhere. Debris from the destruction of starships filled the universe. Lord Sean, the Gospel has turned its head. A henchman shouted anxiously. What? Lord Sean, who was commanding the battle, was dumbfounded. He'd gone this far in fear of the Solo Empire exterminating the Evangelion before he could. And as a result, the Evangelion went back to M787? Then you sacrificed 4 starships for nothing. Dawn on the other side was equally shocked. What the fuck is this for? The 2 star destroyers he had sent there were both destroyed. It's clear that both sides are about to meet. And then one of them suddenly turns around and leaves? Haven't had an operation like this in all my time fighting. Major Dunn. The opposite side is retreating. Retreated? Dawn looked at the light spots on the war disk. The other side had really started to retreat. Major, should we go after them? Major, the Solar Federation's G-29 fleet in the Lewis Nebula is moving toward here, and seems to be headed for us. What? Major Dunn froze in place. The news shook him more than if the opposite side had retreated. After a battle was fought not long ago, the 2 sides heartily began to recuperate, and now it's about to begin again. The other side is defiant. Major, what should we do? Should we retreat to the range of the Annihilator cannon and stand by? If they dare to come, we'll blast them. Good. Since the Annihilator cannon was here, there was no need for them to fight hard with the other side. It was fortunate that the Star Annihilator cannons had not been fired just now. Or else the G-29 fleet of the Lewis Nebula would have arrived during the time it took for the Star Annihilator cannons to recharge. Now as long as they don't launch, that's a deterrent. Report battle damage. The other side lost 4 starships, 2 T1 class and 2 T2 class. We lost 3, 2 T1 class star destroyers and 1 T2 class battleship. Wait, don't they have another spaceship returning? Right. Destroy him. Yes. Whoosh. More than 100 T2 class fighters flew out from the Solo Empire's star carriers. Although Sean's universe ship was protected by an energy shield, there was no way it could withstand so many attacks, and it was soon blasted into slag. The battle cost Sean so much that he had to find a place to hide. Waste. All fucking waste. Sean looks at one of his minions and gets upset, kicking him over and going up for a few thuds. The others didn't dare make a sound for fear of attracting Sean's attention. He originally thought that although there was a bit of attrition this time, he could definitely take down the gospel, but he didn't expect the gospel to run away at the critical moment. Lord, we just detected the Sun Federation's fleet coming over. If we don't leave we might get caught in the wave. What now? Sean didn't know what to do. Going back now was definitely not an option, and he hadn't gotten his purchase yet. But there's no use staying here. A battle between 2 civilizations was not something he could sway. Let's find a planet nearby to stand by first. Yes, the war between the Sun Federation and the Solo Empire will be fought here after Sean leaves. In order to preserve this frontline position of theirs, the Solo Empire mobilized several surrounding fleets to rush in for support. The Solar Federation has also mobilized fleets from all regions for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Their mission was to just block the reinforcements from the Solo Empire. Planet M787's fleet had just lost 3 ships in a single battle, and the others had suffered a significant degree of attrition, and the G-29 fleet of the Lewis Nebula was fully capable of annihilating it, provided it doesn't get hit by the Annihilator. There was silence in the city conference room of the shapely fortress. With the return of the Evangelion to planet M787, something magical happened. The 2 fleets that were fighting actually separated. Outrageous. Just outrageous. Yes, this war is just like scratching and clawing. 1 second you're killing each other. The next second you say you're withdrawing. I still can't figure out what this unknown force fleet is up to. You say you're going to send a good death, lose a few starships and run away? Then why don't you just stop fighting? The crowd was spitting blood in anger. The consequence of Sean's fleet running away was that the Solo Imperial fleet didn't suffer heavy losses. Commander, is this plan still going ahead? The bald lieutenant colonel was silent. The Solar Federation's plan at first was for the G-29 fleet to use this battlefield as cover to get to planet M787 while the 2 fleets fought to the death. There was no use in firing the Annihilator cannon even if he wanted to. There was no way he could have gotten through his own fleet to hit the G-29 fleet further down the line. As long as the G-29 fleet mixes it up with the Solo Imperial fleet, then the mission is considered a success. It didn't matter if Zhao Yi's side could destroy the Star Destroyer cannon or not. The mission itself was for them to die. But with the 2 fleets not fighting and the Solo Empire returning, a problem arises. The G-29 fleet entering planet M787 right now would surely be run through with a single shot from the annihilation cannons. Let's put G-29 on standby outside planet M787 for now. What about the unknown force fleet? Forget it for now. Just because they deal with the Solo Empire doesn't mean they're our allies. Don't make trouble. Yes, beyond the range of planet M787, a fleet of 17 starships of various kinds had arrived in a standby position. The silver-haired girl in the hull kept running. All fleets are ready to go. Damn it, all ready for a vacation. And I end up having to come here on a mission. Sitting in the commanding position was a woman who wasn't too old wearing a somewhat revealing outfit. Wang Rushuan. With her position in the family, it put her in the position of captain of the G-29 fleet of the Lewis Nebula. What's the situation on planet M787 now? A silver-haired girl stood out. Zhao Yi would definitely be surprised in that this silver-haired girl had short shoulder-length hair, but her appearance was similar, if not identical, to Su Xin. Planet M787 was attacked by an unknown fleet not too long ago. The Solo Empire's fleet lost 3 ships and the others were damaged to varying degrees. General Don asked us to make sure we get planet M787 back. Wang Rushuan listened with some impatience. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Then why don't we set off? Although Wang Rushuan was the fleet commander-in-chief, she usually left everything to the silver-haired girl next to her. General Dunn told us to stand by here. 1 step further and we'd likely be hit by the Annihilator cannons on planet M787. It's so dangerous. And there's actually a Star Annihilator cannon. This kind of death-dealing mission is not enough for you guys to come, but actually let me come. Wang Rushuan was a little annoyed and a little scared. She came to this fleet to practice. She didn't expect the Solo Empire to attack so strongly. And in the blink of an eye, she arrived near the shapely NATO. So we'll just wait here? The Evangelion is on a Star Annihilator destruction mission. so when the Star Annihilator is destroyed, we can march in. The silver-haired girl replied without panic. The Evangelion? That's what this bunch of losers can destroy? The way I see it, we're just here to go through the motions, and then we'll have to go back on our asses later. The silver-haired girl pinned her broken hair behind her ear. It is indeed a possibility. If the Annihilator cannon can't be destroyed, the Lieutenant Colonel's side shouldn't let the war expand. Wang Rushuan yawned. Alright, I'll leave the command here to you. I'm going to go take a beauty nap. I've been working too hard in the recent period of time and I've grown acne. Yes. After Wang Rushuan left, the silver-haired girl walked over to the window to look at the M787 fine planet in the distance. Su-Hsin. So you're here, on planet M787. The soldiers of the Solo Empire were searching for the returning Evangelion, but no matter how much they looked, they couldn't find it. This planet is not too big, not too small, but trying to find a starship that has cut off all signals is no easy task. Rumble. A Divine Might fighter jet flew by at low altitude, causing a wave of abuse from the Solo Imperials below. It's this damn starfighter again, playing games with us based on its speed? Hurry up and report to command. This is the Jowie strategy. Every time the people of the Solo Empire tried to find them, they were interfered with by Divine Might, and the Solo Empire defense weapons were too far away to pose a threat to them. Commander, are you sure about this? Su-Xin sighed. You should have left first on your own just now. Now you can't even think about leaving. Jowie smiled. It's fine. We'll be able to leave after we destroy the Star Destroyer cannon. Su-Xin looked up at the distant Annihilator cannon, a barrel that seemed to pierce the sky. Can this thing really be destroyed? Jowie nodded. It's definitely possible, but we need to make some preparations. Make some preparations? Jowie returned to the R&D room of the Evangelion and spoke. I need a few hours to design a brand new T2 class man mech. T2 level? Su-Xin froze. The development of man mechs could be much slower than the development of starships or not developed at all after that. Mainly this thing is not very applicable and can only be used for ground combat. Currently the most advanced starship is T3. I heard that the Solo Empire is even researching T3, 5 class starships, and in more distant civilizations there are even T4 class starships that are already being researched. And manned mechs are only up to T2 level at the moment, and that's still the result of research from a century ago. Nobody's been working on this stuff lately, but surely a mech would be more appropriate for combat at the moment. The Evangelion will now don't take seconds if it dares to show its head. Just be careful you guys don't get caught. Remember to let Suwon do the harassing. Understood. Jowie entered the research and development room after giving instructions. The other silver-haired girls carefully guarded their surroundings. Time passed by, and when Jowie came out again, the time on planet M787 was already nighttime, and countless stars could be seen when he raised his head. Commander, you're out. Su-Xin led the way. Well, this is the T2 class manned mech I developed, the green one. Su-Won took it in his hand and looked at it. He didn't understand the parameters of this mech, but how it looked like a phoenix with wings. Is this thing awesome? It's enough to deal with the Solo Empire's ground defense forces, and as long as the opposite side's T2 class starfighters don't enter the battle, we're sure to win. And what if the opposite T2 class fighters enter the battle? Jowie laughed. It's useless to join the battle. By the time they react, we'll all be near the Annihilator cannon. If he has the guts to blow up the Annihilator cannon himself. The crowd smiled at that. Su-Xin frowned. Commander, if this mech is really like you said, then we reckon to complete the mission this time. But we don't have so many materials, and there's not enough stock in terms of weapons. Yeah, we've used up all the materials we bought before. And now the only thing in the warehouse are the energy crystals we mined before. But this is something we can't spend now. The crowd sighed at that. Now even if they had drawings for a T4 class starship it would be useless. They simply didn't have the materials to make one. Jowie lowered his head in contemplation and finally placed his gaze on the gospel. The gospel was now hidden by them in a valley. The large forest outside serving as a good camouflage. Then we'll just have to take the gospel apart. Demolished? The crowd froze. This was their only starship. If this is torn down, can we still leave? Su Ran was a little reluctant. Even though the gospel is their grave. Is it even going to be a grave now? Jowie looked at the crowd. The Evangelion is definitely useless now. And there's no way for us to pilot it when we go on a mission afterward. I don't know if I'll make it back alive. So it's okay to tear it down. But, the crowd looked to the gospel. Worn out before departure but now brand new after their repairs and maintenance. Su-Xin turned her head and said, Alright, everyone, hurry up. We have to lose the annihilation cannons or else the G-29 fleet will probably be wiped out. Good. The multi-purpose robot and the silver-haired girl began to get busy, carrying down the equipment and instruments within the ship, and later dismantling the hull. Su Yen and Su Won, on the other hand, started the manufacturing and production of the mechs, while installing the ship's defensive weapons on the mechs. Aside from the star main gun, which doesn't have to run, the subguns and EM mini-turrets are good. Zhao Yi pointed at the Shinwei in the hangar. Move all these fighters out and dismantle them. Ha! As soon as Su Huan heard this, she went forward and hugged Zhao Yi's thigh. Just leave me a little bit. Leave a rack. Will you? No. This mech of ours is equipped with energy shields and electromagnetic cannons, which the Evangelion doesn't have, so we'll have to dismantle your fighter. Don't. Su Huan's desperate attempts to stop it didn't help. The starfighters were still being towed away and dismantled for parts. One by one, the mechs were produced according to the requirements of the drawings, and because of the limited number of parts, only 10 mechs had the energy shield effect, and the others could only be considered as pseudo T2 level mechs. Just as dawn was approaching, the people of the Solo Empire found them. I found them. They're here. Hearing the commotion inside the forest, the Solo Empire launched a powerful energy bomb. Just hear the rumble. After a loud bang, the entire forest was blasted to the ground. The crowd looked at the forest shrouded in smoke and fire. Now the gang should be dead. Right at this moment, the sound of mechanical rotation came out from the smoke, followed by the green Luan piloted by Su Huan rushing out. This mech was almost 4 meters tall, equipped with the electromagnetic subcannons from the Evangelion, and had energy shields of its own. The mechs behind them were slightly smaller, but there were 30 to 40 of them. Eliminate this group and go forward to the Annihilator cannon location immediately. Yes. At Zhao Yi's command, all the mechs flew through at low altitude, and the automatic locking system categorized all these Solo Empire soldiers and combat robots as targets. Whoosh! A round of antimatter bombs bombarded down, and the ground was blown out into a deep crater. Return fire. The Solo Imperials don't back down and fight back against the fire, but the bullets hit a few mechs in the front row above a ripple. This energy shield was supposed to be able to block the power of the T2 level fighters' artillery, and it was more than enough to defend against these ground weapons. Soon, the ground forces of the Solo Empire that came to search for them were wiped out. The silver-haired girls on the Evangelion were divided into 2 groups. One group was the large force led by Zhao Yi and Su Xin. Their mission was to rush towards the Solo Empire's ground command center on planet M787, where the current Supreme Command was located. In that case, the Solo Empire's people would definitely return to defense. At this time Su Huan, who was piloting a T2 class mech, would rush towards the Annihilator cannon location. An Annihilator that big doesn't have to be completely destroyed, just make it so it has no way to aim or fire. Commander, why don't you and Saran find a place to hide? There's no guarantee of surviving this time over there, but as long as you're alive, the gospel remains. In the mech, Su Xin opened her mouth to dissuade her. This battle was definitely different from the previous one, and there were bound to be casualties. Even total annihilation was possible. It was not enough for them to die, as long as they could destroy the Annihilator to save their compatriots. Zhao Yi had no reason to die with them. No, this mech of mine is a mech with a Divine Might energy shield. The rest of the T2 level mechs were taken away by Su Huan. If I leave you guys will have a harder time fighting. Zhao Yi sternly refused. What's more, as your commander, how can I run away from the battle? But people like us are going to die anyway. But you, Zhao Yi once again refused. Alright, let's not bring this matter up again. And don't say anything that makes me retreat in the future. I'm your commanding officer. Not to say I'll be the first to lead, but it's still okay to go in together. Without further ado, Zhao Yi manipulated his mech to leap high into the air to float for observation. And from the air, he saw the ground command center not far ahead. The Solo Empire's garrison likewise saw Zhao Yi, and they looked up at the sky in shock. It's a Solar Federation mech. How did they end up here? Didn't someone go and clean them up? Fire, fire, fire. Never let them get close. They were answered by explosions and fire. The wings on the back of Zhao Yi's mecha opened, and a particle beam missile with a tracking function flew towards the distance, causing a huge explosion. All of these weapons were originally intended to be used for engagement in space, but now they were more than adequate for use against ground units. It's a T2 class mech. Notify Major Jerry immediately. Drive the destroyer over here. Can't hold them off. Retreat to the second line of defense and wait for the destroyer to come. In the command room, Jerry couldn't help but frown when he heard the explosions going off outside. What's the situation? An explosion there? Commander, it's bad. We're under attack. The opposite side is charging. The Solar Federation? Jerry was a little shocked. He had sent his men to search the landing place after the Evangelion landed. Hadn't they been sent to wipe it out before? Why is it still there? Yes, they're coming straight for us this time. And the target is you. Major, how many? It's all over the place out there. More than 20 T2 level mechs. We can't hold them off. Jerry was a little surprised. If it was normal, these mechs were nothing. Standing together they couldn't even block a single main gun shot from a starship. But now the Solo Empire fleet is in the dockyard of each planet to repair. Even if they come over, it will take a lot of time. The only 39 fleet is also still there because of the damage from the previous battle. At this time, they are facing off with the Sun Federation fleet at the same time to carry out urgent repairs. One step at a time. I'm stuck. Commander, we need to mobilize the destroyers or we won't be able to hold them off. And the Annihilator cannon won't fire if the command room is destroyed. Jerry was silent and finally nodded. Mobilize the destroyer. Yes, the Annihilator defense circle. A T2 class mecha almost 5 meters tall floated in midair. They locked their direction and rushed towards the command room. Su-Huan prayed silently in his heart as he saw the mech leave. So many T2 level mechs with shields and ground combatants from the Solo Empire. Su-Xin, you must survive. Seeing that the mechs were gone, Su-Huan and the others ran out from their hiding places. Sisters, let's immediately blow up the Annihilator cannon and support the commander and the others. Yes, as he was talking, the automatic defense weapon on the opposite side hit the laser cannon. Su-Huan manipulated the mech to dodge hastily, and a shot hit the open space to produce a huge explosion. Su-Huan looked stunned. It seemed that his side was equally bad. Although the Solo Empire's stationed mechs were gone, there were quite a few automatic weapons left here. Warning, police, rumble. A fierce exchange of fire emanated from the jagged cannon defense circle. Zhao Yi and the others saw the black mechs appearing in the sky knowing that the hardest level had come. The destroyer, a T2 class mech developed by the Solo Empire, has since diverted funds to researching starships and fighters. It was also the most highly configured mech in the Solo Empire. It's been used in service until now because there's so little ground combat, and I didn't expect to use it just today. The Solo Empire soldiers in the mech were excited. Brothers, this is our first battle, so get your asses in gear. I can't imagine that this old fogey actually still has the ability to fight when he can. When the Star Wars started, I thought this thing had become a mascot. Zhao stared at the destroyer not far away. Silk Sweat left behind. The number is more than their side, and also with energy shield. Don't be impulsive. Our goal is not to destroy our opponents, but to stall them. Yes. In the command room of the Solo Empire, Jerry watched the images coming from the front in puzzlement. Where the hell did they get so many mechs? I don't know. It's only logical that the T2 class mechs should all be on standby on their own planets. It would be better to put a little starfighter in there with this empty space. The men were very confused. Starfighters can be much better than mechs, both in terms of maneuverability and adaptability. Who would have thought that the Sun Federation would actually use mechs to attack them, which rendered many of their anti-aircraft weapons useless? The destroyers are here? Jerry asked. It's all here, and it won't take much to destroy them. I've just noticed. Their mechs aren't even considered T2 level mechs. They're barely good in terms of firepower, and their defense is completely based on steel plates. The crowd spoke with great complacency. Although their own mechs were products of 100 years ago, they were certainly quite a bit stronger than mechs that only had protective armor. Jerry nodded slightly. Eliminate them immediately. I don't want to see mistakes. Yes. On the battlefield, Su-Xin raised her own weapon and fired a particle beam cannon at the destroyer mech in the sky. Only a ripple could be seen on the surface of the destroyer, followed by the entire thing being blown to pieces. The crowd was confused. That's all this T2 level energy shield is? Commander, what's going on here? A cannon shot took out a man and his shield together? Su-Ran looked dumbfounded. I was expecting this battle to be so hard, but it doesn't look like it's that hard. The strongest ground weapons on the other side were completely useless, not even blocking a single shell. The entire battlefield was suddenly dead silent, and the crowd was all in shock and disbelief. Zhao Yi was in a bit of a trance. Maybe the opposite mech is still a product of the last century. Although I've heard that the various planetary countries have stopped mech research and development, I didn't expect it to be so useless. But our mechs are also T2 level. They even have energy shields. Zhao Yi explained. Our materials are all from starships. Even the T1 level starships, compared to the T1 level starships of the last century, are also a lot stronger. Whether it's armor or firepower, there is a qualitative leap. And the destroyers on the other side have presumably never fought in a war until now. And while there are no faults, the armor and weapons obviously can't keep up. Su-Xin understood. You mean, these T2 level mechs on the opposite side were all made 100 years ago, and there's no way for their weapons and energy shields to compare to this current era? That's for sure. Technology is changing rapidly. The reason why the opposite side's mechs are like paper mache must be that they haven't replaced their weapons and energy cores. The crowd was pleasantly surprised as they didn't expect the result to be like this. It was a blast at the destroyer in the sky, which came with an energy shield but hadn't been upgraded. At this point it was hit by the starship's defensive weapons. One shot at a time. Return fire, return fire. The Solo Empire soldiers piloting the destroyer reacted by dodging while taking out their own weapons to return fire. But because mech development is all on hold, these weapons are still stuck in the last century. A round of interstellar missiles with tracking function blasted towards Joey and the others. Only a loud rumble was heard. These missiles had the ability to navigate through the stars, but they were still missiles. The smoke cleared, and not even Qinghuan's protective armor was blasted off. The crowd was dumbfounded. They thought it was a cool game, but they didn't expect it to turn into a cool game on the opposite side. How can you fight? The opposite side hit themselves even with a shield, and they hit the opposite side as a scrape. Joey also didn't expect this to happen. The ground weapon stopping development instead gave them a chance. So it seems instead Su Huan's side is the most dangerous? Could be. Su Xin. Take someone to support Su Huan. Then here. Leave this place to me and Su Ran and the girls. The current me is frighteningly strong. Joey laughed out loud. The opposite star-level missiles couldn't even bombard a mech that didn't have energy shields. And with the latest energy shields themselves, wouldn't they have even less to fear? Su Xin was speechless for a while, instructing how Su to protect Joey. He himself led a group of people towards the Annihilator cannon location. Jerry in the command room was confused and had two heads in one. Looking at the screen in front of him, he said in surprise, "What's going on here? The opposite side is also a T2 class mecha, and so are we. Why is there such a big difference? Maybe their mechs are all newly built and better material-wise than our mechs. We haven't used our mechs much since they came out of production. It's the first time we've actually been in a real battle, and they weren't even damaged before, so we didn't replace them." The cadre whispered. Who would have thought that mechs would have a use for them when the Interstellar Wars started? Jerry patted himself on the head. Damn it, you can't fight this way. Major, we'd better retreat. It's only a matter of time before these guys fight their way in. Even the destroyer can't stop them now, and other weapons are sure to be even worse. Jerry sputtered for a moment. In all his time as a colonel, this was the first time he'd been in such a situation. It's an interstellar war now. Is it reasonable to think that someone would come straight from the ground to their home base? If I go back now, I'm sure I'll be laughed out of the crowd. Okay, retreat. Jerry had no choice but to agree. Yes, not far away. After Joey took out a destroyer with a single shot, he saw a group of people in the base escorting the major as he began to retreat. Su ran. I'll leave the command here to you. Ha, what about you? Commander? Sister Su Xin asked me to protect you. I'm going to catch a big fish. After saying that, Joey flew towards the fleeing crowd. Su Ran didn't follow, although he was a bit uneasy. The mech that Joey was piloting was not only made from the thickest armor of the gospel, but it also had the energy shield of the divine mighty fighter, so nothing would happen to it. Where do you want to go? Joey descended from the sky and blocked the crowd with a hint of a smile on his face. A few cadres and vigilantes took a look and took out their weapons and tried to return fire, but they were blown away by the small missiles loaded by Joey. The scene was left to Jerry and the two cadres who stood a little farther away. Who are you? The man who came to get you. Joey did not expect that this battle was only meant to stall the opposite side's main force, but now it has become a raw capture of the opposite side's command. I'm afraid no one would believe this. Let me go and you can have whatever you want. Joey shook his head. That won't do. For the sake of military honor, I can only borrow your head for a while. On the other side, Su Huan and the others were fighting in the defense circle in the dust. The development of these automatic weapons had been renewed, and even some of them would be used as melee defense weapons for starships, and they were completely incomparable to the previous destroyers. Shit, there's no way to rush in. We've been dragging our feet here for too long, and I don't know what's going on over at Sister Su Xion's side. Su Huan was anxious. The more time they wasted here, the tougher it would be on the commander's side, and now they didn't even know how the battle was going on the command room side. Hasn't it been cornered by the destroyer that flew past? But it's dangerous if you don't push through step by step. Just then, numerous figures flashed across the sky. Su Huan and the others were greatly shocked. Could it be that the destroyer had returned? No way. Then Su Xian and the commander, they are not. Su Huan, what's going on? Seeing that it was the Qinghuan floating in the sky, the crowd was stunned. Look out. In the distance the defense weapons found a new enemy and a wave of attacks hit. Su Xian and the others hurriedly hid next to Su Huan. What are you guys doing here? Su Huan was a bit confused. Shouldn't these people be fighting against the people of the Solo Empire? How did they come here? The commander sent us to help you. Ha, you guys are crazy. Get back. Su Huan didn't know what to say. They hadn't even gone to support the commander yet, but the commander had sent people to support them. If the commander was killed, she would regret it beyond measure. Su Xian smiled. Just don't worry, we're not needed over there at all. It's almost time to finish the fight already. The commander knows you're having a hard time here, so he asked me to help you. The more Su Huan listened, the more confused he became. I don't understand anything you're saying. Didn't a lot of T2 level mechs fly past just now? That number is not something you guys can handle, right? It's true that there are a lot of them, but the models are still old, and there's no way to match the firepower or armor of the green Luan that we've made. Su Xian finished looking at the automatic defense weapon not far away. Instead, your side is more difficult than ours. Do you have any good ideas? Seeing that the commander was fine, Su Huan was relieved. Just now, the number of our mechs was too small, but now that we have you guys here, it's enough. These weapons, despite their fierce firepower and high defense, all act together. So later I'll go out and draw them in, and after they turn to attack me you'll flank them and destroy them. Su Xian frowned, realizing that things were not simple. In that case, wouldn't you be in danger? With so many weapons attacking at the same time, what will you do? Don't worry, Gospel Ship Combat Captain. Su Huan revealed an easy smugness. Playing with intelligence may not be as powerful as you guys, but in terms of maneuvering and reaction, you guys can't surpass me. What's more, this mech of mine has an energy shield, so even if I get hit, I'll be fine. Su Xinshin had no better way but to agree like this. Alright, take care of yourself. Aha! Su Huan and Su Xian and the others split up and hid. Ready to go. Su Huan suddenly jumped out from his hiding place and shot a round of particle beam weapons towards the front. The automatic defense turrets on the opposite side turned their heads and bombarded Su Huan furiously. Su Huan manipulated the mech as if it was a part of his own body, dodging left and right, and if he really couldn't avoid it, he used the energy shield on his body to resist it. Rumble! An attack hit Su Huan's mech squarely, and although it was blocked by the energy shield, the huge impact still caused it to crash into the wall. Su Xian's eyes suddenly changed and she was nervous. Su Huan had been strong all her life, but in her heart she was still like her sister. Should have done this on my own just now. The defense weapons in the defense circle were aiming at Su Huan. Finished, all the silver-haired girls froze in place. This kind of parting of life and death was not unfamiliar to them, but in retrospect, it seemed that they hadn't faced this situation since the commander had arrived. Now Su Huan was about to be killed in front of them. Rumble! At this urgent moment, a figure suddenly appeared and pulled Su Huan to the side. The beam of light from the distance struck over, instantly piercing through the energy shield of Su Huan's mech. But fortunately, only one arm and one leg of Su Huan's mech were blown off, and the people inside were fine. Commander! The crowd was confused when they saw this mech. Wasn't this Zhao Yi's? Su Huan didn't expect that she could still be alive, or that she was saved by Zhao Yi, which made her a little upset but a little happy. Commander! Look out! Su Huan voiced out a reminder as all the defense weapons aimed their attacks at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi threw Su Huan out with one hand, followed by dodging a large number of attacks with his top-notch maneuvering skills and uncommon performance. The rest of the attack only hit the energy shield. What are you waiting for? All together! Su Xian's words caused the crowd to react and rush out from their hiding places. The automatic weapons in the defense circle were just trying to adjust their direction when they were blown away by the attacks from all sides, and the entire defense base was a blaze of fire and explosions. Commander, what brings you here? Su Xian controlled the mech and rushed over. The automatic weapons in the defense circle had been destroyed for the most part. Just leave the rest to the team. I cleaned up over there and came over to check it out, and I didn't think I'd just happen to see someone dying. You're the one who's dying. Su Huan climbed out of the mech with a hint of irritation in his tone. Ha ha, so it's you. Zhao Yi laughed. I was wondering who was so tigerish that he actually rushed out in the face of so many defense weapons. Su Huan blushed. Just now it was just an accident. Next time it definitely won't stink so much. On the contrary, did you handle the mech well? That's for sure. Well, at least I designed the mech. As he was talking, there was a huge explosion coming from the annihilator cannon that towered above his head. A few people looked up and saw a small spark appear on the barrel of the star annihilator cannon that poked through the sky. This way, even if the 39th fleet could maneuver the annihilator cannons, it would be useless. The barrel of the gun is damaged, and if it is forced to fire it may cause deviation and explosion. This is the end. Su Xian watched as the barrel of the cannon was blown out in a bit of a daze. Originally this mission she was all set to go down in flames. Trade your life for the victory of the G-29 fleet of the Lewis Nebula. I didn't expect to actually end up surviving. I don't even know what that bald guy's reaction will be when he sees we're still alive. Yeah, it must have been a surprise. I can't wait to see what he looks like. Put me through to Shapley Duo. Yes, there was a lot of bickering in the Shapley multi-war room, all waiting for the situation on planet M787. How much longer do we have to wait? It's not just planet M787 that's being fought now. All the fleets around us have been committed in order to be able to keep the G-29 fleet in the Lewis Nebula undisturbed. If we can take down planet M787, we can at least hold off the Solo Empire's northeastern theater, and maybe even counterattack our way back. But if we can't take it down here, and the fleet around us is badly damaged, the next battlefield will be our shapely NATO." The bald lieutenant colonel was silent, pretending to meditate with his arms folded over his chest. Really sleeping. He was waiting for news from the gospel. "Commander Lin Fu, say something, or let them fire one shot at the cost of the G-29 fleet in the Lewis Nebula. And within 3 days, with the jagged cannon not able to fire again, we can send troops from shapely NATO over to wipe out planet M787. Planet M787? Are you going to put an escort on or a patrol? It's full of Federation people in there. What can we do? All of our self-propelled humanoid weapons here are already on the battlefield. And even if there are still silver-haired girls available for service, there are no more starships. So if we don't take this down, won't the Federation fleet have to be on it when it's time for the defense of Shilador? I don't agree. It's not like the Federals to be allowed to charge into battle. How am I going to explain that to my men?" The bald lieutenant colonel spoke up. "No need to argue. Let's wait here a little." "Still waiting? We've been waiting for a day and a night. And I've heard that there's already a fleet from the Solo Empire 2 days sail away from us. And the defense fleet there is completely wiped out. It's not good for them if we're all dead. Is it? So what's the point of coming?" A staff officer scoffed. "Hey, there's still the Solo Empire 39 fleet on planet M787. One crippled fleet is useless. The two together. Can the Lewis Nebula's G-29 fleet beat that? It's hard enough to fight one 39th fleet, let alone another." The bald lieutenant colonel has some headaches. This group of staff officers all day to say some of their own can see the situation. You guys instead give some useful advice. Alright, all stop arguing. The Evangelion has infiltrated planet M787 to destroy the Annihilator cannons. Let's just wait here for news from them. And what if it can't be destroyed? Just kidding, no. While the 39th fleet is guarding against the G-29 fleet in the Lewis Nebula, that Solo Empire ground combatants are no slouches either. I'd say they're dead by now. Yeah, they should have suffered a siege from the Solo Empire right after they landed. A staff officer stood up and said, "Lieutenant Colonel, I think this plan can only be abandoned for the time being. There is no need for the G-29 fleet to stand by outside of planet M787. If the Solo Empire finds an opening, the balance will be over for this period of time." The crowd nodded. The Evangelion to destroy the Annihilator? How is that possible? There wasn't even a single combat droid on this fleet. You can't wipe out the Solo Empire ground defense army by filling it with human lives. Not to mention the fact that the Solo Empire ground defense surely had automated weapons and mechs. While the mechs haven't been heard from much in a long time, they certainly don't have a problem beating up flesh and blood. "Commander, Evangelion's connected." The crowd froze, not realizing that this gospel was still alive. "Let's see. They want reinforcements." A man sneered. "And reinforcements? These silver-haired girls were supposed to be dead and actually managed to survive 4 years on the battlefield. Although nothing worked this time in terms of combat, at least the goals for the year were put into place. These humanoid self-propelled weapons are so deadly. Can't they just die on their own after 4 years of service?" The bald lieutenant colonel ignored the crowd's complaints and spoke faintly. "Take it in." A face of Zhaoyi appeared before the eyes of the crowd. "Zhaoyi, what's the situation now? Let me show you." Zhaoyi turned the screen around and saw a huge explosion coming from the base position of the Annihilator cannon. The crowd was dumbfounded. Some pinched their faces or wrists in fear of not waking up. Seriously, the Annihilator was destroyed? This is outrageous. The bald lieutenant colonel also didn't expect the Evangelion to be able to destroy the Annihilator cannon so quickly, and the entire conference room was silent. Silence, silence, disbelief. You really destroyed it? Of course. Isn't that the task you gave us? Why does it still seem a bit disbelieving? Zhaoyi couldn't help but ask with a frown. He naturally knew that the Federation was trying to get them killed, but this way he was able to get better leverage later. The bald lieutenant colonel coughed twice. "Well done. Worthy of our valiant Federation soldiers. The Federation is proud of you." The crowd looked at me, looked at you, and the clown was actually himself. "It's okay. It's mostly thanks to the silver-haired girls. There's no way I could have accomplished the mission without them." "How's the attrition?" the bald lieutenant colonel wondered. Zhaoyi sighed and shook his head. The crowd looked excited and bad. "I didn't expect to kill 2 birds with 1 stone this time." The silver-haired girl was all scrapped, and the Solo Empire's Annihilator cannon was damaged. These humanoid self-propelled weapons kind of play a bit of a residual role. The bald lieutenant colonel comforted. "It's fine. You destroyed the annihilation cannons. Any price is worth it. I'll turn around and adjust you to the rest of the fleet if need be." Zhaoyi looked up at him. "Lieutenant Colonel, can you reimburse me for such a large loss this time? Tell me about it." "This time, we lost the Evangelion and all the weapons and equipment on the hull in order to destroy the Annihilator cannon. This was expected by Baldur, the Evangelion should have been destroyed just as it returned. A T1 class starship without energy armor would certainly not be able to stop a solo Empire attack. It was just that he was curious as to how Zhao Yi had accomplished his mission. I know about this. I'll build you one right away when you get back. Can you give me the materials so I can design and build it myself? The crowd froze. It was true that starship design and construction was learned in class, but usually people were just doing it for credit. They really wouldn't be able to design it if they were asked to. Are you sure? The bald lieutenant colonel was a bit confused. Zhao Yi must be a scum if he can come to command on the gospel, and he wants to design it himself? Who gave him the courage? Look, I'm out of starships. Can't I design one of my own that I like? So you designed this starship in case something goes wrong, I'll be responsible for all the damages to the Federation myself. The bald lieutenant colonel agreed. Okay, whatever you design it to be, this time it's a big credit for destroying the Annihilator cannon. Zhao Yi happily said. Then it's a done deal. We'll wait on planet M787. Don't worry, it won't take long to get over there and pick you guys up. Hang in there. Although the Annihilator cannon was destroyed, the bald lieutenant colonel knew that Zhao Yi must have paid a small price and hurriedly informed the G-29 fleet that they could depart. Zhao Yi smiled. There's no rush. We'll wait here slowly. Waiting slowly? Zhao Yi grabbed one of the people next to him. I also prepared a big gift for you. This guy originally wanted to escape in the escape pod, but I caught him back. The crowd looked mad. Wasn't this Major Jerry of the Solo Empire? Although belonging to the logistics category of Major, but also played a few times. How this is still arrested? What the hell is going on? No, the Evangelion destroyed the Annihilator and captured the man? This is outrageous. Is this true or not? Where is the rest of the Solo Empire? The bald lieutenant colonel was also confused. Major Jerry? Jerry looked around the conference room. Tell your people to show me some respect. At least I'm a senior general. Zhao Yi wheezed him and kicked him to the ground, shouting at Su Xin. Bring him down to me. Don't let him get away. Still a senior general. Look at your wimpy ass. Yes. The crowd stood dumbfounded. It's a real catch, and it doesn't give a damn about face. Well, you can rest assured of our safety. And now that the silver-haired maiden of Evangelion is doing her final finishing touches, the ground forces of the Solo Empire won't last long. Speaking as a human being, some of the staff officers slapped themselves on the back. How this is going more and more off the rails. They told Zhao Yi to hold out a little longer until their rescue, but you ended up capturing the generals of their ground command center. Even doing the finishing touches? Are you sure it's not the Solo Empire that's closing in? It's you guys that are catching them? No. How much does the silver-haired girl lose? A staff officer wondered. He had just looked at the screen, and there seemed to be quite a few silver-haired girls over there. Although there were quite a few silver-haired girls on the Evangelion, there shouldn't have been so many after this battle. A couple of injuries. They're being treated right now. Without further ado, I'm going to check out the front lines. Zhao Yi hung up the communication and the people in the conference room fell silent. Where the hell did this Zhao Yi come from? We told him to blow up the Star Destroyer with an attitude of death. But not only did he do it, he also took out the opposite command headquarters? Talent. I don't know how this man is in interstellar warfare, but he's certainly talented in ground combat. That's not right. I think the ground forces of the Solo Empire have T2 class mecha destroyers. Although this thing can't stop starfighters, it shouldn't have any problem dealing with a flesh and blood silver-haired girl. Hell knows what's going on. We'll just have to wait until he gets back. Isn't this Zhao Yi a scum? How could he be like this? Quickly check his school grades. The crowd rushed to access the file and were stunned at the sight. You're failing every test, and you've got a tutor's critique. Love playing backgammon in class. Looking at the information in front of them, the crowd was speechless. It can't be a game of backgammon for fun. The lieutenant colonel interrupted the crowd. Alright, how Zhao Yi did it is only known when he comes back. Now we have to start preparing for the more important battle. The interstellar battle for planet M787 has just begun. The crowd reacted. That's right. Although we have more fleets in this part of the Star War, the opposite fleet has a high rank, so it's not necessarily possible to beat it. If the Annihilator cannons are all destroyed, this will be a lost cause if we don't take it down. G-29 fleet. Suyun asked the silver-haired girl to wake up Wang Rushuan while ordering the fleet to start charging forward himself. 9 T2 class starships on the opposite side, 17 T1 class starships on their side. This kind of battle was a piece of cake for Suyun. The T2 class starships did have energy shields, but they still couldn't stop them against the simultaneous attack of the T1 class main guns. As long as you stand properly and use it properly, you will have no problem eliminating your opponent. T1 class fighters take off. Frigates move to position C-121 to act as a daredevil. Battleships start charging ahead of schedule. Target the opposing star carrier. Light encounter intercepts the opposing energy main gun. Suyun stood next to the command chair giving an order. Her orders are not to be questioned. And bait and cannon fodder will be set up to ensure victory, to entice the other side to take the bait. The war room door opened from the outside. Wang Rushuan rubbed her hair and sat on the command chair, yawning. What's the situation now? The Annihilator cannons have been blown up and the commander ordered us to take planet M787. The Annihilator was destroyed? Who did it? Wang Rushuan's lazy eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. It's the gospel. The Evangelion is that starship the Federation people call the grave. Isn't it? Yes. Wang Rushuan leaned against her command chair as her deputy yawned. That what? Is there any weapon on the gospel? It actually managed to destroy the Star Destroyer cannon. If I remember correctly, the gospel should only have one starship. Yes. According to the information, the only weapons the Evangelion is capable of ground combat teams are 300 humanoid self-propelled weapons. Wang Rushuan was shocked. No way. This can even destroy the Star Destroyer cannon? When did the Solo Empire pull down like this? Wang Rushuan naturally knew what level the Solo Empire was at. Otherwise it would be impossible to force the Sun Federation into such a state. But this thing is so outrageous that what could it be if not the Solo Empire pulling down? Suyun changed the topic. Commander, we should focus on our own mission. Oh, right. Wang Rushuan responded. How sure is it? 90% sure to take M787 but may lose heavily. 70% sure to take it with only half the starships lost. Wang Rushuan nodded and looked at Suyun with interest. Luckily my vice commander is you. Makes it a lot easier for me. Just listen to you. I'm flattered. Suyun nodded slightly. A commander like Wang Rushuan was also good to get along with. Although pride looked down on them, he knew that his own talents were not enough to command them and delegated his authority to Suyun, which made the hope of all the silver-haired girls surviving much higher. Your 4th year next year? Yes. Wang Rushuan said with some regret. There's still half a year left. I hope I can get me out of this place before you leave. Over to you. I'll take a nap. Wang Rushuan directly collapsed into a chair and slept, her eyes still wearing an eye mask. Those who didn't know thought she was here on vacation. Who would have thought that she would have to go through a life and death battle later? Solo Empire. Fleet 39. Major Jerry's been captured. What? Dunn was confused. He hadn't cared since the Evangelion entered planet M787. His attention was on G29 while repair ships were dispatched to repair the damaged hull. The enemy doesn't move and I don't move. When the enemy moves, the Annihilator cannon blasts him. But I didn't realize that Jerry had been captured by the Evangelion. This sudden bad news from the rear made him barely stand still. It's okay, as long as the Star Destroyer is still there. We'll hold out until backup arrives and then launch a counterattack. If the G29 fleet really dares to come, let's give him a shot and see if he still dares to be arrogant. Tang An said viciously. The man under his command whispered. We just received an alert that the targeting system of the Annihilator cannon is damaged. If we fight, I'm afraid there's no way to hit the target. Instead, we're close enough to be taken out first. What? Dunn stumbled and fell to the ground, and the crowd rushed forward to assist him. The Annihilator cannons are gone, and the rest of the fleet is blocked on their way here. Wouldn't that be? No one to save themselves. Major, the G29 fleet is on the move. Running toward us? What do we do? This. Give me back. Yes. Planet M787. The T2 class mecha piloted by Zhao and the others captured everyone in the Solo Empire. The gang was kneeling in the playground in front of the command room, surrounded by silver-haired girls with weapons watching over them. Su Huan. In. Su Huan happily rushed over in his mech. His own mech was broken but Zhao gave his to Su Huan. Still like warbirds, but it's nice to fly this thing once in a while. It's a lot more exciting than flying a warbird. Gather all the mechs and destroy them. Yes. Su Huan just turned around feeling out of place. What? You want me to destroy all the mechs? Yeah. Or what? Su Huan was confused. No. I didn't say anything when you asked me to dismantle the Divine Might Fighter before. Why are you dismantling the mecha again now? What are you going to do this time? Next to her, Su Xin laughed. Doing nothing this time, just having this T2 level mecha around. It's hard to tell when the time comes. And you don't want Zhao Yi to be transferred, do you? Su Huan understood. If the people of the Sun Federation knew that Zhao Yi was able to develop warplanes or mechs, then I'm afraid that they indeed wouldn't release them. By then the gospel will definitely have a new commander. Su Huan didn't want that and hurriedly agreed. Yes, I'll go now. Commander, you mustn't go. I'm not leaving. Hurry up and do it. Zhao Yi impatiently repelled. Hey. After Su Huan left, Su Xin's eyes moved slightly before she finally spoke. Commander, is this really good? What? If you go to Federation R&D, you should be able to be of no small use with your skills, and still be safer than the Evangelion. Any way you look at it, this is a great opportunity to get out of the gospel. Zhao Yi smiled. If it was before I came here, I would definitely choose to go to the R&D department instead of coming to the front line. But now I can't spare you beauties. It's easy and happy to be with you instead. Su Xin blushed slightly. Commander, you're still so immodest. All the other commanders who came to the Evangelion were trying to find a way to disengage. You're the only one who relied on it. Ha ha. As we were talking, a fireball appeared in the sky, crashing through the atmosphere towards the ground. Starship. Zhao Yi froze as he watched. This was actually a fragment of a starship, or the Solo Empires. They were taken out close to the M787 planetary position and the debris was pulled down due to gravity. From a distance it looks like a ball of fire. The silver-haired girl and the defeated soldiers of the Solo Empire looked up at the sky in shock and excitement. This means that the G-29 fleet came and defeated the Solo Empire's fleet. Star Carrier. A Solo Empire man was stunned to see a behemoth in the sky. It was actually the Star Carrier of the 39th Fleet, the most important part of a fleet. All starships were built around the Star Carrier. At this moment this hull was shining with flames all over it, constantly emitting explosions and fire. It then crashed heavily into the Star Annihilator cannon, turning into a sea of fire. The people of the Solo Empire collapsed in a paralyzed heap. The Star Carrier Intrepid had been destroyed. They were hopeless. Immediately after that 10 starships of the Solar Federation appeared in the sky, more or less wounded. But they won, managed to survive and landed over M787. In the sky, Suyin scanned the presence of Zhao Yi and the others and turned his head. Commander-in-Chief, we've spotted the commander of the Evangelion. Yes? Wang Rushuan's hand propped up her chin absently. Suyin was indeed frighteningly strong, actually using only 7 T1 class starships at the cost of destroying 9 T2 class battleships on the opposite side. Although the number was almost twice as much as the other side. But no matter the firepower or defense, it could be stronger than the opposite side. What are we doing here? Wang Rushuan looked up at Zhao Yi in the screen. So this guy is Zhao Yi. He's not bad looking. It's amazing that such a fresh out of school student was able to accomplish such a feat. As ordered by the Lieutenant Colonel, recover the silver-haired girl from the Evangelion while bringing Commander Choi Yi to Shapely-Adu. And then there's the stationing outside planet M787 while the annihilation cannons are repaired for our use. Others are. Wang Rushuan hurriedly waved her hand. Alright, you can see for yourself. I get a headache when I hear it. Suyin asked. Commander, are you going to the surface with me? Wang Rushuan shook her head. I won't go. I'm socially terrified. Just take them back. Yes, then I'll go first. Suyin landed on the ground with a few silver-haired girls. You're Commander Evangelion, aren't you? Seeing someone coming down from the starship, Zhao Yi walked over and extended his hand. That's right. You're. Once he looked up he froze. Su Xin? Suyin froze. How did this guy know his sister's name? There's no way the feds would have known. Weren't you just behind me? Zhao Yi turned around to see that Su Xin was right behind him, before turning his head to look at Suyin. Exactly the same. Crap. You guys are twins? Maybe. Suyin nodded slightly. I don't have any memories of being with 9844 in my memory, but I did work together quite a few times on the battlefield. Zhao Yi was in a bit of a trance, but he was relieved when he thought about it. They may indeed be twins, but were born apart. No, if Su Xin is a silver-haired girl who has already completed 4 years, then this person in front of her should also be 4 years. 4 years of silver-haired girls should be on their own hulls. Ha! Su Xin walked over and said in surprise, Suyin, it's really you. Suyin frowned slightly as he looked at Zhao Yi next to him, somewhat at a loss for words. How could Sushin call herself by her first name in front of the feds? It was against the rules. Su Xin smiled. It's fine. Commander, he doesn't care if we call names. There are still such strange people? Suyin said out of breath. In her opinion, a commander like Wang Rushuan was already good enough, but she didn't expect there to be even more outrageous commanders. I can't believe there are still Federation people who allow them silver-haired girls to call names. Zhao Yi smiled. You guys are great. Wiping out the Solo Empire's fleet. That's still because you guys destroyed the Annihilator cannon. Otherwise we wouldn't even be able to get within range of planet M787. Well, LT, Colonel, Lin Fu asked me to bring you guys back, and please do so as soon as possible. Oh, the silver-haired girl to the side made a gesture of invitation and the crowd went up to the fleet of G-29s in order. Where is your commander? Zhao Yi said with some curiosity. She's a little sleepy, so she's resting. Rest. The corner of Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. If he wasn't wrong, they should have just gone through a big battle only. This commander really had a big heart, and completely left it to the silver-haired girl. But that's what most feds would do. Zhao Yi walked in front while Suyin and Su Xin chatted in small voices not far behind. This is a rare opportunity for them. Sister Su Xin, I thought I would never see you again once we parted last time, but I didn't think we'd still meet. Yeah, You're really getting good at this now that you're the deputy commander of G29. And that's just following in your footsteps. Is your commander okay to get along with? It's okay, at least it's a female and won't think of us in a particular way. Last year the deputy commander of G29 was still Su Xin. This year it's Su Yun. Zhaoi turned his head to look at the two suspiciously. The more he looked at them, the more he felt that they looked like the same person. Their body, face and movements were similar, except for their hairstyles. That's kind of amazing. Even twins can change due to acquired differences, and it is unlikely that they would want to be exactly the same. Su Yun whispered, Sister Su Xin, I don't think this federal man is like a good person. The way he looked at you just now was all wrong. Is it? Su Xin blushed a little and said with a red face, what's different? There was still a bit of anticipation in her mind. The commander treated all the silver-haired girls well, but seemed to treat herself a bit differently. I wondered if she was mistaken. It's that feeling of being a little hot and a little different. Weird. You know the feds are actually on to us? Su Yun frowned. Maybe you're looking at it wrong. Su Xion's face turned even redder. Fiery. This Su Yun knows how to talk nonsense. Seeing that Su Xian was a bit weird, Su Yun changed the topic and said, on the contrary, how did you guys wipe out the Annihilator cannon? When I heard on the ship's hull that you guys were going on a mission, I knew that the Federation people's plan had started again. This mission must have been intended so that there was no way for you to come back alive. But you survived. Sister Su Xin. Otherwise you'd better run. Later I'll have someone adjust the direction so that you can leave the Sun Federation. Su Yun suddenly held Su Xian's hand. Su Xin shook her head. No, I think it's fine the way it is now. And because the commander was there we were able to destroy the Annihilator cannon. Him? Su Yun didn't believe that this Federation person was so powerful. It was probably Su Xin being polite again. The silver-haired girls didn't get credit for anything they did anyway, so they might as well say the commander did it so the commander could still be nice to them. Seeing Su Yun's disbelief, Su Xin seriously said, what I said is true. This commander is not quite the same as any of the previous ones. Su Xion's face reddened as she finished speaking. A little hot. Su Yun disliked. Ha, mealy-mouthed. You don't like the commander, do you? Not at all. Su Xian pulled away from the topic. Well, enough of that. Next, don't have to deal with things on planet M787. Su Yun nodded. Good then. I will have this starship take you back to shapely NATO. Aha. The crowd waved goodbye. Leaving so soon? Don't you want to talk more? Maybe you guys are really twins. Zhaoi saw Su Xian follow him up and asked. Probably. It's been nice to meet. Can't figure you guys out. If you want to meet so badly, stay a little longer. Su Xian shook her head. Seeing each other for too long is rather disconcerting. So this is just right. Even if he died, Su Yun shouldn't be too upset. Zhaoi found a comfortable place to lie down. This time he should be able to go back and rest for a while. The G29 victory landing on planet M787 thing caused a stir. The two fleets engaged near planet M787 heartily retreated back to where they were. The triggers for the war are gone, so there's no point in fighting any longer. Even if the Solo Empire breaks these fleets through, there's no way to deal a blow to planet M787. But instead, it's easy for the Sun Federation, which has even shorter supply lines, to take advantage of the situation. A brief period of peace once again prevailed in the Northeastern Theater. The crowd in the shapely conference room was beaming as they heard the battle report. I knew I could. This will slow down the Solo Empire's northeastern offensive. Yes, we'll have a good time again. It's still thanks to LT. Colonel Lin Fu. Ah, sharp senses noticed that hint of impossibility and then turned the impossible into possible. Seriously, I didn't think this plan was feasible at first, but I didn't realize it actually worked. Congratulations. The bald lieutenant colonel looked at the crowd and slowly spoke. Don't you all want to fight back? There is still a lot of our Federation land beyond planet M787. I don't think it's necessary. Planet M787 was able to recapture it with a little bit of luck, but the other planets are already under the control of the Solo Empire's people. Yeah, that's going to be too hard. Let's wait for the other war zones to finish up and have them back us up. The bald lieutenant colonel sighed as he looked at the crowd. The Federation would still have problems at this rate. Aside from the Northeast war zone, the other local war zones were equally bad. So how is it possible to get them to come and support shapely NATO? Commander Lin Fu, the commander and second in command of the Evangelion, have arrived in shapely Adu. Oh, that was pretty quick. Glancing at the rest of the crowd, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu spoke. Let Zhaoi come in, and self-propelled weapon let her wait outside. Yes, no one was surprised that this victory was possible thanks to the valiant Sun Federation fighters, and had nothing to do with the silver-haired girls, who had no business being in this place. The glory belongs to the Commonwealth of the Sun. Commander, Zhao Yi came in and shouted, "No need to be so formal. Everyone here knows you." Zhao Yi looked at the crowd and said, "Lieutenant Colonel, the Evangelion has been damaged due to previous battles. I'm applying to rebuild the Evangelion." The bald Lieutenant Colonel laughed. "You're still in such a hurry. I'm sure I'll get the hull down for you. But first tell us how you destroyed the Annihilator cannon and how you captured the Solo Empire commander?" Zhao Yi naturally knew that the bald Lieutenant Colonel would ask this, and had already prepared a set of words to say, half-truths and half-falsehoods. "I constructed a simple type of mech, and relied on it to take down the Solo Empire." "Mecha?" The crowd froze. "You just made a few mechs and wiped out the Solo Empires? It can't be. The Solo Empire, I've heard that there are T2 level destroyers. This is something that simple mechs can destroy? Nonsense. Are you hiding some secret? If mechs were really that powerful, the various civilizations wouldn't have stopped developing them in the first place." Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu interrupted the crowd. "Zhao Yi, although you deserve a lot of credit for wiping out the Annihilator cannon, the Federation won't allow you to hide your secrets." Zhao Yi nodded slightly. "It is true that they won by relying on simple mechs. How can I say about the opposite side's T2 level mechs? Their mechs are products of the last century, so their firepower and defense are inferior by a long shot. I thought I was dead, but I fought down and realized that the Solo Empire mechs are obsolete products. Last century." The crowd froze at that, and when they thought about it, that was true. When the Interstellar preparations started, all the countries were researching starships and fighters. Who was still working on mecha? Not to mention the Solo Empire, the mechs on his side were from the last century. It was just that there had been no opportunity to use it, and if it came to use it, I was afraid that it would have the same result as the Solo Empire. Ahem. I just remembered that our mechs seem to be equipped with star missiles. When you said that, I also just realized that the mechs don't seem to have been updated in a long time, and this thing hasn't appeared in a report in a while. Yeah, our costs for starships and fighters and main guns aren't enough for those. How could they possibly be for mechs? Zhao Yi spread his two hands. So although ours is a simple mech, but the weapons we use are removed from the Evangelion. Even if it's a T1 level starship, weapons are more powerful than their mechs. Their defense can't block it at all. The crowd looks at me and I look at you. It's still a bit outrageous, but it's more convincing than before, and at least that much more feasible. So the Evangelion wasn't destroyed, but dismantled itself? That's right. It was the only thing I could do at the time if I wanted to survive. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu applauded. Your performance was very bright. Order in the chaos. In the situation, you were actually able to analyze the demolition of the gospel number. Both judgment and execution are unique. The crowd nodded. Dismantling a starship to make a mech is not something the average person really thinks about, especially at that time when they were surrounded by the Solo Empire and had 9 deaths. Most people would have found a place to hide. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, not proud of himself. All of this couldn't be separated from the help of the vice commander, as well as the silver-haired girl who piloted the mecha and charged into battle. The faces of the people were a little hard to see. It's still 9844 to actually mention humanoid self-propelled weapons at this point. The fact that they were still alive already made them a bit upset, and Zhao Yi was still sharing out the credit. Zhao Yi naturally didn't want the goodwill of this group of them. Pedantic, corrupt, hedonistic. None of them were related to business anyway. Not much else except getting his subordinates killed. But there's something else I want to ask you. What is it? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's eyes stared at Zhao Yi. This feeling was not like a celebration but an interrogation. Before planet M787 was taken down, a fleet went over to you. Do you recognize it? The crowd was equally curious as to where this fleet came from. The beginning of all this was actually the appearance of this fleet. And if they hadn't appeared, the Solar Federation wouldn't have had the courage to start this battle. The battle involved 4 planets, totaling 100 starships, and managed to pull off the upset. But the fleet, which is the key, no one knows where it came from. Zhao Yi looked at Lin Fu and saw a hint of teasing and mockery in his eyes. How much does this guy know about what's going on? What would be the consequences if one was lying? The worst thing that could happen is that the matter of selling T2 class fighters by himself is known. I can probably guess. Hearing Zhao Yi say this, the crowd came into the spirit. You know where this fleet belongs? Where did they come from? That's not right. We didn't even investigate this fleet belonging. How did you know? Didn't you just get out of school? Zhao Yi slowly said. It's true that I just got out of school, but on my way here I encountered 2 star-class pirates. Something that Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu should know about. The crowd turned their heads to look at LT. Colonel Lin Fu. I do know about this, but what does it have to do with this power? We found a drawing of a T2 class fighter after we wiped them out. Drawings? The crowd was stunned. When did this happen? How come we didn't know? The T2 level drawings aren't anything good. Why are you so excited? Where is this drawing now? Show us. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was slightly stunned. You didn't turn in the fighter plane drawings when you scored them? Zhao Yi slowly said. I sold. You sold it? The crowd was stunned. This kid actually sold the drawings. Although the drawings of the T2 class fighter weren't anything important, the Sun Federation didn't want the technology to leak out. Zhao Yi said rightfully, of course, the Evangelion's military expenses are insufficient, and the people on the hull still need to be fed. So what else can be done besides selling the fighter drawings to buy food? The crowd was spitting blood in anger. And the whole military spending thing was really only exploited by the evangelists for wanting them to die faster. But I didn't expect Zhao Yi to actually sell the drawings he had scored. Zhao Yi, do you know what a crime it is to sell loot privately or T2 class fighter drawings? All I know is that if I hadn't sold, I wouldn't be standing here right now. The Annihilator wouldn't have been destroyed, and Planet M787 wouldn't have been taken down. Too arrogant. An adjutant couldn't stand it and rebuked loudly. Zhao Yi, don't be arrogant. Your credit is indeed great, but your troubles are equally not small. The drawings of a T2 class fighter plane are exposed out. It is reasonable that you are guilty of a capital offense. That's right. Don't think you can't touch the North when you have a little credit. All of you present are your old-timers. It's better for young people to be calm. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu waved his hand to interrupt the crowd. Leakage of T2 class fighter drawings is indeed a capital offense, but fortunately this drawing is now in my hands, so it's not considered a leakage. After saying that, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu pulled out a drawing and placed it on the table. The crowd rushed over to check it out and were a bit shocked. It's really a T2 class fighter drawing. It seems to be a bit different. This drawing is a bit of a novelty. The cost and design are pretty awesome. The cost is down, but the defense doesn't feel right. You silly fighter, what defense can block example beam cannon? And T2 level fighters have energy shield. Energy depletion of defense are about the same. Anyway, be concentrated or a cannon one. I do think the design of this fighter is very well thought out. It's a pity that we don't know who the designer is. Having him involved in the development of the T3 class fighter might surprise us. Zhao Yi's heart snickered. It seemed like he was right in thinking earlier. This drawing had indeed reached LT. Colonel Lin Fu. Who would have questioned himself with this drawing just now if he had concealed it a little? Luckily, I didn't hide it. LT. Colonel Lin Fu rubbed his chin. The drawing was indeed a novelty, but not so much so that the Star Pirates would go after it or even go to war with the Solo Empire. But what could it be if not that? Zhao Yi, hello, are you hiding something? Except this drawing is gone. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu slowly said. Zhao Yi, you have performed outstandingly in this battle, but because you sold the drawings of the T2 class fighter, the merits and demerits are offset. There is no reward other than allowing you to rebuild an Evangelion starship. Do you accept? Zhao Yi naturally accepted. Thank you for the Lieutenant Colonel's understanding. I have no objections. You can get out. Yes. Zhao Yi didn't want to linger here any longer. Saluted and left. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked at the crowd. Currently Planet M787 is under our control again. The general is very satisfied with this matter. We will be holding a celebration banquet in the evening. All of you must be there at that time. Definitely. Those who charge into battle are not qualified to come, and those who are located in the back of the line and hiding instead get a lot of credit. LT. Colonel Lin Fu was not happy about it, but it was a federal tradition. LT. Colonel Lin Fu got up and said, you all are also very busy, so I won't take up any more of your time. The meeting is adjourned. The crowd walked out of the conference room in twos and threes. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu walked out of the room and asked a nearby vigilante, how is Dawn of the Solo Empire doing? According to the battle, it should have crashed along with the dreadnought. The humanoid Autobots located in G29 are currently searching for the wreckage, but I'm afraid that the corpses won't be searched. LT. Colonel Lin Fu nodded slightly. Where's Jerry? Being held in the shapely dungeon. Show me. Yes. When LT. Colonel Lin Fu arrived at the dungeon, he saw a gray-haired Jerry, lying in the dungeon with a disheveled look on his face. This person can't be killed yet, and will be exchanged for prisoners with the Solo Empire side afterward. What? Come to see me laugh? I can't imagine that your federation is actually secretly developing mechs. It's really a good plot. Jerry saw Lin Fu come over and stood up with a resentful face. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked at him and said, you mean you lost to the mecha? That's for sure. If it wasn't for the higher level of your mechs, how could we lose? Jerry's eyes revealed sadness and darkness. However, in the end, it's still our mechs that are too poor, and there's really no way to use a product from 100 years ago. This bunch of old nobodies. I've long reminded them that mechs must be developed, yet they think that ground warfare is already a product of the olden times, and that I, a logistics administrator, am in no position to dispute it. LT. Colonel Lin Fu looked at Jerry's description in the dungeon, which was pretty much the same as Zhao Yi's description. It did seem like it was the simple mech developed by Zhao that won. Jerry would return to the Solo Empire afterward. And LT, Colonel Lin Fu didn't want to reveal too much. I came here this time to tell you not to think about dying or anything. After that I'll let you go back to the Solo Empire and you'll stay well in the dungeon for now. Don't worry. I'll definitely double back this disgrace. If I'm allowed to go back to the Solo Empire, you'll definitely regret it. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu smiled and left the dungeon. It seemed that he was overly concerned. Zhao was not hiding anything. The next step is to attend the headache-inducing celebratory dinner and prepare a speech. Zhao returned to the silver-haired girl's temporary residence and saw Su Xian and the others busy in the huge workshop, constantly washing and cleaning the surroundings. Su Xian, what's going on? Su Xian came back to her senses and said, Commander, we'll be staying here for a while. I'll have someone pack it up and make it comfortable. After all, I don't know when I'll be gone. Zhao looked around. This was an abandoned workshop on the outskirts of the shapely city. Is this how the Federation treats meritorious officials? Not even a normal residence. Zhao sighed, wondering when the Federation would properly confront the silver-haired girl. Commander, you can go to the post and rest and come back to us when we leave. No, I'm right here, Su Xian said with some embarrassment. Commander, I'm afraid you'll be uncomfortable resting here. Don't mind us. Zhao smiled and spread his two hands. There are you beautiful women here with me. What's so uncomfortable? The silver-haired girls around them burst out laughing at that. The commander is still as immodest as ever. Su Xian shook her head helplessly. Alright then, there is an office in this workshop. I'll have someone clean it already. You'll live in the office and we'll live in the workshop. That's fine. So you guys won't be embarrassed. After saying that, Zhao walked into the office and turned back. I'm going to develop a starship. So you don't have to call me for dinner at night. Starship? Just now. LT, Colonel Lin Fu has promised us that our latest gospel will be designed and developed by myself. So I'm going to redesign a gospel. Su Xian blinked. What kind of design do you want? One person wanted to develop a starship. Others Su Xian must have laughed in his heart. But Zhao R&D actually made her look forward to it a little bit. Was there anything else this man wouldn't do? Modifying fighters, treating toxins, developing fighters, and now even starships can develop their own. The Federation is actually letting talent like this charge into battle. So it looks like it's really over. I was thinking of designing spaceships. This kind of all-dimensional starship would suit us. The Evangelion usually fights alone. Don't you think? Su Xian and the other silver-haired girls were excited, their faces revealing surprise. I didn't realize that they would one day have their own new gospel number. Su Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, even if the Evangelion was a frigate before, we got a bit of fighters to put in it. Zhao looked at the crowd. You guys are busy. I'm going to design. Seeing Zhao leaving, Su Xian rolled up her sleeves. Sisters, the commander has gone to design a starship. We can't lag behind. This place is well cleaned. Good. Planet M787 is not far from the abandoned planet. Damn it. Sean was shaking with anger as he looked at his men's reports. He himself broke into the battle between the Solo Empire and the Solar Federation, which resulted in a huge victory for the Solar Federation. By now the people inside the Evangelion should have been taken out by the Solo Empire, and the six-sided cube is either lost in M787 or in the hands of the Empire and the Federation. Boss, what are we going to do now? What else can we do but go back and report that the Evangelion was sunk by the Solo Empire? This, a junior brother spoke up. Subordinate thinks there is no need to rush back. Why? The people on the gospel are definitely still alive. Tell me. Sean sat in his chair and looked at the person who had just spoken. If it makes sense, there will be a reward. But if you dare to talk nonsense, you will definitely not be spared. The little brother knew Sean was angry, but this was a good opportunity to climb up the ladder himself. Ignoring the unhappy looks of several cadres around him, a large part of the reason why the Sun Federation's G-29 fleet was able to defeat the Solo Empire was because the Annihilator cannons didn't fire. And the reason why the Annihilator cannons didn't fire was presumably because they didn't have the means to do so. Sean looked down and pondered. You mean the Evangelion didn't die, but instead destroyed the Solo Empire's Annihilator cannon? Is this possible? According to the images that came back earlier, the Evangelion was in tatters even as far as its fighters were concerned. The other cadres spoke up. That's right. Do you really think the Evangelion is a god? What weapon dares to say it can extinguish the Star Destroyer cannon? I think you're just rambling. My lord, don't listen to his nonsense here. A smile appeared at the corner of this junior brother's mouth. Although I don't know how he managed it, the Solo Empire won't hold back until the Solar Federation occupies planet M787 and doesn't fight back. It's a bit outrageous. But the only explanation for the loss is that the reason the Annihilator doesn't fire is because there's no way to use it. Sean thought about it for a moment. The claim was outrageous. but there was no better way to put it. Looking around at the other cadres, speak up you guys, didn't you just say it was awesome? Since you don't think he's right, why do you guys tell us why the Solo Empire would rather have Planet M787 robbed than open fire? Several cadres lowered their heads. They didn't really know why. Maybe it's like this guy said, the Annihilator is out of commission. Sean grunted and turned his head to look at the junior. But even if the people on the gospel are still alive, then they must have gone back to Shapely NATO. There's nothing we can do about it. They were interstellar pirates, and even if the other side didn't know it, they wouldn't let a fleet of ships into Shapely NATO range. It was stopped by a search party long before it entered. A merchant ship could be sent to Shapely, find the Evangelion's people, and the little brother made a clicking motion. God forbid anyone knows about the six-sided cube. Sean's eyes lit up. That was one way to do it. A trip to Shalata would be a side trip with or without the gospel in port, and it would replenish the fleet's food and consumption. What's your boy's name? This little brother hurriedly knelt on the ground. Whammo. Just joined. Not bad. Not bad. You've got a good idea. So I'll send you. Ha? Whammo dumbfounded. His own plan is to mix a face, but did not want to go The other cadres couldn't help but laugh out loud at this. Let your girl pretend. This past if did not find the gospel number, is not his previous words or fart. Don't look at Sean as being courteous now. If you return without any success the one who clicks is you. Sean patted him on the shoulder with a smile on his face. Your plan is good. You're familiar with this thing. If you don't go who will? Don't worry. I'll send a few competent people to help you. And when you come back, you'll be a great success. Kazuma felt the pressure of this big hand on his shoulder. If he didn't agree I was afraid he would be in trouble. I'm not sure about the others. I trust you the most, don't you? Kazuma gave a smile that was more than a cry. I'll take a walk then. Well, get going and get back. Washio had no choice but to pick a small merchant ship from one of the star carriers and set off with a few people towards Shapely NATO. A day later, Joey snorted and walked out of his room, seeing the numerous silver-haired young girls lying around outside. Some of them were even dreaming and kept talking about something in their sleep. Both seemed quite happy despite sleeping on the floor or leaning against the wall. The scene looks a little heartbreaking and funny. They fought with the determination to die in order to destroy the Annihilator, but the Federation still treated them the same way as before. Looking around again, the ramshackle, abandoned workshop was cleaned up and spotless. Good-looking and hard-working. Such a beautiful woman would surely be snatched up if she were on Earth. Commander, you're out. Suxian brought the people over a little embarrassed. They worked a little late yesterday, so they're a little tired. Should I wake them up? Joey shook his head and said, No, let them sleep. Anyway, we have a lot of time this time. They can't even let us depart without a starship. Commander, so you're done with the starship design? Suxian asked, blinking her big eyes. Yeah, look. Joey spread out his drawing. This drawing contains several elements: energy shields, hull structure, weapon distribution and so on. Joey pointed to a place and said, there are a lot of us, so I designed this universe ship to be bigger, with enough accommodation for more than 300 of us. Suxian froze as she looked at a piece of the drawing. Earlier she had casually remarked that the silver-haired girl didn't have enough shelter, so she was sleeping wherever she went. Such half-joking remarks were not expected to be remembered by the commander, who also arranged for accommodation on the latest hull. Suxian only felt a throbbing coming from deep inside. What's wrong with you? Seeing Suxian's reaction, Joey thought that she was dissatisfied. In fact, I designed the rest areas to be distributed in different areas of the ship's hull, so that even if they encountered dangers and emergencies, they would be able to return to their posts as soon as possible, so you wouldn't have to worry about it. Sushin turned her head. I'm nothing. This starship feels good to me. Joey scratched his head. He still had the weapons, energy, and armor piece left out, so it was just fine? Alright, since we don't have any comments, let's get started. I'm going to get the commander for the build ship. Good. Joey put the drawings away. By the way, how many energy crystals did we get from planet M787? Almost 30,000 or so. Joey nodded slightly. It's quite a lot. If not for the robots being dismantled in the back, we could have taken even more. Suxian laughed. Joey was just like a fortune hunter. But 30,000 energy crystals does give them more firepower. That's about it. We won't be able to come back and take any more than that. Joey nodded slightly. That's true. Fortunately there are many of us. No one will notice if we load a little bit each. By the way, this is for you. A mechanical arm suddenly stuck out from behind Zhao Yi's back. Something that startled Suxian. Commander, you hurt your hand? Zhao Yi looked at the mechanical arm he was controlling. And now he had 3 hands. Don't be nervous. This is my multifunctional arm. There are times when a mechanical arm is more accurate and convenient than a human hand. Su Xin nodded slightly. There were not a few people who used prosthetics in this era. What is it? Su Xin looked at the mechanical arm with a watch-like thing on it. Wasn't the Green Luan mech dismantled before? This is the energy core on the Green Luan. There are currently 5 more available. I made 5 shields that you can take with you. Shields? Zhao nodded slightly. It's the energy shield for personal use. It's true that it's not useful in interstellar wars, but I still got it out. Although it can't block particle beam cannons, it's still fine for energy main cannons and electromagnetic cannons. It can still hold up for a while if we get into a ground battle. Su Xin was curious. If this thing can have a defensive effect, why doesn't the Federation develop it? After saying that, he seemed to realize it himself. What good are energy shields for personal use if the starship is destroyed by a single shot from the other side? Instead, it adds to the cost. And the Federation can't wait for them silver-haired girls to die. Take it. Zhao smiled. Su Xin took it carefully. The watch still looked quite cute. Thank you. You're welcome. You can give the remaining 3 to Su Ran, Su Huan and Su Chen. Okay. After seeing Su Xin put it away, Zhao went out. Just as she opened the door, Su Xin ran over, blushing slightly and squirming. Commander, what's wrong? I will go with you. That's fine too. Just to have a companion on the way. Zhao was indifferent. Having a beautiful woman like Su Xin accompanying him couldn't be better. Seeing Su Xin and Zhao leave, the awake silver-haired girl stood by the door and watched, her gossipy eyes burning. Sister Su Xin feels more and more womanly. No, it's like a different person from before. The commander is our backbone now. Do you guys think Sister Su Xin likes? The crowd all blushed at that. At their age, they haven't experienced what it means to be in love, and they don't have time to think about it when life and death are at stake. After glancing at Zhao and Su Xin who were walking together, maybe that's what sweet love is all about. I wonder when I'll meet it myself. It's ridiculous to say that living is a problem, and they're actually looking forward to this. Walking on the road, Su Xin curiously said, Commander, the Federation's order prohibits silver-haired maidens from using starships and fighters above the T2 level, partly because these starships cost more, and partly because they are worried about the silver-haired maidens getting out of control and causing unnecessary consequences. Would you agree with this drawing, LT? Colonel? Zhao smiled. That's why I prepared 2 drawings. 2 drawings? Zhao nodded. Yeah, one for approval and one for construction. But won't find it different then? Zhao smiled. I went over to borrow the repair ship this time. What do you think will happen to the hull? They shouldn't help us and find a place to rest on their own or even come. Zhao patted Su Xion's head. That's right. We borrowed the repair ship for them as a vacation. Just like before, to do the warplane, no one cares about us. We can do whatever we want to do. After we make it, he can still dismantle it? Su Xion's mouth opened wide. So it could still be like this. They are too conformist and never think about things outside of the rules. Well, here we are. Looking at the office in front of him, Su Xion waited outside the door with good behavior. By this time, Kazuma had arrived with his men at the Shapely and was walking around bored. They don't know how to look. Brother Wa, this Shapely lot is so big, how are we going to find it? Yeah, Lord only gave us 10 days, and I just inquired, and there's no gospel number in the harbor at all. Whammo's brain hurts. He just came up with an idea, didn't want to do it himself. Now that the gospel isn't here, going back would be a death sentence. Why don't we run? But with 5 people following behind him, it's impossible to run away, and catching them back is still a dead end. Looking back at the 5 men behind him, all of whom were cyborgs with their bodies more or less fitted with firepower and prosthetics, most commonly energy weapons and missiles. It didn't do much against mechs and fighters, but it was more than enough to deal with ordinary people like him. Brother He, what are you looking at? Knowing that Himao had a special mission this time, a few people were still polite. I told you to be steady. Just because the Evangelion isn't in Shalato doesn't mean the people aren't here. There's a famous silver-haired maiden on this Evangelion. What's her name? 9844. Find her and you'll be fine. Okay. As the few people walked slowly, they saw Su Xion standing in the doorway, her eyes constantly looking up and down. They had seen many races in this universe, 1001, but it's still the silver-haired girl who's the prettiest. You don't say. This silver-haired girl is indeed beautiful. No wonder there are still silver-haired girls being sold in the universe. But these maidens are feisty, or the price would surely be higher. It's all small money. We don't do that in big business. A few people were chatting, and Himao felt that something was wrong, and retreated back a few steps to look at Su Xion, somewhat stunned. Su Xion had long been accustomed to this kind of gaze and simply felt nothing. If it's a normal day, They'd a shapely more than not go out unless there is a necessary thing. But now that she felt like accompanying Zhaoi, all of this was nothing. Brother Kazu, why are you still looking stupid? Isn't it just a silver-haired girl? Wamo shook his head and led a few people to the alleyway, hiding for an instant. The others were a bit confused. Brother what are you doing? Who are you hiding from? It's the one we're looking for. Himao was thrilled. I never thought that I could find a place where I could not find it, but I got it with no effort at all. Ha, this is the 9844 we're looking for? Of course. I asked her what she looked like beforehand, and that's what she looks like. Why do I get the feeling that silver-haired girls all look alike? Probably all pretty. You guys just listen to me. This is the guy. Kazuma pointed to Su Xian who was waiting outside the alley. A pirate wearing a cloak and a missile launcher in his right hand spoke. In that case, I'll capture her and force her to ask where the six-sided cube is. Wamo grabbed the man back as soon as he could. These guys are okay with the force, just not very smart. Are you stupid? This is Shapely downtown. You dare to arrest someone here? Do you really think the federal defense is vegetarian? Besides, what's the point of capturing a silver-haired girl? It's not like the Federates care if they die, and they won't know where the six-faced cube is. What then? The crowd scratched their heads. Even if they hadn't encountered anyone before, now that they had, they actually didn't act, waiting for their commander. Of course, their commander is a Federation man. These people are greedy for life and death. After finding him and coercing him a little bit, they'll know where the six-sided cube is. So it is. The crowd responded. It's still you, brother who's smart. One of them said irritably, that I can tell. But what if their commander isn't together? Kazuma scorned. You think I'm as stupid as you? Even if we don't have a commander, let's use her fellow sisters to coerce her. In any case, find their residence first, and there's always something to do after that. Yes, office. Zhaoi walked in and explained his purpose and was taken to LT. Colonel Lin Fu's office. Come in. Zhaoi walked in and saluted. Good morning, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. Well, what's the matter with coming in so early in the morning? My drawings for the starship are out and sent to the commander for his review. Oh, so soon? This attracted the interest of Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. Before Zhaoi said that he had developed a simple mecha to defeat the Solo Empire. He wondered if it could be that this T2 class fighter was also developed by Zhaoi. Just put the blame on interstellar piracy. After all, only they knew if they had the drawings at the time. Now that he had taken a look at the drawings of the starship developed by Zhaoi, he might be able to see some drawbacks. Zhaoi took the drawings out and placed them on Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's desk. Satisfied. LT. Colonel. Lin Fu spread out the drawings and was dumbfounded when he looked down. Crap. What is this thing? Originally, he thought that Zhaoi had a bit of talent in R&D and design, but now he saw that he might have thought a bit too much. That's not talented. It's clueless, Zhaoi said with satisfaction. Commander, how is this starship I designed? Talent. You're really a little fucking genius. A starship you actually installed 8 energy main cannons, 108 electromagnetic subcannons, and other beam weapons. Are you building a starship? Or are you building a starship with a starship growing on top of the main cannons? Zhaoi wanted this effect and became more complacent. Commander Lin Fu, why can't T1 class starships beat T2 class starships? That's because T2 class starships have energy cores, which are protected by energy shields when they are opened, and T1 class energy main guns can't penetrate them. And this star battleship I've designed is capable of firing 8 energy main cannons at the same time. Even a T2 level shield can be blasted through in one shot. LT. Colonel. Lin Fu spat out blood in anger. His previous thoughts that Zhaoi was a design talent vanished. He does have a bit of talent in conducting, but is incredibly sparse in design, and deserves to be in the school dangling. You're a real talent. For cups of 25 degrees water add up to 100 degrees? I'll leave aside the cost and consumption of your 8 energy main cannons for a moment. If you fire them all together, your star-class battleship itself shall not fall apart and blast away? The others haven't hit it yet. You can't do it yourself. Zhaoi naturally understands this, and reluctantly said, then reduce the 4 main guns, and hitting all of the remaining 4 will be enough. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu patted himself on the head and decided not to waste his breath by pulling more crap with Zhaoi. He really didn't want Zhaoi to build it himself, but the higher-ups agreed to this. Let Zhaoi build his own good build a 4 out of 4. Go out with a silver-haired girl all dead. Will not have to be admitted as a citizen of the Federation. The other residents and civilizations would only laugh at Zhaoyi's self-importance. This 4 main guns of yours won't work either. How about this? You install 2 main guns. There's nothing wrong with the cost or availability. This is verified by the R&D Starship people. The current stability and strength of the ship's hull doesn't have what it takes to hold all 3 main guns firing at once. Zhaoi nodded slightly. Alright, 2 main cannons are 2 main cannons. Then my 108 secondary cannons should be fine, right? This thing isn't an energy weapon. It shouldn't have any effect. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was sweating profusely. Zhao Yi's starship looked like a star-class battleship. A kind of huge starship, generally exist in the fleet to bear the long-range main firepower. More powerful. But the reaction and defense are relatively slow. Need to protect the ship, destroyer and other hull protection. Does Zhao Yi really not understand, or is he pretending? Of all starships, battleships are the least suited for solo missions. As for this subcannon, it's even more bullshit. The subcannon is usually a defense against starfighters. 108 secondary guns take up space. Not to mention the possibility of not even using them. How much do you budget for this starship? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu took a sip from the glass of water on the table. 200,000 energy crystals. Put. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu spat out a mouthful of water. You really have the guts to say it. 200,000 energy crystals are enough for me to build a T2 class starship. Zhao Yi spread his hands. It can't be helped. The 108 sub-cannon just costs so much. This drawing doesn't care about practicality or functionality. Just go for the most expensive. Among the weapons that a T1 class starship could carry, the energy main cannon and electromagnetic sub-cannon were the most expensive, and Zhao Yi placed the entire hull with all the turrets so that he could ask for more budget. No. I don't care how you build it. I'll give you 100,000 energy crystals. 100,000. Not quite enough. Zhao Yi flooded with mutterings, while inwardly, he was excited. 100,000 is already more than one would expect. He had thought that Lt. Colonel Lin Fu would give himself 80,000 at most, but he didn't expect it to be $100,000. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu wiped the water from his desk. Alright, 100,000 is enough for you to build a nice T1 class battleship. Shrink this hull a bit. Budget for defensive armor and fighters. Move towards a multi-purpose hull. Battleships aren't for you. Alright. Zhao Yi skimmed his mouth and pretended to be helpless. Now that you've agreed, then let's go. I'll call you with the budget later. Get your own materials and I can lend you a repair ship. Zhao Yi stood in place. Lieutenant Colonel, since your budget didn't give me what I wanted, can you give me some compensation? What compensation? Lend me the glory. What? Lt. Colonel Lin Fu sat up violently. The glory? You want the glory? Zhao Yi naturally knew why Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu reacted so much. The glory was a large repair ship, T3 level. There weren't many of them in the Sun Federation. This thing rare can't be built in the Solar Federation. The T3 class combat starships the Solar Federation is now able to pilot produce, but making T3 class starships requires T3 class repair ships, which can't be built. The Solar Federation's T3 class repair ships are all bought in from the outside, and others are still technically stuck. What do you need this for? You're building a T1 class starship. A normal repair ship is enough. Besides, the glory scheduling has been full for a long time. There's no way to squeeze it in for you. Zhao Yi smiled. 9844 they should have served for quite some time. What do you mean? Zhao Yi pretended to be in a difficult situation. Commander Lin Fu, do you think it's better to build a starship as soon as possible for them to go on a mission? Or do you think it's better to build it slowly and shapely NATO until it reaches the full 5 years? Will the Federation give them status when the time comes or not? If we give it, the Federation will be upset. If we don't give it, other civilizations will look at it as a joke. And maybe there will be civilizations that will use it to start a war. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu frowned. He did receive a notice from his superiors to return the Evangelion to being able to fight as soon as possible. So a little more was given in the budget. Half a month's time. Just half a month's time. And we'll have the gospel out on a mission. I'll think about it. You get out. Yes. After Zhao Yi left, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu smoked a cigarette and considered. Half a month for him isn't out of the question. T3 large repair ships do speed things up a lot, but he couldn't figure out what Zhao Yi wanted to build a starship so quickly for. To die again? Can't think of many commanders who fled the Evangelion, and quite a few more who would cry and repent before him, but there really wasn't one that stayed on the gospel like Zhao Yi. Come on, man. Yes. Transfer the glory to Zhao Yi for half a month. Yes. Seeing Zhao Yi come out, Su Xian walked over and said, well, aha. The corner of Zhao Yi's mouth revealed a smile. 100,000 energy crystals. 100,000. Su Xian covered her mouth in surprise, although she knew that she might symbolically give more after destroying the annihilation cannons. She didn't expect it to be this much. Zhao Yi looked at Su Xian and said smugly, it's a small thing. If I use my full strength, I can ask for more. Having a woman like Su Xian looking at him with a face of adoration. Don't mention how good it was. You've been waiting here long, haven't you? No. I feel happy to be able to come out for a walk. Su Xian revealed a happy face, but how Zhao Yi felt it was not right. A little look at the passers-by to understand. Those silver-haired girls were not uncommon in Shapeliator. There was still a look of contempt, disdain and a hint of lewdness in the eyes of passing passers-by. Zhao Yi didn't poke her. Let's go. The repair ship should arrive tomorrow. Let's go order the materials first. Aha. As soon as the two of them left, Whammo and the others behind them followed, not slowing down. There were quite a few shapely people, and it was hard for them to be caught in this behavior. Brother Wa, when are we going to do it? This guy is the commander you were talking about, right? Kazuma stroked his chin, placing an item in his hand back into the stall and continued to follow. It's only logical that the Federation commander wouldn't be this close to a silver-haired girl. It's a superior-subordinate relationship, and the Confederates have a bone-deep disdain for silver-haired girls. Maybe the other two are good at it. The big narrator was unimpressed. I just think the feds are a bit nuts. The silver-haired girl is pretty and powerful, so why should she be despised? That's what you don't understand. The Federation people have spliced and traded technology to get where they are today, but their own level and genetics are middle of the road, and they probably hate and envy the likes of the silver-haired girl more than anything else. I see. A few people nodded in seeming understanding. Kanzuya, then why is the silver-haired girl only female and not male? Who do I ask if you ask me? Maybe the male was born karma. A few people chirped and watched as Joey and Su Xian both walked away and hurriedly chased after them. Are we still chasing? People are running away. Follow it up first. With Su Xian's knowledge of shapely NATO, it took the two of them most of the day. Kazuma and the others followed behind for a while, speechless. Are these two dating? Is this guy really the commander? I suppose so. The silver-haired girl has the same dislike for the Federals, and shouldn't have come out to buy these materials if she hadn't been ordered to. Brother He, why do we feel that the opposite side is playing with us like monkeys? Are we going to follow them or not? Follow. We can't let them get away. Good. The two of them, Zhao Yi and Su Xian, were busy until the evening before they had time to rest. Why don't we go have dinner together? Zhao Yi opened his mouth to suggest. Everything that needed to be bought had been purchased, except for the energy core and the T2 class main gun. And the energy core of a T2 class starship could be bought on the black market. The particle beam main gun can be designed on its own. Su Xian shook her head. Forget it, let's go back. She hadn't really eaten at Shapely Duo. The merchants would have thrown her out when they saw her. Okay, but I need to buy something before I go. Shopping? Joey smiled faintly and walked towards the food area. Su Xian couldn't help but swallow her saliva as she looked at the many delicious food around her. It turns out that there are so many amazing foods in this world besides energy porridge, full of flavor and color. Just looking at it makes me feel delicious. Boss, I want to buy some fried chicken. Okay. Seeing Zhao Yi come over, the boss warmly entertained him, while his eyes glanced at the silver-haired girl next to him revealing contempt. What's the point? Give me 30 buckets of fried chicken. 30 buckets? The boss was dumbfounded. This is not a cheap price. You know that there are no farms in Shapely Nadu. These raw materials for fried chicken are all bought from other planets. 20 energy crystals for a bucket of fried chicken. Su Xian was dumbfounded. Their meals alone were only 1 point of energy crystals a day. This bucket of fried chicken is enough to feed them for 20 days. Commander, you buy these. It's okay. Zhao Yi paid the energy crystals, but the boss was overjoyed and rushed to the back kitchen to get busy. Su Xian pulled on the hem of Zhao Yi's shirt. Commander, will it go bad if you buy so many? I've heard that fried chicken is only good if it's freshly fried. Zhao Yi smiled. It's not like I'm eating it alone, but it's a bit expensive after all, so I can only eat 1 piece per person when I take it back. When we have enough energy crystals later, we can eat whatever we want. Su Xian's eyes widened. You bought it for us? No. This fried chicken is too expensive. It costs 600 energy crystals. Commander, you'd better return it. It can't be returned. People have already started doing it. Zhao Yi looked at Su Xian. If you guys don't want it, then I can only throw it away. Su Xian was helpless, but still felt a bit of heartache. But there was also a hint of anticipation and warmth. Never had fried chicken in my life. Boss, your fried chicken. The fried chicken store owner happily handed over a large bag of fried chicken, and Zhao Yi's 3 hands hurriedly caught it. The smell of this freshly baked fried chicken hits you. Smells good. Want a piece? Su Xian couldn't help but swallow her saliva, but still shook her head. No, let's go back and eat together. Okay, go. Walking back with Su Xian, Zhao Yi felt a hint of an illusion. In the old world, this would have been called dating. I can't imagine that my own mother and child on Earth were single, and that I could actually come out with such a beautiful girl in this world. The two got up and headed towards the abandoned factory outside the suburb, with Washio and the others close behind. The smell of fried chicken made them crave for the same. Their plan changes to capture Zhao Yi and Su Xian and then eat all the fried chicken. There were 300 pieces of fried chicken in 30 buckets. enough to hold them over. After walking all the way to the outskirts, a few people were finally ready to make their move. A strong man with barriers and dark skin blocked Zhao Yi's way. Black Bear Man? Zhao Yi was slightly stunned as he looked at the tall figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. The people of this race are not very high-tech, but very fond of fighting and bloodthirsty. They should have been exterminated not too long ago. I didn't expect to see it in Shapely more. Su Xian looked at this unkindly and shielded Zhao Yi behind her. What's the matter? It's none of your business. We're looking for the guy behind you? Looking for me? Zhao Yi smiled and asked. What can there be to find me? Came to ask you for something. Zhao Yi and Su Xian turned back, and 4 people drilled out behind them. Their faces were unkind, and at a glance, they were not idle. Looking for something? Then you've come to the wrong person. I don't have anything here. If you really want to find something, go to the Federal Police Department. Kazuma stepped out of the crowd and sneered. If I'm right, you're Commander Evangelion, aren't you? We have something you picked up earlier. As long as you return it to its rightful owner, we'll talk this time. Zhao Yi and Su Xian realized that these people were actually interstellar pirates. I didn't think they would dare to come to Shapely. Sushin warned. This is Shapelyator. Don't think you can run away after doing something like this. I advise you to get out of here quickly or suffer the consequences. Take the consequences. I'm so scared. Kazuma didn't care at all. First, finish off the silver-haired girl for me, and take the man away from me. We'll interrogate him slowly. Yes. The Black Bear Man revealed a smile as he walked towards Su Xian. The energy weapon that turned in his hand aiming at Su Xian who was standing on the side. Vaporize. A beam of light struck towards Su Xian, sending out a huge explosion. The crowd let out a sneer. The silver-haired girl was still flesh and blood despite being a raceborn for war. I'm afraid that when faced with the energy cannon, there won't even be any dregs left. Well, you're next. Go back with us immediately or make you suffer a little? Zhao Yi smiled, not worrying about Su Xian next to him. This man is actually still laughing. Doesn't he know he's dying? The Federals are disgusting. This silver-haired girl died to protect him, and as a result he doesn't feel a thing. A few people couldn't help but spit in disgust. Zhao Yi laughed even more happily. If you want me to leave, you'll have to ask my vice commander if he agrees. The smoke cleared and the crowd was dumbfounded. I didn't expect that Su Xian, who had just been hit by the energy cannon, was actually still alive, and there was even no trace of injury on her body. How is that possible? How are you still alive? Did you put in a prosthetic body? The Black Bear Man was filled with disbelief. A flesh and blood body can't even stop a normal bullet, let alone blocking an energy cannon. The only explanation was that this silver-haired girl's body was made of special materials. Su Xian, you deal with that Black Bear Man. Leave the rest to me. Good. Su Xian stopped talking and stomped his feet, charging towards the Black Bear Man. The reason why silver-haired girls were called a combat race was not only because of their superb manipulation and combat awareness, but they were equally very powerful above melee combat. It's just that after the start of the Interstellar Wars, this characterization became less obvious. Even the best melee can't stop an energy main gun. The Black Bear Man was dumbfounded to see Su Xian appear in front of his eyes, and his arm, which was thicker than his thigh, swung towards Su Xian with force. Su Xian jumped with a light movement, and a flying kick dodged the Black Bear Man's bear hug, and also just kicked him in the face. Drooling tears accompanied the blood. The Black Bearer squeezed in pain and took a few steps backward. Kazuma and the others looked dumbfounded. This is too nifty. Didn't you give yourself a couple of great guys, and that's it? Can't even handle a silver-haired girl? The Black Bear Man, with his thick skin, shook himself in the head, his black face reddening a few times in anger. The other prosthetic limb split into multiple flying blades and swung towards Su Xian. Die for me. Unconcerned, Su Xian rushed over and jumped up to continue hitting the Black Bear Man straight in the face door. The Black Bear Man felt the sky spinning and fell heavily to the ground. The flying blade that was swung out hit Su Xian with a ripple. Kazuma and the others looked dumbfounded. This was actually an energy shield. There was actually a personal energy shield? It couldn't be. Couldn't it? Didn't the Federation expect the silver-haired girl to die early? How could they give an energy shield? Okay, you guys are up next. Who told you to come over here? Tell me properly. Su Xian stood beside Zhao Yi ready to go. As long as Zhao Yi gave an order, she would rush over and take these people down. The energy shield that Zhao Yi had given her made her invincible in melee combat. Himao and the other 4 did not expect the outcome to be like this, and they pulled out their own weapons to aim at Zhao Yi and Su Xian. Brothers, come together and take out the woman first. Even if she had an energy shield she wouldn't be able to block too many attacks. Good. Zhao Yi shook his head helplessly. Can't these people cooperate obediently? They had to use a little bit of means themselves. Zhao Yi handed over the fried chicken to Su Xian, so as not to spoil the food he had bought. A mechanical arm behind his back shot a ray of light from the center of his palm to hit Kazuma. Before a few people could react, Kazuma was left with a pile of clothes in place. Disintegration rays. The crowd was dumbfounded. This guy actually carried a T2, 5-level technology disintegration ray with him. This thing can only be blocked by an energy shield. You guys want to be like him? A few people took a look and hurriedly put their weapons away. They didn't have energy shields. Being hit by Xiaoyi was death. Dude, have a conversation. That's just it. There's no need to get physical. We're all civilized people. This is Shapeliator, and it's against the law to kill. Xiaoyi aimed his mechanical arm at a few people. Tell me, who sent you here? Sean, Lord Sean. Sean? Xiaoyi frowned. This looked like a small boss of the Interstellar pirates. Where is this Sean currently? Was it you guys who fought the Solo Empire before too? A few people nodded like garlic. Yes, it's us. We originally wanted to take back the 6-sided magic cube. I didn't expect you guys to turn around and run away. Where is he now? It's on an abandoned planet not far from planet M787. Xiaoyi continued. How were the losses in the last battle? Lost 2 T2 class starships, 3 T1 class starships, and currently have 3 starships left. Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Quite obedient. You guys should know the secret key of the 6-sided magic cube, right? The crowd shook their heads like rattlesnakes. I don't know. I really don't know. We only know that we have to retrieve this thing. I'm afraid that this secret key is not even known by our Lord Sean. So who knows? The Black Bear Lord, also known as Big Brother Sean Lord. Xiaoyi clasped his hands on his chest. It seems like it won't work if I don't give you guys a little color. Trying to trick me with this kind of words? Several people kneeled down and kowtowed. We really didn't know. Sushin asked as an aside. Commander, what about these guys? Should we tell the commander about this? That way the LT commander will wipe out their fleet and will be a lot safer leaving Shalato. Xiaoyi pondered. No, we can't let other people know about the 6-sided magic cube thing. The lieutenant colonel, a man who seems diffident but is in fact very cautious, will indeed go ahead and eliminate this one called Sean, but before he kills him he should make him reveal his reasons for doing so. After saying that, Xiaoyi looked at the few people in front of him. The mechanical hand behind the back lifted again. A few people took a look to understand. This is to kill and kill. Ask the secret key thing is just playing with them. We'll fight you. Just as he was about to pick up his weapon from the ground he was hit by a disintegration ray. A few people turned into piles of dust. Xiaoyi took the fried chicken and spoke. Let's go. Good. Su Xin didn't feel the slightest bit bad. The opposite side was going to kill themselves. It was normal for them to kill them themselves. It was what they were asking for. The last thing this era needs is people from all planets. This pirate fleet around always feels like it will deal with us. Well, they lost a few starships after the battle with the Solo Empire, but they still have some strength left, so I don't know if the T2 class Evangelion can hold up if they go hard against us. It's a good thing we knew about this ahead of time. Now that the Evangelion is getting a makeover, they shouldn't know what our starship looks like. Xiaoyi continued. And I'm going to open this 6-sided Rubik's Cube, wanting to see what's inside. Open? Su Xin froze. Wasn't the 6-sided magic cube unopenable? There was only one way to open it. The secret key. Xiaoyi explained. Indeed, the 6-sided tesseract was made by a civilization higher than the Federation. But there's another way to open it besides the secret key. And that's through a tool on the T3 level maintenance room that can be forced open. This was another reason why Xiaoyi wanted a T3 class repair ship. Something locked through a 6-sided Rubik's Cube is certainly not simple. Su Xin's eyes froze. This T3 level repair ship. I'm afraid this thing is even more difficult to get than the secret key. They were silver-haired girls. How could the LT commander lend them a T3 class repair ship? You'll see when the time comes. The two returned to the scrapyard, not taking the star pirates from earlier at all seriously. The silver-haired girl was lying around in various parts of the factory chatting and making games during her rare break. Sister Su Xin. Commander, you're back. Su ran over with his men and immediately smelled a fragrance. Wow, what smells so good? This seems to taste like meat. Commander, what did you eat that was so good? Tell us about it. Xiaoyi looked at a group of innocent and lively silver-haired girls and smiled. It's not like I'm going to steal food alone. I bought you guys fried chicken. But there's not much money, so you can only have one piece each. Fried chicken? The crowd was dumbfounded. This kind of thing has only seen and heard of. When have they ever tasted it? Su Ran said with a shocked face. Commander, did you really buy us fried chicken? That's for sure. It's not like I'm going to lie to you guys. The two placed the fried chicken on the table as the other silver-haired girls gathered around. The lid opened only to see the golden fried chicken inside charred on the outside. Su Huan couldn't help but want that piece, and was slapped away by Su Ran. Su Ran, what are you doing? Su Huan rubbed the back of her hand. Being hit by her smaller Su-ran made her very upset. Su-ran looked at Joey and said, "Commander, this is very expensive, isn't it? Are you really going to give it to us?" "Well, eat up, it won't be good if it gets cold. And if you don't eat it, it'll spoil." As soon as Su-hwan heard this, she hurriedly took a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. The other silver-haired girls gulped at the sight of her eating. One piece each for everyone. Okay. Looking at food they had never eaten before, the crowd lined up. The commander would actually buy this stuff for them to eat, which I wouldn't have thought of before. It's the first time I've ever had something so delicious. To hell with energy porridge. That's what people eat. The Federation doesn't take us for granted, but the commander does. A few people licked their fingers looking at the rest of the fried chicken with intent, but they knew that a piece was a gift, and the rest of the fried chicken was reserved for their absent sisters. Joey sighed long and somewhat helplessly when he saw this. If one belonged to one of their battalions, one should choose to retaliate against the Federation. "Commander, aren't you going to eat?" Su-won wondered next to him. "No more, I've eaten." "Hey, that extra piece is mine." Su-won took another piece and stuffed it into his mouth before Su-ran could react. "You guy." The commander was just being polite. "You really ate it." Su-ran rushed up to grab it, but the size difference was a bit too big to grab it. The corner of Zhao Yi's mouth twitched as he saw that Su-hwan actually swallowed the bones together. The feeling is like a pig eating ginseng fruit. Early the next morning, a huge repair ship pulled up over the abandoned factory. Su Xian walked out and covered her mouth in shock. This was exactly the only T3 class repair ship in Shuei-Nato. Zhao really borrowed it? This is incredible. How did Zhao do it? "Commander, come on." Su Xian shouted at the factory in Zhao. "What's wrong?" "Here comes the repair ship." Zhao walked over and looked up. The repair ship that seemed like a mountain was right above his head. Worthy of being a T3 class repair ship, it felt different just from the exterior. And the interior was full of the current top equipment and instruments. This stuff is used to build and repair T3 class starships. A middle-aged man with a military cap came down from inside the ship, followed by a group of guardsmen. "Where's Zhao?" "Here it is." Zhao raised his hand. "Poof." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "Although I don't know what conspiracy you play to make the lieutenant colonel agree, but wanting us to help you build a starship is absolutely impossible. You guys build this starship yourselves. Don't bother. We're going to just plan on building it ourselves." The other party froze after hearing this and said in displeasure, "What arrogance! Just one of you with a few humanoid self-propelled weapons and you want to build a starship? What a laugh. Anyway, the commander only gave you 15 days, so I'd like to see what you can build." Zhao choked back. "It's definitely better than what you guys built anyway." "You," the middle-aged man coldly snorted. He did not want to show off his tongue with Zhao. "Anyway, time will prove everything. Without their own help, they wouldn't even be able to use the equipment on a T3 class maintenance ship, would they? If anything goes wrong with the repair ship, none of you will be held responsible." With a painless warning, the captain of the repair ship took off with his men. That's all they could do. They couldn't disobey the orders of LT. Colonel. Without delay, Zhao led the men to the repair ship. The silver-haired girl was pleasantly surprised, but a little despondent, to see all the various things on the repair ship. "Commander, there's nothing wrong with letting us use a T2 class repair ship, but this T3 class repair ship, Zhao smiled and looked at the two of them. "It's fine. You two are the best at mechanics and R&D on the Evangelion. I'll give you a little explanation and you'll get it." The two men froze at this. "Commander, you know about T3 class repair ships?" "That's for sure. Who am I?" "You're commander. You can rely on me for anything." Zhao Yi's chin turned towards the sky. The two men looked adoring. "Thank you, commander." They were very curious about this new instrument and technology, and it would have been nice to have someone explain it. Zhao took the silver-haired girl from the R&D and maintenance departments and introduced them from the beginning. After several hours of successive introductions, Su Yen and Su Wan both finally figured out the instruments and equipment. They are very smart and have no problem with current technology being used to build T2 class starships. "You two take the men and start building the Evangelion. And remember to come to me if you have any problems." "Okay." The two were excited and hurriedly commanded the silver-haired girl and the multifunctional robot to start building according to Zhao Yi's blueprints. Zhao came to one of the hull's workrooms, which was filled with the most high-tech tools and instruments available. Even the staff that serves as this maintenance ship rarely comes to this place. They're not very familiar with any of this stuff. Zhao currently possesses top-notch repair and research technology, which allows him to maneuver with ease. Place the six-sided cube on an apparatus called a rule modifier, a rule-based device capable of modifying objects. For example, being able to modify a planet's gravity, density, and other rules. Of course, the civilization that sold this hull to the Solar Federation neutered the device. but it's still fine to use it to modify the rules of the six-sided cube. A large string of garbled codes appeared in front of Zhao Yi's eyes, and this was the presentation of the rules in the form of data. To use this object, you need to be familiar with all the data and items to be able to do so, otherwise it would take countless hours just to investigate one of the codes. Zhao Yi's eyes were fixed on the screen, and the mechanical arm behind him kept tapping. I don't know how long it took, but Zhao Yi finally finished modifying the rules, only to see the six-sided Rubik's Cube light up with a glow and then change back to its original state. Zhao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the six-sided magic cube did not trigger the self-destruct program. There is only one rule that you have changed yourself, and this six-sided Rubik's Cube can be opened without a password. Zhao Yi took the six-sided magic cube in his hands and gently turned it, only to see a light appear in the six-sided magic cube. This is a T3 level energy core. Zhao Yi was shocked, not expecting this to be inside. Starting at T2 level, a starship or fighter requires an energy core in addition to the hull itself. The energy core is able to multiply the effect of using the energy crystal enhancement to achieve the effect of using the energy shield. And T3 class energy cores can't even be built by the Solar Federation or the Solo Empire. All they can do is the T3 class starship itself. So both sides fought a battle between T1 class starships and T2 class starships until now, because T3 class starships are too precious and will not be used until the Battle of the Dead. Zhao Yi didn't realize there was one here. No wonder those interstellar pirates are pestering themselves like mad dogs. Can you not be anxious about losing this thing? I'm afraid I'd go crazy if it was myself. Wouldn't one be able to build T3 level energy shields if they had this? Thinking about this, Zhao Yi was thrilled. A T3 level energy shield is a quantum leap from a T2 level energy shield. Zhao Yi hurriedly put the energy core back into the six-sided magic cube. This thing would wait until the starship was built. As for T3 class starships, don't even think about it. It's going to take a long time to get this thing redesigned and there aren't that many energy crystals. Starship T2 level, energy shield T3 level, is considered to be T2. 5 level sex starship, cannot beat T3 level starship, still cannot beat T2 level. It's not an exaggeration to say that the star pirate named Sean piloting the remaining starships to duel him wouldn't be able to break his shields. Wait, what's this? Zhao Yi just put the energy crystal back and saw that there was a small card inside. Just now, with his eyes on top of the energy crystal, he actually didn't pay attention. The card has only a time and an address, labeled as a standard Sun Federation address, and it's in a month's time. Could this energy crystal be from the Solar Federation? The gang of interstellar pirates may have to do a favor for someone in the Solar Federation, and the payment is this energy crystal. Who could it be? A T3 level energy crystal is not something you can normally get your hands on. Another look at the address on the card was the key. Now the star pirates didn't get this Rubik's Cube, so they don't know the location. If you go yourself, you'll know who's behind this. Should we tell the commander about this? After thinking about it, Zhao Yi still decided to give up this idea. Being able to get T3 level starship energy crystals from the Federation, I am afraid that this status is not comparable to that of a lieutenant colonel. As for this card, don't think about it. I don't know where I'll be in a month myself. When Zhao Yi walked out of the studio, he saw the silver-haired girls busy, and a number of robots carrying various materials. The shape of the starship's construction is already out. These two are pretty quick learners. That seems like 15 days is plenty of time to build the starship. Since this was the case, Zhao Yi was not idle and went out to purchase particle beam main cannon materials. The T2 level energy core didn't have to go to the black market to buy this, allowed Zhao Yi to save a large amount of energy crystals, which could be maximized in the power and size of the main cannon. The Glory T3 class repair ship was machined and built day and night, and bald Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu had received a new order and was in the middle of a tense discussion with the crowd in the conference room. This is a problem. Who are we going to dispatch? No matter who is dispatched, this mission can only be carried out alone. This is an operation in the territory of the Solo Empire. It's true that a starship isn't easy to spot, but can it accomplish this? The bald Lieutenant Colonel sat silent in his seat. Not long ago, they had received news that the Solo Empires was making contact with the planet's mercenaries in the northeast battlefield, and if this team of mercenaries joined the Solo Empire, then the situation of planet M787 was in danger again. There was now a balance of forces in the northeast theater between the Solo Empire and the Solar Federation. Neither side dared to make the first move, but if this team of mercenaries joins in, it's going to be a problem. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, say something or not. Planet M787 will be the next battlefield if it is breached again. Shapely NATO will be the next battlefield. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu didn't say anything. Now you know you're afraid? If he had chosen to fight with the silver-haired girl in the first place, or even given some T2 class starships to the silver-haired girl to use, the current battle would not be like this. A staff officer said. Or let the G-29 fleet go. No, They damaged and crashed a handful of starships in the last war. And after leaving planet M787, all that's left of M787 is the Annihilator cannon. But if the Solo Empire rushes in, G29 will still die on planet M787. So we might as well put up a fight. Just get this team of mercenaries to defect to us, or even remain neutral. It's not going to be that easy. The Solo Empire will surely hinder us from getting there. Or let the Evangelion go. I hear they're almost done building starships. The crowd brightened up. That could work, even if it fails. The silver-haired girls on the Evangelion must all be scrapped. LT. Commander Lin Fu sighed again. If all the people on the Evangelion were Federation, they must be the main force of the main force. But just because they're silver-haired girls, the Federation expects them to be scrapped early. You'll do anything to save face. What do you think? LT. Colonel Lin Fu? Several people looked at Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu with intriguing expressions. Me, I think it's feasible. There's no one more experienced in solo missions than the Evangelion. It might just work. And even if it doesn't, there's nothing to lose. And it'd be perfect if we could knock down a few starships from the Solo Empire. The crowd laughed at that. LT. Colonel Lin Fu paused in his smile as he finished speaking. These men shared the management of Shapliadu with himself, but each had their own agenda. Since LT. Colonel Lin Fu has said so, let's all take a stand. Agreed. Let the gospel go. I don't care. Just get rid of gospel anyway. Just keep my border guards and patrols off of it. Silver-haired girl all you want. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu stood up. Since everyone has agreed, let's send the Evangelion over there, and I'll be the one to notify about this. Okay, everyone adjourn. Half a month later, the Glory repair ship was doing its final finishing touches, and inside there was a huge and spectacular starship floating in the workstation, like a bright jewel, emitting an unusual light. The exterior material is made of state-of-the-art T2 level protective armor, capable of resisting cosmic rays and other harmful substances. However, it's not as powerful as T1 level hard protective armor in defending against main guns, but it's usually used with this armor in conjunction with energy shields. Fine, just mount the main gun. Zhaoi waved his hand in an OK gesture. The trestles on either side of the workstation were filled with silver-haired young girls who were thrilled to see the new steel beast-like Evangelion in front of them. They actually have a new battleship. It's unbelievable. Not only did he survive, but he also witnessed the birth of the new evangelization. Su Xian walked over, her stunning face carrying joy and excitement. She rejoiced and applauded the birth of Evangelion, as did the other silver-haired girls. Commander, there's someone outside looking for you. Who? Captain of the Glory. Zhaoi sighed. This group of people were really punctual. Letting them use 15 days for even a second longer was not an option. Let's go. Just as the gospel is finished, the glory will be returned to them. Su Xian walked up and put Zhao Yi's cloak on, and the crowd left the glory. Outside in the clearing, the crew of the glory were chatting about the dashing time. The glory was on loan for 15 days, the equivalent of 15 days of vacation for them. Captain, they're here. One of the team members pointed at Zhao Yi and the others and spoke. The eight-bearded captain approached with a hint of teasing and said, 15 days are up, and I see you're just figuring out how to use the equipment on this hull. But unfortunately, we're going to have to take the hull away. The others laughed at that. 15 days and you dare to build a starship. It's really a bullseye. And how can they build a T3 class repair ship when they've never touched one? Zhaoi smiled faintly in disbelief and said breezily, I also felt strange before. Why with such a powerful repair ship? The Federation's T2 class starship production speed is still so slow. Now that I see you guys I understand. It turns out that it is the people who use it who are not able to do so. In 15 days we didn't just get the starships built. We even built dozens of star-class fighters out of them. The crowd froze when they heard it. Their faces turned pig liver colored with anger. Isn't this a roundabout way to scold them for being wastes? You kid looking for death? How dare you scold us? Who called you guys names? I'm talking about the people who used this starship before waste. Looking at the people in front of him, Zhao Yi pretended to be sorry and patted his head. I'm sorry. I forgot that you guys are the ones who used this starship. I'm really sorry. Sharp teeth. Hurry up and show us your starships. Say we can't do it. I'd like to see what your starships look like when they're built. A junior brother next to them patted his ass. Boss, you're really making it hard for them. I'm afraid their starship is just a frame. How can they fly? The eight-bearded captain laughed out loud. That's true. After all the big talk before, it turns out that he couldn't even fly a starship. We're much better than you even if we're worse. Ha ha ha. The crowd jeered uncontrollably. They could see that Zhao Yi was just bluffing. As the crowd laughed, a brand new starship flew out of the glory. The laughter came to an abrupt halt as the crowd stared dumbfounded at the brand new starship overhead. I can't believe I actually built it. And so beautiful. It couldn't be. They had spent months trying to familiarize themselves with this starship in the first place, and even some of the instruments and equipment were still unfamiliar to this day. They actually built the starship in only 15 days? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 8-bearded captain couldn't believe that what was happening in front of him was real. He must have dreamed it himself. Captain, their main guns seem to be particle beam main guns. This subcannon is a brand new spiral-like prism cannon. And the hangar ports. Are there really fighter planes inside the starship? Impossible. 15 days to build a T2 class starship with fighters included? That's a whole lot faster than they are already. While a lot of the work on the T3 class Glory is automated, it's definitely not this fast. Zhao Yi laughed. Don't compare us with your level. Drive your Glory away. We won't be able to use it for a while. Is this your starship? Not far away. Bald Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu brought his men over and looked at the gospel floating in the sky, revealing shock. Several people immediately saluted. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. Aha. Commander Lin Fu. What brings you here? The captain of the Glory next to him wore a pandering smile. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu pointed at the brand new Evangelion in the sky. Is this the brand new Evangelion you guys made? This level is fine. It's prettier and more spectacular than the starships you guys made before. And it's even a lot faster in terms of speed. Captain Glory didn't know what to say and scratched his head in some embarrassment. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu naturally understood that this starship was not of their making and said sarcastically, "Had enough rest? Enough is enough. Have you rested long enough to get the Glory off the ground? Speed up the next starship production mission for me." Yes. Where did the gang dare to stay? They hurriedly boarded the Glory and ran back. After driving away after the Glory, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu frowned as he looked at the starship in the sky. The drawings that Zhao Yi had shown himself before were very strange, but this starship looked very personalized on the outside. And the design of various places was very reasonable. It's hard to imagine that it's by the same hand as the previous drawings. That's a particle beam cannon? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked a bit shocked. Isn't that the main cannon of the T2 class? Where did you get it? Build it yourself. Built it yourself? Where did you get the money for that? Colonel Lin Fu was shocked. The particle beam main gun scientific research level was not high, and even some finished products could be bought on the black market. But it still takes quite a bit of work to go from the material to the finished product. They actually built the main gun at the same time they produced a starship. Zhao Yi explained. The lieutenant colonel in the previous drawings was right. There is no need for so many secondary cannons. So I thought about adjusting the secondary cannons to 10. And the rest of the money will be used to build this particle beam main cannon. Cut the ass kissing here. I'm telling you why you need so much money. You never intended to build it according to your own drawings from the start. Did you? Zhao Yi rubbed the back of his head. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, you've really wronged me. I was really prepared to build 108 secondary cannons at first, or you woke me up. That's why it's so important to say that ginger is still hot, and I've benefited from Colonel Lin Fu's comments. Zhao Yi gave a thumbs up. 1,000 times you wear a horse's ass, and you can't reach out for a smile. Zhao Yi had kissed his ass like this, so Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu stopped talking. What else can be done with this build? Not to mention that Zhao Yi and the others will be going on a mission soon. And now it is too late to change even if they want to. Won't let me visit your starship? Sure. Zhao Yi led the way in front, while Lin Fu followed behind. The rest of the silver-haired girls looked at each other getting on the starship together. They felt a bit strange. How did this Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu feel that he had a good relationship with Zhao Yi? Upon boarding the starship, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was shocked by the design and structure inside. You're building a T2 class starship? What part of your previous drawings match this starship? The budget hitches up, both on the drawing board and in the flesh, to a 100,000 class starship. And he doesn't have an energy shield, so he's at most a T1.5, not up to T2 level. You really didn't go and get a T2 class starship energy core? Zhao Yi shook his head. Definitely not. Besides, after 100,000 energy crystals to build the starship and the main gun, the rest is not enough to go by the energy core. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu didn't say anything. Zhao Yi, this kid is not honest at first glance. If he really didn't have an energy core, there was absolutely no need for him to cause this with this hull. The protective armor on the outside of the ship is obviously not enough. Without energy shields, the ship can't even withstand a single shot of the energy main gun. And if it's hit by an example beam cannon, it's a direct penetration. But Zhao Yi refused to say. So he didn't ask. I came over here this time with a mission for you. What mission? The Solo Empire's offensive in the Northeastern Theater has been hampered. And your success has allowed the Federation to recapture planet M787. But the Solo Empire's desire to kill our Federation will never die. They've sent 3 starships to Toddy. Where are they going for? Zhao Yi wondered. He had a hunch that they might be going to the planet Toddy as well. The planet Toddy is a region that the Federation and the Empire don't care about, and it has its own force there, none other than the infamous Bloodwolf mercenaries. Based on our intelligence within the Empire, it appears that the Empire is prepared to approach this mercenary force and have them come against us. Are people mercenaries that stupid, meddling in a fight between two big countries? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu sighed. Not before. After all, whether you help the Solo Empire or the Federation, you will be settled by the other side. But now the discerning can see that our Federation won't work. The Blood Wolf mercenaries were originally the masters of licking blood from the tip of the sword, and this time, they might just cooperate with the Solo Empire. As long as the Solo Empire can bring down the Federation, then there's no such thing as settling scores, and they're going to get a lot of benefits. Zhao stroked his chin. If I were the Blood Wolf mercenaries, I would indeed be moved, and I'm afraid that the Solo Empire would give quite a few goodies. If the Federation doesn't change, it's going to be more difficult afterward. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu nodded. So your mission this time is to travel to the planet Toddy and pull the Blood Wolf mercenaries to us. Zhao laughed. Is that possible? What favor can the Sun Federation give to make the Blood Wolf mercenaries give up the Solo Empire, which they can win, and turn around to help us? Isn't that looking for death? When the time comes, the Solo Empire will definitely be the first to exterminate them. And even if they don't exterminate them now, they'll still deal with them after they clean up the Solar Federation afterwards. People don't get to live this long without being so stupid. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu naturally knows that this is difficult. If this doesn't work, you let them remain neutral. As long as they don't deal with us, the Northeastern Theater of Operations will still remain balanced. Behind them, Su Xian and the others listened quietly. I didn't realize that the Federation had reached this situation, and even the nearby mercenaries were vaguely overwhelmed. A whale falls and everything grows, and if the Federation does collapse, many small powers and empires can be fed. Slaves, energy, technology. Zhao sighed somewhat helplessly. Then can I not agree? If I remember correctly, traveling to the Toddy star can be all Imperial territory. Yeah, we had a star route to Toddy before, but it was seized by the Solo Empire a long time ago. So you're just going to make sure I don't have to come back? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Zhao. Alright, I know. I'll do my best on this mission since it's coming down, but there's something I'd like to know. If the silver-haired girls do serve their full 5 years, will the Federation really give them status and freedom? Su Xian and the others stared at the back. They did not expect Zhao to actually ask this question. If it were before, they would have died on the battlefield long ago. Zhao appearance broke this tradition and allowed them to live until now. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu's face was expressionless. I don't know. There's no precedent for this kind of thing. But what's the point of their Federation status and freedom if the Sun Federation is really gone? Everything still has to be the Federation's main concern. But I personally would like the silver-haired girl to get her identity, which would be a good thing for the Federation. Su Xian and the others froze. They didn't expect Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu to actually say this. Lin Fu continued. Don't misunderstand that I'm helping the silver-haired girl. Everything I'm doing is for the Federation. I just think that in this current situation the Federation should throw away its traditions and accept the silver-haired girl so that it can survive the war. When he finished, a look of sadness appeared on his face. As a family with a long history in the Federation, the Lin family was considered to have bowed to the Federation and died for it. But now that the Federation is at a deep existential juncture, he feels it's time to make a change. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu continued. Zhao, your talent has been proven, and our Lin family is willing to cultivate you. I'm giving you a choice here, and if you wish, I will reassign you to a new fleet. Zhao said excitedly. You mean the gospel can go without? Lin Fu shook his head. This mission will be carried out by others, but gospel is definitely going. Su Xian's eyes moved slightly, and she was somewhat looking forward to how Zhao would choose. This mission was different from the previous one. Before, even if he was on a mission on planet M787, Zhao could always return to Shapely NATO in an escape pod. If they do go to Toddy, no one can save them if something goes wrong. Zhao refused without even thinking. I won't stay. As the commander of the Evangelion, I naturally share life and death with my starship and subordinates. Subordinate? Are you the first one to call a silver-haired girl a subordinate? Although we both share the same opinion about silver-haired girls on the battlefield, I'm not at your level yet. Well, the mission has been passed on. You can leave tomorrow. Be careful on the way. I'll be waiting for your good news. Seeing Lin Fu leave, Su Xian came over. Commander, are you really not considering staying? No, I can't afford to part with a starship that cost so much to build. Su Xian's eyes blinked slightly, and inwardly she was somewhat happy. Saran interjected. Commander, I just saw quite a few restrooms on the way here. Did you design these for us? Of course, We don't have to sleep wherever we go from now on. There are enough rest areas within the ship, and although the rest areas aren't very large, surely everyone will have their own beds and places. The many silver-haired girls were thrilled. Who wouldn't like it if they could get a good night's rest? After all, you can sleep on steel plates before. Sue ran. You take people to buy food. This time we have quite a few energy crystals left, so don't buy energy porridge. Just buy some cheap vegetables and rice. Sue Ran took the crystal card and subconsciously looked at Su Xin. Even the cheapest rice and vegetables. That would be quite a lot of money. Zhao Yi spoke. Don't look at her. I'm the commander and this money is mine. Su Xin smiled helplessly. Go early and come back early. Try to buy something cheaper. Su Ran rejoiced and led Su Huan and the others out the door. We're leaving tomorrow, and we need to get all the food ready today no matter what. The other silver-haired girls went to grab the beds, and only Su Xin followed beside Zhao Yi. Commander, isn't all this money for energy cores? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's side is gone. Should we take a trip to the black market? Although going to the black market would be known to LT Colonel Lin Fu, they would have already departed by that time. Zhao Yi revealed a smile and said mysteriously, no need, I have something better. What is it? Su Xin cocked her head a bit curious. Come look in my room. I'll show you a big baby. Big baby? Su Xin always felt that the words were strange, but she couldn't say where. Following Zhao Yi to the door of his room, Su Xin's face instantly turned red. Commander, it's not good for me to go to your room here, right? What's so bad about it? How can I show you if you don't come? But, what things we need to go into the room to see? Su Xin was a little shy. Of course it's good. Come on. Without waiting for Su Xin to refuse, Zhao Yi took her hand and entered the room before closing the door. Not far away, Su Chen drilled out from his hiding place and pushed his glasses upwards. Look guys, I told you that these two are not simple. The other silver-haired girls gave a thumbs up. Sister Su Chen, you really are gossipy enough. There's nothing you don't know in the entire fleet. Su Chen proudly said, that's for sure. As the captain of the medical team, it's my duty to care for the lives and mental health of everyone within the ship. What are they both doing in the room? Could it be? Ouch. Shame on you. Su Chen rolled his eyes. What's so shy about this? Men and women share a room in addition to that can also do what? After saying that, his own face is a little red. The other silver-haired girls couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to hide in. You look at me. I look at you. Ashamed. Where they were usually exposed to this kind of thing. The commander who came in knowing that the silver-haired girl was powerful wouldn't move his hands. Sister Su Chen. Seeing you so shocked I thought you had been in love. But it turns out you're not still like us. Su Chen forced an explanation. Then I'm also a strong person of theory. Come on. If you don't get over there and listen, it'll be too late. Su Chen took the lead and ran over, pressing against the door and listening. The other silver-haired girls considered and followed along. What does it say? Don't talk. It's all hard to hear. The crowd hurriedly covered their mouths and listened carefully, vaguely able to hear some words. Why is this one so big? Su Xin's voice surprised the crowd. I never imagined that the usually unsmiling sister Su Xin would be so bold. Zhao Yi, that's for sure. It's a very rare one. Not only big but also strong. Really? Can I try? Are you sure? The silver-haired girls listening outside blushed as if they were erupting from a volcano. And some of them almost fainted, with air coming out of their heads. What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? What are the commander and sister Su Shen doing in there? Is it? No way. Sister Su Xin shouldn't be so casual. Maybe she's looking at something else. Just looking. What are you guys so nervous about? Sister Su Chen. No wonder you asked us to come over and watch. Su Chen straightened up and smiled. You guys don't know about this, do you? I was the first one to realize that something was wrong with them. How did you find out? Sister Su Chen? Do you still know that Sister Su Xin was poisoned last time? I know. It's still the commander who saved her. Otherwise Sister Su Xin would have died. I'm afraid. Su Chen nodded and said, that's all you guys know. Zhao Yi and Su Xin are sleeping together in my room after waking up. Really? Su Chen said smugly. That's certainly true. She's full of shit, but she's not lying herself. The two of them did come to sleep in their room, though only leaning together. In the room, Su Xin didn't know that someone was eavesdropping outside. When the two of them looked at the energy core in Zhao Yi's hands in admiration, who would have thought that this six-sided Rubik's Cube would contain this great stuff? There's no way to try this? No, there's no way we can try. But with this, we have hope. Su Xin nodded excitedly as she looked at the T3 Great Energy Core in Zhao Yi's hands. All these things that you couldn't even think of before are now right in front of you. Zhao Yi sighed. Unfortunately, judging from Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's answer earlier, I'm afraid that even if you complete your 5 years of service, You won't be able to regain your citizenship and freedom. Su Xin shook her head. We don't care about all this. As long as we can keep living with my sisters. And if we can live with the commander, that would be even better. The last few words were as thin as a mosquito's voice, and still made her blush immensely. Zhao Yi didn't feel Su Xin being perverse. Of course I'll be with you guys, and I'm going to change the Federation's current status quo. Sooner or later they will realize that the only way the Federation can choose to survive is to fight with you, and at that point you will be free. I hope. Sushin looked up and asked, and do you know why the Federation won't accept us? Arrogant, pompous, and old-fashioned. If admitting you means that what they did before was wrong. Su Xin nodded. Right. So I don't think they'll recognize us even if the Federation is destroyed. Then I'll make a new Federation out of it. Su Xin froze, his eyes flickering. He could feel that Zhao Yi was serious when he said this. The new Federation? I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to see that day. Even if such a feat could be accomplished, it would not be accomplished overnight. Su Xin noticed a movement at the door and made a silent gesture to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi put the energy core up, and the two of them tiptoed to the door, and were able to hear pattering sounds coming from outside. Su Chen outside was anxious. How did he lose his voice all of a sudden just now? Knock it off. I can't even hear the voices in there. We didn't make a sound. The others looked innocent. Suddenly a hatch opened from the inside. The unresponsive Su Chen fell in. The others looked dumbfounded and pretended to be passing by and wanted to leave. All come back. Su Xin clasped her hands to her chest, a little irritated. What are you doing? No. What for? Just passing by to ask you guys to eat or not. Su Ran bought a lot of delicious food. Su Chen stood up and glanced at the two. Why are you two wearing clothes? No. I mean, aren't you guys looking at something? What is it? Zhao Yi curiously said. You heard that? Hear a little bit of it. What with the big baby and all? Let's pretend we don't know. Su Xian's face reddened at the sound. Zhao Yi smiled knowing that these people had misunderstood. It's better to explain this matter or it's not fair to Su Xian. Actually, we're looking at the energy core, which is a bit more secretive. Zhao Yi would naturally tell the silver-haired girls about this. They were the ones who would be using the energy shield in the future. And they were now absolutely loyal to Zhao Yi. An energy core? AT2 level? It's not like you have to hide to see it, is it? T3s. T3? The crowd was dumbfounded. This was an extremely rare existence even in the Federation. If there were T3 class energy cores, the Federation would be able to produce T3 class starships on a small scale to install energy shields. Zhao Yi took out the energy core. The crowd showed surprised, shocked expressions. I can't believe it's really a T3 class energy core. Commander, where did you get it? It's secret. Zhao Yi looked at the several people. So you guys shouldn't misunderstand Su Xian. There's nothing between me and her. Oh, Su Chen was not happy. This gossip has no melon at all, causing his credibility to be damaged in front of his compatriots. Now who will listen to their gossip in the future? I'll teach you guys a lesson later. How dare you eavesdrop in front of the commander's room? If this were any other commander, would you still be alive? Sushin knocked one person on the head. Don't think that just because the commander is nice to you that you can do as you please. The slightest thing out of the ordinary and the Federals will catch you. And then who will save you? A few people held their heads in great regret. Yes, we know it's wrong. Zhao Yi didn't care about this matter. It was better to leave it to Su Xian. Get yourself back to your room and reflect. There's no food for the night. A few people were confused and pleaded. No way. Su Ran is coming back from buying food tonight. Can we do it another way? The last time they had fried chicken made them crave it for a long time. This purchase was not fried chicken, but it was a food you don't usually get. This first day of dinner was just missed. Su Xian's face was desperate. Stop nagging. If you do, you won't be able to eat tomorrow? Still not going? Yes. A few people drooped with bitter faces and had no choice but to go back to their rooms and close them tightly. As for you, Su Xian turned her head to look at Su Chen. Su Chen hurriedly stood up. I'll be the same as them. Go back to think tightly and not eat tonight. Without waiting for Su Xian to say anything, Su Chen turned around and ran. He is the mastermind of this matter. If he doesn't run, I don't know how he will be punished. Su Xian sighed. Commander, if you want to punish, then punish me. It's my bad discipline. Zhao Yi shook his head. It's fine. I rather like this atmosphere, I guess. Otherwise you guys can still call me by my name. No. Su Xian hurriedly waved her hand. I'd rather address you as commander. Both. Zhao Yi and Su Xian went to visit the inside of the ship. Zhao Yi's previous design not only possessed a rest area, but also an entertainment area and a fitness area. At this time these places were filled with silver-haired girls, especially fitness area to see Zhao Yi dazzled. Silver-haired girl's skin would have been white. In addition to Su Huan, this guy At this time in the gym sweat fitness exercise do not mention how eye pleasing. Just isn't that a little too much force? Can you lift such a heavy instrument? It's not for you to lift. It's for you to push. Commander, do you want to try? Su Xin said curiously next to him. Forget it. Zhao Yi was in a cold sweat. If this was on the field would he not be a fine dog? Commander, so you're here. Su Huan, who was working out in a sling, came over and tapped Zhao Yi on the shoulder. Ah, sorry, forgot I couldn't film you. Zhao Yi rubbed his shoulders. It's fine. Working out. Yeah. Zhao Yi looked down and dug in, exaggerating his chest. What's it to me? Fighters? Ah, where are my fighters? Zhao Yi suddenly realized. Come to think of it, the fighter hasn't been assembled yet. The lieutenant colonel has already come to see it. There shouldn't be any problem. Let's all move the materials out of the warehouse and assemble it. We're leaving tomorrow, and the starships need to be kept in recent combat condition. Just waiting for your words. Su Huan patted Zhao Yi's shoulder hard again and turned her head to call on her sisters to carry the materials to the warehouse. With its own assembly and repair shop on board the new Evangelion, installation was fast. Not long after, 30 of the latest Green Yuan fighters appeared in the hangar. Su Huan went forward and hugged the wings of a war machine. Little war machine, sister has missed you. Su Xian looked at the warplanes in front of her and said, so many? There are actually 30 of them? Zhao Yi proudly said, that's for sure. Our starship now has T3 level energy shields, T2 level particle beam cannons and spiral electromagnetic subcannons, 30 T2 level divine mighty fighters, and 20 Green Yuan mechs. So whoever comes will have a fight on their hands. The crowd was excited, never imagining that one day they would have enough to eat in such a powerful weapon. Alright, don't get excited. Everyone get some rest today and leave tomorrow. Yes, Planet M787. Wang Rushuan was very happy looking at the manicure in her hands. An old man appeared on the screen in front of him, bearded and dressed in a suit. Grandpa, why are you calling? Let's see how you're doing. I've heard about it. You wiped out the Solo Empire's 39th fleet. Those old guys are praising me when they see me now. Wang Rushuan stretched her own hands, becoming more and more satisfied with the manicure. It was unthinkable that Su Yun actually had this ability. Grandpa, that definitely wasn't me. It was Su Yun. Oh, it's this girl. You're not hiding anything. There's nothing to hide from you. But why is Grandpa calling so late? Asked you about someone. Who? The commander of the Evangelion. Zhao Yi. You should have met before, right? Count on seeing it, right? Wang Rushuan was unimpressed. The old man on the opposite side slowly said, this kid Lin Fu reported to me. He thinks that we can pull Zhao Yi into our camp. But aren't all the commanders on the gospel hangers on? So I'm quite curious and wanted to see your opinion. I've had no contact with him, but I can see that the boy has some brains, but is too straight. With his antipathy for the Federation and sympathy for the silver-haired girl on his face. Young and foolish, the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The old man paused. Although the way he treats the silver-haired girl is a bit different from us, the goal is the same. When he finishes this mission, you will bring him back to the capital star. Take it back for what? I want to see with my own eyes if this kid is as powerful as Lin Fu said. Oh, the next day, the fully prepared Evangelion departed from the harbor, targeting the planet Toddy. The voyage lasted a week. Originally, the planet Toddy was an area between the Federation and the Empire, with one interstellar route each providing direct access from the Federation. But as the Solo Empire continued to push forward, a large portion of the route was already in the hands of the Solo Empire. Commander, there are two routes we can take to get to Toddy. One is the traditional interstellar route, which is the route for merchant ships and other large fleets, with very little cosmic radiation and garbage and fluctuations. It's very safe. Su Xian stood next to Zhao Yi and inquired. A small bow added to her clean white inner shirt. Quite a few silver-haired girls secretly looked, always feeling that sister Su Xian was even more beautiful. Zhao Yi sat in his seat and contemplated for a moment. Then are we prone to encountering the Solo Empire's fleet if we take this route? Yes. All supplies and materials currently being transported from the Solo Empire proper will be going through this route, as well as Imperial patrols passing through. What about the other one? The other is to cross planet NM315 using an interstellar jump, before proceeding along the Walpole White Dwarf system. This path is faster but prone to danger. This is an unexplored route. Meteorites, space dislocations and so on can be encountered. It's still a really tough choice. The main road was prone to encountering the Solo Empire's fleet, and although the patrols were T2 class starships, if the Solo Empire found out that their starships were carrying T3 class energy cores, they would surely come pestering over like mad dogs. Even if they didn't know, the sudden appearance of a Solar Federation starship wouldn't have spared them. The paths were not safe from patrols because of their inherent insecurity, but it wasn't that easy to rush through. Take the path. Yes, Su Xian didn't have any hesitation regarding Zhao Yi's decision. Now she just had to do her sub-commander duties and carry out her commander's orders to perfection. The massive Evangelion adjusted its course in the air towards the planet NM315. In the vastness of the universe, the gospel seemed like a shooting star. Not far behind them, Sean followed nonchalantly with the 3 remaining T2-class starships. Not long ago, the footage that Washio had been sent over to carry with him when he died was sent back to them, which let them know that Evangelion wasn't dead. After spending a little extra money in Shapely to ask around, I learned that the new gospel is leaving port today. They were concerned when the gospel left the harbor. Sean stood in front of the screen excited. Evangelion, you really kept us waiting. I'll see who can help you guys now. It's good that Kazuma died. If he hadn't died they wouldn't have been able to find the gospel. The other cadres were all smiles. This Himao really thought he could be a cadre. He did, however, confirm his speculation with his own life, and the Evangelion did return to Shapeliator. Have you analyzed where they're going? According to their current route, they are preparing to travel to planet NM315. Planet NM315? It's a planet of a low-level civilization, isn't it? There aren't even any intelligent bodies. Yes, there is only one interstellar route near planet NM315, and that's the one they flew over. Sean couldn't help but frown, confused as to what the Evangelion was doing on planet NM315. Forget it, whatever. Follow them. Planet NM315 is their death. Yes, in the vastness of the universe, the Evangelion sailed unhurriedly along its course. Commander, a little further on is planet NM315, and we're leaving the Solar Federation's range as well. Zhao Yi was surprised. Wouldn't that mean you guys are free? Su Xian smiled. Yes, in theory there is no longer a way to detonate the small bombs installed in our bodies. But don't think too much. Commander, we are not going to leave. Taking a starship of the Solar Federation and wandering around in the territory of the Solo Empire would be looking for death. Zhao Yi shrugged. Alright, anyway, with a T3 great energy crystal, it won't be a problem for us to live to 5 years steadily. Look, there's a shooting star out there. Some silver-haired girl stood at the window of the starship looking at the brilliant shooting stars outside excitedly, some hands clasped together while making a wish. Zhao Yi walked over and did see a glittering meteor streak past the window. Ding dong, the host watches meteors and is gifted with astronomy LV. Max. In an instant, various astronomical wonders and knowledge, cosmic disasters and other memories flooded into Zhao Yi's mind. No, there shouldn't be any meteors in this position. Zhao Yi looked at the shooting star not far away and frowned, feeling wrong. According to one's knowledge, it was impossible for a meteor to appear in this place. It could only be something else. But it's a shooting star. The crowd looked at it for a while. It felt wrong. Why was this meteor coming towards them? The silver-haired girls' faces turned white with fear. Is this going to activate the energy shield? A meteorite energy shield of this magnitude can be blocked, but it lasts too long. We don't have enough crystals in stock, and we'll need crystals for the route afterward. What then? Go around behind planet NM315 and use the star as a shield. Yes, energy shields on. Understood. A meteor with flames slammed towards the Evangelion. Some of them could even be more powerful than the energy main cannon. This doesn't seem to be a meteorite. Zhao Yi looked at the scene outside with surprise on his face. This is a starship wreck? Su Xian was a bit puzzled. Apart from the Solo Empire, this vicinity is the Sun Federation. The others are all low-level civilizations and some mercenaries and interstellar pirates. These starships seem to be quite a few in number and can only be Federation or Empire starships, but I haven't heard of them fighting here. I don't know where it came from, but it's none of their business. They're getting out of this place. Otherwise even T3 level starship shields can't carry it in the back. The ship moved through the planetary shipwreckage with its energy shields on, finally reaching the backside of planet NM315. Zhao Yi looked at the planets that he used as shields. There are no intelligences on this planet yet, but there are creatures that are close to forming an intelligence. Unfortunately, the upheaval will pretty much render the planet's creatures extinct. Hundreds of millions of years of evolution destroyed. The planets in the universe that have been able to give birth to civilizations are full of luck. Commander, look over there. Zhao Yi took a sideways glance as a starship that had turned into wreckage flew through NM315 towards the rear, with a body size even larger than the Evangelion. This is the star carrier. Sean and the others following behind felt very surprised. Why did the Evangelion stop? Found us? That's not right. Shouldn't we run away when we realize we're here? Why are you standing still and trying to kill us? Sean waved his hand. Who cares about them? Hurry up and get after them. Yes. Zhao Yi waited at the back of the planet for 10 minutes before this wreckage flew past. Okay, let's move on. Not good. Commander, 3 starships have appeared behind us. Forces unknown. Forces unknown. Could it be? Su Xian didn't say anything further, her eyes looking towards Zhao Yi. Zhaoi naturally understood that there was no one else following them at this time other than the intergalactic pirate called Sean. Prepare for combat. Yes. Alarms and lights went off on the gospel. The silver-haired girls in various positions within the ship immediately went to their battle stations. The main guns, fighters, and secondary guns were all put on first-level alert. Dispatch reconnaissance drones. Yes. Main guns charging ahead. Yes. Energy shields are not in a hurry yet. Get in range of the other side. Understood. Su Huan, start taking off. Your mission is to hinder the opposing fighters from coming over. After we turn on the shield, they might turn around and run. We can't let their fighters get close to us. This time, we're going to make them come back with no return. Understood. The door to the bin at Su Huan's heels opened, and outside was a dark universe. The throttles opened to their fastest, and the 30 divine might fighters flew out instantly. They hadn't fought such a rich battle yet, and by now they had long been unable to hold back. 30 of them were fighters, and they weren't afraid even if more fighters came from the opposite side. Report, scout footage returned, totaling 3 T2 class starships, a starship carrier, a star destroyer, and a star battleship. Battleships? Su Xin spoke up after hearing this. Commander, the battleships pose the greatest threat to us. The destroyer's main guns have a lower range than ours, and the star carrier's fighters, Su Huan, should be able to handle it. Zhaoi nodded. Move closer to this battleship and start positioning the main guns. Yes. On the other side, Sean's side was likewise giving out various tasks. Lord Sean, should we approach them or sink them first? The opposite side seems to want to resist. Sean laughed. Even the opposite T2 class universe ship is not as powerful as us. The main cannon will start punching energy first, but don't attack. Leader all fighters out. Yes. The crowd did not take the new evangelization seriously at all. Even if they were T2 class starships. So what? They are all T2 class starships here. Ultra-long-range battleships, strong action destroyers, and a star carrier loaded with starfighters. How to look at the opposite side is not their opponent. The 4 hangar positions of the huge star carrier congregation opened, and more than 100 T1 class fighters, and more than 30 T2 class fighters flew out like bees coming out of a nest. The leader had more fighters than this before, only to lose a lot of them fighting in the Solo Empire. Lord, the other side has sent out their fighters. Oh, the Evangelion still has fighters? That was more than Sean could have imagined. It was understandable that the Evangelion would be rebuilt. After all, the silver-haired girls couldn't die without a starship, and the Federation wouldn't really let them retire. But how does this new Evangelion feel like it's not poorly configured? Right down to the starfighters. How many? 30. Only 30. A cocky and arrogant voice came from Sean's ear. Don't worry, Lord, it won't take long for us to eliminate all 30 of these fighters. Sean lethargically said. Alright, leave it to you, Zhang Guang. Quick battle. If your fighters can destroy the Evangelion's main guns, we can board the ship and fight. I don't want to use the main guns to blast the Evangelion to smithereens and still have to go to the Rubik's Cube. Understood. Just wait for my good news. Lord. Zhang Guang heatedly smiled and stretched. Brothers, let these silver-haired girls see what it means to have true skill and strength. Charge. Kill them. Boss, don't you want to get a silver-haired girl back for a taste? The brothers have been craving it for a long time. Greedy my ass. Don't you know that silver-haired girls have bombs inside them? Watch out for the Solar Federation blowing you up along with them while you're stalking. I'm just saying. The crowd felt pity that a superb product like the silver-haired girl could only be seen but not touched. Stupid feds are just a waste. Sister Su Xin, we detected over 100 fighters out from the opposite side. It's only 100 ships. Are we afraid? Not afraid? A few people said proudly. Before coming to the Evangelion, the interstellar wars they'd fought in had been melees of thousands of fighters. To be able to survive 4 years in that environment, both technology and awareness had long surpassed these interstellar pirates who spent their days enjoying themselves. They weren't afraid even if they used T1 level fighters. Not to mention the fact that there were now Shin Megami Tensei fighters that were far superior to the opposing fighters. Coming! The silver-haired girl's eyes were dead ahead and on the screen. Thud! Before the warbird's beep sounded, the electromagnetic laser cannons carried by gods might opened fire first. There was a flash of light and a small spark appeared in the distance. Zhang Guang was dumbfounded. Their side hadn't even seen the other side yet. Their side had lost several fighters first. Shit, what's the situation? What level of fighters are on the other side? That's too much range, isn't it? How did you aim it? What are you afraid of? We have so many fighters. Get them killed. The two sides fought in the middle of the universe. Electromagnetic sparks, interstellar rays and other weapon attacks blasting indiscriminately. The entire battlefield was filled with explosions and fire. The silver-haired girls piloted the Shin Megami Tensei as if they were fluttering butterflies, the explosions and attacks around them always brushing against them. Crap! Zhang Guang then saw a beam of light flying towards him. Luckily he had an energy shield to protect him. Otherwise he would have died just like those T1 class fighters. Su Huan looked at it with some pity. Old turtle, the shield is still quite thick. Zhao Yi's voice came from his ear. Su Huan, there's nothing wrong, right? No problem. I've upgraded your fighter with a T2 level dark matter gun. What? There's this thing? Isn't this something that the Federation is still in the research and development stage? Su Huan was shocked. Zhao Yi smiled. His current self was almost omniscient because of the system rewards, but it was limited to the scope of the Federation. The Federation's civilization level in the universe is a second-tier civilization, the same as the Solo Empire. Tertiary civilizations are those capable of building T3 class repair ships and T4 class starships. As for the civilizations on the way up the ladder, it's not limited to starships. Rule weapons, karma bombs, and tampering-type weapons are what they play with. Zhao Yi currently didn't have that high-end technology and weapons at his disposal. Try it. I've heard that dark matter weapons can dispel normal energy shields. After hanging up the communication, Su Huan stared at the fighter in front of him and hemmed and hawed. Because of their size, the weapons that starfighters could carry were not very powerful, mainly because of their numbers and the fact that ants bite like elephants. Two T2 class fighters meet together. That could be a fight for a while. It took several hits in a row to finish the opponent off, but this time it's different. The controller in front of Su Huan's eyes flipped over and the onboard weapon switched to a dark matter gun, aimed to hit a T2 class fighter in the distance. But Su Huan didn't see the starfighter launch anything. Has the commander been tricked? There's nothing here. Immediately afterward, she saw a sudden gaping hole appear in the energy shield of the T2 class starfighter she was targeting, and the entire fighter let out an explosion. Su Huan looked dumbfounded. The energy shield felt like it was repulsive and scattered towards the side. Crap! This thing turned out to be invisible. Su Huan felt the power of this weapon, but it was a bit dangerous. An unseen weapon can certainly surprise an opponent, but it can just as easily produce results that one would not expect. In the command room, Zhao Yi nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the image that Su Huan had just transmitted back. Su Xin was surprised. Is this a dark matter gun? Can't even see it? Zhao Yi smiled. Although it can't be seen, but it truly exists. It can repel the surrounding matter, even if it's an energy shield. Still, it's a little dangerous not to see the spot. Yeah, you can hit yourself if you're not careful, and it needs to be perfected. Zhang Guan was stunned to see from the fighter plane. Magic. It had to be magic, to actually pierce their impenetrable shields. This is so weird. Su Huan switched the weapon back after using it twice. Although this dark matter gun was able to penetrate energy shields, it still didn't feel as good as his own electromagnetic cannon. Lord Shan's fighters were beaten and disarmed. Letting them bully some civilians or stragglers was fine. There was no chance of winning against the silver-haired girl who was born to fight. Not to mention that the silver-haired girls on the gospel were the cream of the crop. Lord Shan watched in amazement as the fighters on the screen turned red one by one, which meant that the fighters were disappearing one by one. What happened? How did you get hit like that? I don't know. It feels like there are enemies on all sides and our weapons can't even hit them. Abominable. Rubbish. Shan slammed his fist down on the table. Why did things always go wrong when confronted by Evangelion? The previous hit over let him get away. Now encountering the results again is still a bit of a fight. Lord, what should we do? Our fighters have already been shot down 30 times, but the opposite side hasn't even been hit by a single one. Shan was filled with rage and took a deep breath. Pull back. Yes, it was a pity that the previous battle with the Solo Empire had lost too many ace combatants, or else they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. As soon as they heard that they were going to retreat, Zhang Guang and the others ran back without stopping. Not to run and stay at this time would be looking for death. Su Huan and the others rode the wave of victory to hit as many as they could. It wasn't until they were attacked by the secondary cannons on the destroyers, which caused Su Huan and the others to stop and go around Shan's fleet in a constant harassing attack. A ripple kept splashing across the Lord Shan's star carrier shields. The weapons on the fighters could only reduce the shield energy slowly. Trying to break through was impossible. Shan saw Zhang Guang enter in the command room and angrily cursed. How dare you come back, you piece of shit. Men, hang me on it. Yes. Zhang Guang was stunned when he heard this. Spare your life. Lord, I've come back this time to bring you important information. Important information? What kind of information? I'm really not to blame for this fight. They have a new type of weapon that can penetrate our energy shields. Able to penetrate the shield? That's impossible, isn't it? If the Federation had this technology, would it still be beaten by the Solo Empire? Really? 1,000 times over. Shan mulled it over. If what this guy was saying was true, wouldn't that mean that the star carrier's energy shields would be similarly penetrated? Just as he was thinking about it, the ship gave a huge shudder. Rumble. The ship kept rocking. and the alarms and red lights kept flashing overhead. What's the situation? Lord, the enemy used something strange to hit us through the energy shield. This is it. Zhang Guang stared with both eyes, not expecting that this thing could even penetrate the shields of a T2 class starship. Damn it, hit me. Yes. The subcannon fired a volley of attacks like rain towards Su Huan. Su Huan cheered in the cabin, not feeling nervous at all, and kept weaving in and out of the rain with great panache. Cool. I can't believe this dark matter gun is so powerful. It's a shame it's just these rounds. Turning her fighters around, Su Huan launched another attack against the star carrier, whose counterattacks were just opposed to her. Have the balls to blast yourself with a main gun. No good. The Evangelion is targeting us. An operator in the star carrier shouted anxiously. What? Sean turned around and saw a light appear in the universe shooting towards them at speed. It can't be. How can he have a longer range than our battleships? Boom. The distant battleship let out a loud shudder. The energy shield on its surface dimmed quite a bit. Although it blocked this attack, the energy core of the T2 class was already damaged and couldn't block much damage. Zhao sat in the command room and took a sip of water, looking at the images coming back from the reconnaissance aircraft, revealing a smile. Having a T3 level energy core is just so cool. What's a T2 level energy core? It's pretty much blown away in one shot. Su Xian's eyes widened. No way. A single cannon shot hit the energy shield like this? Zhao smiled. The particle beam cannon is functioning according to the energy core. T1 level starships are also able to install the particle beam cannon, but can only exert 70% of its power. In the case where the power and energy main cannon are almost the same, T1 level starships naturally choose the cheaper energy main cannon, but by the time you get to a T2 level energy core, you're able to utilize 100% of the power of a particle beam cannon. So T2 level starships are loaded with basically particle beam cannons for their main guns, and by the time you get to a T3 level energy core, you're able to utilize even more power, almost 130% of the damage. Su Xian's eyes widened in both directions. This is the first time I've heard of such a statement. That's for sure. When have you guys ever been so rich in firepower before? The corner of Su Xian's mouth twitched, but Commander was really ignoring face. They had only used energy main cannons before. T2 level particle beam cannons wouldn't be available to them. Su Huan, bring down the battleship. Understood. Su Huan laughed as 30 divine might fighters attacked towards the battleship from different directions. Rumble. A dull energy shield surfaced on the surface of the battleship once more, but it didn't last long before it disappeared. The men on the battleship crashed. What happened to the energy shields? The energy core is damaged. There's no way it can be used anymore. How can this be? Didn't we only receive one main gun? These fighters aren't much more powerful. As he was talking, the hull of the ship let out a huge explosion, and the protective armor continued to fall off under the fierce attack of Su Huan and the others. Bang! There was another loud bang as the particle beam cannon on the battleship exploded, the entire barrel having tilted and collapsed. Sisters, don't be polite. Let them know we're good. Yes. Sean in the command room, full of anger, had thought that the water to the drain things turned out to be so. Not only were so many fighters destroyed, but even the battleships were failing. These fighters just kept circling them like flies. Lord, what do we do now? The battleship has been paralyzed by the bombing, and the opposite side's main guns are even more powerful than ours. Whatever. Aim all the remaining main guns at the Evangelion. Destroy it for me. Yes. The Star Destroyer and Star Carrier abandoned the battleships that were being constantly attacked on the side. If they go to the rescue now instead, they could easily hurt themselves. What they need to do is to bring down the Evangelion. The three main cannons began to recharge. With so much power on the opposite side, he should never be allowed to drive it a second time. 3 particle rays flew out at the same time. Even if the opposite side had a T2 level energy shield, it would definitely not be able to block 3 particle beam cannon attacks. Zhao took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Alright, open the energy shield." Yes. A light blue shield appeared on the surface of the gospel. The 3 rays of light hit it and splashed a ripple, but the shield was extremely hard, and all the power of the particle beam cannons was disintegrated and dispersed. After the light, the Evangelion was in place not at all. The silver-haired girls were pleasantly surprised on the hull. It was the first time they had seen this T3 level shield power. 3 particle beam cannons couldn't even hit it. Swimmingly. Looking at the images coming back from the front, Lord Sean was dumbfounded. What the fuck is this? 3 particle beam cannons can block it? It's a T2 class starship. Is the Federation using some kind of latest technology? A cadre's body trembled and said, Lord, is their starship a T3 class? Otherwise, how could they block so many attacks? Fart. Even if the Federation has T3 class starships, there are so few of them that they don't have enough for the Federation people themselves. Do you think they'll give them to these silver-haired girls? But we can't do anything about the opposite side. Or we should run. Run? Lord Sean glanced at the battleship still being furiously bombarded not far away, and at the few fighters he had left. A full complement fleet came out and that's all that's left now. Shame on you. You'll definitely be scolded by Big Brother Black Bear when you get back, but staying here will only make it worse. Maybe even die here. Withdraw and return to Starfield X-22. Yes. Reorienting back to Starfield X-22. Su Huan was in the middle of a fight when he saw his opponent trying to run away. No. Why are you running away? You don't want this battleship? Commander. They're making a run for it. Zhao Yi hemmed and hawed. Want to run? Then you have to leave a little price behind as well. The Evangelion's main guns had cooled down enough to fire again, and adjusting the angle revealed that the main guns could only hit the destroyer, with the star carrier behind it. Commander, our position is jammed. There's no way to hit the star carrier. Switching main gun energy to dark matter energy. Yes, last bit of dark matter energy left. Let's see how it works. In interstellar warfare, the biggest thing a starship can rely on is its energy shields, and if this thing is useless, the battlefield will change. The main guns are aimed at the opposing destroyer's position. Launch! An invisible wave of energy flew towards the distance. At this point, Sean was still angry in the command room, thinking about how to explain it when he got back. A fire came from the window in front of him. Sean got up and looked around. His eyes glazed over. The destroyer following him had actually exploded and disintegrated? What's going on? Where's the energy shield? Immediately after his own hull began to tremble. The hull made of metal seemed to disintegrate, and then the whole thing was buried in flames. Holy shit, what's going on? Su Wan watched in amazement as the hull exploded, forgetting to fight the battleship. Commander, these two starships suddenly exploded, hit by our dark matter cannon. I didn't expect the power to go through 2 in 1. Looks like they're nothing when they're missing their energy shields. That's awesome. Su Huan's eyes glowed with gold. The previous battles were all about them using their skills to make up for the lag in equipment. It's fantastic to experience the descending blow now. In the command room, Su Xin spoke. Commander, what about the other battleship? Shall we board and fight? No. Boarding and fighting may result in casualties instead. We'll just give them a main salvo on the way over. Yes. Su Huan, you may return to the ship. Be right back. Even though he hadn't gotten a good fight yet, Su Huan still obeyed Zhao Yi's orders. The crowd on the battleship was shocked to see the fighters go. What the hell happened just now? The two starships next to it actually exploded one after another. They didn't see any attacks. Did they? What are we going to do? Run. What else can we do? How can we run? The power system has been blown up in the attack earlier. Can't you fix it? We'll be dead by the time they finish recharging. As he was talking, a bright light came from the window opening. It's over. It's really coming. It doesn't give them a chance to run at all. Bang. Without the protection of the energy shields, the battleship was penetrated by the particle beam cannons, and the hull emitted huge explosions and sparks. Well, go over there and salvage the salvage and see if there's anything good. Yes, just leave the rest to the silver-haired girl. Zhao Yi laid back on the chair and closed his eyes. It was great to leave the attack to particle beam cannons and dark matter energy, and the defense to T3 level shields. Now it would be hard for the Federation to want them dead, and the last year left would no longer be a far-fetched dream. Commander! Su Huan ran through the doorway, his eyes glittering. Zhao Yi hurriedly called Su Xin over. Su Xin blocked Su Huan and said, "Alright, the commander is scared by your shooting." "That's right, talk to me, don't move your hands." Su Huan touched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Isn't this admiring the commander? This dark matter gun is so powerful. Why don't you give us all a pair next time?" Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. "You think it's yellow cauliflower? I used all the money left over from before to extract the dark matter, and it was only enough for the one main shot just now. And you still want a full match? We're a lot richer than we were before, but we're not that rich." "Ha, wouldn't that be no way to use it?" "At the moment, yes. This thing is not so much called dark matter energy as it is the power of money. It's too costly to try and extract dark matter out of it." Su Huan shrugged. "Fine, but no matter what, we have the weapon of the press. I never thought I'd actually fight 3 T2 class starships and win one day. Fantastic. Next time if we meet the Solo Empire we're going to make them look good." The eyes of the surrounding silver-haired girls were flashing with excitement and thrill, and many of them even surrounded Zhao Yi and asked questions, which Zhao Yi patiently answered. To these lovely, beautiful silver-haired girls, Zhao Yi felt like an older brother. After searching for half an hour, the Evangelion found some energy crystals and some debris. The wreckage can be given to the ship's disintegration workshop to extract useful materials. Alright, Evangelion, proceed to the designated location and prepare to begin the star jump. Yes. The Evangelion reached its designated position and began to recharge. The interstellar jump is preceded by a great fluctuation of energy that can be detected by any detection equipment around. So this function can only be used when you are in a hurry. If you use it in a battle, you will be hit as a live target. Target Walpole White Dwarf. Yes. Star jumping is a technique of collapsing three-dimensional space and subsequently passing through it quickly. A technique that allows you to pass through a large number of areas in a short period of time, while also bypassing some of the less well-traveled routes. An energy circle about the size of the ship appeared in front of Zhao Yi's Evangelion. The gospel slowly drove toward the inside. This was the first time Zhao Yi had entered a space-folding route, so he was inevitably a bit nervous. This interstellar folding technology is very mature and has been in use for hundreds of years, but it is inevitable that there will still be a billion little mistakes. It's not a high chance, but just showing up is death. Commander, don't be nervous. We'll be through this spacefold course in almost 3 minutes. The exit is at the Vorpal White Dwarf. I hope. Zhao Yi continued. There's a saying in our part of the world. What's the saying? Su Xian asked with a curious blink. She'd been through quite a few astral folding leaps in her 4 years on the road, and she was long past being nervous and scared now. Zhao Yi whispered. If a person is nervous, just hold on to something and you won't be nervous. Su Xian froze and seemed to guess what Zhao Yi meant. Looking around at the other silver-haired girls who were monitoring the folding space at their positions, she secretly stretched out a small slender hand to hold Zhao Yi's hand. Like this? Su Xian blushed a little. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. He didn't expect Su Xian to actually agree. The last time he held hands was when he misunderstood her to be a robot, and before he could feel the warmth at that time, he was shrugged off by Su Xian. This time it felt like the little hand was really soft, with a hint of trembling. The two of them were nervous, which made Zhao Yi a bit puzzled. How holding hands is like cheating. It's no good. Su Xian's head looked elsewhere, blushing like an apple. No, why was he holding the commander's hand? This is too weird. A heart pounded as if beating a drum. No, it's to keep the commander from getting too nervous. But does the Federation have that? Commander! A silver-haired girl who was observing suddenly turned her head, and the two hurriedly let go. What's wrong? We're monitoring a slight crack in this spacefolding leap. Crack? Zhao Yi was stunned. He was really afraid of what would come. If this spatial folding route shattered open, it was likely to trigger spatial misalignment, and it would be hard to know where to fly then. What can you do if you're lucky enough to show up in open space and unlucky enough to hit a planet? Turn on the acceleration. Zhao Yi stood up and ordered. But a powerful energy reaction will cause this space to collapse faster. Zhao Yi shook his head. We have to leave this space now. The cracks appearing will only collapse faster. Now is not the time to slow down. Yes. The silver-haired girl piloting the starship tapped away at the buttons. The starship was gaining speed. Zhao Yi couldn't sit still as a hand took hold of himself again. It's fine. I'm sure I can get out. This put Zhao Yi at ease quite a bit, looking at Su Xian and nodding. Well, we can't die now. The good times have just come. It would be too suffocating to die now. Spiderweb-like cracks began to appear in the dark folded tunnels, which gradually disintegrated. And outside were twisted planets and ship hulls. To go out from this place would probably leave the top half of the gospel in one place, and the bottom half appearing thousands of miles away now. Commander, we're going out. Good. The starship was going as fast as it could, and the exit was right in front of us. The next second, the Vorpal White Dwarf appeared in front of the gospel's heel. It's out. We're fine. I knew it could be. The crowd of silver-haired girls couldn't help but stand up and cheer, hugging each other. Once again, they survived, and disaster was always one step behind them. Commander, it's a good thing we listened to your acceleration or we'd be in the tunnel for quite a while. Su Ran looked back dumbfounded. There was no one in the command position at all. Sister Su Xian? Commander! The crowd stood up a little confused and dumbfounded. It can't be. It's not possible that both commanders stayed in the spacefold course, is it? Looking back, the spacefolding tunnel was long gone. Crap! What do we do? Su Huan couldn't help but burst out. The others collapsed. They had gotten used to listening to Zhao Yi's command during this period of time, and now not only was Zhao Yi not there, even Su Xian was not there. What to do? What to do? The two of them won't die, will they? What is this nonsense? Su Huan cracked. They were swept away in the direction a little bit away from the exit. Let's search the nearby planets. We should be able to find them, but if they show up in the universe, won't. The silver-haired girl could survive a little time in the universe. The Federation people really couldn't. And as for the Imperials, they were fully capable of using the cosmic environment, though they would still starve to death. I have an idea. What way? There are signalers on the Federation side targeting us, and if we can get the Lieutenant Colonel to conduct a search, we may be able to search, but can we even find it when we're all out of Federal range? Try it. This was all Federal territory before. Maybe we can search it, But even if we could search for a signal on Sister Su Xin, would the Lieutenant Colonel waste his time and resources for a silver-haired girl? Isn't there a commander here? I see that the Lieutenant Colonel seems to care quite a bit about the commander. Su Ran's serious look gave the other silver-haired girls confidence. Alright, connect to the commander. The screen in front of him opened, and the center colonel was doing his work in his office. Zhao Yi, what is it that you want to see me about? Have you arrived at the mission site yet? What did the Blood Wolf mercenaries say? What is needed? Commander. The commander Where are the people? LT. Colonel. Lin Fu looked up and frowned. Why is it just you guys? Where did 9844 go? Where's your commander? They were swept away by turbulence during the spacefolding leap. What? LT. Colonel. Lin Fu jumped. He had just introduced Zhao Yi to the Wang family and this guy hiccuped? Dead? No. Su Ran hurriedly explained. They were swept away at the last bit of distance. It should be around here. So we would like to request you, Lieutenant Colonel, to help us search for Su 9844's direction. It is very likely that she is in the same place as the commander. LT. Colonel. Lin Fu was silent. Swept away by the space turbulence, the hope of survival was slim. But just searching for a signal should be fine. All that's lost is some energy. 9844 it doesn't matter. Zhao Yi can't die. Wait for my message. After saying that, Lin Fu hung up the communication. A group of silver-haired girls were sitting on the edge of their seats. Is this a yes or a no? Su Huan stormed out. Grandma, I'm piloting God's might back to shapely NATO. I'll put a knife to his neck and see if he'll give us a location. A bunch of people hastily pulled back. Take it easy, maybe later. Yeah, let's wait a little bit. There's nothing we can do in a hurry. I should have known to install a locator on the commander. A pang of regret ran through the crowd. They had hoped that Zhao Yi would disappear before, and now they were already hoping that he wouldn't. Ouch. Where is this? Zhao Yi got up and looked around. He seems to be in a forest, but this tree is a little strange, actually. Yellow trees look a little dizzy. Want to vomit. What planet is so odd? Sitting up and recalling, it seemed that he had just been at the gospel and encountered spatial dislocation. Su Xin. Where did Su Xin go? He himself pulled Su Xin's hand, so he pulled her out with him. Su Xin should be in danger. Zhao Yi hurriedly got up. The surroundings were empty except for the yellow trees, and there were several stars in the sky, which were not too far away. Holy shit, I can't be the only one here. Can the gospel find me then? Just as he was thinking about it, the ground began to tremble. Zhao Yi raised his head and looked dumbfounded. Dust was flying not far away. Something seemed to be rushing over. It seems to be monsters. Zhao Yi turned around and ran, but couldn't outrun the creatures. What the hell? Zhao Yi turned back to look, scared out of his wits. Behind him there are actually wearing a belly band with 4 legs of the strange line species are crawling on the ground. Looks like a spider. The upper body, on the other hand, resembles a human torso and holds a spear made of wood. These are the natives of this planet, right? I don't know what will happen if they catch them. They likewise saw Zhao Yi and shouted in unintelligible words, and with a finger of their hand, they surrounded towards Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's 2 legs were obviously not as fast as the 4 legs on the opposite side, and in the blink of an eye, they were caught up with him. These strange creatures didn't attack Zhao Yi, but only circled around him non-stop, seemingly sizing him up to see if he was good to eat or not. Dude, what are you guys doing? The opposite side was a bit confused when they heard Zhao Yi's words. You looked at me and I looked at you, and continued to speak words that Zhao Yi couldn't understand. No, I have a simultaneous translator. Zhao Yi pulled something out of his pants pocket and was confused at first glance. This thing is actually broken. I wonder if it broke during the space turbulence. No, what the hell are you guys doing? Zhao Yi was a little nervous when he saw 2 people coming towards him. The mind wondered whether to use the disintegration ray. Thinking about it, I'd rather not, since I had a portable energy shield anyway, so there was no way they could pose a threat to me. One of the natives called out to the sky, and from the distance came an echo. Immediately after that, Zhao Yi felt himself flying, and when he looked up, a large bird grabbed himself up and flew towards the distance. The natives on the ground followed. Is this a plan to take himself back as a spare ration? I can't imagine these planetary natives have farming skills, but it was nice to be in the sky, and to be able to observe if I could see Su Xin. Zhao Yi looked around. This planet seemed to be small in size. If Su Xin was really on this planet, it should be quite easy to find. Gradually, the big bird flew him through the yellow woods to a clearing. The clearing was on top of a cliff, with some buildings made of clay and some caves that had hollowed out the mountain, which looked as if they were the homes of the natives. What's that? Zhao Yi looked at a figure not far away. Isn't this Su Xin? She was sitting in a chair, and below her were these strange natives who were jabbering away not knowing what they were talking about. Big Bird placed Zhao Yi next to him and left. Commander, I didn't think they'd actually get you here. Su Xian walked over with a surprised look on her face. Before she was worried if something would happen to Zhao. Now she was relieved to see that he was safe and sound. The other natives looked very happy to see Zhao gibbering. Zhao curiously said, "Where are we?" Su Xian shook her head. "I don't know, but it shouldn't be far from the gospel. I don't know if Su Ran and the others can find us." Zhao turned his head to look at the natives not far away. "What are these guys talking about? They seem to know me. Recognize you?" Sushin nodded a little sheepishly. "I had a simultaneous translator with me and they said I was the queen." Zhao was speechless for a while. "Impossible. This planet obviously won't participate in an interstellar war. How could it have seen you? Could it be that you've made a forced landing here before?" Su Xian shook her head again. "I don't really understand, but looking at them they did look quite adoring of me. So I asked them to find you, and I didn't expect to really find you." Zhao pondered. The important thing now was to return to the gospel. While it would be nice to be here with Su Xian's men and women, the people on the gospel couldn't be left alone. At that moment, a native with a few feathers sticking out of his head came up to him and gibbered something. Su Xian nodded silently and turned her head to Zhao to translate. "He's taking us to a place." "What place?" "I don't know." "Going?" Zhao nodded and said, "Alright, let's see what they want." This place is very close to both the Federation and the Empire. There might have been starships or spaceships that have landed here, and when we find them we might be able to contact the Evangelion. Good. Seeing Su Xian agreeing, the feathered native was very happy and whistled. Two large birds flew in from a distance. Zhao was very speechless at first glance. "Again, can't we get a different mode of transportation?" This time, the strange bird did not grab Zhao and leave, but instead crouched down and waited for Su Xian and Zhao to go up. Su Xian turned her head to look at Zhao, who nodded. Only then did she go up and lay on top of the strange bird. After Zhao came up, Su Xian was quite relieved. It was fortunate that she came to this place with the commander. If she was alone she would have collapsed. The strange bird called out and spread its wings towards the distance. The other big bird had a couple of natives sitting on it. After flying for a while, Zhao and the others came to this planet in front of a waterfall. And in front of the waterfall there was a statue of a man carved out of stone. The strange bird circled the statue a few times and eventually landed in front of it. After coming down, Zhao looked at the huge statue in front of him with surprise on his face. "Su Xian, how does this look like you?" Su Xian looked up equally surprised. This statue was actually colored. Obviously not something these natives could make. The face and body were lifelike. Indeed extremely similar to his own. "But I don't have wings. This statue does look like me, but it's just a facial likeness." They should have recognized the wrong person. Zhao looked around the statue twice. The hair, ears, and eyes were all very similar. It's just kinda weird to have an extra pair of wings, but it's similar to angels on Earth. Could it be that angels as a race also exist in the universe? Maybe angels really did come to Earth before and were recorded by mankind. Only that they weren't encountered later so they were treated as legends. It does seem like a mistake. This statue is at least 1,000,000,000 years old, Zhao said as he stroked the statue. "So long?" "Yes. This technology is not something they can do. Apparently some other civilization landed here before. Or this planet had a high-end civilization before and then met with an accident and went extinct." A few natives gibbered a bunch of words, pointed at Su Xian and then pointed at the statue, followed by kneeling on the ground and kowtowing non-stop. What did they say? They were not wrong when they said I was the man in the statue. Zhao smiled. They probably think that this statue is a miracle and looks just like you. That's why they're so devout. Just then a huge object floated down in the sky and the natives looked up dumbfounded. The body kept trembling. The whole person wanted to run but didn't dare. Evangelion. Sushin was pleasantly surprised. They found us. It came pretty fast. The huge gospel floated above Zhao, and from it came down a dozen silver-haired girls, led by Su Ran. This little girl saw Su Xian pounce over and hugged her for a long time. "Sister Su Xian, we finally found you." "It's fine, but you guys found us pretty fast." Zhao walked over and said, "Yeah, I thought it would take a few days for you guys to discover us, and by that time, your sister Su Xian will be the empress here." "Ha?" Su Xian interrupted Zhao flirting. "Don't mind the commander. But how did you find us?" Su Ran wiped her tears. "We contacted the lieutenant colonel. He was the one who searched Sister Su Xian's location and told us." "LT, Colonel Lin Fu?" "Yes." This was a bit of a surprise to Su Xian. Although LT, Colonel Lin Fu didn't treat them with contempt and abuse like the average Federation person, but the color of dislike was still there. "I didn't realize that search equipment was actually used this time." The other natives, seeing so many silver-haired maidens coming down, hastened to their knees. Saran wondered, "Are they from this planet?" "Yeah, but since you're all here, let's go." "Wait, Just now when we were exploring this planet we realized that this planet has energy crystals. Energy crystals? Zhao was even more excited than Su Ran. This thing was money. Where is it? It's like 300 kilometers past here. Zhao looked into the distance. That's not right. If there were energy crystals here, wouldn't they be discovered by the Federation or the Empire? There's no way they wouldn't mine it if they found it. Su Ran shrugged. I don't know then. It might be related to certain characteristics of this planet. We didn't find it when we were outside. But after entering the atmosphere of this planet we found that there are indeed energy crystals. Probably not many. Come on, take us. Good. Launching several mechs from the Evangelion landed on the ground, shaking the ground with dust. The local natives were dumbfounded. They hadn't seen such a big lump of iron that could actually walk. This is a miracle. They must be men of God sent down from heaven. Go. Yes. Zhao Yi, Su Xian and the others boarded the Qingluan and flew towards the energy crystal signaling point. The green Luan speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye they were there. 10 mechs were suspended in the air, and below them was a lake, turquoise blue and transparent, as far as the eye could see. The crystal is down here? Yeah. The guys on the gospel said the signal was coming from the center of this lake. Zhao rushed towards the lake without even thinking about it. Whoa! The speed of the mech was extremely fast, and the huge force separated all the water currents into two sides. Reaching the bottom of the water, Zhao saw an exposed energy crystal. Sent, really sent this time. A blessing in disguise. Who would have thought that a spatial dislocation would actually allow them to find a hidden energy crystal? This energy crystal is in a good location to mine, and if the containment isn't low, it might cost enough to build a fleet of ships. Zhao returned over the lake and said happily, there are indeed energy crystals down there. Let's start mining. Su Xian frowned. No way. We're already delayed here. Didn't the Federation tell us to go to the Toddy Star as soon as possible? If we delay we might be court-martialed. Zhao stroked his chin. Indeed. If this mission was delayed, even if they returned alive they would be given excuses. But this energy crystal can't be given up. What's the difference between that and not picking up money you find on the road? Otherwise, let's do this. Let's leave some of us to mine on this planet, while the others head to the planet Toddy, both at the same time, and then come back to pick them up when our mission is complete. Is this okay? Zhao nodded his head and said, of course you can. Now that the Federation has no way to monitor your location in real time, how would he know that some of us are on this planet? Anyway, as long as they're all there when we go back. So, that's it. Su Xian also felt that it was a bit of a shame to leave like this and agreed with Zhao Yi's decision. Zhao Yi and the others returned to the place where the natives were before. Su Xian talked to them about this matter, and the group of natives also expressed their willingness to help. It's naturally better to have their help. No one knows the ecology of the planet better than they do. The next step is to decide who stays. 100 men stayed behind this time, but there has to be a captain in place, and I think it'll be from a few of you. Zhao Yi looked at the few people in front of him. Su Huan, Su Ran, Su Wan, Su Yen. These few people Zhao Yi had been in regular contact with, both in terms of their prestige amongst the silver-haired girls and their own personalities and abilities were all very suitable. A few people looked at me and I looked at you. Zhao Yi spoke. Time is limited, so you guys will draw lots to decide. Wait. Su Wan raised her hand. Why doesn't Sister Su Xian draw lots? Yeah, Sister Su Xian should all be more suitable than us, right? Several people looked up at Su Xian. Zhao Yi shook his head. No, Su Xian is my assistant commander. I have a lot of work to get her to do. Su Xian looked a little helpless with both hands, with a hint of smugness and snickering. It's not that I won't stay. The commander won't let me. Che, you're not looking at our sister Su Xian, are you? Su Huan said with extreme ease. The crowd was dumbfounded. It was only a nervous person like Su Huan who could come up with such words off the top of his head. You do not talk nonsense. Zhao Yi's brain was down not knowing how to explain. How does this guy say it so bluntly? Su Xian such a beautiful woman who does not like, but this is something that can be said? Su Huan was unconcerned and said, I just casually said, how can the Federation people be with us? Commander, I'm just joking with you. Don't pay attention to it. Zhao Yi whispered. It's not impossible. Su Xian's face on the side suddenly turned red. Su Huan didn't hear it and asked, What did you just say? The others were also curious, blinking their white eyes as they stared at Zhao Yi. Su Huan seemed to understand and covered her mouth and exclaimed, Commander, you wouldn't really be interested in Sister Su Xian, would you? What a lot of nonsense. I think we don't need to draw lots this time. You stay. Zhao Yi pretended to be angry. No, we're still drawing straws. It was all just me rambling. After a few people drew lots, the result was that Su Wan stayed. This was also quite good. Su Wan was a mechanic herself, so if the equipment or robot malfunctioned she could fix it herself. Suwon stretched her back. Fine, I'll stay as long as I stay. It just happens to be a vacation. Well, you guys just have to mine the crystals here, and have less contact with the rest of the creatures on this planet. Yes. Just then the natives standing on the hill suddenly blew their horns. These natives were as if they had seen a ghost. Some rushed towards the outside with their weapons, while others hid in the caves. What's the situation? Sushin asked the natives who ran past him. The man rattled off a bunch of stuff and ran off. Su Xian's face stared. They said there are running wolves coming. Running wolf? Sounds like a predator of this planet by the name. Let's go over and take a look. Good. When the people arrived at the entrance of the village, they saw a huge monster that looked like a wolf but could float in the air just like it did when it burrowed out of the yellow forest in front of them. This is running wolf? Suhuan looked at it twice without caring. This thing wasn't as powerful as the creatures of planet M787 at first glance. The natives were like enemies, their mouths gibbering as if they wanted Zhaoyi and the others to back off. There were quite a number of running wolves on the opposite side, and at this moment, they were a bit confused when they saw Zhaoyi and the others. They hadn't seen this kind of thing before. However, this did not affect their predation, and after considering it, they rushed towards Zhaoyi and the others. The speed of the running wolf was very fast, as if it had compressed like a spring before it opened its mouth and pounced, its entire body seeming to be flying in the air. The natives hurriedly set their spears up, ready to resist the first wave of the other side's charge. Zhaoyi smiled. It's pretty fast. No wonder it's called running wolf. This group of natives will have to do hard labor for us afterward, so don't let them get hurt, and exterminate this group of running wolves. Yes, the silver-haired girl didn't even need a mech. Pulling out her own sidearm was enough to deal with these monsters. These running wolves flying in the air were the best targets. Seeing the running wolves fall one by one, these natives' eyes went wide with surprise. Even more so, they worshipped Zhaoyi and the others as gods. This made Zhaoyi understand what was meant by a descending blow. These creatures were natural enemies to the natives, but they were not even toys to himself. Zhaoyi didn't stay on this planet for much longer and left the planet on the gospel after explaining some things to Suwon. The Evangelion made its way along the white dwarf star of Walpole, the most dangerous sections of the previous journey having been passed by spacefolding technology. The next was a bit of a detour. Commander, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu wants to connect. Take it in. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu sat in his office and smiled when he saw Zhaoyi across from him. Zhaoyi, congratulations on being alive. Thanks for your concern, Commander. If it wasn't for your help we wouldn't have been able to meet so soon. Alright, enough of the small talk for now. How long until you guys get to the Blood Wolf mercenaries' territory? Expect 3 or 4 days. Fine. We can provide the Blood Wolf mercenaries with up to 1 million energy crystals or items of equal value. And they must join us. And what if they don't join? Zhaoyi curiously said. Try to keep them neutral even if they don't join. For that the Federation is willing to give 500,000 energy crystals. It's a good deal any way you look at it. So much money for just staying neutral and not moving. Zhaoyi mulled it over. It does look tempting, but again, it means that the Federation has little backbone. I'll follow the mission statement, but it's best not to get your hopes up. Successful or not, the Imperial side will surely know where you are. So take care of yourself. The road back is bound to be full of hardships and dangers. Yes. After hanging up the communication, Zhaoyi asked Su Xian next to him, what do you think the Blood Wolf mercenaries will choose? Su Xian seriously analyzed. I think the Blood Wolf mercenaries might not accept it. 500,000 energy crystals is certainly a lot, but if they can participate in this war, they can obtain more than that. And with federal fatigue out of the way, the Blood Wolf mercenaries might even join forces with other mercenaries. Zhaoyi nodded his head. Su Xian had the same idea as himself. She was indeed a smart woman. Yeah, it's hard to keep them neutral, let alone get them to turn the other cheek. And if the Blood Wolf mercenaries really chose to help the Empire, it's dangerous for us to go over there. And since they're already preparing to deal with the Federation, they surely won't mind taking us out first. Sushin blinked. The commander doesn't seem nervous. Do you have something good in mind? Zhaoyi smiled slightly. The reason why the Blood Wolf mercenary will help the Empire is because he feels that the Empire is bound to win. But there is room for maneuver if he is shown that the Federation is not going to fall so easily. When the risk outweighs the reward. As long as they're not stupid they'll say no. But does the Federation have that kind of power? Zhaoyi smiled slightly. Whether or not the Federation has such an ability is not important. What is important is to make the Blood Wolf mercenaries believe that the Federation still has the power to counterattack. A few days later, the planet Toddy. It was a small planet that had been taken over by Blood Wolf mercenaries, and the natives of the planet had been reduced to slavery and forced to do all sorts of work. On the planet's harbor, there were 3 starships parked, and by looking at the flags, you could tell they were from the Solo Empire. Lord Bloodwolf. A messenger from the Solo Empire seeks an audience. Sitting in the center of the splendid hall, a strong man clad in wolfskin was gorging on meat in his right hand, while in his left hand, he was holding a young girl dressed in nudity, who was originally the king's daughter of this planet, but at this moment, she had already become the plaything of the Blood Wolves. The Solo Empire? Yes, my subordinate guesses that this visit is probably related to the war in the Solar Federation. The Blood Wolf's eyes narrowed. It seems that the Solo Empire's advance isn't going well, and it's actually coming to us. Yes, I heard that not long ago, the Solo Empire's G-39 fleet was completely annihilated on planet M787. But even so, the Federation's defeat is irrevocable. The Blood Wolf nodded slightly and rubbed the young girl next to him, which caused her a lot of pain but didn't dare to make a sound for fear of angering this horrible guy. Let them in. Yes. The young girl next to her spoke up as soon as she heard it. Then I'll go down first. Who told you to leave? Get on your knees. Several people from the Solo Empire walked in and looked at the young girl kneeling next to them with mixed feelings. Is this showing off with themselves, or is it showing off? Little mercenaries really don't know what they're doing. Blood Wolf walked down and put his hands behind his back. What kind of wind is blowing today? Actually letting someone from the Solo Empire come to my tiny toddy star. It's really making me fluffy. A white-haired man in the lead opened his mouth. Lord Bloodwolf, goodbye. We've come this time because we have a good deal for you. What's the deal? Energy Star. Energy Star? The white-haired man nodded. We will continue our military war against the Sun Federation next, so we want to let you, Lord Bloodwolf, come in and get a piece of the action. As long as you promise, when the Solar Federation is no longer viable, we'll give you an energy star and all the energy on it will be yours. Blood Wolf sneered. What a big pie. I can barely eat it. You. A Solo Empire official next to him was full of anger. They were able to come here to give him face, and he even gave him face. The white-haired man gave him a look to shut him up. Is there something that Lord Bloodwolf is not happy about? Of course, we're not 3 years old. Don't try to trick me with that nonsense. I want to see something real. Let's not talk about who will win between you and the Federation. But who knows what kind of planet you'll give me after this kind of reward. If you give me a depleted planet or just don't give it at all, who am I going to argue with? The white-haired man smiled. It seems that Lord Bloodwolf is uneasy with us, which is normal. After all, it's our first time working together. I don't need to elaborate on the decadent state of the Federation. It's only a matter of time before we take it. And Lord Bloodwolf won't know when the next time he misses this one. The Blood Wolf doesn't eat big cakes. If taking down the Federation was really that easy, why would you guys be here looking for me? Since there is nothing more to say, please return. I have nothing to entertain you here in my small place. The white-haired man didn't leave. Don't be in a hurry. Lord Bloodwolf, since you don't have much interest in the Energy Star, we're willing to offer 1 million energy crystals as long as the Bloodwolf mercenaries are able to take part in this war. This is a battle between your superpowers. What use can I be as a mercenary? The white-haired man's face chilled. Does Lord Bloodwolf mean that he is unwilling? Is there a time when the honorable Bloodwolf mercenary army is still afraid? Bloodwolf smiled evilly. You misunderstand. It's just that this deal has to be increased. 2 million? 2 million. I'm willing to send troops to help you. Lord Bloodwolf is really a lion's share of money. 2 million and we can even form a fleet by ourselves. 1.5 million. 1 million. Bloodwolf's eyes narrowed. Allow me to think about it. There are guests coming later. I'll see what they say. Guests? Who? Could it be other mercenaries? If Lord Bloodwolf knows any other mercenaries, we can pack up and make a payment together. No. You can wait if there's nothing else you want to do. Or I'll have one of my men show you the sights and sounds of the planet. Pointing to the young girl who was kneeling on the floor. There are a lot of bitches like that. No need. We'll just wait here. Bloodwolf smiled slightly. Not long ago he had received news of the Sun Federation's entry into the harbor. It came just in time to raise the price for the Solo Empire, and to take them to task afterward. Now that you're here, don't even think about going back. I hear silver-haired girls are beautiful. Lord, the Sun Federation emissary has arrived. The people from the Solo Empire were shocked at this. The Sun Federation? How did they come here? No. How did they get here all this way? Did our supply fleet and patrols not spot them? Damn it. Contact the fleet to come over immediately. The Sun Federation won't leave alive. Bloodwolf sneered. This is not putting me in my eyes. This is not your Solo Empire. What grudges do you have? Leave my territory and talk about it. The Solo Empire and the others stopped talking. The fleet is unannounced for the time being because they don't think the Federation is going to make it out of here alive. Let them in. Yes. Zhaoi walked in with Su Xin and the two of them. They also froze when they saw the young girl kneeling on the ground, playing quite flowery. The Blood Wolf sized up Su Xin. Sure enough, she looked beautiful with a perfect body. The king's daughter just now eclipsed her. There was no way to compare. You are the Sun Federation? Too bad it didn't come as fast as the Solo Empire. The Blood Wolf looked at the Solo Empire's emissary from earlier when he finished speaking. It's a lot easier to pick things apart and talk about them. They just raised the price. The Sun Confederation was a pawn to him that would allow the Solo Empire to raise its price. Zhao and the Solo Empire emissary glanced at each other and snorted coldly. Lord Bloodwolf, we have been ordered to come in the hope that Lord will stand on the side of the Sun Federation, and we promise to give you 1 million energy crystals as a token of appreciation. Ha ha, although I don't know how you guys got here, but it's too much to underestimate Lord Bloodwolf, isn't it? Just 1 million energy crystals and you want him to join you? Dream on? A member of the Solo Empire on the side sneered. That's right, everyone knows what the Federation is like now, and Lord Bloodwolf isn't that stupid. The Federation is such a big deal, it cracks me up. The Blood Wolf Lord spread his 2 hands and shrugged. As you all heard, 1 million is simply not enough. The white-haired man from the Solo Empire stood up and said, Lord Bloodwolf, we from the Solo Empire are willing to pay 1 million energy crystals, but you have to kill all of these federates here. Su Xian's face chilled, not realizing that the Solo Empire was actually willing to pay such a large price in order to bring in the Blood Wolf mercenaries. In comparison, the Federation is really insincere. The Blood Wolf nodded and said, fine, if I'm really willing to fight for the Solo Empire, I don't mind killing these people right now, but the minimum price is 2 million energy crystals, and to carry out the mission we have the right to refuse. Of course, there's no way we can't contribute as mercenaries, it's just that we won't do a mission that's certain death. Okay, 2 million is 2 million. The white-haired man nodded his head in agreement while casting his gaze towards Zhao, revealing a hint of a bad smile. It was unthinkable that the Sun Federation had actually sent someone, but unfortunately, as long as this Blood Wolf wasn't stupid, how could he join a federation that was already going to be finished? $1,200,000 will indeed do. What's the difference between that and getting money for nothing? Blood Wolf drew his own long sword. Even in such a high-tech era, he still loved this cold weapon. The feeling of cold steel stabbing into an enemy's torso and hot blood splattering everywhere would send his adrenaline soaring. It's true that gun-based weapons make it a lot easier to kill people, but it's not fun when it's too easy. It's a shame that such a beautiful girl is going to die like this, but there should be quite a few more beauties like you out there on starships. There's always 1 or 2 to shoot to death. Wait, Zhao walked out. What? Ready to beg for mercy? The people of the Solo Empire laughed out loud. They had long heard that the Federation people were as timid as rats, and it was true today. Even things like fighting a war were left to the silver-haired girl, so she wouldn't be pissing her pants now, would she? You ask for mercy? Blood Wolf wondered. Taste the fear before your opponent dies, then stab through with a sword don't have a lot of flavor. No. Did you join the Solo Empire because you thought the Federation was bound to lose? Or what? You don't think the Federation can beat the Empire, do you? Blood Wolf spread both hands. You did hold at planet M787, but it's meaningless. When the Solo Empire supply line comes up and the fleet is ready, it will launch an even more violent attack. Do you think the Federation can hold it off? Zhao smiled. You're right, but what I'm telling you is that the Federation isn't that easy to lose. I'd stay neutral if I were you. This isn't to dissuade you, it's to warn you that you're likely to be cannon fodder if you join the Solo Empire now. Bullshit, you know what's going on in your Federation. It's down to its last breath, and I'm afraid you don't have many humanoid self-propelled weapons left, do you? Yeah, and who are you to make me believe you? Bloodwolf asked rhetorically. If the Federation has any real hope of winning, this is a matter where it is better to err on the side of caution. The Blood Wolf leader doesn't believe it? Why don't we find a secluded place and let's have a chat? The Blood Wolf's eyes narrowed. Did this person really have some kind of card? He should not dare to deceive himself, and then the consequences need not be thought of. Lord Bloodwolf, you mustn't trust this kid. There's no telling what this guy will do when he meets with you. Lord Bloodwolf turned his head. You're teaching me things? No, it's just that this guy is tricky and it never hurts to be careful. Blood Wolf snorted coldly. Come in with me. Good. Zhao Yi told Su Xian to wait in place while he himself followed the Blood Wolf. Su Xian's face showed anxiety. She was a bit worried about Zhao Yi, but she still stood her ground. Humph. What an uninformed brat. The Federation sent him here to get him killed, right? I think it's just that. Would this kid want to make a move on Bloodwolf? That would be great. That way we don't even have to pay. And the Blood Wolf mercenaries will seek revenge on the Federation themselves. Fair enough. A few people from the Solo Empire eyed Su Xian, and envy and jealousy. Why should the Alliance get silver-haired girls, when their side is full of bad old men? The Blood Wolf brought Zhao Yi to a room and turned around. Alright, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't have much patience. If you dare to lie to me, I'll let you know what it means to be cruel. Zhao Yi spoke without panic. Lord Bloodwolf. I also regret to tell you that I'm afraid that this time, the war between the Solo Empire and the Sun Federation is going to change. Oh, what change? The Federation has developed a new type of weapon that can shatter energy shields. How effective do you think such technology would be in an interstellar war? Shatter the energy shield? Bloodwolf's eyes widened in surprise. If such technology really existed, the energy shield wouldn't be of much use. A T-1 class starship might be able to destroy a T-3 class starship. The Solo Empire could take the initiative now. And that was because they possessed a large number of T-2 class starships. The silver-haired girl's battle prowess was strong if this advantage wasn't there. This was the effect that Zhao Yi wanted. To keep the Blood Wolf mercenaries from participating in this mess, just this one way to make him afraid. As long as he was scared, it was useless for the Solo Empire to give more favors. Do you think I would believe you? If the Federation really had such technology, would it be beaten so badly? Blood Wolf snorted coldly, almost catching the other party. Zhao Yi smiled. This is the Federation's bottom card. It won't come out so easily. There's also the fact that the Federation hasn't even been in a battle with a starship above the T2 class right now. And what you're seeing is just scratching the surface. The silver-haired girl and the T1 class starship alone can hold back the Solo Empire's offensive. What would be the outcome if the secret weapon plus the T2 class starship entered the battle? The Blood Wolf's two eyes suddenly contracted. Zhao Yi currently said are no problem. The federal T2 level starships to participate in the war. The Solo Empire, after all, will be stalemated. This time the Federal and the out of a weapon that can penetrate the energy shield. That the results. But in the end, this was just Zhao Yi's side of the story. I can't believe that the Federation's technological sophistication can't make a weapon like this yet. It was true that the Federation's current dark matter weapon was in the research and development stage, but Zhao Yi had already improved it to be usable. The only downside is that dark matter extraction is very expensive. But who knows? Zhao Yi smiled. In order to be able to convince the Blood Wolf, he had to put some pressure. If the Blood Wolf Lord doesn't believe it, we can try. Try? Zhao Yi nodded and said, it just so happens that I have this new type of weapon here for you to test. Looking at Zhao Yi's confident expression, the Blood Wolf was a little confused in his heart. This guy's not lying to himself? The Federation really has a weapon like this? Okay, let's try it then. Please, Lord Bloodwolf, take me to a T2 class starship. Go! Lord Bloodwolf led the way ahead, and the two returned to the previous hall. The man from the Solo Empire stood up and said, Lord Bloodwolf, what have you considered? If you wish, it's fine to leave these two to our empire. Humph. Wait. The Blood Wolf snorted coldly and led Zhao Yi towards the outside. Zhao Yi winked mischievously as he passed by Su Xin, which put Su Xin at ease. In looking at the Blood Wolf look, his face was no longer as relaxed as before. The two arrived at the harbor. Blood Wolf pointed at one of his starships and said, this is the White Tiger, a T2 class shielded ship. Your weapon can penetrate its shields? Could be. Zhao Yi didn't think twice. Bloodwolf flooded with mutterings. Try it then. Good. The mechanical hand behind Zhao Yi's back reached out and aimed at the White Tiger in the harbor. Bloodwolf was a bit worried. You're not going to sink my starship with this weapon, are you? No. I'm only minimally powerful with this new weapon, but it'll definitely do a bit of damage. That'll do. Bloodwolf agreed when he saw that it was no big deal. The White Tiger opened its energy shields as ordered, and a light blue wave of light enveloped it. Okay, you can launch now. It's been launched. Bloodwolf? How come I don't see anything? The Blood Wolf seemed to understand. You kid tricked me, didn't you? I'm going to make you beg for death. As he was thinking about how to punish Zhao Yi, the energy shield of the starship in the distance was broken through an opening, and a huge hole appeared in the hull of the ship. Blood Wolf and the surrounding minions were dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is this starship suddenly injured? Neither the armor nor the energy shields are doing anything. Ha! What the hell is going on here? How come I don't see anything? Zhao Yi smiled. That's how the new weapons developed by the Federation are invisible. Unless you have special observation equipment, you won't even know I did it if I shoot you. Are you threatening me? That's not true. I'm just being honest. Do you think the Solo Empire's fleet would be able to stop such a weapon if it appeared in an interstellar war? Bloodwolf was shaken inside. This unseen weapon is so terrifying that all fear comes from the unknown. If Zhao Yi killed him off at this time, the minions next to him wouldn't even know what was going on, right? Seeing the Blood Wolf's appearance, Zhao Yi continued. The Solo Empire's attack is indeed swift, but it's not a good time to join now. So Lord Blood Wolf is thinking about it. The Blood Wolf stared at Zhao Yi and said, then what benefits will the Federation give me if I remain neutral? Benefits? Zhao Yi sneered. The fact that the Federation asked me to bring this weapon to show you is the biggest benefit. It's better than letting you die for no reason. The Blood Wolf was filled with rage. The Federation is really arrogant. Aren't you afraid that I'll join the Solo Empire? Everyone fished to death? Joey shook his head. The Blood Wolf mercenaries can be known in the neighborhood not because of how tough they are, but because of living long enough, and more benefits are not as important as staying alive. I need to think about it. You guys stay in the harbor for now. Okay. Bloodwolf has the frigate taken in for repairs while he researches what kind of weapon hit it, and warns everyone to keep their secrets or all will die. He didn't want to be targeted for leaking the Federation's new weapon. Back in the hall, the man from the Solo Empire stood up and said, Lord Bloodwolf, how exactly have you considered this? The Blood Wolf angrily walked up to the kneeling king's daughter, drew his sword and stabbed, hot blood splattering everywhere. The Solo Empire is unknown. What the hell is going on here? How do you go out with the feds and get pissed off like this? If you're really pissed off, why don't you just clean up those feds? The men under his command came in and carried the body out, and the whole hall was dead silent. After a while, Zhao Yi spoke. Lord Bloodwolf, my subordinates and I will return to the starship first and wait for your news. Aha! Seeing Zhao Yi leave, the Solo Empire's emissary spoke. Lord Bloodwolf, what exactly did the Federation say to you? If they are willing to offer a higher price, it's not like our Solo Empire can't do it. Bloodwolf sat silent in his seat. A higher price? What's the point? What's the point of having money if the Blood Wolf mercenaries are wiped out or have lost their vitality? At that time, even if he didn't die, those enemies would definitely come to his door to kill him. The money is cheaper for the gang instead. Lord Bloodwolf, you should say something. The Solo Empire's man opened his mouth in displeasure. The Blood Wolf Lord was annoyed and spoke. Get lost, get the hell out of here and come back tomorrow. Ha! A few people looked at me and I looked at you. The white-haired man didn't know what had happened to Bloodwolf, but knew that staying here could easily be botched. Eventually lead the men out of the hall. Walking outside, the Solo Empire's emissary said irritably, what's this Bloodwolf's nerve? Didn't he say it was fine before? Why did he change everything after one trip? It looks as if it's not about being unhappy with the price, but being threatened. The white-haired man's eyes narrowed. Threatened? The Federation still has this ability? If they were able to threaten the Blood Wolf, they would have threatened him to join the battle long ago when the war started. The white-haired man shook his head. I don't know about that. Let's see the results tomorrow first. And what if the Blood Wolf doesn't agree to help us? There's nothing we can do if we don't agree. It'll take a little more time and cost a little more at most, and the Federation's defeat is doomed anyway. A few people nodded. Well then, let's head back to the starship. No matter what the Blood Wolf ultimately chooses to do, I won't let go of this team of feds. That's right. How dare you come and spoil us? Several people finished looking toward the gospel in the harbor. It was only a T2 class starship. Even if the Solo Empire's fleet didn't come, just their 3 starships were enough to deal with the gospel. On the gospel ship, the crowd of silver-haired girls hurriedly surrounded Zhao Yi and Su Xian when they saw them return. Commander, what's the situation? A number of people were watching our starship just now. Should we prepare for combat? Zhao Yi smiled and shook his head. No need. The Blood Wolf mercenaries won't go against us. Su Xian was curious. Commander, what exactly did you say to him? I saw him come back with a green face. I thought he would make a move on you. I just warned him a little so he would understand what he should do. Warning. The crowd froze. The Federation had sent them over to stoop low and ask for help. Or at worst, peace. Zhao Yi actually warned the other party. What's the difference between that and standing and making your money? So the Blood Wolves gave up so easily with a warning? It can't be helped if he doesn't give up. Let him think about it all night. Then is this 500,000 energy crystals going to be given to him? No, there's no need to pay for this. Ha! The crowd was dumbfounded. And Su Xian sort of understood why Bloodwolf was so angry. Not only did he not get a penny, he was threatened himself. There was no way to even put up a little resistance. Let's link up with the lieutenant colonel and debrief the situation and such, while requesting a little more mission time. Yes. At this time in the shapely multi-conference room, the crowd waited with saddened brows for news of the gospel. It was fine to let Zhao Yi and the others go to their deaths, but it was best to settle things. What do you say? Will this Blood Wolf say yes? 500,000 is quite a lot, isn't it? And it's not like they're allowed to contribute just enough to keep him on his own turf. But I always thought I might be able to get a better reward if I just symbolically helped the Solo Empire if I were a Blood Wolf. Yes, I think we'd better be able to prepare for the worst case scenario. In case if this Blood Wolf joins forces with the Solo Empire, the first place to lash out will be our Northeast War Zone. After all, the Solo Empire suffered a defeat here before. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu didn't say anything. The current shapely NATO could at most guard against the movements of the Solo Empire side. If a mercenary was inserted next to it, it would be really troublesome. Muddled. Commander, Evangelion requesting connection. The Evangelion? They've completed their mission? I don't know, but there may be intelligence to report. A few people looked at each other. They should have met Blood Wolf. I just don't know how the talk went. Pick it up. Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's figure appeared in front of him. Zhao Yi saluted and said, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, you've arrived at the planet Toddy? Yes, but we're a little behind the Imperial side. They got there before us and seem to have made a deal with Bloodwolf. The crowd was apprehensive when they heard it. This Solo Empire's speed of action was also too fast. What did they say? I don't know what was talked about before, but they negotiated in front of us when we arrived, and the Solo Empire was willing to pay 1.2 million energy crystals to hire them. 1.2 million? The crowd stood up violently upon hearing this. My goodness, this Solo Empire is really a big deal. Those who don't know still think that they can't make it in the war. 1.2 million, that's all the money paid for robbing our Federation's resource stars. It's a good plan to use that money against us now. What can we do about this? Hey, did it fail in the end? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu sighed. Alright, I know the situation. You have been known by the people of the Solo Empire. Be careful on your way back. The others were silent. This was discovered by the Empire in its territory. Can this come back? But you can't say that in front of people. Zhao Yi explained. We might expect to be a few days later than our return date. And this connection is a request for more mission time? More time? Why is that? This made Lin Fu a little confused. Since the Solo Empire had offered such a high amount of money, the Blood Wolf must have agreed. This is the time to run. Not run and wait for death? Did Zhao Yi not even see this? Zhao Yi explained. Because under my 3-inch tongue, the Blood Wolf Lord might agree not to participate in the battle between the two of us. What? The news seemed to raise a ray of sunshine in the hearts of the people. No way. Is this Blood Wolf stupid? He actually has $1,200,000 and doesn't take it? Yeah. What's the difference between that and getting money for nothing? This made Lin Fu all surprised. Zhao Yi, how did you do it? Did the Blood Wolf really agree? Almost. Just with my talent to make him agree is not a normal thing? You guys hurry up and call the money over so I can give it to Blood Wolf. Oh, well then you are allowed to come back later. You must get this done. After hanging up the comb, the crowd was still confused. In just a few short minutes, they had gone from confused to desperate and finally burning with hope and a little bit confused. How did this Blood Wolf agree to this? Do you guys think this Blood Wolf tricked Zhao Yi? Tricked him out of the money first and then killed him? No way. Although these mercenaries do no evil, they still value their credibility. If they screwed us over by $500,000 this time, who would still look for them afterward? And the Solo Empire will also have scruples about them. I do kind of believe this Zhao Yi kid. That thing he did, that's normal? The people think about it. This kid has never done anything a little bit normal. Set out to fight the pirates, but also sold the human drawings, causing the gang of pirates driving the fleet to come over to them to settle the score. This was followed by the M787 Planetary War, which led to the capture of the senior general on the opposite side and the destruction of the Annihilator cannon. Now it's making the Blood Wolf mercenaries neutral. That's a lot of credit. Unfortunately, he can't come back. Hey, how did such a great talent end up on the gospel? Yeah, if it comes back it's a big deal. It's a shame. It's not a shame to scrap these self-propelled weapons. It's too bad for our valiant Federation soldiers. Confederates never mince their words in praising Confederates. After all, to praise the Confederacy is to praise oneself. As for the silver-haired girls, forget it. They do more than they should. After all, lives were in their hands, and keeping them alive was the greatest gift of all. Lin Fu asked someone to call Zhao Yi with the money as soon as possible. On the gospel ship, Su Xian asked with a simple face. Zhao Yi, doesn't this Blood Wolf cost nothing? Why are you still? Zhao Yi smiled. Blood Wolf doesn't want money, but we want money. As long as our mission is accomplished, the Federation cares where the money is spent. What do you think we should get for this 500,000 energy crystals, or else treat everyone to a big meal? The crowd is full of black lines. How can this work? Blood Wolf thought about it for the whole night, but finally decided to give up. The most you can lose by giving up and joining the fight this time is a little bit of money, but if you really get involved, you might lose one of your own lives. In the morning, the Blood Wolf called both the servant of the Solo Empire and Zhao Yi over. After my serious consideration, I have decided to withdraw from this game of yours, and both of your representatives must leave for me today. Ha! The Solo Empire's man was puzzled and stepped forward. Lord Bloodwolf, why is this? Didn't we have a good deal before? Yes, if you have any concerns or grievances, you tell me and we, the Solo Empire, will definitely fulfill them. Blood Wolf shook his head. There's no need to say more. My mind is made up. Take your people and get the hell out of here. Don't piss me off here, or I don't care if you're from the Empire or the Federation. After saying that, Blood Wolf let his men take both sides out. Coming outside, the Solo Empire's man looked at Zhao Yi and snorted coldly. What a trickster! Even though the Blood Wolf mercenaries didn't join, your alliance is still a dead one. Zhao Yi spread his two hands. What about trying it out? What's the reason why someone as smart as Blood Wolf is unwilling to join in? Because he doesn't think your empire can win at all. Arrogance. Your starships are dead if you leave the planet Toddy. That's what I say. The gods can't protect you. The emissary from the Solo Empire left in a rage. This time it's all Zhao Yi's fault. If he hadn't interfered, how could the Blood Wolf have any scruples? He's a dead man. Zhao Yi smiled faintly and said to Su Xian next to him, "Let's go. We're ready to depart as well." Aha! The two returned to the starship and had the men prepare to depart. "Commander, the Evangelion is ready. The harbor has been released and we are ready to leave at any time." At the end, Su Xian added, "We observed the ships on the Solo Empire's side, and it seems like they're also ready to leave at any time. But they're delayed." Zhao Yi smiled. "They're waiting for us to leave, preparing to leave the Toddy planet with us." Su Huan put her hands behind her head, her feet on the table, and leaned her body back. "Then I love it so much. I'm going to make them look good later. Sisters Fighter can't wait. There's no rush. Let them follow if they want to. We don't need to waste time with them. Okay, target Shapely more. Get ready to go. We're going back to pick up the others on the way." Zhao Yi nodded and said, "That's for sure, but there's a place we need to go before we leave." "Place? What other side?" Zhao Yi pulled out a card and said, "Since all the money from the Federation has arrived, we definitely need to go spend it. I remember there's a neutral city of Portmador around here, right?" Su Xian looked up the information and said, "Commander, your memory is quite good. This is indeed a neutral city. Usually merchant ships will repair at this place before heading to the Federation or Empire, because there aren't any resources around, and the Federation and Empire aren't really interested in this one. Okay, then go here. It's just that we might be surrounded by the Empire if we stay too long if we go over." Zhao Yi waved his hand. "It's fine. We're not afraid of being surrounded." Departure. Target Portmado. Yes. The Evangelion slowly left the Blood Wolf harbor, and the Solo Empire starships behind it slowly sailed out. Before leaving the Toddy star, the two sides had already drawn swords, and there would surely be a lot of gunfire later on. In the Solo Empire's starship, the crowd looked at the gospel ship not far away and wanted to immediately thwart it. Damn it, son of a bitch Federals, I'm going to get you all killed. At such a close range, you could have blown him up with the subcannon alone. Don't let them get away. The Federals can't do anything, but escape is first class. The secondary guns don't have a great range, mainly to prevent the other side from boarding ships or fighters, but they aren't exactly underpowered. At such a close distance, with 3 starships attacking at the same time with a dozen secondary cannons, even if the other party had an energy shield, they wouldn't be able to hold out for too long. The white-haired man sat in his seat and took a sip of tea. Don't be in a hurry. He won't be able to get away. The road to the Federation can all be our Solo Empire's territory. If he can come in unnoticed, can he go out unnoticed? That's right. He's dead. On Toddy, Bloodwolf watched from his room as the departing Evangelion and the Solo Imperial Star slowly disappeared into the clouds. "Come on, man. You called for us, my lord? Send me a scout plane to follow the Federation starship." Okay. This starship of the Federation would definitely be attacked by the Solo Empire, and Bloodwolf wondered what kind of cards this guy had to be so confident. The Solo Empire's starships were confused when they saw the other side's direction of movement. What's the situation? Shouldn't they be heading back to the Solar Federation? Why are they moving in this direction? I don't know. Is it going to defect? Defection is possible. The way the Sun Federation treats the silver-haired girl should have had someone defect long ago. But since they're all ready to defect, why would they come over to negotiate? Wouldn't it be better to just run? I don't know. There seems to be towns and neutral zones in front of us, probably anticipating that we will attack them and preparing to run to the neutral zone first. It's a possibility. I've heard that silver-haired girls have bombs inside of them that would be detonated if they defected. No wonder I haven't heard about the silver-haired girl rebelling or surrendering until now. So that's why. The neutral zone is against firing by any force, and those who violate it will not be able to do business in the area. The Solo Empire was indeed powerful around here, but traders in the Empire still had to do business, and opening fire would only make it impossible for the Empire to do planetary trade in the first place. Don't let them get away. Give chase. Yes. The Evangelion and all 3 starships of the Solo Empire headed for Portamato, and just as they left the range of the planet Toddy, the Evangelion instantly accelerated and disappeared from sight. "Grandma, I can't believe it's so fast. Charge the main gun. Aim the secondary gun and hit me." Yes. Just after leaving the Toddy planet, 3 starships from the Solo Empire opened fire in desperation. Nay, the Evangelion was so fast that many rounds of the sub-cannon attack fell short, the rest hitting the shields without a hint of use. Damn. How is this guy so fast? The crowd was confused as they watched the flashing points of light on the screen. Starships could indeed fly, but not so fast that they would. On the gospel, the crowd was also a bit nervous feeling such speed. Is this the speed of a T3 class energy core? It sure is fast enough. Zhaoi smiled. This is still because our starship is a T2 class. Its performance isn't strong enough. Otherwise I'm afraid the speed would be even faster. Exciting enough. When will we have a T3 class starship? Su Huan had an excited look on his face. The energy shield on the outside of the Evangelion once again deflected an opposing main gun blast. Nothing happened to the light blue energy shield at all. Even a particle beam cannon wouldn't be able to penetrate it, let alone a subcannon like this. Zhaoi nodded. There will be. Commander, we've left the Solo Empire's secondary artillery range, but we've entered the opponent's main artillery range. Adjust course and sail along the planet Biddle ahead. Yes, this isn't an empty universe. There are enough stars here to serve as shields for the Evangelion. Both sides want to kill each other when they fight, but to escape you can make the most of the terrain here. The 3 starships of the Solo Empire behind had just taken aim and were ready to launch, when the gospel ship disappeared, and just when they had taken 2 steps after it and were ready to continue to fight, the gospel ship hid behind other planets again. Your mom. Ah, one will run. Have the guts to fight us squarely like a man. That's right, you run the hell away. The Solo Empire's man was half dead with anger. Should we get a fleet in front of them to intercept them? In case they don't go to Portomato, we'll let the fleet in front of us get him. And what if they've gotten into Portmadao? Then they'll catch up with us. A few people nodded slightly and informed the G-88 fleet patrolling nearby to go round up. The G-88 fleet, a mighty fleet of all T2 class starships, had returned here to rest this time. Major Upton requesting connection. The man sitting in his seat looking at the newspaper had eagle eyes as he turned a page and asked, "Didn't this guy Upton go to Bloodwolf? Pick him up and bring him in." "Yes." The major stared at the white-haired man projecting in front of him. "Major Upton, what is it that you wanted to see me about?" "There's a Solar Federation starship ahead of you." "Stop him for me." "The Sun Federation? That can't be right. This is all Imperial territory now." "Really? How could I lie to you?" The major asked the assistant next to him. "Are there any enemy starships in our monitoring range?" "No, but there are a lot of starships on the edge of the Empire." "Edge of the Empire? You mean Portmado?" "Yes." The major turned his head to look at Upton. "This Solar Federation starship you speak of went to Portmadao?" "It should be. We're chasing him from behind. But this kid is too fast. You guys just intercept in front so he doesn't have the means to keep running forward." "Is that enough? Do you need me to step in?" Upton shook his head. "No, it's just a rat. As long as there's nowhere to run I'll get him myself." "Okay, how's the talk going with Bloodwolf?" "Failed." "What?" The major stood up and said. "How can this even fail? Can't Bloodwolf see the current situation?" Upton sighed. It was all working out, but this sudden appearance of a Solar Federation starship screwed it up, so I'm going to kill him. The major sat down and said, "This is something you can find your own way to explain to Her Majesty." After hanging up comms, the G-88 fleet began to move, forming a semicircular encirclement to block the Evangelion from continuing deeper into the Empire. Evangelion. The silver-haired girl spotted the other fleet movements. "Commander, it seems that there is a fleet in front of us that is closing in on us. We now have a blockade in front of us and a pursuer behind us." "It doesn't matter. We're going to be in Portomato range." Zhaoi walked to the window and looked outside. Portomato was a huge planet. The population reached the tens of billions level. There would be a lot of merchants from other planets in the surrounding area, and endless starships coming and going in the starry sky. Here you will meet people from all kinds of planets. The gospel pulled into its designated spot as instructed, and a two-headed, blue-skinned fellow rubbed his hands together as he approached. "Harbor stops are calculated by the day. How long do you need to stop for, please?" "Let's stop for 3 days." "Okay, 3 days. Are meals included?" "No need." The blue-skinned guy seemed a little upset that he was going to make a lot less money that way, and collected the money without greeting. "Look, someone from the Solo Empire." When Zhaoi turned around, he saw the Solo Empire's starship just parked next to him, and several starships leaned together, attracting quite a few people to watch. Starships of the Solar Federation? The starships of the Solo Empire are actually parked together? Aren't these two fighting a war? Why are they here one after the other? This Solar Federation starship is finished, waiting out his death. Trying to hide here is impossible. Portomato doesn't allow starships to stay long. Zhaoi turned his head just in time to see the previous emissaries of the Solo Empire coming down. So polite to be sent here. "Brat, don't think you can run away. I'll see how you'll survive when you get out." The crowd was trembling with anger. This guy actually dared to be playful. He would die later without even knowing how. Then you don't need to be concerned. We'll live. Wait until now if you want to be arrogant. I hope you can be so dashing afterward. Anyway, they were here to keep an eye on Zhaoi. and as long as Joey left they would leave as well. Su Xin came over and said, "Commander, what are we buying here?" "Starship." "Starship?" Su Xin was confused. "We're buying this?" "Right." Joey laughed. "We're the ones who are carrying a huge amount of money now, so we don't need to be so nervous." Su Xin thought about it. He had 500,000 on his side. This money could buy at least 2 T2 class starships even. Su ran Su Huan. "You two go buy food. We have money now to buy some good food and have a party tonight." "Party? Great." Su Huan gave a thumbs up. His mouth was already watering. Wiping it off. "Little Saran, let's get a move on. I've heard that food in Portmado is a lot cheaper than in the Federation because of the transportation costs coming down." "Really? Let's buy more then." Joey looked at Su Yen again. "Su Yen, Suwon isn't here. You're responsible for going to buy some commonly used materials and equipment. After that we might have to assemble the starship ourselves." "Yes, but do we have so much room for it?" The new Evangelion was indeed large, but most of it was used for rooms and various amenities, and the rest was made into hangars and maintenance spawn lines. Joey smiled. "You guys just buy it." "Yes." Joey wasn't worried about the safety of the girls. This wasn't the Federation. They could fight back without fear. And he was also equipped with a personal shield from Joey. "Let's go." Sushin nodded. "Good." The appearance of silver-haired young girls was still a rarity in Portmado, and a number of people turned their heads to look at them. This race is not a hot commodity in the universe. Firstly because the fighting races are very tough in their own right. Secondly because their looks match most people's aesthetics. And lastly because of what the Federation has done. This is the silver-haired girl. The first time I've seen one that looks so pretty. Yeah, it's just a shame to be a slave to the Union. This man is a Federation man, isn't he? Don't they know how to fight back? Strange. Aren't the Federation and the Empire at war lately? The roads coming in should all be blocked off. Listening to the broken voices around her, Su Xin didn't care. She hasn't left federal territory yet. These people didn't despise and insult them like the Federals did, but were more puzzled and curious. Joey looked around. Sure enough, there were all kinds of creatures. And the Minotaur. That's a nice cat lady with ears. What planet? I wonder if I can buy it back. I can't believe there's a four-legged beauty. Those are really nice legs. But too many is a bit diabolical. "Commander, look ahead." Joey looked forward and a group of bugs walked past on the road. There were actually bug races here, which made Joey a bit surprised. The bug race had an extremely strong reproduction ability and was extremely aggressive. All creatures are welcome here, but they are all humanoid after all. It's still rare to see a race that favors the already alienated like this one. The bugs were all soldiers, and it was still a spectacular sight to see them walking down the road at this time in a neat and tidy pace. The one leading the way was a spider-like bug, almost 2 meters tall, with what looked like a very thick bio-armor on its body. Pedestrians on the road moved out of the way so as not to get into an argument with them. I've heard that there are many creatures with special abilities within the bug race. I wonder if that's true. Su Xin was a little curious. Joey nodded his head and said, "Of course it's true. And all the insect clans all take orders from the Ant Queen. That's a proper matriarchal community." Sushin's finger rested against his chin. "That's the queen?" "Pretty much. So the Empire is also an empress. And that's a matriarchal community too?" Joey shook his head. "That's different. The Empire is a country that honors the royal family. It's just that this generation's royal family happens to be a woman. The Federation, on the other hand, is the top family council." "Oh, Commander, there are starships for sale in front." Su Xin was very excited to see it and ran over herself to point out the signboard. This getting out and shopping thing excites her a lot. "Well, get in there." The boss inside is a not-so-smart looking wooden man who makes a thumping noise every time he moves. "What do you two need to order?" "Brand new, astromechs, used, fighters, scrap, mechs, everything from new to used, have it all." Joey walked in and found that these stores actually had a model of a starship. The model was a proportional restoration of the starships that they have now, and it could be enlarged if you wanted to see the localization. "I want a repair ship." "Repairing ships?" Joey nodded. "Although you are able to borrow repair ships in the Federation, it's too short a time and it's inconvenient to do some stuff. But having your own repair ship is different. You can build whatever you want, and the repair ship itself is a big warehouse, where you can put all the material stuff you buy yourself." The woodman looked down and thought, "We just happen to have 3 used repair ships here." A model of 3 starships appeared in front of Zhao Yi's eyes, and the models and specifications of these starships were standardized on it. Zhao Yi looked twice, zooming in to observe to see the details. Only one of the 3 was a T2 class repair ship. The remaining 2 were T1 class. "How do I sell this T2 class starship?" Guessed good. Vision. This T2 class starship can be 90% New, mileage, number is only 0. 3 light, years, sturdy, durable, sold, price of 20 million, amount of crystals. Zhao Yi laughed. You want to sell this for $200,000? Woodman showed an awkward smile. This can be a Vi. Repair ship. If it is, other star, ship I, would certainly then be appropriate to sell it to you. Don't think I don't understand. This repair ship of yours is a T2 class in design and function, but a lot of the equipment in it has been replaced with cheaper stuff, while the external armor you guys have done repairs to, but replaced quite a lot of parts. Woodman was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Yi to be able to tell just by looking at the model projection. The guest has good vision. So you give a price. 100,000. 100,000 is out of the question. I'm losing money. Zhao Yi had heard this too many times. Tell you what, I'll buy other starship and you'll give me this one at 100,000. Woodman mulled it over and agreed. Mainly because he didn't know how much longer he'd have to pay for the upkeep of this starship sitting here. That depends on what kind of starship you buy. Bring me a star carrier. Next Zhao Yi was going to build a large number of divine might fighters. The space of the gospel was too small to put many fighters in it at all. The entire ship's silver-haired girls must be used as combatants. A star carrier with 200 Shin Megami Tensei fighters part would be their strongest fighting force. This is the Star Voyager. Mother. Zhao Yi chose a T2 class star carrier. Don't you give me any nonsense about the price. I can see how this starship of yours is. Guest, I have already learned of your severity. Next to her, Su Xin's eyes twinkled. The commander really knew everything, even bargaining. If she had been the one to buy these starships, she would have gotten a small reduction at best. I can't imagine there is such a learning curve to buying a used aircraft carrier. 200,000 energy crystals for 2 starships. The energy cores of the repair ships didn't matter, but this star carrier needed at least T2 level energy cores to be able to do that, while the rest of the money was completely enough. After the starship was bought, Zhao Yi and Su Xin drove to the harbor and parked. The people from the Solo Empire next to him were dumbfounded. They wondered what the Federation was doing here in Portmedao, but they didn't realize it was to buy used old starships. This Federation man is so horribly stupid that he bought 2 starships. Isn't that slowing himself down? That's right. He doesn't think he can compete with us by adding 2 starships. Does he? What a laugh. Look at one of them. It's a repair ship. This kind of logistical starship is actually being bought now. Ha ha. The Federation is really good people. Won't the starships we buy now be cheaper for our Federation later? Several people laughed in the starship. Not only is this Fed not only gutsy, he's not very bright in the head either. He's a clown. Leaving the neutral zone. How was he going to get around with 2 broken starships? The silver-haired girls were very excited when they saw the 2 starships. Commander, you're really rich. You really bought 2 starships. Ha, these 2 starships are actually bigger than our Evangelion. What's it called? Zhao Yi stroked his chin. He really had to give his starship a name before he could do so. The repair ship will be called Purple Sun, and the star carrier will be called Green Cloud. Mainly this gospel name is so ugly that it doesn't match any of the names taken. The feds have a really bad aesthetic. That's a pretty good name. A few silver-haired girls were very excited. Zhao Yi nodded and said, alright, you guys might have to separate to different starships next. Su Wan will be the new captain of the Purple Sun, but her people are currently out of town. Su Yan will be the captain for now, and the whole of the maintenance team and some of the protection staff totaling 40 people will head to the Purple. Understood. Su Yan was a bit excited. The other silver-haired girls wished for fighters and advanced weapons, but for her, she only wished for a more specialized research and manufacturing center. The Purple Sun is a little old, but with your own efforts you can certainly bring it back to glory. This is a repair ship that belongs to them. Zhao Yi looked at the others. The command of the Qin Yun was handed over to Su Yao. A silver-haired girl was slightly stunned. She had a very cute look, with 2 ponytails, and was looking a bit dopey at the moment. Me? Zhao Yi nodded. Su Xin is going to stay with me at the gospel, and I think you're the most suitable. Su Yao looked around and said somewhat shyly, I can't believe the commander actually noticed me. Zhao Yi nodded his head and looked at the crowd. I remember each of your talents, although your character is a bit timid, but what must be done will definitely be accomplished, even if it's tough. But next time be bold. Dare to try though you may fail. You won't grow unless you try. Su Yao's small face said seriously. Yes, the 2 ponytails are very cute with a flick of the wrist. Su Huan wondered. You wouldn't let Su Yao be the conductor just because she's a double ponytail. Su Yao's face instantly reddened and touched her ponytail, not knowing what to think in her heart. Go to hell, Zhao Yi said breathlessly. Was he such a person? Among the many silver-haired girls, this Su Huan was the one who caused a headache. She also always looks like a dead pig in shit. Su Huan, you will also be heading to the Qingyun, after which the Qingyun is planned to be loaded with 200 different types of fighters, along with combat robots, mechs, and more. Su Huan said excitedly. 300 frames? 200. Is this guy even listening to what he's saying? The other combatants were very excited and applauded each other. The most depressing thing about being on the gospel was that they were the ones with the gunners still having the main guns, and the ones commanding and sailing had their own thing going on. There was nothing for them to do as far as their combat crews were concerned, and it felt like a chore. Although Su Xian told them not to care, we are all a part of it. But who doesn't want to contribute to the gospel? They have nothing else to do but shout and cheer in battle. But not anymore. They have their own starship now, along with their own fighters. Starting now, the Purple Sun begins production of 100 Divine Might fighters, and for the rest of the hangar space I'm going to develop the next generation of fighters. Next generation fighters? Zhao Yi nodded his head and said, it's a T3 level fighter, but this thing isn't so easy to develop, and we can't get a T3 level fighter energy core. It can only be considered a T2, 5 level. That's okay enough. I trust you, Commander. Su Huan made a cheerleading gesture. The corner of Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. After arranging this guy away, there would be less chances of running into her later. Well, that's it for the personnel allocation. We'll go back to the various starships tomorrow. Su Ran bought quite a bit of food today. Let's have a good meal tonight. Yes. Yeah. I'll have the fried chicken from last time. There's not just fried chicken this time. I hear there's other goodies and desserts. Zhao Yi smiled and went back to his room. There was very little left after 500,000 energy crystals had been used to buy the starship. Food, equipment and materials. The last bit of money, Zhao Yi bought some eternal diamond. This thing could extract dark matter. It's always good to have a little dark matter energy on hand. X-22 Starfield. The Black Bear Lord sat in his seat and cried bitterly. Erdy, why did you go like that? You let Big Brother how to live You at least will be the magic formula to me back you die again Not long ago, Lord Black Bear received news of the death of his second brother, Lord Sean, and the news took his breath away. If his second brother is dead, doesn't that mean the cube didn't come back? What a waste. What's the point of having you when you can't even get the Tesseract back if you're given a fleet of them? The Black Bear smashed everything around it. The cadres under his command did not dare to speak. The oldest three, White Crane, stood out and said, Big Brother, it's impossible to get the magic formula back, and after this incident, both the Empire and the Federation will surely increase their patrols, so we're just sending ourselves to death if we go over there again. The Black Bear turned and sat back in his seat. Why don't I know this? It's just that this Rubik's Cube contains what that Lord gave us. What can we do if we don't get it? White Crane spoke up. Now then, we just need to know what's contained inside, and I think we can let one of the shadows go over there. Black Bear pondered for a moment. You have a point, but could this thing have already been opened by the Federation? Or shall we speak to that Lord about it? White Crane refused. No, if the Rubik's Cube had really been opened already in the hands of the Federation, that Lord would have surely come after us a long time ago. If we tell him now, I'm afraid that Lord will get angry and kill us for good measure. Yeah, get one of the shadows over here. Yes. Out of the black shadows burrowed 5 pitch-black humanoid species. No one saw how they appeared, standing silently at the moment. If you 5 can get the cube back, get it back, and if you can't, then ask what's inside. Yes, wait, calling out to the 5 who wanted to leave. This time, go over and bring reagent no. 1 and reagent no. 2 with you, so as to avoid encountering special circumstances. Yes, the 5 figures disappeared again. Night, portmanteau. The gospel was filled with laughter as Su Huan and another silver-haired girl stood at a table with beers in their hands, tons and tons to drink. Wiping the corners of his mouth, Su Huan shouted. Yes. The other silver-haired girl snickered from the sidelines. There were still a handful of bold silver-haired girls like Su Huan, and most of them were still quiet. But the mouth doesn't stop. These are delicious things you've never tasted in your life. Su Yao and Su Ran ate their mouths full of dessert. So many delicious food. Su Ran, you are really great. Su Yao complimented. Su Ran was very proud. That's for sure. The food I buy is delicious and cheap. After taking 2 bites, Su Ran choked on the bread and hastily knocked his chest. Seeing this, Su Huan handed over a cup and said, drink it, just swallow it. Su Ran just took 2 sips and sprayed Su Huan all over his face. Su Huan looked at his dirty clothes and said irritably, what are you doing you? You made me drink something so bad. So you're still a little kid, and adults like us drink, aren't we, Commander? Zhao Yi hurriedly shook his head. No, I didn't. Don't bring me along. Zhao Yi denied the 3 companies. He also does not like drinking too much, or drinks are better. Looking at the noisy surroundings, Su Xian was a world away. Maybe that's how the silver-haired girl had lived before, only now everything had changed. Thank you, Commander. The girls haven't had this much fun in a long time. Why thank me? It's what they deserve. They decided to come over even though they knew this mission was dangerous. It doesn't matter that the Federation doesn't care about them. I do. Su Xin blushed. Zhaoyi did treat them like compatriots. It is their good fortune to meet such commanders on the last journey of their lives. Outside, the Solo Empire looks confused. These feds are actually having a party. Are these guys crazy? Celebrating their immediate death? Are they unaware that our Solo Empire has surrounded them? Or are they delirious? It's probably their last few meals, so how can they not go crazy? Ha ha, that's right. When they leave Portmado is when they die. At the end of 3 days, 20 fighters were built. Not a fast pace. Mainly this T2 class repair ship they were still getting used to. Because of the cheapness, a lot of the equipment on it was of the old style. Commander, we can leave Portmado anytime we want. Leave and go pick up Su Wan and the girls. Yes. Then we must pass through 3 starships of the Solo Empire. I wonder if the fleet behind us will follow us. Should we shoot them all down? Zhaoyi shook his head. The current gospel possessed dark matter energy in T3 level shields. It did have the ability to fight 3 in 1. But there's no need for that. It would just bring more Solo Empire starships over. Let's go our way and speed up as soon as we leave the neutral zone. Yes. The people of the Solo Empire saw the gospel running away and hurriedly followed. Although the starships of the Solar Federation had also become 3. One of them was a repair ship, and the other was a raggedy cosmic carrier, which was fine for long-range support and strikes, but couldn't hold off a subgun attack in close combat. Brothers, don't let them get away this time. Yes, the gospel sailed ahead, with the starships of the Solo Empire in hot pursuit. There's a reconnaissance plane next to it that's watching. Bloodwolf was in his room watching every move in the battle. This Sun Federation going for 2 starships was something he didn't expect. Why don't they build their own? The Federation should have the strength to do so. He didn't know the money was supposed to be for him. Sun Federation. I'll see if you'll use this special weapon when you're attacked later. He had always thought that the Solar Federation carried a bit of a bluff, and these Solo Empire starships in hot pursuit were just the thing to verify his suspicions. Just as they left neutral range, starships from the Solo Empire began exchanging fire. A round of electromagnetic cannons continuously attacked towards Zhaoyi. Zhaoyi and the others used their maneuverability to hide behind a star. Major Beckley. Upton requesting connection. Pick it up. Major Upton spoke up. I just detected the Sun Federation starships leaving the neutral zone. You guys are following? Yes. Do you want me to back you up then? Berkeley smiled. You won't need your support against these crooked bastards. Thanks for your help. They must have seen that they were stopped by you in front of them, so they adjusted their direction and turned back. Alright then. I'll pull back. Major Upton yawned and hung up the comm. How could the Sun Federation be a match for Major Berkeley? Those starships were at the top of the T2 class. More than enough to clean up a few of the Federation's ragtag ships. It's a pain in the ass that these guys are dodging around again. They're driving toward no man's land. Beckley looked at the map in front of him and laughed out loud. It's really a case of if there's a way to heaven he won't go. There's no door to hell to break in. There aren't that many astral bodies ahead of us. I'll see where he hides. Main gun energy charge me up. I'm going to blow them sky high. On the gospel ship, Zhaoyi was very puzzled. How come these guys are like followers? All the way here. You have to be like this. You think I'm a pussycat if I don't get my ass kicked? Commander, what now? Tell Su Huan on Qingyun to get ready. I'll leave this battle to them. Don't let my starship get damaged. Understood. Su Yao said seriously. One of the Divine Might fighters started up, heading towards the Solo Empire starships behind them. Su Huan on the warplane was excited that it was finally time for him to come out again. These Imperials, who had to come over to die, had no one to blame. Oh yo, they're actually sending out fighters. Give it to me. The people of the Solo Empire didn't care at all. What about the fighters? The opposite side can be deployed are T1 level fighters. This kind of fighters do not even have a shield. To be hit is to die. Honestly, even being cannon fodder is a bit underqualified. Yes, the 3 starship subguns of the Solo Empire dealt with these fighters. A single electromagnetic blast fired into the universe blossoming out. These electromagnetic balls of light are generally lethal, but have a wide range. Couldn't be better against a fighter with no armor like this. But the crowd got a little confused as the fight went on. How are these starfighters so fast and perform so well? It was even stronger than the Solo Empire's current mass-produced T2 class fighter. The King's Landing. What's going on? How come we haven't shot down a single plane in half a day's fighting? Major Berkeley blew out his beard in anger. These fighters out there were as annoying as flies. Their attack beams hitting the energy shields one by one. Major, their fighters are a bit evil. They don't seem to be T1 class fighters. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Federation fit a starship with a silver-haired girl with a T2 class fighter? A staff officer next to him considered. Major, is it possible that they are making purchases in Portmodau? And since they've already bought star carriers, they might have purchased a bunch of fighters as well. Procurement? That's a possibility. But even the procured T2 class fighters shouldn't have such strong performance. Compare me to the information database to see exactly what type of fighter this one is made in what part of the world. Yes. The operator pressed rapidly on the screen and it came out as indeed checking no results. The crowd was confused. No way. This fighter in front of them that was attacking them had actually never been seen before. At least not that the Empire had ever encountered before. How is that possible? Did this fighter come from a civilization unknown to the Empire? How could this be? Even the used T2 class fighters sold by Potamato should all be old models. How could there be fighters we haven't even seen before? Damn it! Where the hell did that come from? This detection instrument was showing 50 fighters, which meant that this unknown fighter had already realized mass production. A glowing cannon shot splashed a ripple across the starship's energy shields. Not good. Our energy shield is not going to last much longer. A soldier shouted. Without a star carrier, the only way they could deal with such starfighters was with their secondary cannons. The secondary artillery misses only to be hit for nothing. It's true that T2 class fighters aren't very powerful for starships, but who can afford to keep getting hit like this? Mums, piss me off. Why are these fighters such a pain in the ass? Major, what do we do now? If we keep chasing it, the energy shield might not last. Major Beckley didn't know what to say. Originally thought it was very easy to deal with the Federal Empire. Who would have thought that so many fighters would suddenly appear? One still handles so well that it took half a dozen fights to get one down. Does that make sense? Don't chase them. Start charging the main guns and give them a shot before they run. Yes. The Major gave a cold smile. There are simply no other astral bodies here to use as cover. And your fighters did give me quite a bit of trouble. But alas, once the main guns fire, you will only die. The front of the massive particle beam cannon began to shimmer with light, an omen of an impending launch. Commander, the opposite starship is preparing to fire its particle beam cannons. What do we do now? Let them come. The two ships to your side give me a fight and hide away. Yes. Zhao Yi began to adjust the angle of the starship to keep the Evangelion at the very back. Trying to get around himself to hit the other two starships would be impossible. At the same time the Evangelion's main guns began to recharge, and since they had chosen to fight, they would take them all. Dazzling light flashed as three particle beam cannons blasted towards Zhao Yi. Berkeley laughed in the command room. Scumbag, you think you can just block it? We'll take you out first and then the rest of your starships. After a while, the soldier from the Solo Empire was surprised. Major, they seem to be fine. Beckley, confused, ran over and pushed aside the soldiers in his way, only to see that the three starships were nothing at all in the images coming back from the scouts. The surface energy shield was actually still there. How? Berkeley stumbled and nearly fell to the ground as 3 rounds of particle beam cannons missed. Did you miss? No, judging by the feedback. They were hitting each other, just not penetrating. Is this a T3 level energy shield? This is something the Federation actually gave to the silver-haired girl? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Major, the opposite side is attacking. Berkeley was shaken awake by his own men. Activate shields immediately. Yes, a light blue light enveloped the starship, followed by the entire ship starting to shake. The light and energy from the particle beam cannons on the opposite side of the ship illuminated the crowd's eyes. Not good. The energy shield is going to shatter. Impossible. How could they not even be able to block a single main cannon shot? Berkeley suddenly remembered that many of the fighter attacks just now had hit their energy shields. Their energy shields aren't even full. But not so much that you can't stop a particle beam cannon, right? Berkeley stood in a bit of a trance, surrounded by the anxious Solo Empire soldiers running around. But all they did was in vain. Time seemed to slow down for a moment. Berkeley could feel the front of the starship being penetrated by particle beam cannons as everything around it began to explode and disintegrate. Rolling waves of heat sweeping in and finally disappearing into the flames. I thought I was going to clean up the opposite side, but I got cleaned up myself. The clown is actually himself. Rumble. The starship Beckley was on emitted huge explosions and sparks as particle beam cannons ran the entire hull through the ship before the light disappeared into the universe. The entire starship was in ruins, floating in the universe. The crews of the other 2 Solo Empire starships were stunned into silence. It took a while to respond. Major, the Major is actually dead. What the hell is across the street? Tell the Empire about this at once. Yes. So are we still going after them? No more chasing. We might die too if we keep chasing. The crowd was sweating. Just now, if the opposite side had changed targets, they would have been the ones to die. It was horrible. 3 particle beam cannons hadn't even sunk the opposite side. It must be a T3 level energy core. No good. we can't get our message out. I don't know when all their signals went out. There's a shield around here. At this moment, Su Huan was firing shields all around as ordered by Zhao Yi. Since they had already seen that the gospel was not ordinary, there was no way that they would let them go. Don't be afraid. Their shields are limited in distance. We can leave in the blink of an eye with our speed. Return immediately to full speed. The other two Imperial starships began to reorient themselves, their aft thrusters glowing brightly. Just then, the thrusters of both starships exploded at the same time. Rumble. The starship shook from the explosion and the Solo Empire personnel inside were staggered by the fall. What's going on? Report back immediately? Captain, our thrusters are destroyed. What? The crowd was confused. How could this happen? Looking at the screen, don't we still have energy shields? Why are the thrusters still being attacked? I don't know. Just now there was a sudden gap in the energy shield, followed by a thruster explosion. The crowd remembers scratching their heads at the situation here and not being able to send it out at all. Now that the thrusters were still exploding, it was impossible to try to run. And while there was a spare thruster, it was too slow to move forward. In the Divine Might Fighter, Su Huan laughed out loud as he looked at the two starships below that were almost paralyzed. The dark matter weapon provided by the commander is really powerful. As long as it hits the key parts, it can be solved with a single shot. It's just a shame that Zhao Yi told her to use this weapon sparingly. Otherwise the two starships in front of her would be no match for her. After switching to his normal weapon, Su Huan joined the army, destroying the opponent's energy shield. Various weapon beams kept hitting the starship's shields. The starship's shield was getting fainter and fainter, and Su Huan and the others were fighting more and more vigorously. Previously from the military, they rarely had the opportunity to be able to press the Imperials, and this time they finally did. Not good. Our energy shield can't hold on much longer. As the last attack hit, the energy shield on the Solo Empire starship finally broke. Having your energy shields shattered by a fighter is a rare occurrence. Normally when starships fought, it was the main guns blasting away at each other, and the fighters were responsible for harassment and winding up afterward. But in this case, they are living targets. Boom boom boom. A fighter jet flew over the surface of the starship as they sought out the location of its main and secondary guns and blew those weapons to bits. Without the energy shield to protect them, these weapons didn't have much defense at all. After finishing the finishing work, Su Huan and the others were waiting for Zhao Yi to arrive. Because of the shielding around her, there was no way for her to tell Evangelion about this current situation. The Evangelion approached the battlefield at full speed. Already? Zhao Yi looked at the silver-haired girls in front of him. They were the combat team led by Su Ran and Su Xin. This time, Zhao Yi was prepared to jump in the gang war and move all the good stuff from the opposite starship. The Qing Yun and Zi Yang ships were now empty, and since the opposite side was so polite, there was no reason to push back. Ready. Enter the war machine. Yes. Su Huan led the people inside the T2 level mecha Qinghuan. The other team was led by Zhao Yi and Su Huan. Commander, I see them. The silver-haired girl who was piloting the Evangelion shouted, parked next to one of their starships. Yes. The Evangelion slowly passed, keeping pace with a nearly crippled starship. Rumble. Two metal corridors protruded from the side of the Evangelion and punched directly into the other starship. With the surface secondary cannons destroyed, the starship didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance left. At that moment the Solo Empire soldiers on the starship realized that they were going to be boarded for combat. Brothers, since we can't run away anymore, let's kill a few more. That's right, fight them and avenge the Major. Brothers go. The crowd rushed towards the location where Zhao Yi and the others boarded the ship with their weapons. The other starship could only do nothing. These guys are ready to come one at a time. There's nothing they can do to try to back them up. Knock, knock. One mech passed through the corridor bridge into the other starship. The feeling that comes to mind is one of precision and beauty. There's no comparison to the rags to riches feel of the Commonwealth. The Empire's sudden rise to power wasn't sudden. They were spending their money on R&D and building starships. Instead, the Commonwealth spends money on unnecessary gimmicks and facades. For combat the silver-haired girl but repeatedly reduced open. Let's go, Commander. Hearing what appeared to be movement on the opposite side, Su Xin opened her mouth. Wait a minute. Zhao Yi walked to a certain location in the starship and pulled a metal plate apart with force, revealing various wiring inside. The mech's hands exerted force to rip out all of these cables, one end of which docked into the mech's body. Casualty wondered, Commander, what are you doing? Starships are equipped with a self-destruct function. I've gone ahead and blocked it to prevent the other side from fish out of water later, but we still need to point it out as soon as possible. Even with the blocker, the Imperial side can detonate the starships with a higher level of teleportation when they find out something's wrong. Good. Rumble. The Solo Empires surrounded them with energy guns, and when they came around the corner and poked their heads in, they were dumbfounded. What the other side came with was actually a mecha. What are you afraid of? Fight them! The people from the Solo Empire came out of their hiding places and shot at the mechs. Whoosh! A ray of light hit the surface of the mech. At that moment, the energy shield activated, which caused the Solo Empire to collapse. This mech is actually still T2 level. This is not even giving them a chance to exchange one life for another. When did the Federation get so lavishly outfitted? Stop them and give me a moment. Yes, the silver-haired girl piloted her mech to return fire. The simplest bullet-based weapon would suffice against these flesh and blood men. The bullets fired from the rotating machine turrets seemed to rain down towards the front. The soldiers of the Solo Empire were immediately blasted into slag. The two mechs pushed slowly towards the front in parallel lines, and it was just silly to meet soldiers from the Solo Empire on the way. If there is a turn in the road, the other two mechs are dispatched to advance, attacking along different routes. The people of the Solo Empire couldn't even hide. Battles were constantly taking place throughout the ship's interior. The protection of the silver-haired girl's organic armor was no match for the flesh and blood of the Solo Empire. Within moments, the silver-haired girl advanced to the center of the ship's interior. Other than that, they found quite a few useful things. Command room. Su Xian's eyes revealed excitement as she turned her head. Commander, I found their command room. Zhao nodded slightly and told the silver-haired girl to search elsewhere, making sure to remove all threats. Afterwards, robots and people are used to move them, which speeds things up. Zhao came to the door of the command room and kicked it open with his foot. Only a rumbling sound was heard and the door panel made of metal flew out. Inside, the Solo Empire soldiers raised their weapons to aim at the two mechs coming in through the doorway, as if they were on the verge of an attack. You guys, who the hell are you? Really Federation people? The captain stood in front of the console glaring angrily. Zhao smiled. That's for sure. Have you ever seen such a beautiful silver-haired girl on another planet? The Solo Empire's man froze, then became a bit annoyed. Whether you're from the Federation or not, you're all dead this time. Since we're going to die, we'll die together. After saying that, the captain sitting in the center pressed a switch. His eyes slightly closed as if he was feeling something. Zhao quietly watched the other party perform. After a while he asked, "What's going on? It looks quite soulful. What are you guys waiting for? Are you waiting for self-exposure?" The opposite side's eyes snapped open, revealing a very surprised expression. What's going on? Where's the self-detonation? Su Xian inside the mech revealed a smile and a bit of admiration. The commander actually did turn this starship self-destruct system off for a while. How the hell did he do that? It couldn't be that he had knowledge of this model of Imperial starship before, could it? It always felt like Zhao carried a hint of mystery. The people of the Solo Empire were dumbfounded. They're all ready to die for the Empire. And this? Zhao raised his mech's rotating machine gun. I'll give you guys a ride if you're going to die. But I don't want to die yet, so I won't accompany you. Bullets flew through the command room as the Solo Empire crowd drew death as they drank in the hate. Well, notify the others and the robots to come over and move things. Yes, Solo Empire. Major Upton, who was waiting for good news, was notified. What? Major Berkeley's hull signal has disappeared? Yes, we are no longer receiving signals from their starships just now. Upton sucked in a breath. There are only a few possibilities for not receiving a signal, the most common being blocked and taken out. Getting taken out wasn't so bad. There was no way the opposite side could beat Berkeley's fleet. That's blocked. But if they were shielded, with the speed of their starship they should have been able to break out of the shielded area very quickly. Or was this shield launched by Berkeley to stop a Federation starship from calling for help? It's possible. Major, what do we do now? Should we go over for support? It's going to take at least a couple hours to get there now, and it's possible that Major Berkeley didn't leave the shielded area himself. Launch me the fastest scouts you can. I want to see what's going on up ahead. Yes. A small explorer flew off and had disappeared in the blink of an eye, reducing all but the detection function. This explorer is the fastest of all things in the Solo Empire. Well, the portage is almost done. Let's go to the other ship. Yes. Mechs and robots carry back and forth food, weapons, ammo, energy. If Zhao was given a little more time, Zhao could disassemble this starship into parts and put it back together. As for the starship itself, it was better to forget about it. Zhao didn't want to carry a bomb that the Empire could detonate on his body at any time. After the corridors were ripped out, one Solo Empire was left to know about it. All the people inside should be dead, and the same fate will await them. The Evangelion adjusted its direction and flew towards another starship. Just then, the last remaining starship of the Solo Empire issued a self-destruct. Since it's all dead, they certainly won't be handing anything over to federal hands. Looking at the explosion in the distance, Zhao felt some pity. Inside the ship, Su Huan was exceptionally excited. Commander, if we have this kind of dark matter energy, Won't we have the power to fight against any T3 level starship? Although there's no way for the fighter weapons to sink the starship, it's still possible to make it unable to move. The battle just now made her feel as if she was dreaming. This fighter is not only powerful, it can even work against starships. This was unthinkable before. Zhao Yi smiled. Don't be careless, this kind of weapon is our bottom-of-the-barrel combat power. We don't use it until the critical moment. The reason it was used this time was because it wasn't going to spare the opposite side in the first place. Yes, Commander, the scout plane that has been following us just now flew away. A silver-haired girl spoke up. Followed from the Bloodwolf mercenaries? Yes, he should have seen all the fight just now. Zhao Yi didn't care. Not to mention that the opposite side had already seen this kind of weapon. Now that he saw the battle, he was probably scared to death and would just pretend he didn't see anything in order not to offend the Federation. Even the Empire's starships couldn't do anything about it, much less his few broken starships. How's our harvest? Reporting to the commander. We have harvested more than 10 days of food and more than 3,000 energy crystals, a number of various instruments and equipment. In addition to this, we have also taken a complete T2 class starship energy core, just a little damaged, but it will be able to be used after repairing it. That's good stuff. For other things Zhao Yi didn't care, but this T2 level energy core is certainly good. Want to form T2 level starship, which is necessary, and in the federal scope is controlled items. Want to buy are not easy. Let's go and pick up the others. Yes. The crowd closed the corridor passage and drove off into the distance. Toddy Star. Bloodwolf was shocked as he watched the transmission back from his room. That weapon that could pierce through his own shield was actually used in actual combat. The sudden explosion of 2 starship thrusters in the Solo Empire was caused by this special weapon. Bloodwolf felt his scalp tingle and sweat pouring down his face. The Empire's 3-starred starships were beaten senseless. It was fortunate that he was smart enough not to join the Solo Empire, or else this cannon fodder would have been himself. Come on, man. Lord, you're looking for us? 2 cadres came in at the door with puzzled faces. Why was this Bloodwolf Lord as white as if he had encountered a ghost? Erase all data from this scout plane for me. Yes. It seemed that Lord Bloodwolf's reaction of this magnitude had something to do with the scouts. But what kind of data made him so nervous? This made the 2 subordinates a bit curious. But it was just curiosity. In their line of work, sometimes knowing too much was a bad thing. Go. The 2 were just about to leave when Bloodwolf called them back. Is there anything else you need? Lord? The Bloodwolf pondered for a moment and looked at the 2 of them and asked, what do you say? What do you think about us joining the Federation in combat? The 2 men were dumbfounded. They felt very strange when they didn't join the Solo Empire before. Why pass up such a great opportunity, which is accompanied by some perils, but the gains surely outweigh the losses, not to mention the fact that the Federation is long gone from what it was before. It makes even less sense to join the Federation now. My lord, it's not impossible for us to join the Federation. It's just a matter of what price the Federation is willing to pay for us to join. Yeah, we can join the Federation for some easy missions, take the money and run. What happens to the Federation after that has nothing to do with us, the 2 whispered. Since the Blood Wolf thought so, he could only go along with what he wanted to say. The being human piece is still fine. Bloodwolf's concern was that he had seen the Federation's secret weapon. Would this be silenced by them if he didn't join them? Your own starship can't stop a weapon like that. But if you join the Federation, it means you're in the same boat as them, just until this weapon is officially unveiled. By that time everyone knew about the new weapon, and there was no problem with knowing about it yourself. The Federation gave us nothing, just some special reasons. Hearing Bloodwolf's words, the 2 subordinates were dumbfounded. This Bloodwolf isn't out of his mind, is he? There's nothing to be gained by joining a country that's already doomed? Isn't that a death wish? Not to mention, why give up the deliciousness given by the Solo Empire? That's 1,200,000 energy crystals. We listen to Lord. The long-haired subordinate said seriously. The other one cursed the other party for licking the dog after hearing this, and his own attitude became even more humble. The Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps is able to achieve what it has today thanks to your brilliance, Lord Bloodwolf, and I think it's feasible. The long-haired one was a little nauseous at the sound of it. You've got a lot of nerve saying that. Is this a viable option? The Bloodwolf nodded slightly upon hearing this. That's fine. Let's think about it for a while, and come with me to Shapely NATO in the next couple days. Ha! It's decided. Bloodwolf waved his hand and the 2 left helplessly. After Zhao Yi and the others left the battlefield, Solo Empire Major Upton's scout plane arrived at the place where the signal disappeared. As far as the eye could see, the universe was filled with wreckage. Huge starships that had long been broken and floating in the universe. What's going on here? Major Berkeley is dead? Upton jerked to his feet at the sight of the image, and the others looked equally confused. They had thought the shield was fired by Upton to keep the Federation from ventilating. Or maybe it was a Federation launch. but Upton didn't feel the need to leave shielded range, but never thought it would end like this. All 3 starships crashed, and the Federation's starship is nowhere to be found. Major Berkeley seems to be in a bad way. Should this news be? Upton sat back in his seat in a bit of a trance. Would the ending have been different if he had followed through in the first place? Or will you die there yourself? There's only one starship across the street. Has the Federation invented some new weapon? Send this message to the Empire immediately. Yes, the Solo Empire's capital star. A huge palace floated in the air. In one of the palace's rooms, the somewhat cute-looking queen sat on her throne and huffed a bit. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Why is Beckley, who was sent to bring in the blood wolves, dead in this place? The ministers below bowed their heads and dared not speak. Don't look at this Empress' young age. But her heart was ruthless, plus the lives of the entire empire were in her hands. The people didn't dare to resist at all. All mute? A middle-aged man with a military cap and 8 beard stepped forward to, Your Highness. According to the news, Beckley encountered a starship of the Federation when he traveled to the Toddy Star where the Blood Wolf mercenaries were located, and a battle took place at position 2024, which was regrettably lost. The Empress bristled. What a shame to lose to the Federation's starships. Their starships are all broken. How many in total? What? The quantity is not even known? The middle-aged man shook his head. That's not true. The other party originally only had 1 starship, but bought a second-hand star carrier and a repair ship in Portmore. Some of the ministers who still didn't know what was going on thought they had misheard. A starship? Even if you buy a used one, you'll get 2 starships at most, and repair ships that can fight? General March, are you serious when you say that? The few instances where the Federation has won a battle with our empire have been won by outnumbering them, and their starships are all T1 class. That's just it. I could understand if you told me 10 starships across the street. How could these 2 beat Beckley? Second-hand old starship carriers even. No fighters that's considered combat power? You mean our Imperial starships are that incompetent? Defeated by a Federation starship? The Queen is sitting in her seat and is a bit upset. When did the Federation get so strong? Or is there another reason? March continued. Things do seem quite outrageous. I suspect that there are new weapons on the Federation side. And according to Major Upton's investigative report, one of Beckley's starships was destroyed by self-detonation, and there was a battle inside the other ship. The starship Berkeley was traveling in was even more badly damaged. It should have been pierced by the main guns. The crowd was even more shocked to hear it. Admiral March, one of the starships on the other side of the line can knock ours out of the sky while jumping gang battles to defeat the other one? The last one blew itself up in terror? This is outrageous. Are these findings serious? If I wasn't familiar with you, General March, I would really suspect that you're an undercover agent on the federal side, which is trying to disrupt our military. Madge didn't say anything. Things were indeed outrageous, but the analysis report, which he had carefully read, was clean. The Queen's eyes blinked. So what you're saying is that there's a new weapon on the Federation's side, or Beckeye wouldn't have lost so easily. Yes. And what is this new weapon? That is unknown, but I think it's a good idea to be on your guard. Others thought differently. Their frequent victories in Federation battles had made them a little light and arrogant, and it was unacceptable to say now that they should beware of the Federation. I don't think so. If the Federation really does have any new weapons, why don't they put them to use? Knowing that the Federation's 3 war zones are losing ground and a third of the planets are now in our hands, that's how they're fighting? I can understand that General Maki is afraid. After all, your subordinates have just been defeated. In terms of strength, it's still our expeditionary army that's a bit stronger. And it's normal for your city defense to be a bit comfortable after not having fought in a war for too long. What did you say? General Marchi blew out his beard in anger. It's okay to talk about yourself, but it's not okay to talk about your subordinates. It's true that it's been too long since our city defense army has fought a war, but even if we pull it to the front line now, there's absolutely no problem. Forget it then. If we lose too many planets it could be troublesome, and then the Federation will think that our empire has turned into a waste. The Queen raised her eyelids in displeasure and said, All right, shut up, all of you. That's when the crowd stopped talking. Empress, I probably know everything. Beckley's death in battle may be related to the Federation's new weapon, but without any clues trying to beware is too cautious. The Northern War Zone, the Northwestern War Zone continue to advance. The Northeastern War Zone corrected to bring back Planet M787 to me. Yes. And what about the Blood Wolf mercenaries? Maki, you were the one who said pulling in the Blood Wolf mercenaries would speed up the advancement in the first place. Madge scowled. I've talked to Blood Wolf before coming to the meeting and they said they've declined Beckley's invitation and are sympathetic to what's happened to Beckley, but there's no clue about the Federation either. What a waste. The Queen bristled. Madge, I think you're getting old. So if you can't do it, resign and go home and rest. The position of commander of the capital Star City Defense Bureau is also crucial. Ha! Marge froze. To be dismissed for just this little thing? In looking at other people's reactions, it seems like there's someone else who's making an issue out of this. Your Majesty is right. I just happen to be feeling a little under the weather lately, wanting to rest for a while. Then it's settled. We'll meet after your position to discuss it. March looked up. Yes, but I think the new Federation weapons still need to be brought up and put down. No, let them come. The Queen finished her speech and rose in a dignified manner to leave the hall. The other ministers couldn't help but laugh. General March. Oh no, you don't have a military position anymore. Earl March, you might as well keep your acreage and live well. Don't let the Union scare you. Ha ha, new Federation weapons? Even the starships they haven't even played with yet. What new weapons can there be? The Imperials didn't care at all how the Federation won. It was just a case of the city defense being too much of a waste of space. A different expeditionary force would have ended differently. Commander, you're here. On the Energy Star, Suwon was very excited to see Zhao and the others. These days are finally over. Zhao stood at the edge of the lake. The lake in front of him had already been drained by Suwon and transferred elsewhere. At the bottom of the riverbed there was a huge abyss from which robots kept lifting out energy crystals. How much is being mined now? Back to the commander. Totaling over 3,000 energy crystals. Although there are a lot of people, this cave isn't that easy to mine. 3,000 is not bad. Now the energy crystals are more to be stored. If you can't change a federation, you have to create one, but either one costs money. Alright, leave the droid behind and you guys come back to the starship with us. We're going back. Suwon blinked. That would be great. I've wanted to go back to the gospel for a long time. Zhao turned around and half joked. By the way, you don't have to go back to the gospel. What? Suwon was confused. What was the situation? Is this firing herself? That's not true. Silver-haired girls don't get fired except for scrapping. Su Xian and the others wore a hint of a smile. You'll find out later. Zhao Yi and the others ascended into the airborne Evangelion amidst the prayers of the natives, and disappeared into the sky in the next second. It was only when they reached the universe that Suwon and the other silver-haired girls realized. They actually have 3 starships now. Holy crap. This is going to be hairy. We actually have our own repair ship? Wouldn't that mean we won't have to look at anyone else's face from now on? That's for sure. This repair ship is still T2 class and the captain is you. Suwon was about to jump up in excitement. Then won't we have our own research lab and production workshop? Yes. There wasn't enough equipment and instruments to begin with. And the people from the Solo Empire had to send us some. A great favor. It's all general purpose equipment though. Specialized equipment waits until we get to Shapely more, we're buying it. Awesome. The other silver-haired girls were thrilled. It was expected that the last hours of life would be lived in darkness. Little did they know that this commander would give them one surprise and hope after another. Commander, will we be able to return to Shapely NATO with these 3 starships? Su Xian raised her doubts. According to the Federation's laws of war, any spoils of war need to be turned in for redistribution. Although our 2 starships are not trophies, they are money pitched from the Federation. And if Shapely NATO finds out, the crowd was a little deflated. Yeah. These starships belonged to them now, but not when it came to Shapely DOS. The 300 of them had all come from the battlefield and had harvested a lot of loot, but not to mention the good stuff. Even some food wouldn't be left for them, and they would be executed if they were found hiding it secretly. Zhao smiled. You're right. These starships would be gone if they were actually discovered. That's why we're hiding. Hide? At the edge of the Federation's borders there was a planet called Ingo Lu Xing. There was no life on this planet. The Federation had gone up there to explore it some years ago, and there was nothing else but some useless resources. These resources can cost more to extract and transport than they are worth. Su Xian understood. You mean we hide the starship on this planet? That's right. Such worthless and unstrategic planets are rarely visited. Okay, let's listen to the commander. Target Igo Meteor. Full speed ahead. The giant fortress city of Shilato, with the brand new Evangelion, is back in the city once again. After hiding the starship, the crowd couldn't stop the excitement on their faces. Next time, they could take 2 starships on the move for whatever operation they were performing. And the Ingo meteor is outside the Federation's range. It can't be found without precision exploration. And the average person wouldn't waste resources precision exploring on a worthless planet. There are just too many of these stars in the universe. Well, Susan and I will report to work while you guys get ready for yourselves. Zhao looked at the crowd and said, there are still more than 6,000 energy crystals on the Evangelion. The food piece has been sufficient for the time being and we don't need it. What we need is to repair the ship's instruments and equipments. Suwon, the money will be given to you. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Suwon was so excited that she had already considered what to buy. All of these things are needed to repair the ship. And with this money they will be able to not only build and repair but also do research and development. All this time they had relied on Zhao Yi to survive. Though happy, their hearts still fell a little short, and they were naturally proud of how they could lag behind others. Anyways, they had to show Zhao Yi what they silver-haired girls were capable of. Right, Commander. Suwon called out to Zhao Yi, who wanted to leave. What's wrong? Can you show me your dark matter energy related data? Suwon asked in a small voice. She was too curious about this energy, actually being able to ignore the shield and be invisible. Zhao Yi was indifferent. Although Suwon was a mechanic, she was as strong as Su Yan in the level above research and development. Before, when he didn't come, the fighters on the gospel were assembled and researched by the two of them. You can read it if you want. It's in my office files. No password. Suwon and Su Yan were pleasantly surprised. This kind of thing was something they wouldn't even dare to think about in the past. Not to mention the commander's own development of dark matter energy. They were rarely shown information on weapons and starships above the T2 level. Thank you, Commander. It's okay. Maybe you guys can work on something I didn't realize. Let's go. Zhao Yi and Su Xian left the gospel and headed towards the office, not noticing in the slightest that in the few shadows of the shapely multi, the shadow clan was watching them. They had long been familiar with the gospel and Zhao Yi's looks. If anyone could know the whereabouts of the Rubik's Cube or what was hidden inside, it was only Zhao Yi who knew. That's him. Follow me. Yes. A few people disappeared into thin air as they finished speaking. At the federal office, the beautiful female officer bowed and left before bringing Zhao Yi to the conference room. Zhao Yi opened the door, and the shapely multiple senior officers sitting inside turned their heads to look at him. Zhao Yi, you're back. A rare smile appeared on the faces of the officers. This time, thanks to Zhao Yi, they were able to keep their shapely NATO alive for a little longer. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, Evangelion Commander Zhao Yi has completed his mission. Please instruct. Sit down. Yes. After Zhao Yi sat down, the crowd couldn't help but praise. Zhao Yi is really young and talented. The surprises you give us are really increasing. Yeah, we were still thinking about how to deal with Bloodwolf joining us, and you negotiated it down. It's a bit of a shame that Bloodwolf couldn't join us, but it's been very hard to keep him neutral. Tonight's celebration banquet. Zhao Yi, you must come. Me? I'll forget it. Zhao Yi smiled. He was not used to this kind of occasion. He might as well go back to Su Xian. It was both eye-pleasing and soothing. What's the point of facing these brown old men? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu saw that the faces of the crowd were a bit unhappy and opened his mouth to dissuade them. Zhao Yi, don't push your luck this time. It's what you should do. Banquet matters aside, let's talk about the current situation. The crowd stopped talking and listened to LT. Colonel Lin Fu's report. LT. Colonel Lin Fu swept around the room, his face sad. Although the Blood Wolf mercenaries have not joined the Solo Empire, the Empire is still putting quite a bit of pressure on our shapely NATO, and according to reliable sources, another fleet from within the Empire is on its way to planet M787, and with the addition of the fleet that's been repairing around the Empire, this attack is going to be a rough one. There are only 5 fleets in our shapely neighborhood galaxy, and one of them, the G29 fleet, hasn't replenished its strength or starships since the last big battle. The crowd sighed. The Federation is strained on all fronts, and the support I requested from the Capital Star earlier hasn't come until now. How can it come? Our Northwest War Zone and Northeast War Zone are not bad. The Northern War Zone is the most important and the elite of the Empire. The war situation is very stalemate. The logistics and reinforcements over there cannot be supplied. How can it be prioritized to us? But the Shapely Duo can't be given to the Solo Empire so easily. And without the Shapely Duo's protection, it won't be easy to stop effective resistance behind it. The crowd said one thing to each other, but Zhao Yi just listened silently. This matter had nothing to do with him, as long as he could survive. If the Federation really was gone, it might still be good for him and the silver-haired girl. Su Xian and the girl's reluctance to leave is a result of their nature, possessing traits such as justice, kindness and courage. They want to protect their kinsmen behind them and some of the Federation people who support them. But the Federation is all gone, and so is the idea. What do you guys think of a recent document sent out over at the Elder Council regarding a proposal to allow self-propelled weapons to use T2 level weapons? LT. Colonel Lin Fu finished looking at the crowd in front of him. The Commonwealth is now ruled by the Council of Elders as rulers. The families in the council were their Lin family, as well as the Wang family, Yuan family, Qian family, and Sun family, which were the initial 5 great families of the Federation. And under their operation the Federation continued to expand and eventually became what it is now. The suggestion about the silver-haired girl using a T2 ranked weapon was made by the Lin family, and of course there was the support of the Wang family behind this. Now the 5 great clans were very harmonious on the surface, but behind the scenes they had already stood into 2 factions. One faction felt that silver-haired girls were weapons without human rights, and that even if the Federation fell, the decision that had been made since the beginning of time would not change, and they would not recognize silver-haired girls as human. And although the Wang and Lin families agreed with this idea, they had a little bit of a compromise in this current situation. That is, the silver-haired girl is strong in combat, and they should be allowed to bring down the Empire first. And in the meantime, the silver-haired girl can be properly given some favors, things like shortening the length of service, giving more weapons, and allowing injured or incapacitated silver-haired girls to reside on planets instead of being forced to scrap them. It's still all about looking out for the Commonwealth, not sympathizing with what happened to the silver-haired girl. The crowd didn't say a word when they heard the news and looked at each other. Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't forget what we did to the silver-haired girls. If we give them weapons above T2 level, I don't think we even need the Empire to destroy us. We'll die ourselves." It took our patrols and escorts being T2 class starships to keep these silver-haired girls from thinking. If they had weapons of that caliber, who's to say what they'd do before they die? The crowd nodded. Things didn't form overnight between the Federation and the silver-haired girl. Yes. How many silver-haired girls have been scrapped so far in the war? Don't look at them as silent. That's because they have a handle on us. If we liberalize the use of weapons or even give them citizenship, who knows what the consequences will be? I think it's still important to be thoughtful. It's not like there haven't been incidents of humanoid self-propelled weapons injuring people, and the use of T2 level weapons still needs to be more thoughtfully considered. Don't forget who made the silver-haired girls self-propelled weapons. It was the Federation. And even if we were willing to take them in, this feud over the death of our country isn't going to be so easy to resolve. Joey sat on the sidelines and sneered. The Federation has not come this far without reason. All soldiers are under the city. They are actually thinking about how to deal with the silver-haired girl, to make excuses for what they have done. LT, Colonel, Lin Fu swept around the room, probably aware of the current situation. Agreeing with their Lin and Wang family's suggestion was still a minority, and most people still practiced the previous rules. It seems like it's not that easy to change. Since we can't change the rules, we'll change the whole Federation. As long as the Federation survives. Lin Fu's eyes sharpened up, and he made up his mind in his heart. This matter will be discussed again. After all, no one can say what will happen in the future. Yuan Jianye stepped forward and said, "There is no need to discuss this matter any further. According to the federal war laws and the humanoid self-propelled weapons management laws, these silver-haired maidens serve only one purpose, and that is to be born for the sake of the war. If they weren't kept for their usefulness, they would have long since died in the battle of extermination 100 years ago. Where would they still be able to live up to this point?" Yuan Jianye, as a member of the Yuan family, naturally stood on the opposing side. Shapely Duo is now managed by Lin Fu, but not for a while longer, and one of the strongest contenders is Yuan Jianye. The others watched the two sides saber-rattling silence and stopped talking. This was a tug-of-war between two big families, and they stayed out of it for now, waiting for whichever side had a solid win before they stepped forward. At that moment, a female officer knocked from the doorway. "Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, there's news coming from the City Defense Force." The City Guard? The crowd froze. The news that could interrupt their meeting. Could it be the Empire calling? What news? The Blood Wolf mercenaries with 2 or 8 starships are parked not far from Shalato. Blood Wolf mercenaries? The crowd was confused. Didn't this Blood Wolf say not long ago that he wouldn't participate in the battle between them and the Empire? Why is he here all of a sudden? Could it be that their previous statement about not joining the Empire was a blindfold, just to let our guard down? In fact, they have already reached an agreement with the Empire? Lin Fu shook his head. That's not the case. If they really made an agreement with the Empire, they would definitely act together with the Empire. Right now they are deep into our alliance territory just to be cannon fodder. I don't believe that the Blood Wolves are that stupid. Yeah, really, with the Empire. They would have taken planet M787 first to open the way for the Empire. Now come on, Willowy NATO really think 3 fleet strength can take the fortress city? There must be a reason for the Blood Wolf mercenaries to be able to mix around like fish in water. There seems to be something going on this time they came over. The female officer spoke. The border guard said that Blood Wolf's side offered to speak with Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. The crowd looked at Zhaoyi and said, "Zhaoyi, what's going on here?" Zhaoyi spread his 2 hands. "I don't know. Maybe it's Blood Wolf who wants to join us." He didn't really know what Blood Wolf was doing here at this time. He couldn't come for tea, could he? But even a sneak attack wouldn't have come over so strutting. Is it a defection? The others froze slightly after hearing this, then laughed. "Zhaoyi, although you've done a good job on this matter, but it's an exaggeration to have the Blood Wolves come and throw themselves into the city. There's not much in our federation that can keep the Blood Wolf mercenaries." Yeah, these mercenaries are businessmen, to put it bluntly. No one would do a losing deal. Many of the officers were laughing at Zhaoyi for being overly naive. and it seemed that this trip was just a stroke of luck. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu was silent for a moment and spoke. Take it in. Yes. A blood wolf projection appeared in the conference room, and he stood up from his position and laughed. Commander Lin Fu. It's been a long time. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was not playful with him. Blood wolf. You are really bold to bring a fleet to Shapely NATO. Do you really think we will let you go back alive? The others also scolded. Blood wolf. What do you think the Empire is cooperating with you for? That's to utilize you. You're actually so stupid that you actually fell for the trap. So anxious to come and send yourself to your death. Do you really think that Inoto Fortress is a joke? Shalata was a fortress built by the Federation thousands of years ago in defense of the Empire, capable of radiating the surrounding galaxies. To get inside the Federation, you have to cross it. In thousands of years, this place has never missed a beat. The Blood Wolf knew that a few people had misunderstood and hurriedly explained. Misunderstood? I didn't come over this time because of the Empire. What's that? I am prepared to join the Solar Federation in lieu of my fleet as a Federation mercenary. The crowd was confused, their brains buzzing. What? They were now thinking the same as the few cadres standing next to Bloodwolf. That's when the Blood Wolf really went crazy. The mouth of the officer who had just laughed at Zhao Yi's joke was wide open. This face slapping came too suddenly. Are you serious? Lin Fu and the other officers looked at each other as if wondering what kind of trickery was this. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure it out. This guy would give up the Empire, which has a better chance of winning, to choose them? I don't believe it. But it certainly has something to do with the Empire. Lin Fu was ready to ask for a little more information. What do you want to gain by joining us? You can't work for our Federation for nothing. Can you? Blood Wolf smiled. The hiring fee will be paid as you see fit, but we have certain requirements for the mission. Although they were afraid that the Alliance would deal with them afterward, but doing a mission that would surely lead to death because they were afraid of dying was not reasonable by any stretch of the imagination. The crowd was even more confused about Blood Wolf's request. Seen mercenaries who join the battlefield for favors. They are like vultures who come in on the scent and even follow a dying creature all the way just waiting for the moment you fall. And now they say that the hiring costs look to give? When did these guys become so kind? It can't be for the sake of justice in their hearts. The crowd placed their gazes on Zhao Yi. The Blood Wolf suddenly joined the Federation. Did it have something to do with him? I'd like to ask if your choice to join the Federation had anything to do with the fact that Zhao Yi had been to the planet Toddy as a waiter? What did he say to you? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu asked curiously. Blood Wolf naturally will not say the Federation has a new weapon thing in front of so many people. Who knows if this group of people have the qualification to know? The more they say, the more wrong they are. It does have something to do with Zhao Yi. He showed me that you can't just look at the surface of this war thing. I think it's more prudent to join the Federation. Superficial? Secure? The crowd had a questioning look on their faces. The war between the Federation and the Empire was something that any individual could see the strengths and weaknesses of, whether it was on the surface or on the inside. It's even more bullshit to say that it's stable and proud. This Bloodwolf doesn't want to talk about the real reason. That's the only reason? Yes, Bloodwolf said seriously. Now both the Empire and the Bloodwolves knew that the Federation had a new weapon. Just they, the Federation itself, didn't know. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu stared at the Bloodwolf in front of him. His face was full of smiles and his attitude was so sincere that those who didn't know would think that this middle-aged man was harmless. But Lin Fu knew that mercenaries were as cunning as jackals, and that the slightest mishap would bite even their master's back. Since Lord Bloodwolf said so, our Federation is willing to use 500,000 energy crystals as a hiring fee. You become a part of the Federation must always think of the Federation. You can't do things or behaviors that are detrimental to the Federation, and you must respond to the Federation's call. And of course, we'll also give you a certain amount of power of choice, $500,000, plus the $500,000 given before that is $1 million for 3 months. But that's still a little short of the $1.2 million the Empire gives. The crowd looked at Blood Wolf, wondering how he would choose. Normally Blood Wolf would not accept this price. Blood Wolf immediately agreed. Okay, Blood Wolf mercenary is willing to accept. The crowd was confused. What was this Blood Wolf up to? Many people shook their heads at Lin Fu. This matter was too strange. It was better to be careful. The best thing to do would be to let Blood Wolf go back and just keep him neutral. However, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu felt that this was an opportunity. If Blood Wolf was really willing to join them, then the situation in the Northwest Theater would be reversed, and even launching a counter-offensive was possible. The Blood Wolf mercenaries with 3 fleets had more than 3,000 mercenaries in 28 starships, half of which were T2 class, and there was even one that was T3 class. This strength could dominate wherever it was placed. If the Solo Empire wants to eat the Federation and the Blood Wolves, it'll depend on how tough they are. Since you agree, you are now part of the Federation from now on. And my first mission to you now is to head to the D452 area of M787. And all fleets must stay close together. D452? Zhao was slightly stunned. This area was a bit special. This was because this location was the closest to the Solo Empire, and at the same time was within the range of the Annihilator Cannon. If the Blood Wolves had assembled their fleet at this position, then the Annihilator Cannon could even manage to destroy all three fleets in one shot. Blood Wolf naturally understood. This feeling of putting your life in someone else's hands is not at all pleasant. But what can you do? One knows the secrets of the Confederacy and can only justify oneself in this way. Good. I'll order the fleet over now. The crowd's mouths were wide open, as if they had seen something unimaginable. No, the Blood Wolf agrees to this kind of thing? If there wasn't a conspiracy, then the Blood Wolf was really out of his mind. The cadres around the Blood Wolf were equally surprised. The Blood Wolf in front of them was different than the one they knew. How could they put their brother's life in the hands of the Federation? After hanging up the communication, LT, Colonel Lin Fu looked at the crowd. What do you think? The crowd looked at each other and finally shook their heads. Having lived up to this point, they don't know what this is all about. The only thing I know is that this must have something to do with Zhao. Zhao, you've been to the Toddy Star before. Do you think the Blood Wolves are plotting something? What exactly did you tell Blood Wolf? To make him join the alliance despite everything? Zhao smiled. A mixture of true and false. It's kind of a sword move. The Blood Wolf would choose to help the Empire as long as he's a normal person. Plus the benefits we're giving really aren't that much. So I'll try to see if I can bluff the Blood Wolf. Bluffing? How did that happen? The crowd was very curious. It's to make him believe that the Federation is currently in this state because it hasn't shown its bottom card, and that when it does, they'll be cannon fodder in existence. Lin Fu frowned slightly. Did you make up this undercard yourself? That's for sure. Our own people know that the Federation doesn't have much of a card. The only card it has is the silver-haired girl, and she's been beaten to a pulp. That scared the Blood Wolves? The crowd was still a bit unconvinced. Zhao Yi continued. I found that this person, Blood Wolf, is naturally alert and sensitive, but suspicious and apprehensive, and the Empire hit us too easily, but instead, it made him think that there was such a small possibility. It's just that I didn't expect him to choose to join us either. LT, Colonel Lin Fu and the others were silent. This matter was too outrageous. If what Zhao said was true, then this Blood Wolf still needed to be watched out for, but they're all positioned within range of the Annihilator cannons, so it shouldn't be a problem. Broadcast the Blood Wolves joining our Federation all over the universe and see what the reaction is from the Imperial side. Yes, it would definitely be a good thing if the Blood Wolf genuinely joined them. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu stood up and said, Alright, I'll report the Blood Wolf's matter upwards, so everyone can go about their business if they have anything to do. Don't forget to celebrate tonight. Good. Zhao Yi wanted to not come, but was backed off by Lin Fu's eyes. Unable to do anything, Zhao Yi could only shrug his shoulders and agree. The Blood Wolves joining the Federation caused an uproar in this universe, and all forces were speculating if there was a reason for the Blood Wolf mercenaries to do so. Many people still think it's a plot by the Empire to have an inside job. Surely when the time is right it will jump out and take a bite out of the Federation. The strength of the Blood Wolf mercenaries was absolutely undeniable. One of the strongest mercenaries around. There were also people who knew Blood Wolf who had connected to him to ask what was going on, but all of them were rejected by Blood Wolf. He's suffering in his heart right now. The Empire and the Federation still have themselves involved in the matter, but it's good to think of it in a different way, and having seen the weapon yourself first gives you one more way to live. At least it's better than the mercenaries who chose the Empire. The Imperial side was equally surprised by the Blood Wolf's choice. Disbelief, confusion, anger. The noble queen could not accept this decision of the Blood Wolf. You either stay neutral and don't get involved, or you join the Empire. Now that everyone knows about the Empire and the Federation, and you chose to join the Federation, this is a complete disrespect to the Empire. Stevens, the queen sat on her throne and towered over her. A man in military uniform bowed his head and said, What does Her Majesty command? I order you to take Shapely NATO within 3 months. The Blood Wolf mercenaries are crushed for me. I want everyone to know what happens when you offend our Empire. Stevens looked up. So this Blood Wolf guy? The queen's slightly tender face was unusually determined. Blood Wolf. This person. Bring him back to me. I want him to repent for what he has done in the capital star. Yes. Stevens nodded slightly. Although the Queen had given a death order, it was not easy to take down Shapely NATO in the current situation. Until follow-up reinforcements were ready, the Northwest Theater's offensive could only be slowed down, and even some defensive adjustments had to be made to prevent a Federation counterattack. Stevens didn't dare say anything more. The last thing the Empire needs right now is people. And if you don't think it can be done, there are people who think it can be done. Federal. Shapely. The celebration banquet was held in the most famous hotel in the fortress city, and the halls were gilded and filled with the tantalizing aroma of food. The guests who came and went were either rich or wealthy, and they had no craving for the food in front of them. It was just food they were used to. Jumanji's door stinks of wine and meat, and the road has frozen bones. Zhao Yi wandered in and occasionally greeted people he didn't recognize, grabbing a handful of delicious food and stuffing it into his pocket when he saw no one. Anything candy and chocolate is good, and Susan and the girls have never had it. If it wasn't for the fact that his pockets weren't big enough, Zhao Yi really wanted to move everything, and it would be a waste to give these people food anyway. Zhao Yi? Zhao Yi hurriedly turned back and put the candied fruit he had just grabbed in a bag to fill it up. LT, Colonel, Lin Fu. What were you doing just now? Lin Fu was a bit puzzled as to how Zhao Yi seemed a bit nervous. That's rare. When the blood wolf came before, he was the one who was the most calm and collected. Zhao Yi smiled awkwardly. Nothing. It's just that I was just thinking about things. Suddenly you called me a bit scared. Lin Fu put his arm around Zhao Yi's shoulder and said, the blood wolf thing seems to be true. Not only is the fleet on the Imperial side preparing to come over to go back, but the nearby fleets are also starting to contract their formations to correspond with each other. This is fear of us counterattacking. Lin Fu finished laughing. And by placing the blood wolves at the front of the line, if the Empire sneak attacked it would also be sneak attacking them. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. This is a good thing. Yes. I reported the situation here. The council is very curious about you. It just so happens that I'm going back in the meantime. You're coming with me. Going back? The capital planet? Yes. Zhao Yi's mouth was wide open. He hadn't thought that he would actually be able to return to the capital star one day. What about my subordinates? They won't leave. Will they? No. They'll be staying in Shapeliator for the time being. That's fine. I'll listen to the commander. They were safe while he was back on the capital planet anyway. Why don't you do it if you can stall as long as you can? Once the 5 years were up, he really wanted to see what the Federation would do. Will they be forced to continue their military service even in spite of their face, or will they choose to let them become citizens? Either Federation would be a laughing stock. This time when we go back, I'll show you a place. What place? You'll know when you get there. Lin Fu left with a mysterious smile. Zhao Yi tasted a mouthful of the cake in his hand. This Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu is also not simple. There are a lot of things hidden in his heart. I'm afraid it's not that simple to get yourself back to the capital planet. Having pretty much hidden his things, Zhao Yi made an excuse and left first. At the door, Su Xin, who had been waiting, hurriedly trotted over, her small face becoming a little red from the night breeze. Commander, long wait, huh? Su Xin shook her head. No, just for a moment. Zhao Yi looked at the time. This guy really can't lie. This has been waiting for 3 hours, also called a while? Take it and taste it. What is it? Zhao Yi opened a candy and handed it to Su Xin. Su Xin's eyes became bigger as she ate it in her mouth, as if she was surprised at what was actually so sweet. Eyes refocused on the candy. How sweet. Su Xin smiled lightly, as if she was still recalling the satisfaction brought by the candy. It's good that you like it. Take the rest back to Su Ran and the girls. I'm sure they'll all like it. Su Xin felt the sweetness in her mouth, and her heart felt as if she had eaten it too. Sweetly. Commander, can I have this? Su Xin pointed to the candy paper in Zhao Yi's hand and asked somewhat shyly. What do you want this for? Good looking. Zhao Yi spread his hand and handed it to Su Xin. He was going to throw it away, but since she wanted it, he gave it to her. Su Xin carefully took it as if it were a treasure, and slowly unraveled the candy paper along the opening, eventually transforming it into a rustling piece of candy paper with a pattern drawn on it that was a starship, and a bit like a planet. Can't figure you out. Let's go back. Zhao Yi was very puzzled. What is there to collect in a candy paper? The previously stern and valiant Su Xin was like a little girl at this time. Aha! Placing the candy paper in her breast pocket, Su Xin quickly chased after her. While heading to the outskirts, Zhao Yi suddenly stopped. This place was where they had met the Star Pirates, and he always felt something was wrong, as if ice had been watching them. It's not like the dislike and disdain of others. It was looking at them with murderous intent, as if looking at prey. Sushin wondered, what happened to the commander? Zhao Yi didn't say anything and looked around. The desolate streets didn't even have streetlights. In the alley not far away there were a few homeless people burning things in iron buckets to keep warm. There doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. Strange. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? As he was thinking about it, 2 more hobos came up on him, the light from the flames shining on them creating a long shadow on the ground. Commander? Su Xin turned her head a little curious. It was really rare to see Zhao Yi out of his mind. It's okay. Let's go back. Aha. While brushing shoulders with the homeless, these 2 homeless suddenly pulled out their weapons and stabbed at Zhao Yi. Su Xin was quick on her feet and kicked the weapon away. then had already knocked down the two vagabonds before the crowd could react. "Commander, be careful, there may be others here." Zhao Yi looked around. The homeless man who was roasting the fire just now had already run away in fear, and the scene was left with the two people who had collapsed on the ground. "Who are you two? Why did you come to sneak up on us?" The two men didn't speak and stood up at an incredible angle. Su Xin frowned. The attack just now should have made these two unable to stand up. How come it seemed to have no effect? Did he miss? "Commander, they don't seem normal. Look out. Be careful." As he spoke, the two people on the opposite side once again rushed towards Zhao Yi. Their speed was very fast, and they did not look like they were injured at all. The mechanical arm behind Zhao Yi's back reached out and shot a disintegration ray at one of them. After a flash of light, all that was left of the homeless man in front of him was a cloud of dust that was gone when the wind blew. The other one just ignored it and continued to charge towards Zhao Yi. Su Xian stepped forward to subdue before feeling that this person has a lot of strength. From the back of the dagger out to cut away this person's hands and feet tendons, but to no avail. It's like the person doesn't need them. Could there be a prosthetic limb? Su Xian frowned slightly, but there was no problem with the feeling he had just slashed down, the knife entering the flesh. Zhao Yi suddenly spoke. "There's something wrong with their shadows. Hit their shadows." He keenly realized that although the tramp he had just disintegrated had turned to dust, his shadow was still in place. Although this shadow tried desperately to disguise itself as the shadow of something else, it still allowed Zhao Yi to discover it. This shadow didn't disappear with the hobo, so there must be something wrong. Su Xian's eyes flashed as the dagger in her hand stabbed towards the homeless man's shadow. Tickets. Only the sound of metal striking metal was heard, and the dagger that was supposed to be stabbing at the shadow was stuck in the open space. Instead, the hobo's shadow parted in the middle, just in time to avoid the dagger attack. Su Xian looked shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a strange phenomenon. The shadow could still change its form. Immediately afterward, two dark shadows jumped out of the shadows, followed by the shadows of other objects making leaps, and were gone in a few breaths, and the homeless man left behind fell heavily to the ground. Ding dong, the host has discovered the Shadow Clan and is gifted with the Shadow concept weapon. Su Xian still wanted to chase after him, but was called back by Zhao Yi. It's better to mess around less without knowing the place. Not to mention the fact that you've gained a weapon. What was that just now? Su Xian walked back still in a bit of a trance. It was unbelievable that a shadow could actually turn into a person. That's the infamous Shadow Clan. Their racial trait is the ability to hide in the shadows of other objects. Zhao Yi explained. Wouldn't that be the ability to enter our shadows? Su Xian subconsciously stepped towards her shadow. Fortunately, nothing seems to be wrong. Zhao Yi smiled. That's not true. They can only enter the shadows of non-living things. So these two bums? Su Xian was a bit puzzled. Any way you look at it, these two bums belong to the creature bar. They've died before not counting as creatures, so it's useless to try and disable them. It's the guys in the shadows that are really fighting you. Su Xian nodded silently. I see. Commander, you know quite a lot. What about these two shadow ones? They've gone into hiding and don't know where they've gone. It will definitely come back to us afterward. Regardless of him, if they dare to jump out again, next time, we'll definitely make it impossible for them to run away. Good. After the two left, in a corner, two dark figures burrowed out of the shadows to look ahead. Failed? Well, the silver-haired girl is really powerful. If it wasn't for the talent of our clan, we probably wouldn't even be able to come back. Two black shadows drilled out from another direction. But if we take reagent 1, we should be able to win. There's no rush. We need to make sure everything is safe. We'll move out when this Zhao Yi is alone. Good. The two of them, Zhao Yi and Su Xian, returned to their temporary place of residence, which was still the same abandoned factory from before. However, because Su Xian and the others had tidied up before, the environment was quite good. Zhao Yi handed out candies, nuts and other small snacks to the girls. The crowd was curious about such things as this candy, having only seen and never eaten it. Su Ran put one in her mouth. Suddenly her eyes glittered with gold. Originally they were at the age of gluttony where they could not resist the sweet candy. So delicious, so sweet. Su Ran touched her cheeks with a satisfied face. The other silver-haired girls also wore expressions of enjoyment. Zhao Yi smiled faintly. He was happy to see this group of young girls show such a smile. Where are Su Yan and Su Wan? The two of them bought some equipment this morning and are tuning it up now. Yeah, I'll go check it out. Zhao Yi finished and headed to the gospel. The purple sun is still outside of Federation range, so the instruments and equipment are on board the Evangelion for the time being. Zhao Yi walked to the gospel hall and lounge, which was already filled with various equipment. Su Yan and Su Wan were both studying something in front of an instrument. Neither of them noticed Zhao Yi coming. Very focused, looking at the two of them, Zhao Yi was very emotional. If the Federation could put aside its so-called prejudices, These two men might be able to research more if they join the R&D team. At the end of the day, the Federation is still jealous and afraid of the silver-haired girl's talents. After looking at them for a couple of moments, Joey didn't bother them and just put the candies aside. They should be able to see it later during the break. He himself hoofed it back to his room. Not long after Joey left, Su Yen wiped the sweat from his head. It's truly amazing. The dark matter energy that the commander researched is difficult to extract, but it repels everything known so far, so it's no wonder it's able to penetrate the energy shield. Yeah, I really don't understand how the commander came to be in our fleet. Do you think he could have done it on purpose? Su-won froze and nodded slightly. That's the only reason. With his qualifications it's perfectly fine to stay in the capital star. Ha, what's this? Su-won saw a sight of candy in her hand and looked around. There was no one at all. This looks like candy. Candy? From the commander? Probably. Let's eat. The two were very excited. They had heard that brainiacs had a sweet tooth for chocolate candy and other sweets, but they had only heard of it, not eaten it. When you open one and put it in your mouth, it feels like your entire mouth is filled with sweetness. It's delicious. The two of them warmed up inside, and a stirring ran through their hearts. I didn't realize that the commander had actually taken candy for them to eat, fearing that they would be distracted and put it aside. Well, let's get on with it. Well, we're going to surprise the commander afterward. Zhaoyi returned to his room. When he encountered the Shadow Clan just now he gained a new weapon. The Shadow Concept Weapon. The knowledge and technology is already there in the back of your mind. The next step was to realize it out. Taking out the relevant equipment and materials in the room, Zhaoyi began to modify his mechanical arm. This concept of Shadow's weapon doesn't do much damage, and is a functional weapon that requires uncomplicated materials. Rarely is it realized. I don't know how long it took, but the mechanical arm in front of me emitted a pitch-black light, and the entire mechanical arm seemed to have become a bit darker. Zhaoyi reattached the mechanical arm back. According to the system's description, objects hit by one's mechanical arm would be dragged into another space, that of the shadow. That's pretty much what the Shadow Clan is capable of. The equivalent of giving objects the ability to be able to enter a shadow. All the same, this Shadow Concept weapon can only be used against non-living beings, which is a bit of a cock-up. So if you use it on a starship, is it possible to hide the starship? But Zhaoyi quickly gave up on this idea. The energy aspect aside, even if a starship could be given this ability, it would have to have no one on it to activate it. And with no one on it, the starship is a living target. After thinking about it, Zhaoyi came up with a good idea. Since there's no way to use this ability on a living being, create something non-living, and in giving the Shadow Clan the ability to create shadow robots. That's an idea to try. Usually hide them in your shadow and release them when you need them. Thinking of this, Zhaoyi began to design this robot. Just then there was a knock at the door. Who? Commander, it's me. Sushin. What's wrong? Zhaoyi asked curiously as he opened the door. Opening the door, Su Xin froze. She saw Zhaoyi's red eyes. It couldn't be that he didn't sleep yesterday, right? Commander, are you working on something again? I'm sorry to bother you, but Colonel Lin Fu sent someone over. Zhaoyi looked at the sky, without realizing it was already morning. It was amazing that time had passed so quickly, and it had taken so long for him to do nothing more than modify his robotic arm. Okay. Su Xin stood still and considered or asked in a low voice. Commander, are you transferring to another place? She finished a little lost, but was able to understand. With Zhaoyi's talent and command he does deserve better. He was able to grow from a penniless Evangelion to what he is now, and I'm afraid that going to another starship or fleet could be more useful. Once Zhaoyi left like this, I'm afraid I'll never see him again. For some reason, Su Xin felt a tug inside. Zhaoyi knew that she misunderstood and smiled. No, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu said that someone from the capital star wanted to see me, so I'm just going back. You guys wait here, I'll be back soon. Really? Su Xin with a hint of nervousness and apprehension. Of course it's true. I still have the purple sun and the green cloud out there. How can I give up? Su Xin smiled and turned her head to the silver-haired girl behind her and shouted. Don't worry, sisters. The commander leaves from time to time. Ah, Zhaoyi walked out with a confused look on his face. And the outside was full of silver-haired girls. The girls were thrilled to hear the news and some of them applauded each other in celebration. Su Xin smiled. They thought you were leaving the gospel, so they were all ready to come and give you a ride. But since you're not leaving, Commander, let's pretend nothing happened. Zhaoyi was speechless, but he was still somewhat happy inside. These silver-haired girls were treating themselves as one of their own, and were kind of dependent on them. Leaving the gospel, Zhaoyi saw an even more majestic and huge starship parked next to him. T3 class spaceships. Zhaoyi's mouth was wide open. This was a real T3 level starship. Not only was it equipped with a T3 level energy core, There was even a supernova laser cannon that only existed in the T3 level, a kind of simulated galactic explosion weapon, with great power and wide range. This thing was supposed to be on the front lines, but now it's a Federation vehicle that's only used when important people are traveling far away. The adjutant waiting at the door spoke. Commander Zhao Yi, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu is waiting for you. Okay. After saying goodbye to Su Xin and the others, Zhao Yi boarded the huge starship. Zhao Yi, you're here. Seeing Zhao Yi enter, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu waved his hand to signal the others to leave. After waiting for the people to leave, Zhao Yi curiously said, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, is there something going on this time back to the capital star? Lin Fu leaned back in his chair. It's nothing, just congratulating you on your promotion. Promotion? Lin Fu nodded. Unsurprisingly, for kudos you will be promoted to lieutenant, and you may leave the Evangelion to sub for a smaller fleet of up to 5 ships. Forget it then. I think the gospel is pretty good. Zhao Yi didn't care. Before, all he wanted to do was to swing well in the back, but that changed when he met Su Xin and the others. He wanted these silver-haired girls to really live. Lin Fu glanced at Zhao Yi. I know you want to save the silver-haired girl on the gospel. Your first day's performance showed that. But there are silver-haired maidens all over the Alliance, not just on the Evangelion, but everywhere else. The Northern Theater has become a battlefield meat grinder, with casualties counted in the tens of thousands every day. And you don't save these? Zhao Yi eyed Lin Fu. What exactly is Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu trying to say? Now you're only abandoning one starship's silver-haired maiden by leaving the Evangelion, but it's the silver-haired maiden of the entire Federation that's being saved. Zhao Yi shook his head. I've never considered saving anyone, and they don't need me to. Seeing Zhao Yi's refusal, Lin Fu didn't feel surprised and changed the topic. What do you think of my starship? A T3 class starship. This kind of starship the Empire used to use in the Northern War Zone. At that time, we used 50 starships before sinking one. Zhao Yi sat next to him. Shouldn't something this good be used right on the front lines? If the silver-haired girl could use this kind of weapon, I'm afraid the current battle situation wouldn't be like this. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu nodded. That's right. But the Federation doesn't even give silver-haired girls T2 grade weapons these days. Do you think they'll let them use these T3 grade ones? Zhao Yi remembered the suggestion Lin Fu had made in the conference room. The suggestion drew opposition from everyone. Wouldn't the Federals just go up themselves then? The Federals don't go on their own until all the silver-haired girls are dead. Lin Fu laughed out loud. So now the Federation is not what you and I thought it was. We have to change, and only change can save the Federation. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. This guy's not trying to stage a coup, is he? Did he come here to get himself involved? That's why he's trying to get himself to the top, so he'll have a higher chance of success. But Zhao Yi wasn't interested in this. If they didn't have the ability to save the entire silver-haired girls, it wouldn't be bad to just save Su Xin and the girls. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu continued. The Federation as it is now, you and I both know it's going to be finished, and the only way to change that is to start with the silver-haired girl. You want the silver-haired girl to be treated fairly, and we want the Federation to survive. Zhao Yi was curious. So why me? My existence shouldn't have any effect on you guys, right? Not you. We're always looking for like-minded people. And while your concepts are still a bit different from ours, the goal is the same. We're willing to befriend anyone who can help in order for the Federation to win. Zhao Yi sort of understood. These guys are really ready to subvert the Federation. Okay, we're at the capital planet. Zhao Yi looked outside and saw his familiar scenery. The capital planet was the planet where the 5 great families were first founded, and it became the capital planet in the subsequent development. The lights and the songs and the dances. The entire planet was a thriving scene, and the lively scene gave Zhao Yi a feeling of returning to Earth. Those who don't know can't appreciate it all that the Federation has reached a moment of life and death. Huge screens are broadcasting news from the front. The Federation won a battle in which the Imperial Legion lost 2,000 men while the Federation only lost 20. Zhao Yi was speechless for a while. The Empire's losses were estimated to be nothing, but I'm afraid the Federation didn't count the silver-haired girl in. Also, self-propelled weapons don't count as people. The huge T3 class universe ship was parked at its designated location. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was already ready to go down and squared his hat. Zhao Yi, let's go. There's still a bit of time before the meeting. Let's take a casual look. Good. They traveled in their vehicles through the roads of the capital planet, and in no time they came to a military base. In perception, this place was so heavily defended that it was impossible for someone from the capital star to get in, and there were patrols with weapons everywhere. There are also robots patrolling back and forth 24 hours a day, but this time, with LT, Colonel Lin Fu leading the way, Zhao Yi easily made it through the inspection and came inside this base. Any idea what this place is? Zhao Yi shook his head. I don't know. This is a production center for self-propelled weapons. Self-propelled weapons? Zhao Yi froze. Weren't the self-propelled weapons Su Xin and the others? Doesn't the production center mean that Su Xin and the girls were produced from here? Now Zhao Yi was really a bit curious. He wanted to see how Su Xin and the girls lived as children. Once underground, Lt. Colonel Lin Fu led Zhao Yi through the metal passageways of the base, flanked on both sides by small rooms with different environments, both large and small. Some are like classrooms and some are like activity rooms. Zhao Yi looked towards a room and saw almost 100 3- or 4-year-old children standing inside, motionless and standing straight. Is this the silver-haired girl? In the room, a group of children were curious about Zhao Yi outside the window. Originally at this age, the nature of the active, full of novelty, cannot help but look at more than two eyes. Immediately by the side of the federal people reprimanded. Less scolding. Zhao Yi looked at the other rooms again, and every room had such a silver-haired girl. The younger ones stand to learn the moves and basics. The older ones are already learning about various things and repairs. This place is full of silver-haired girls? Zhao Yi wondered. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu nodded slightly. That's right. The cultivation of silver-haired girls is very mature. They are produced here for systematic learning and training. Every time, every node is strictly controlled. Only in this way can they produce qualified self-propelled weapons. Zhao Yi didn't say anything and looked around. These silver-haired girls were never treated like human beings from birth, and were raised exactly as they needed to be. Just where do so many silver-haired girls come from? Suddenly, he saw a little girl who looked similar to Su Xin, with an indifference and maturity on her face that shouldn't be there at a young age. In conjunction with the previous encounter with Su Yun, I can't believe there are a few people so similar. Zhao Yi was surprised. Could the silver-haired girl be? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu turned his head and returned. That's right. It's the cloning technology that produces. There are 10,000 different types of silver-haired girls left, each with different abilities. 9844 on your Evangelion is good at commanding, but not mechanically sensitive. There are self-propelled weapons that specialize in maintenance and others that specialize in scientific research, all of which the Federation has been working on for centuries to ensure that the silver-haired girl will be able to find a position for which she is suited. Zhao Yi revealed a bitter smile. Listening to this statement still helped the silver-haired girl. I don't understand your mind or purpose, but the Federation does occasionally have people like you who look out for the silver-haired girls, but there is only one way you can change the Federation if you want to save them, and that's by joining us. You alone are insignificant, but together we are powerful enough to turn the Federation upside down. Continuing onward, the two came to a huge room in which many dormant silos were stacked, all over the walls and ceiling. Shocking, spectacular, and with a hint of spookiness. Lifeforms that stay in dormant bins don't need food, but at the same time they stop moving, much like a fake death. This is the warehouse of the silver-haired girl, Lin Fu explained. Silver-haired girls are stored after they grow to a stage where they can be used, and are awakened when needed. At its peak, the silver-haired girl was able to store a staggering 3 million of them, but now there are only 100,000, and that's with constant production. It's no surprise that the stock of silver-haired girls will soon be exhausted as well. At that point, even if the Federation wakes up, it will be useless. Zhao Yi looked at the dormant warehouse that was opened in the middle of the room. So that's how the silver-haired girl came to be. No wonder Su Xin was reluctant to leave the Federation. She must have known that there were still thousands of her sisters here. Leaving these sisters on their own would be death. Zhao Yi looked around. Su Xin and the girls came out from here as well. After serving 4 years out there, the end result will still be death. Okay, let's go. Aha. Lt. Colonel Lin Fu turned to leave the military base. What to see and say had been told to Zhao Yi, and the next step was his own choice. The two left and took a car towards the dome at the very center of the capital planet. Inside this dome resided the people of the 5 families of the Council, the most advanced defense technology in the Federation at the moment. An energy shield bought from a tertiary humanoid civilization that could not be broken by even the most cash-intensive T3 class supernova laser cannons. The security personnel at the entrance walked over after seeing Lin Fu and Zhao Yi. Even with Lin Fu present, the two were still subjected to quite a bit of scrutiny, and in the end, Zhao Yi's mechanical arm was temporarily taken away before he was allowed to be released. Walking through the dome, Zhao Yi only felt that this place was beautiful and relaxing. The members of the 5 great families seemed to be in a paradise outside of the world, idly and leisurely. Some people still recognized Lin Fu and greeted him when they saw him. Lin Fu nodded in response one by one. Well, here we are. The two came to a building that looked as if it had been there for some years. The outside was a bit worn, but the inside was brand new. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, the council is already waiting for you. Aha. The two arrived at a conference room. The huge door to the room opened and inside sat 4 men and 1 woman. No, It was 5 men and 1 woman. And there was actually a baby in the mix. This made Zhao a bit surprised. There were still little kids in such an occasion? Come and sit down. The only grandmother spoke up. It looked like it was at least 100 years old. The lifespan of the Federation is similar to that of humans on Earth. The better ones can live to 80 or 90 years old. The bad ones may die in 50 or 60. While technology continues to evolve, a variety of viruses, bacteria, and unknown diseases afflict the Federation. The higher the technology, the weirder the various diseases that appear. In the middle of the room, in addition to this grandmother, the remaining 4 positions were a middle-aged man holding a baby, and 2 old grandpas who were old and decrepit and looking like they were going to die. The last one was a bit younger, almost 50 or 60. Is this Joey? Another old grandpa asked on his crutches. Not even a few teeth left. Yes, he was the one who executed the previous negotiations between Planet M787 and Bloodwolf. What star? Gramps pricked up his ears and didn't hear. Planet M787. What's wrong with this planet? The Empire hit it? Joey was speechless for a while. What is this? Is this the Supreme Council of the Federation? Why is it full of half-aged people? And this old thing can't even hear anymore and doesn't know to install a prosthetic leg. LT. Colonel. Lin Fu patiently explained. And several people finally understood. It turned out that this youngster was the one they were meeting. The man holding the baby suddenly spoke up. Elder Qian said that Zhao Yi was promoted to lieutenant for his meritorious work. Zhao Yi made a military salute. Many thanks to Elder Qian. The baby in the man's arms squeaked and fussed. And after a while the middle-aged man continued. Elder Qian asked if you'd like to come to the Qian family and make you a godson. A few old men and women leaned on their crutches and said, Elder Qian, you're taking in a godson again? I'm so envious. When are we going to change our bodies? Now Elder Qian is quite cute in this way, you don't say. Zhao Yi looked at the scene in front of him a bit incomprehensible. Could it be that Elder Qian was not the man holding the child, but the baby? Zhao Yi looked up just in time to see the baby turn its head to stare at itself, looking somewhat cute, but with an expression and look that was completely that of an adult. His eyes had been sizing up Zhao Yi. Indeed, a normal child of that age should be active, but this baby is quiet except when he squeaks and talks. It should be that Elder Qian was unable to speak due to his physical development, and this man was just his conveyor, right? Thanks to Elder Qian, I think it's better to be on the gospel. The youngest man spoke up. You should know about the gospel, right? The self-propelled weapons up there are bound to be scrapped within 5 years, and you're still willing to be up there? He was the head of the Wang family, which was Rushuan Wang's grandfather. Willing? That's quite rare. You actually leaned over on your own when everyone else couldn't avoid it for fear of avoiding it. The baby squeaked and fussed again, and the man holding him spoke. In that case, we won't force it. Go back and prepare. The gospel will be on its next mission, and Lin Fu will talk to you about the details. Yes, let's go. It's game time for Elder Qian. Playtime is not so much about elder money wanting to play as it is about babies having to increase their fitness by having fun. Even though the body is already a couple 100 years old monster, there are still growth programs that need to be followed. Lin Fu led Zhao Yi out. When he reached the outside, Lin Fu spoke. Isn't it puzzling? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. This deliberation troop isn't quite what I thought. If it didn't appear in the middle of this dome, I would have thought it was some Sunset Red singing and dancing troupe. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu smiled. I was quite surprised when I first saw it too. Elder Qian hadn't turned into a baby at that time. Although our technology is so advanced, old age, sickness and death are still inevitable. And even though it can be improved by prosthetics, it's not as good as your own body after all. That's why the Federation employs brain-computer interfaces to back up memories while reading them out in a suitable body to gain immortality. That baby just now is the suitable body for the head of the Qian family. Zhao Yi was not surprised. It was the same as what he had just thought. This baby is the biggest talker in the Federation. The desire for power makes these people not want to just leave. Unlike the Empire in that regard. By the way, what's Evangelion's next mission? About an expeditionary mission. I'd jump in for a moment if I were you. The people in the council are getting a little antsy as the time gets closer every day. According to the plan, the Evangelion should have crashed a long time ago, but I'm surprised there hasn't even been a single casualty up to this point. So all I can say about this mission is that it's a bad one. Zhao Yi didn't care. The gospel has never been easy. Even if it's a situation of certain death, I can still come back alive. I hope. Zhao Yi suddenly spoke. By the way, can I go to the R&D department? R&D? Lin Fu was a bit curious, but agreed to Zhao Yi's request. He had to go back to the Lin family once before he left, and it just so happened that he put Zhao Yi in the Capital Star's R&D center. While Zhao Yi was visiting the R&D center, Lin Fu returned to the Lin family in the middle of the dome. Family Master Wang, you're here too? Lin Fu entered and saw the Wang family head, the youngest male in the council group. who still had a bit of time before his next body change. Where's Zhao Yi? In the R&D center. The Wang family head spoke. This person is just like what my granddaughter said. He really hasn't left the gospel. Do you think he'll work for us? As he was talking, the Lin family's family head, old lady, walked over. This one called Zhao Yi I see into. If the Planet M787 thing and the Blood Wolf thing were really done by him, this person has a very strong ability. The most important thing is that there seems to be a good relationship between him and the silver-haired girl. Several people nodded. It's not easy to subvert an entire federation. The old monsters of the Qin family had existed since the birth of the federation, and there was no telling how many more cards they had in their hands. They have to be holding 120% ready if they want to bring down such a big tree. Currently of the 5 great families only the Wang and Lin families were united. The remaining 3 families did not agree to restore the identity of the silver-haired girl. There's bound to be a big battle to subvert it. At this time, Zhao Yi's presence was crucial. He might be able to mobilize the silver-haired girl, a force not to be taken lightly. 9844 is the spirit of the silver-haired girl, and the relationship between these two is very delicate. Lin Fu slowly said as he sat in his seat, there's no rush. When the Evangelion is completely scrapped, Zhao Yi will most likely stand on a united front with us. Even if we don't stand together by then, it will still be helpful to our plan. The Wang family head was slightly worried, but if that's the case, will this Zhao Yi be in danger? There may be some danger. After all, he is the commander of the Evangelion, and it's not certain if he'll come back alive from this mission, he went on. But Su Yun is here with us. She has prestige with the silver-haired girls just like the Su Xin model, and she will agree to our plan if Su Xin dies. The Wang family head nodded slightly. It seems that your previous suggestion for me to let Wang Rushuan enter the G29 to hone her skills was for this day. Yes. Not to mention our 5 great clans. The other great clans are not willing to go to the front line, but if we go, we will be able to come into contact with the silver-haired maiden, which will be a crucial battle force afterward. Sighing, the 5 great clans have been in this dome all this time, much less sensitive to what's going on outside. It's time for a change. A few people looked at each other and smiled. Zhao Yi was nothing more than a pawn to them. This flag would be nice if it were alive, but it would work if it were dead. On the other side, Zhao Yi was being led by the staff to visit the capital star's largest R&D base, where most of the models in use in the Federation came from. It is home to some of the best researchers and equipment technology in the Federation. This is the mech R&D room? Zhao Yi stopped in his tracks as he looked at the sign at the door. The staff member accompanying him nodded. Yes, I thought mech R&D was gone. The staff member smiled. It's true that there wasn't before, but something seemed to have happened on planet M787 before, and the Federation's higher-ups decided to take a portion of the funds to continue the development of the mechs. Zhao Yi realized that this matter was still related to himself. Can I come in? Sure. Zhao Yi was a person introduced by the 5 great families, and there was nothing secretive about mecha research and development in the first place. Walking in, Zhao Yi saw a lot of staff members drawing drawings and discussing things, and the large screen in the office had all sorts of parameters and appearances of the latest generation of mechs. This is a T3 class mech. With the previous data and theories, the redevelopment of the mechs went pretty well. Unlike T3 class starships, T3 class mechs didn't need much energy. T2 class fighter energy cores were sufficient. In order for a mech to be of more use, one thing to consider is what abilities to fit to the mech. Ding dong watching T3 level mech R&D. Gifted and talented obtaining T3 level combat robot god tamer technology and drawings. Hiss. Zhao Yi was slightly stunned, never imagining that he would actually trigger a system reward for coming to watch the R&D room. It would have been a reward for nothing just to see what level the Federation is at now. Lieutenant Zhao Yi? The staff member next to him was a bit puzzled. Do we need to look anywhere else? It's best if you can. But alas, neither the next look at shield development nor the development of weapons such as main guns and starships triggered the system. It's no wonder that the development of starships and main guns and the like is nothing more than old wine in new bottles. Zhao Yi had long since mastered such a technique, so naturally he would not trigger the system prompt. By the way, can I borrow a studio? Sure. The staff brought Zhao Yi to a studio, took the materials Zhao Yi needed and left. Zhao Yi began to build his own T3 class robot, God Tamer. Robots, unlike mechs, are all done by command. Originally, both the Federation and the Empire had a tendency to research automation, but then it was realized that this thing would be a terrifying presence once it was mastered and controlled. Aside from some industrialization and a handful of combat robots, none of the automation has developed much. Robots. What's better than a silver-haired girl? Zhao Yi is slowly assembling and testing at the workbench. The materials needed for the Goddess of Mercy are not complicated. The difficulty lies in the piece of automation. It just so happens that this piece of the system is solved. In a short while, A small robot half a man's height appeared in front of Zhao Yi was standing silently. Through the cameras and sensors above its head, it was surveying the world. Weapons-wise it is equipped with the latest melee weapon, the Starblade, a melee weapon built with plasma light sustaining technology, and its small size makes it more agile when facing enemies. The disadvantage of this weapon is melee, but the advantage is that the attack power is so high that it can cut through even T2 level fighter shields. Long-range weapons are equipped with spiral electromagnetic cannons and wider-range star bombs. On top of that, the robot itself is a particle beam bomb, generating massive power when destroyed or choosing to blow itself up. Deformation. At Zhao Yi's command, this robot lay on the ground and its form changed, and in a short while, it turned into a spider with 8 legs. This was remodeled by Zhao Yi according to a previous game on Earth. It's possible to infiltrate into a fighter or starship to wreak havoc. I just don't know how effective it is. Finally, there is the ability to give this robot the ability to dive into the shadows. Robots are not considered living creatures and do not violate the conditions of the shadow concept weapon. The mechanical arm behind Zhao Yi's back rose up and a black light struck the robot. The surface luster of the robot became dull, and the entire body seemed to be shrouded in dark shadows. Now robots can burrow into the shadows of non-living things. It's equally troublesome because Zhao Yi is definitely a creature, and the only way it doesn't count is if it's dead. And how does this robot usually follow itself? Zhao Yi placed his gaze on his mechanical arm. I wonder if I can hide in the shadow of this thing. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The staff came in and looked around and didn't see anything. That's odd. What's this guy doing borrowing the workroom? He looked at Zhao Yi with some curiosity. Zhao Yi smiled. Oh, this mechanical arm of mine that I am repairing. Principally so. Colonel Lin Fuzhong is looking for you. If there's nothing else we'll go over there. Really? Let's go then. Zhao Yi placed the repair instruments in his hands on the table and followed the staff out. Outside, LT, Colonel Lin Fu was already waiting for him. Once he returned to the spaceship, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu told him about the mission. Your mission this time is to the Northern Theater. Northern Theater? Zhao Yi was slightly stunned. Of all the war zones, the Northern War Zone was the one that fought the most brutal and viciously. Of the 300 silver-haired girls aboard the Evangelion, fewer than 10 were from the Northern War Zone. Since everyone there was basically dead, the ones that are still around are newbies, but there's no way around it. No one uses it at all anymore. Lin Fu nodded. Yes, this mission is more treacherous than any of your previous ones. Because of the Blood Wolf mercenaries on the Northwest Warzone side, the Empire seems to be out of ideas for the time being, and has redeployed part of its fleet to the Northern Warzone. All we have to do is to stop them from supporting us this time, or else the Northern Warzone will fall very quickly. And how many people totaled for this mission? The Empire's Northern Theater of Operations totaled 3 fleets, T-23, the 88th Fleet, and an elite deep sea fleet. We have a total of 5 fleets on our side, since the other side has transferred out, and we don't need that many troops here. Then Evangelion's mission is. Evangelion's mission has nothing to do with any of these fleets. Zhao Yi frowned slightly. Things didn't seem simple. Lin Fu continued. Although the Blood Wolves have joined our Northwest Warzone, there are other mercenaries, large and small, that have joined the Imperial side. Your mission this time is to impede a mercenary named Semen, or at least keep them from coming until our fleet is in place. Sanin? How are they configured? The Sanin mercenaries aren't big. About 8 starships, 4 T2 class and 4 T1 class. This configuration really isn't much compared to Bloodwolf, but it's a real fleet. This mission looks okay. It doesn't feel as menacing as it did on planet M787. Which fleet are we going over on this mission? Am I going to harass or fight for support? Lin Fu shook his head. Because we have a limited number of fleets, this mission needs to be completed by you alone. Alone? Zhao Yi was confused. The Gospel could only have 1 starship. Putting a starship up against a fleet? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, are you serious? Zhao Yi was surprised. Of course seriously. This mission was given to you, the Evangelion, and as for the purpose I don't think it needs to be said. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. It's to get the Evangelion sunk. Lin Fu spoke at length. Such a federation really isn't worth staying in. If you're willing, I can find a reason to let you rest first, and have someone temporarily replace you there afterward. It's just that I'm afraid I won't be able to come back from this trip, and I'm afraid even you won't be able to save the day. Zhao Yi shook his head and refused again. Forget it, I'll continue on the Gospel. Lin Fu did not force himself. Zhao Yi was useful to himself whether he lived or died. Go. Back in Shapely Adu. LT. Colonel. Lin Fu dropped Zhao Yi off at the harbor, where the two stood chatting. Shapely much it was already evening and the city was lit up. Lin Fu stood still and looked into the distance. I'll send you the mission when we get back, and you guys will leave tomorrow. Yes. Be careful. It's slim but I'm still waiting for you to come back. You boys always surprise me. I'll try. Zhaoyi turned away and walked towards the abandoned factory. I don't know what Su Xian and the others were doing during the time I was away. Although it hadn't been long, Zhaoyi actually missed it a bit. It's probably just a case of not seeing each other for a day. Stump. In the silent night, the sound of Zhaoyi walking on the metal pavement was extraordinarily loud, echoing non-stop in the empty alley. This place again. Zhaoyi looked around. He was back in this alleyway. Got ambushed here twice. And it looks like there's a third time. Not far away, there stood several black figures. Their bodies seemed to be shrouded by a black mist, making it not too easy to see. You're Zhaoyi? A dark shadow in the lead opened his mouth. His voice as hazy as his body. Impossible to hear without listening carefully. The Shadow Clan? What exactly is the matter that has come to me 3 times? This time I've come, then I don't want to leave. The black shadow spoke. Don't worry. We won't leave until you tell us what's inside the Rubik's Cube. Tesseract? Zhaoyi understood that these guys were still sent by the one called Black Bear. Well, the Rubik's Cube is important to them. So that's what this is. How about this? You guys tell me where the Black Bear is and I'll give you the Rubik's Cube. You have no room to bargain. Either hand over the magic formula today, or hand over the secret of the magic formula. After saying that, a dark shadow lunged towards the front, instantly diving into the shadows of the nearby clutter as it landed. This black shadow kept weaving in and out of the various shadows with great speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhaoyi. He jumped up high and an open-bladed dagger in his hand slashed towards Zhaoyi's ankle. He didn't want to kill Zhaoyi, but it was still fine to temporarily incapacitate him. Right at this moment, a black blade of light suddenly stuck out from the shadow under Zhaoyi's feet. The shadow ones couldn't dodge and rushed towards this outstretched blade of light being cut in half, scattering red and yellow everywhere. The 3 men in the distance were dumbfounded. How did that happen? How could a blade of light come out of a shadow? Immediately after that, they saw a thing shrouded in black shadows drilling out from the shadows. It was very small and stood next to Zhaoyi, staring tightly at the remaining 3 people of the Shadow Clan. Zhaoyi laughed. You Shadow Clan aren't the only ones who can be in the shadows in this world. Bullshit. Kill him for me. Seeing that their subordinate was dead, the remaining 3 rushed towards Zhaoyi at the same time. The mechanical arm behind Zhaoyi's back began to rotate, and a disintegration ray was shot towards the front, but it was dodged by the opposite side in advance. They can dodge most attacks when they hide in shadow. Go to hell! A black shadow jumped out from the shadow of some object behind Zhaoyi, and the weapon in his hand swung towards Zhaoyi's head. Only hearing a sound, a ripple rose on Zhaoyi's surface, and a light blue energy shield blocked the swift blow. The black shadow was confused. He didn't think that there would actually be people who would carry personalized energy shields. One blow missed, and the man dived again into the shadows. The next thing was a second person jumping out from the other direction. After realizing that Zhaoyi had an energy shield, they didn't rush. The energy shields an individual can carry are after all limited in size, and their energy diminishes quickly. As long as they were patient, they could crush Zhaoyi by taking turns to attack. Another black shadow jumped up high and swung several times at Zhaoyi before running away. Zhaoyi's footsteps came from the opposite side of the room, jeering. Ha ha, aren't you going to deal with us? Even our whereabouts you can't grasp. How can you still deal with us? Lao Air, don't talk nonsense with him. I'm going to make him tell all he knows and then avenge Lao Si. Look at his poor face. Going to be played to death by us. The protective shield on Zhaoyi's body dimmed quite a bit, and the energy shield was starting to break, and it was about to be damaged. Guys, he's going to die. Zhaoyi smiled at this and ordered the robot to follow as a dark shadow dived down. A scuffle seemed to come from among the shadows. Holy shit, how did this thing get in here? Crap, its starblade is too sharp. All be careful. Zhaoyi, on the other hand, stared at the shadow where the robot had just gone in. It wasn't easy to catch these 3 people because they could come out from different directions to deal with Zhaoyi. But this time, all he had to do was watch where the robot went in and wait until the person came out. Not long after, a black figure drilled out from it, and the mechanical claw behind Zhaoyi grabbed the opposite head and smashed it hard on the metal wall. Thud! This grabbed Shadow Clan desperately struggled, but it didn't help. He couldn't break free from Zhaoyi's mechanical arm. At that moment, Zhaoyi's mechanical arm began to rotate. No! 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 The Shadow One screamed in horror. He knew what it was. A disintegration ray. If you get hit by it, you're bound to die. Come help me. With a flash of light, the head held by the mechanical arm was disintegrated into dust and gone with a flick of the hand. Since you're hiding and not coming out, I'll let the robots find you. This was a T3 level robot, and both its flexibility and strength far exceeded that of the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan is strong in being able to hide in shadows, and when that skill is broken, it's just crap. Not long afterward, a Shadow One corpse squeezed out of the shadows, losing his life form without the ability to sneak around. Immediately after that, the last of the Shadow Ones jumped out of the shadows. Godzilla followed close behind. The robot was a little broken, but for it just had to wait to replace the parts. What the hell is this? The Shadow One stared at the robot next to Joey. This thing didn't look big, but it was too fast. Even faster than their Shadow Clan. If I hadn't run so fast, I'm afraid I would have died in the world of shadows as well. Now can we say where the black bear is? Seek death. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Shadow Clan's eyes. 3 of his own brothers had died. He wanted to make Joey look good. From his pocket, he pulled out the strengthening potion that Black Bear had given him and stuffed it into his mouth. The power. He could feel something slamming into his body left and right. The anger, the excitement, the desire to destroy everything. Joey stared at the Shadow Clan in front of him. His size was changing. The surface mist seemed to be heavier, and his body started to become blurred as if it was misty. Go! At Zhao Yi's command, the Goddess of Mercy rushed up with the star blade in her hand, and her speed was fast. The reinforced Shadow One still grabbed it with one hand. Ha ha, this thing is useless to me. Die for me. Although the transformation was not yet complete, the Shadow One felt he was strong enough to defeat the robot. With a slight force from his hand, the robot's protective armor began to deform as if it were papier-mâché. It's this point thing. 3 of his own brothers are in the end all because of this robot. The Goddard robot let out a huge explosion that rang out to the heavens. After the smoke and fire disappeared, a deep pit appeared in the street made of metal. And as for the people of the Shadow Clan, there was not even a crumb left. Joey fanned the smoke. Didn't I tell you? This thing will explode when it's damaged. Probably didn't say. Joey shrugged his shoulders. Now no matter what he said, the opposite side couldn't hear him. Despite the destruction of the Goddess of Mercy, it was still good as far as the results from the first battle were concerned. And being able to hide in the shadows, the goddess can follow herself anywhere. Commander? Zhao Yi turned around and saw Su Xian running over in a panic with the silver-haired girl. What are you guys doing here? We heard a noise here and wondered if it could be the commander in trouble, and we didn't realize it was really you. Su Huan said with a big grin. Commander, are you okay? Su Xian anxiously looked around Zhao Yi's body and was relieved as far as there were no wounds. It's fine. The Shadow Clan we met earlier. They ambushed me here. It's them again. Su Huan clenched his fists. These guys are really annoying. Next time I meet them, I'll have to make them taste the power of my iron fist. That won't be necessary. They're gone. No? The crowd was a bit confused, but had a general idea of what was going on. Judging from the explosion just now and the condition of the scene, the opposite side should have been blown up with no corpses left. Let's go back. We've been given a new assignment from the top. The crowd returned to the Evangelion war room and the heads of the various departments came over. It just so happened that the mission passed on by LT. Colonel Lin Fu was sent over. The crowd took one look and wondered if they were mistaken, their eyes widening even more than before. This mission actually had them blocking a fleet of ships. No, we're going to fight a fleet with just one Evangelion? This mission is really one outrageous after another. I originally thought that asking us to destroy the Annihilator cannon and to go to the Imperial territory to make a delegation was already ruthless enough. But I didn't expect there to be even more ruthless ones. Zhao Yi smiled. How about it? We can proceed with the mission to escape. Anyway, as long as we leave the Confederation range. Su Xian shook her head. Not us. If we don't go, there will still be other silver-haired girls going. Everyone nodded their heads, and Su Ran looked at Zhao Yi and said, It's you, Commander. Are you still prepared to go with us this time? Of course. If I don't go, who's going to bring you back safely? A smile appeared on the corners of the crowd's mouths, but they were already used to Zhao Yi. Okay, since we all have no more questions, let's get down to brass tacks. This time, according to the mission, we're traveling to the planet Hughes, where the Sanine mercenaries will be heading to the northern war zone. Suwon reached out. If we remember correctly, this planet should be in the Empire, right? Yes, but since they are traveling from within the Empire to the northern war zone, we can only stop them at this planet. Blocking is nothing. But there are 8 starships on the other side. Can they be blocked by us? Zhao Yi smiled. If we only have the Evangelion it definitely won't work. But we still have the other 2 starships. When we get to the Xiang, we'll continue to produce Divine Might fighters. Divine Might's firepower is completely enough to face a T1 class starship. Su Wan, I'm not afraid of T2 class starships. We can shoot them through with dark matter energy. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Do you really think that dark matter is a cabbage that you can just extract? The rest of our dark matter is a spare. From time to time, the mission this time is not to crush the opposite side, but just to stall it. Understood. Zhao Yi continued. Regarding the configuration of the opposite side, what we know so far is that there are 4 T2 class ships and 4 T1 class ships, but we can't rule out the possibility of encountering starships on the Empire's side, and the duration of the mission is 1 week. when the time is up, the rest of our fleet will take their positions at their designated locations, and we'll consider our mission accomplished. Su Xian rested her finger against her chin and thought, although the mission looks quite difficult, but we have a T3 level shield here, plus the Divine Might Fighter, so it feels like we still have a bit of a chance to win. That's not true. I'll make sure to let them know how good I am. Su Huan rolled up his sleeves and swung a few punches into the air, just like a tomboy. Don't be careless. Although the Sinmin mercenaries are not in a hurry for the Blood Wolves, they are at least veteran mercenaries with strong combat experience. It's a good thing they only joined the Empire to get a piece of the action. If the casualties get too high, they should pull out on their own. After the meeting, Zhao Yi went to his room to make the goddess robot. Zhao Yi remembered that the Shadow Clan had eaten the reinforcing medicine before, and it was a bit funny that this thing was directly blown up without knowing how powerful it was. But it's also a sidebar that proves that the Godzilla robots do work. After making 4 robots from the available materials, Zhao Yi granted them the abilities of the Shadow Clan. They were then allowed to lurk into the shadows of the robotic arms. The next step is to get ready to go on a mission. Zhao Yi walked to the room's safe and took out a note from it. This note was brought out when the cube was first gotten, and there were the last 2 weeks left before the month it suggested. Almost time for this task to be completed. If you are free at that time, it would be good to see what happens. The next day, the massive Evangelion left the harbor toward Igo Meteor, and LT, Commander Lin Fu, with some officers, waved goodbye to the departing fleet. An officer next to him spoke up. I'm afraid the Evangelion's mission this time around is going to be a bit of a disaster. These guys should have been dead a long time ago. I don't know when they survived. The best outcome would be for them to end up with the Senin, and that would be good. Ha ha, the crowd finished laughing. It's the best of both worlds, solving a problem they have and doing something about it. Enough. Wang Rushuan, who was standing on the side, was very upset. As the commander of G-29, she had no mission this time, just to stay near planet M787. Why is Major Wang so angry? Just looking at you guys, no other reason. Several people were angry and speechless, but in the way of the other party's identity can only coldly grunt and no longer speak. Wang Rushuan also gradually confused, and G-29's silver-haired girls since she got along. She also found that these silver-haired girls have a lot of advantages, upright and kind. But that's why it was taken by the feds. It sickened her that the Federation was returning grudges in the face of the silver-haired girl who had helped them fight the war. She was now looking forward more and more to the Federation after the Upside Down, when it would truly be a peaceful world. With better weapons and starships, the silver-haired girl would surely be able to drive the Empire out. Planet M787. Blood Wolf was instructed to start moving likewise. More than 24 fleets will travel from the Federation's territory to the Northern Theater. Bloodwolf sat in the conference room giving each of the men one order after another. Lord Bloodwolf, are we really heading to the Northern War Zone? I've heard that there's a fierce fight over there. Not only us, but many other mercenaries have gone over. Other than us, the Blood Wolves, all the others have joined the Imperial side. Yeah, the Empire is coming on strong this time, and I've heard that it's going to hit the Federation's capital Star in 3 months. Bloodwolf laughed. Those idiots probably didn't know that the Federation had a new weapon yet, right? I'm sure I'll get killed this time. Lord Bloodwolf looked at the crowd. After all, we have already declared to fight together with the Federation. How can we go back on our words? Who will dare to hire us in the future? But this Northern War Zone is fierce in the past. 500,000 energy crystals aren't worth the effort. Bloodwolf joining the Federation makes the people down there very opinionated. Mercenaries were always paid to do things, but this time, they were asked to do so many things despite taking 500,000 energy crystals, which was not like the Blood Wolf style. I have often heard men under my command wonder what in the world they joined the Union for. The Blood Wolf's face turned cold. What? I need your agreement to make a decision now? The people below have a lot of opinions, so ask one of them to come forward and speak to me. The crowd took a step back. Daring to stand out at this time was surely a death. The Blood Wolf sneered. Since you have no other opinions, then hurry up and set off without delay. Yes. The entire fleet began to move along the star routes as directed by the Federation. Their every move was watched by the Federation, and the patrols escorting them would surround them at the slightest problem. After all, it was a mercenary with a T3 class starship that came to escort the Federation's own starships. After Bloodwolf adjourned the meeting, a group of cadres gathered themselves together. At this point several people were hiding in a small room talking in whispers. Lord Wait, what is going on with this matter? Didn't Lord Bloodwolf tell you? Lord Waiting is the vice-lord of the Bloodwolf mercenaries, but generally doesn't do anything. All the power rests with Bloodwolf alone. Lord Ho shook his head. I don't know. Lord Bloodwolf didn't say anything to me, but we don't have to worry. Lord Bloodwolf has his own measure. We just have to listen to him. A cadre whispered. I heard my subordinates all talking about it when I passed by earlier. Talking about it? What are they talking about? The talk is that Lord Bloodwolf sold us out to the Federation? And that's why he collected $500,000 and agreed to join. Behind our backs. Bloodwolf doesn't know how much money he's received. And this time he went to the Northern War Zone just ready to make us fight for our lives. Lord Waiting froze slightly. Don't say that nonsense. Lord Bloodwolf and us were born and died. How could he possibly betray us for money? A few of the cadre sighed. It did in the past. But what was done this time was just too fishy. The previous Bloodwolf lords wouldn't have let us get involved in such a dangerous mission. Yes, we used to take the highest benefits with the smallest casualties, and that's why we're slowly growing. The crowd nodded at these words. A large part of the Bloodwolf mercenaries being able to accumulate so little and live for so long was the role of the Bloodwolves. But this time, the Bloodwolf's choice was so strange that they couldn't understand it. Lord Ho took a deep breath and looked embarrassed. He did see the recent changes as well. Lord Ho, there are still people who say that the Bloodwolf lords have been controlled, and that the current Bloodwolves are not the Bloodwolves of old. Lord Ho immediately stood up. Who said that? I don't know. It's all over the place down there. Lord Ho, if Lord Bloodwolf really has problems, you must help the brothers. What you guys are saying is, the Bloodwolf is dead. Lord Ho was sweating. He had never thought of such a thing. If it was by the Bloodwolf lords, 10 heads wouldn't be enough to lose. Lord Ho looked at the crowd in front of him, his eyes a little nervous and scared. We all feel the same way. Since Lord Bloodwolf wants to sell us out, we can't just sit back and wait to die. We have to be ruthless if we want to live. That's what Lord Bloodwolf taught us. The others nodded. Since they had come to Lord Huss, they had talked about it themselves before this. Pulling Lord Ho into the water is to increase the chance of success. And if Lord Ho doesn't agree, then get him killed. When are you going to do it? Wait until we get to the Northern War Zone. And as soon as the Federation escorts are gone, let's get started. Lord Husbandman still couldn't make up his mind. If this fails, they must die. Don't worry Lord Ho. Half of our starships are in our hands. Even though the Blood Wolf has a T3 class starship, there are our people on the starship as well. As long as the energy shield isn't on, what use is he? Besides, we can find a good opportunity to directly take down Blood Wolf under house arrest, and make the mercenary army change its name without bloodshed, so that in the future, it won't be the Blood Wolf mercenary army, but you, Marquis. Mine? Lord Ho froze, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, but quickly felt that it would not do. The Blood Wolf has a mechanical core. It's hard for a normal person to kill him, but it's even harder to blow up a T3 class starship along with it, and the other starships aren't going to wait for that to happen. A thieving-looking cadre took out an object and opened his mouth. This thing is called Linglong, a kind of good thing that can make the mechanical core inoperable. With it, the mechanical core on the Blood Wolf Lord will be useless. Even an ordinary person can easily kill him. Linglong, where did you get that? The cadre didn't hide it. From the Empire. Empire? You guys, if you want to blame it, blame Blood Wolf for being too stupid. He didn't want to be given so many benefits by the Empire. He had to join the Federation and bring his brothers to die with him. This is his consequence. The thieving cadre's eyes sank, revealing a venom. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Lord Ho took a deep breath. Things had come to this. Even if he didn't agree to it, it would come to his head when he investigated it in the future. With Blood Wolf's character he wouldn't let himself go. What's more, the guys in front of him wouldn't let themselves know about this for nothing. How sure are you guys? 60%. And as long as Lord Wait joins us, we're 90% sure. And after destroying the Blood Wolves? The sharp-tongued cadre whispered. After destroying the Blood Wolves, we'll defect to the Empire's side. Anyway, when we're on the battlefield, we'll turn around and defect to the Empire. So can the Federation still come after us? Lord Ho was still a bit uneasy. The Blood Wolf mercenaries were all bloodthirsty men and had rebelled not once or twice, but each time, the Blood Wolf was suppressed with a thunderous force. Lord Ho, time is running out. This is an opportunity for us. It's death to go and help the Federation fight now. It's death to rebel. So why not head towards a promising course? Good. Then it's settled. We'll do it when the Federation people leave. The people in the middle of the room looked at each other and smiled. Their time was coming. On the other hand, Zhao Yi arrived at the Ingo meteor to find the starship he had hidden. 3 starships headed toward the target location. This mission is within the Empire, so by all means be careful and keep a low profile until the Sanine mercenaries show up. They adjusted their speed to the slowest possible, which was able to reduce the likelihood of being detected. Commander, Hugh's star is up ahead. How are we going to fight? Zhao Yi looked at the information in his hands. Hugh's star was not a habitable planet. There were some creatures on it but they were unintelligent. There are 2 moons on the planet moving regularly backwards that could serve as shields for them. Zhao Yi pointed at one of the over-satellites and said, Xiang and Xingyun hide behind this satellite to make sure they won't be targeted by the opponent's main guns. Yes. The advantage of the star carrier is its ability to use the terrain to fight. And the unique starfighters allow it to not have to fight head-on. Just put the fighters out there anyway. As for repair ships, they are even less combat effective. Just a logistical support. Su Yao, who had a double ponytail, spoke up, Commander, what about you guys? Of course we're fighting guerrilla. T3 level energy shields are very capable. But even if a T3 level shield is hit by a particle beam cannon many times, it still won't work. Don't worry. The Evangelion is very maneuverable. Let's hide and hit it first. The opposite side will surely come after us, and at this time the divine mighty fighters are out. The first step is to destroy all of the other side's T1 class starships first. Su Xian nodded slightly. Half of the starships on the opposite side are T1 class, so if the losses are too great, they'll most likely pull out on this. Zhao Yi snapped his fingers. That's right, we just need to stop them. Don't get attached to the battle. Well, go ahead and get ready according to the plan we just made. The silver-haired girls in the conference room saluted, their young faces revealing determination and resolve. Zhao Yi touches Su Yao's head and tells her to hurry up and go to the star carrier. As the captain, she needs to focus on the problems of her starship. The crowd is getting busy. Energy, firepower, deployment all in place. Su Huan and the others also did a final check on the fighter. A big battle was coming. They're up against a real fleet. This is different from all the previous combat. Good thing they've got more than one Evangelion. 2 days later, a fleet of ships sailed out from within the Empire, led by the T2 class frigates that assumed protection, and behind them were star carriers, destroyers, battleships, and other starships. Although the formation was maintained, the starship's crew was very lethargic. They were still a few days away from their destination. This is Imperial territory. There's no way there's going to be anyone from the Federation. Pair 2, can't afford it. A few of the Senin mercenaries were sitting on the metal floor playing cards, arguing and fighting a little bit of a scorching battle. Your grandma, do you know how to play cards? I play pair of 3s and you play pair of 2s? Horse, I will not, you will. I pair 2 not big, you pair 3. You're nuts. We're both peasants. You're pressing my hand? Wouldn't you wait for him to play a big hand before pressing? Seek death. One of the mercenaries pulled out his own dagger and gestured twice, a cruel smile on his face as he wanted to give his opponent a little color. This phenomenon is all too common among mercenaries, where the first word is a dry run. Anyway, the starship had medical equipment, so as long as there was breath left, it could be saved. The others took one look and were up in arms. Zhang San, stab him, get him killed. Goon, are you good enough to fight him or not? Li Si, what are you waiting for when he's already moved the knife? Pull out your gun and kill him. The people around them shouted and cheered as Zhang San and Li Si fought in the center like clowns, throwing punch after punch. Suddenly, a glow lit up outside the window. The crowd turned their heads curiously to look out, their mouths growing into O's as a T1 class destroyer next to them turned into fireworks and blossomed in the universe. Before he could react to what was going on, the ship's hull began to flash red and roar. This represents an enemy attack. What's going on? Isn't this Imperial territory? Who's hitting us? I don't know. Hurry back to your post. Damn, we're not going to die here, are we? Didn't you say you'd eat and drink when you joined the Empire? A starship gone so soon? The crowd rushed to their positions. The Senin's lord, a green-skinned Orodo named Antoine, ran anxiously to the star carrier's command room at that moment. What the hell? Where is the attack coming from? According to the ballistics, the attack came from the nearby planet Hughes. Was it not predicted in advance? The other party should have ambushed this location long ago, and it can't be detected at all. Horses. Antoine was furious. One of his starships was gone. Give me return fire. I'll get him. Yes. Energy main cannons start charging. Particle beam cannons start charging. Energy shields activated. Supply predictions activated. Frigate defense formations activated. An order was passed down, and the starships in the rear accelerated to catch up, maintaining a single formation with their guns aimed at Hughes' star. It can be detected as soon as the opponent activates the thrusters. The opposite side is starting to move. As soon as Antoine heard this, he hurriedly asked, a few starships on the opposite side, in what direction did they go? There's just one starship on the other side that's moving out of position of our main guns. One? Antoine was a bit confused. How dare he ambush them with just one starship? You're just trying to get yourself killed? Their only advantage was the ambush. And now that the other party had revealed their whereabouts, what else were they afraid of? Wait, could this be a trap? Lure yourself over and then kill them all in one fell swoop? Antoine smelled a hint of intrigue as he calmed down. Do you really think you're stupid? Precision detection of Hughes' star. Yes, The detection results are in. There are 2 more starships near the second moon of Hughes. Launch the scouts immediately. Yes. Several small scout planes flew out of the hangar and headed toward Hughes' star. However, before it could reach its designated position, it was destroyed by the T-2 class Godly Mighty fighter piloted by Su Xin. General Interstellar War will not care about the opposite side of the reconnaissance aircraft. This kind of reconnaissance aircraft has no role only to transmit the image, and Interstellar War are sparring, which have time to deal with this kind of small things. But Zhao Yi was different. He knew that the opposite side had detected his Qingyun and Xiang ships, but he didn't know the exact model. Horse shit. Actually blew up our scout plane. Antoine was furious. This guy across the street doesn't talk about martial arts, and running away after sneak attacking yourself is simply in bad taste. Can't you fight in a dignified manner? Lord, are we still chasing after them now? Is it really just 3 starships on the other side? Antoine was still a bit unconvinced. There's no difference between 1 starship and 3. Anyone who touches the fleet is dead. Precision detection did find only 3 starships. Antoine pondered for a moment. What if there were more than 3 starships ahead? Wouldn't he be looking for death? Inform the Imperial side. Yes. How far away was the opponent's attack just now? The range is about the same as our battleships. Antoine nodded slightly. Beware of deception. Let's not chase them for now. Let's wait for a response from the Empire. Yes. Solo Empire. What? There's a Federation starship near Hughes' star? Gustav, the Supreme Commander of the Northern Theater, was a bit shocked as he looked at the incoming message. The Empire and the Federation do occasionally infiltrate each other's territories into them. The universe is a big territory, after all. But they were usually on reconnaissance missions and didn't bother with the 1 or 2 starships on both sides. If the mission was any other, it was a death wish. If the number of starships is small, the mission will not be accomplished. If the number of starships is large, they will be surrounded by the other side and slowly swallowed up. And they will not be able to run away even if they want to run in the other side's territory. The Federation should be worried about mercenaries going to the northern theater of war aggravating the current pressure. So it sent starships on death-defying missions here with the aim of delaying them. Gustav nodded slightly. To actually dare to block in this position, one has to admire their courage. But alas, they're going to die here. How many total starships are on the other side? What level? The information that came back from Sumin looks like only 3 have been spotted so far. And one of them is at least a T-2 class battleship with a powerful main gun that blew through a T-1 class destroyer with a single shot. 3 starships? Gustav was confused. 3 ships to hold off the Sanin mercenaries? Their starships can blast their way out even if they fire their guns as they go, right? The other side is probably afraid of an ambush. Let's have support here. Gustav waved his hand. These mercenaries were really unreliable and never did anything dangerous. This would have been an owl rush if the Empire had encountered it. Okay. Are there any other starships nearby? There are 3 Eagle-class T-2 destroyers patrolling nearby. If we go over from this direction, it would be possible to form a handhold with Senman's starships people, so that the other side can't even hide. Good. Pass the word down for these 3 starships to go to support. Yes. On the gospel ship, Zhao Yi was very puzzled when he realized that the other party had stopped without chasing. He was waiting to encircle himself, and the other side actually stopped chasing. Don't they want to avenge their starship? Su Xin frowned. A little puzzled. Commander, have they sensed something? Zhao Yi, I don't know if he sensed something was wrong or was scared. But anyway, the other party didn't fall for it. What then? Zhao Yi smiled. How long do we have to charge and cool down our main cannons? It'll take at least 10 minutes to get there. Wait then, are they in our range? In. Su Xin's eyes lit up. Commander, you just disagreed with the longest range firing. Are you trying to make them think that our main guns have the same range as theirs? Zhao Yi snapped his fingers. That's right. Without knowing that our starship is using a T3 level energy core, they must have thought that our particle beam cannons have about the same range as their main cannons. They're not moving now. They must think we can't hit them, but they don't realize that our main gun range is above their prediction, and surprise them in 10 minutes. Yes, the crowd was excited. This feeling that only they could hit the opposite side and the opposite side couldn't hit themselves was too good. Su Xin asked with slight concern. But, will it be dangerous for us to do so? Will their standing still and not advancing notify the nearby Imperial starships? It's possible, but our mission is to block the opposite side. Even if someone comes, our mission remains the same. Su Xin nodded and said, the commander is right, so let's have another shot. The Evangelion stopped sailing and stood its ground to keep its distance from the distant Sanin fleet. Of the star-rated carriers of the Sanin, Antoine frowned at the blinking points of light on the screen. The other side stopped? Yes. It does seem to be a trick. They stopped running when they saw we weren't chasing them. Antoine was slightly amused. Trying to fool yourself? Is that possible? Are you that stupid? The crowd gave a thumbs up. It's still you. Lord, who is great? If they really wanted to run, why would they stop and wait for us? There's something wrong at first sight. Really think we're stupid? They must have an ambush ahead. Antoine smiled and waved his hand, playing the comparison in front of his men for a moment. The hurt from the loss of the starship just now wasn't as strong. Any news from the Empire? Yes. There are 3 Eagle-class T-2 destroyers on their way from the Imperial side. They will be flanking the other side. Very well. We'll take the initiative when they're in position. Even if there's an ambush on the other side, we'll let them die without a burial place. Antoine looked at the screen in front of him with the corners of his mouth rising. Dude, I'm waiting for backup. What are you waiting for? Immediately afterward, there was another glow from outside the window. Is this someone launching a main gun attack? Antoine rushed to the window and saw a blinding light coming towards the fleet. The frigate at the very front fired an intercepting energy blast. The entire universe seemed to be illuminated. The frigate began to fire its interceptor energy cannons, and a blinding light blasted from the frigate's main cannons towards the incoming light. But it didn't do much good. The distant glow still hit one of the T-1 class battleships next to it. The battleship let out a huge explosion, and because of the ship's relatively large hull, the fireworks show burned for quite a while, allowing the crowd to watch. What? Antoine was dumbfounded. What's happening now? Another one of our own starships gone? What main guns are so powerful that huge battleships are being taken out? What happened? How did the battleship explode? Is there an enemy elsewhere? The crowd was nervous. Could it be that the Federal ambush troops were not in front but on the flanks? One of the junior members of the command spoke up. Based on the trajectory just now, the one that attacked us is exactly the starship in front of us, and there are no other starship models nearby. What? Antoine wondered if he'd heard wrong. That distance just now was not something that a T-2 class starship could attack. Not even a battleship with the most powerful main guns could hit that far. Are you sure it's the previous Federation starship? Exactly. Antoine sucked in a cool breath. In just 10 minutes, he had lost 2 starships of his own. As a result, now they can't even catch each other's tails. Abominable. This is a disgrace. When had they, the Simonites, ever received this kind of aggravation? Antoine slammed his fist on the table in front of him, and the water glass fell to the floor with a thud. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire hall was very grave. Lord, what do we do now? The opposite side somehow actually has such a long range, and it even managed to pass through the frigate's counter-main guns. Could theirs be a T-3 class starship? Bullshit. How can a T-3 class starship of the Federation come on this mission? Even if it's a T-3 class in the Empire's territory today, he will be left to die. Antoine didn't believe that the other side was a T-3 class starship at all. If that's true, then why didn't the main gun change to a supernova laser cannon? With this cannon, his side lost at least 3 or 4 starships, and that was still due to the fact that he was standing more spread out. Supernova laser cannons simulate planetary explosions, and that kind of power can't be withstood by the average person. But we are waiting here is not a solution. If the other side is recharged, the next second is not. Antoine naturally understood. Staying put, one is a living target standing to be beaten. But if you go over there, you'll probably be ambushed. Head to this area and wait for Imperial support. Antoine pointed to a location on the map. Yes. Senen's fleet reoriented itself and hid behind a nearby planet. There is no angle for the opponent to hit them unless they come within range. Evangelion. Su Xian reported the opponent's movement. Commander, they've gone into hiding. Should we pursue? Zhao Yi shook his head. No need. Our mission is just to block them from coming over anyway. They'd better stop there for a week. Then we can go straight back. The silver-haired girls on the starship had smiled. It would be nice if that were true. But how could things go so well? Commander, it's not good. What's wrong? At our 6 o'clock we detect 3 starships approaching. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed. It looks like the Empire's people are coming. With this angle coming over, we'll have no time to worry about the Senin. Send a scout plane over. Yes. Whoosh. Several scout planes flew out of the Evangelion. Soon they were within range of 3 Imperial destroyers. And the Imperial fleet didn't care. They're not afraid of the opposite side knowing when they come at full speed like this. Instead of stopping here, we should get there as soon as possible. The Imperial starship and the Senin took contact. What's the situation now? How many starships are on the other side? The Imperial commander asked curiously. Antoine was a bit embarrassed. There seems to be just 3 on the other side. We fought one of the other side just now and got 2 starships destroyed. The Imperial commander couldn't help but frown. A fleet ran into a starship on the opposite side of the river and got 2 of their own taken out first. Then what are you guys hiding for? Why don't you hurry up and charge? You are not aware that we suspect that the opposite weapon is a bit special. The range and power are huge. We can't even rush through it. Actually, you can still punch through it if you want to. After all, the main gun needs to cool down and recharge. but Antoine suspected an ambush. Of course, you can't tell the Empire at this point. Or what if he doesn't get on? A new weapon? It wasn't long ago that rumors came out from within the Empire that the Federation might have a new type of weapon. And it was this new type of weapon that took out Major Berkeley. Could it be that this is the new weapon? If it was, he would like to see if this new weapon was really as powerful as the legend or if it was blown out of proportion. He glanced at Antoine, who was following him, and didn't say this out loud, lest he scare the timid mercenary away. What new weapons? I think you're making excuses for your own cowardice. Antoine smiled awkwardly. So, my lord, what do we do? The Imperial commander didn't want to waste time here. Alright, you guys can come out and launch an attack. We'll do it together from here. Yes. Antoine hung up his comms and told his minions to slow down a bit, waiting for the Imperial starships to get into range of each other before he slowly and leisurely set out towards the front. Meanwhile, the whole of the Evangelion was ready. Commander, 3 Imperial T-2 class destroyers are in range. Commander, 6 of Sennin's starships are on the move, and they're all attacking towards us together. The only thing we can do at the moment is to retreat towards 12 o'clock, but doing so would take us deep inside the Empire, while the Qing Yun and the Xiang would lose the protection of their satellites. The crowd looked up at Zhao as they waited for him to give the order. Whether they advance or retreat, they will perform unconditionally. The matter of command was left to Zhao. They just had to trust it. The entirety of the gospel ship had long been a single unit, and the one leading the charge was none other than Zhao. Even if Zhao would use Ziyang and Qing Yun as bait this time, it would be fine. They wouldn't feel any problems. Zhao sat in his seat and pondered. The Empire came faster than one would expect. While the opposite side seemed to look down on themselves and only sent 3 T-2 class starships, the Sennin side wiped out 2 ships. But with the addition of the Empire's 3, it was even stronger than before. Pulling back was impossible. It would not only give the road away, but even entering the interior of the Empire would be a wrap. Giving up Xiang and Qing Yun is also impossible. That left only one way to break out towards the Sennin or the Empire. Using limited forces to crush one side first, this situation would have been impossible, but the opponent had given himself the opportunity to maneuver this way by coming from both sides of the pack. Zhao raised his head having already decided. Su Shen, I'm going to break the Sennin down and crush them. What do you think, Su Min? Are we going to confront this head-on? Zhao nodded slightly. Our mission was to stop the Sinmin at the beginning, but I didn't expect the Empire to come so fast. Even if we repel the Empire this time, it will still come next time. It's simply impossible to really hold out for 7 days. Since that's the case, let's beat and crush Sun Min so that he won't be able to go to the northern war zone, and our mission will be accomplished. Su Xin smiled. This matter would probably make Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu giggle if he knew. I told you to fight a blockade, but you made it a war of annihilation? Commander, we support you unconditionally. Su Huan laughed out loud. Guarding is too much of a loser. I think this annihilation battle is quite good. Good. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Zhao Yi began to give the battle plan. Su Yao, your Qingyan ship will rotate around the satellite to avoid a head-on battle with the Empire's destroyers. Yes. The holographic projection came from a Su Yao figure nodding desperately. Su Huan, on behalf of leading divine might to support Qing Yun, it's best not to use dark matter. This thing might attract the attention of the Empire if you use it. Yes. Understood. Evangelion reorient. Let's hit the Sennin. The shields should hold. We have to crush them before they run out of shield energy. Yes. The 3 starships began to move. Xiang and Qing Yun adjusting their direction according to the positions of the 3 Imperial starships, always leaving the other side without an angle to attack with their main cannons. It's just hide and seek. The Evangelion, on the other hand, flew towards the Sennin. Antoine was dumbfounded. He had seen the power of the gospel before. Why is this ghost-like thing flying towards you? There's obviously a much closer Imperial destroyer over there. So how come they're onto them? Get the fuck out of here. I'm just trying to get by. Antoine rushed to connect with the Imperials. My lord, the opposite side has moved and is coming our way. Just come over here. You guys fight. My lord, you have to back us up, or we'll be in deep shit. The Imperial commander rolled his eyes. There had to be a limit even if they were trash. There was only one starship on the other side, and they were actually asked to go to support it? Are you kidding me? You were asked to come here to assist the Empire in its fight. Now how come you've become a liability instead? You guys hang in there, don't let him get away. We'll come back to support you after we go wipe out the other 2 starships behind the satellite. With that said, the Imperial commander closed the communication. This time, not a single Federation starship will escape. Captain Al, we can't aim at the starships on the other side. They seem to be intentionally avoiding us. Captain Al sneered. What model of their starship do we know yet? I don't know. The scout plane we sent was wiped out by the fighters on the other side. And warplanes? Yes. Or a fighter that doesn't exist in the database. Haven't encountered one yet, but it could be a T2 class fighter. Al nodded slightly. That means at least one on the opposite side is a star carrier. It's a big guy. Even without shields it can withstand the main guns a few times, but an unprotected star carrier is a living target. Captain, shall we give chase? Chase? Since they're hiding from us, let them know what they're capable of. Snowy, you go after them in a clockwise direction, and we too go after them in a counterclockwise direction. I'll see how they can hide. Yes. After a pause, the henchman continued. But there's something fishy about this. The people of the Federation shouldn't be letting T2 class starships and fighters into the Empire's territory. Shouldn't we talk to Commander Gustav about this? Captain Air shook his head. Forget it. Commander Gustav has a lot of work to do day in and day out. The entire situation in the north is under his control. Let's not bother him with this small matter. Yes. The 3 starships split into 2 groups near the satellite, with one starship blocking ahead and the remaining 2 chasing from behind. No matter how much it hid, it would be found by the destroyer. Su Yao, how is the situation on your side? Zhao Yi, who realized something was wrong, found Su Yao. The opposite side has split their troops in 2. It seems like they don't want us to hide. Su Yao was a little nervous, but had already thought of a countermeasure. What are you going to do? Su Yao spoke up. Originally, I would have been forced to separate myself from the gospel if the 3 ships had come in one direction, but now that they've split in 2 just gives me a chance. I'm going to follow the Evangelion and sink one of the star destroyers blocking the way first. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. It just so happens that the Qingyang is still missing a first kill, so I'll leave it to you. Understood. There were now 70 Godwinners, a decent fighting force. The T2 class starships were indeed strong, but against the bombardment of such a large number of T2 class starfighters, they simply couldn't hold out for long. Whoosh! All the starfighters came out of their cabins, their target naturally being the destroyer that had fallen behind. Star destroyers are fast and hard-armored, but don't have very much relative firepower and not many secondary guns. They wanted to take on the star carrier head-on and hard, and that depended on whether the other side gave it a chance or not. Captain Al, we're getting closer to the other side. Good. I see the radar shows them heading in the direction you are. Be careful. Yes. Just after hanging up the comms, the Snowy realized that a starfighter had appeared in the universe. They flew in neat flying columns, launching constant attacks with their spiraling electromagnetic cannons. A ripple spread across the surface of the snow. At this point, the white snow hadn't realized the gravity of the situation, and was ready to turn on its shields to stare down the fighters' attacks to find the green cloud. The star carrier's strengths are in annihilation and long-range support harassment, and while it uses this satellite as a shield, it also leaves it with no way to run. The corners of the Snowy's commanding officer's mouth turned up slightly. The 2 dots on the screen were actually approaching towards themselves. What a death wish! Although I don't know what model the other starship is, but I think it must be a T1 class starship, otherwise it would have fought them head-on long ago. As to hide in the east, the Senin on the other side went crazy when they saw the Evangelion speeding over. Full of you, don't come over here. Lord, we're going to be in the opponent's range. What now? The mercenaries of the Senin were emboldened. Their range is much longer than ours. Are we retreating or attacking? Antoine took a deep breath. Retreat was not an option now. You can only move forward against opposing fire. If the other side retreated, they'd be attacked by an Imperial starship. It would be better if they ran away from somewhere else. They weren't going to chase this strange starship in the first place. Charge! The entirety of the Simian mercenaries prayed silently. It's as if it's a lottery mode, and whoever gets drawn by the opposite side of the lottery is dead. The universe once again lit up with a light. The light was fired from the Evangelion's main gun, and although the frigate desperately intercepted it, the T1 class starship without its energy shield was as good as paper mache, and blossomed into a brilliant flower in the universe. This flower is called death. The men on the T1 class destroyer died before they could react. Antoine has a steady brain. A good fleet of his own had already lost 3 ships before he even reached his assigned position. Now, he's going to show the other guy what's up. Give me a shot. Do you really think we're soft? Yes. The remaining 5 starships, with the exception of 1 star carrier, had their main guns blasting towards the gospel. Die for me. 4 rays of light flew off in different directions, and the entire universe was lit up. Antoine had a hideous expression on his face. If I wasn't worried about an ambush, would I be afraid of you? How dare you come out up here, simply looking for death? On the other side, the destroyer Snowy was slowly realizing something was wrong after being attacked by starfighters. How is this airplane's attack so swift? How is this speed so fast? How is this firepower as if it's inexhaustible? The ripples on the outside of the energy shield were one after another, as if it was raining. The crowd of the Snowy was emboldened in the starship. Rumble. After a loud bang, the entire ship began to tremble, a sign that the energy shield was about to break. Captain Al, we're under heavy attack and the energy shields are about to fail. Al was startled in his starship. What's going on? Did you encounter 2 other starships? No, there are starfighters attacking us. Counterattack, blow them down with the secondary artillery. Hold on, we'll be there in a minute. The secondary cannons on the snow never stopped attacking, but these fighters are like ghosts that can't be hit at all. The only one that hit was still deflected by the energy shield. More than 70 fighters, all T2 class. This configuration is too strong. Is this really not the Federation's main starship? Rumble. After another loud bang, the snow's energy shield broke, revealing the protective armor inside. Suhwan smiled faintly. Dare a starship to come in the way. Sisters, let them know how powerful we are. An energy laser struck the Snow White, and the entire starship continued to emit explosions and fire. When the Shin Megami Tensei is low on ammo or not enough energy, it will go back to the Qingyun to consolidate. That's the advantage of a star carrier. Before you even see it, it can launch an attack on you via starfighters and also replenish the fighters with ammo. The snow! Al froze in place as he watched the dot of light on the screen disappear. No way. A star destroyer was blown away that fast. That's a little bit of power for a starfighter. Captain, the snow is gone. What do we do? Chase. The Sannin on the other side are coming over. I'll see where they run. Yes, as long as we find each other, we can attack the star carrier with particle beam cannons. The Snowy's revenge must be avenged, but only if the Sannin can keep from retreating. Hold them off at the front. Suyao looked at the signal on the screen and smiled slightly. Su Huan, good job. Hey, that's for you to say. Su Huan still hadn't adapted to the fact that Suyao, this little girl, had become his top boss. Xing Yun and Zi Yang adjusted their direction. How they chased towards the gospel. Yes. Antoine's smile came to an abrupt end in the Sannin star carrier. Lord, the other side doesn't seem to be doing anything. Ha? Antoine was confused. How did this happen? He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The main guns on his side had clearly hit the opposite side, but the signal from the opposite side didn't disappear. No way. Impossible. Are you sure the previous attack has hit the opposite side? The underhanded junior hurriedly said. It must have hit. The other party's energy signal is so big, it's impossible that it would miss. And even if one of the attacks misses, the rest will still be able to penetrate a T2 level energy shield now. Unless what? Unless their starships aren't T2 class. Hiss. Antoine sucked in a cool breath. If the starship wasn't a T2 class, then it all made sense. This thing is T3 rated. That's why it was able to hit them from so far away. And that's why it was able to be hit unharmed. Is this something ungodly that you've invoked? Damn it. Antoine hammered the table violently. It's actually a T3 class starship, and it was playing piggyback to run backwards at first. We all fell for it. The Empire is making us cannon fodder. Didn't they say that the Empire's T3 class starships won't be on the front lines? This must be the Empire lying to us. Lord, what do we do now? We just detected that the other side is still coming at us. We don't know who will hit with the next main salvo. What are we going to do? Antoine roared. Fuck the Empire. Let's retreat. Yes. The crowd was waiting for this order, and at this time had long since adjusted their direction to run towards the back, silently praying in their hearts that the other party must not come after them. Can't you just not go yourself? On the gospel. The crowd was pleasantly surprised to see Semin running. The energy shield did block all of the opponent's attacks, but not much more could be withstood. If the other side chose to go hard and release their starfighters at the same time, the Evangelion would be sunk after firing its main guns twice at most. But Sami's not going to do it. It's time to run. Commander, should we fire again? They've escaped, but we can still prepare one more if we follow. The gunner on the Evangelion asked. Joey shook his head. Forget it. If we push them to the brink, they might have to fight us. The crowd laughed out loud at this. This mission was quite treacherous at first, but I didn't realize that these mercenaries only knew how to run. In which case I wouldn't have to guard this place for a week. I wonder if LT. Colonel Lin Fu would be dumbfounded if he knew about this. Commander, the green cloud and the purple sun are right behind us. Suyao, she destroyed the destroyer? Yes, but the other 2 destroyers are right behind them. What do we do? Should we take out the other 2 together? Joey shook his head. Tell them to close in on us, don't get attached. Let's go back to the Federation. Taking them out wastes time, not to mention potentially attracting more fleets. Yes, as long as Sin Min didn't appear in the Northern War Zone, then one's mission would be considered complete. And the Federation side wouldn't be able to make things difficult for Su Xian and the girls even if they wanted to. Inside the Imperial Destroyer, Captain L was furious to learn that the Sannin had retreated. He had lost a starship and was about to bag the Federation. And the Sannin ran away? They actually retreated. These mercenaries really are all unreliable. Connect me to Sumin. Yes. After a while, the Imperial soldier shook his head and said, the other side has refused all connectivity. It seems they are insistent on leaving this battlefield. Damn it! Captain Al slammed his fist down on the table. Not only had this mission not been accomplished, but he'd had a loss. It's just a strange shame. Captain, what do we do? Immediately connect to Commander Stevens in the Northwest Theater. Yes, the figure of Commander Stevens, commander of the Northwest Theater of Operations, appeared before Captain Al's eyes. Of the 3 war zones, Stevens is by far the most laid back. There is no way to launch an attack at this time because of the deployment of the Northwest Theater of Operations. Although the Queen had only given him 3 months, it was still early. As long as progress is made in the Northern Theater, there will be much less pressure on him to follow up with an attack. Al, wanted to see me about something? There are 3 Federation starships fleeing towards the Northwest Battle Zone. Please ask Commander Stevens to assist in the containment. A Federation starship? How did it get here? Al briefly told them what had happened, and that they had been ordered to come over for support because Sumin had been stopped. I didn't realize that Sanin had actually run away and cost them a snowship. Stephen sighed after hearing this. I've long said that these mercenaries are unreliable, but Her Majesty is too persistent. Instead of giving any help this time, the Sanin have caused our empire to suffer. Captain Al was also a bit resentful. Yes, that's the way it is. Now that the Federation starship just ran away, I'm afraid it's going to take a bit of time if I try to catch up even though I can. Not to mention the fact that there are starfighters nearby that are harassing me and slowing me down. Stevens took a sip of his coffee. Let me check. There just happens to be 3 fleets from our Northwest Theater nearby, just in time to be used for the mission. That would be great. Thanks for the support of the commander. Talk about support. We're both going against the Federation. Hanging up the comm, Captain Al smiled slightly. Let's see where you're going to run this time. On the Evangelion, the silver-haired girl in charge of detection shouted in alarm. Commander, it's bad. There are more than 30 starships on the opposite side approaching us. More than 30 ships? Zhaoyi hurriedly came to the screen. And sure enough, he saw quite a few points of light around him. They were all around him, and there was still an hour to go before they would come across each other. Actually came so many? Suaxian was also a bit surprised. The other party was definitely going to get themselves killed. Commander, there are starships coming at us from all sides. Even the Evangelion has no way to block so many attacks, not to mention the fact that we have the Qingyun and the Xiang following behind us. Zhaoyi nodded slightly. Indeed, the encirclement on the opposite side is constantly shrinking. We simply can't rush through if we move forward. What about it? Zhao Yi's expression was grave. Since returning to the Federation from the Northwest Warzone won't work, then we'll have to go to the Northern Warzone, reach the Northern Theater first, and then return to Shapeleator from within the Federation in the Northern Theater. But, we don't know if our energy crystals can last for such a long voyage. Suaxian was slightly worried. Zhao Yi sighed. We can only take one step at a time. The Northwest Warzone has all these fleets idle because there is nothing to fight for, but there is almost nothing in the Northern Warzone that can stop and besiege us, as long as we don't get close to the Empire's inhabited stars. Yes. Zhao Yi connected to Su Huan and Su Yao. Su Yao, adjust the direction and head towards the Northern Warzone from the Gran Han star field. Understood. Su Yao didn't ask why. She just had to carry out her mission. Su Huan, fire dark matter energy and destroy the thrusters of the 2-star destroyers behind you. Yes. Su Huan flew his fighter towards the Imperial destroyer under the cover of the other Divine Might fighters. All that could be seen was that the starship's energy shields were still on, but there was an explosion where the thrusters had been. Captain Al was confused when he heard the explosion coming from the starship. What the hell? How did the thrusters explode? The men under his command hurriedly investigated the starship's situation. I don't know. The energy shields are fine, but the thrusters are broken. It seems that someone has tampered with them. Arms and legs? Captain Al stared slightly. All those present are Imperials. Is there a spy in there? It shouldn't be, even if there are Federation spies in the middle of the Empire. But now that we all know that the Federation is not working, it is not looking for death to choose to jump out at this time instead of choosing to be clear. Report. Say, the destroyer Blazing Sun's thrusters are damaged. There's no way to be in pursuit. What? The other destroyer was damaged as well? Captain Al had a feeling that things weren't that simple this time. Yes, there appears to be an internal problem, the details of which will have to be investigated. Captain, what do we do now? The anger on El was immense. It was certainly no coincidence that 2-star destroyers were having problems at the same time. There must be something going on. Can the thrusters still be fixed? How long will it take? The spare thrusters are being replaced now, but it's expected to take half an hour as well, and the spare ones are a bit lacking on top of their speed. Damn it, Captain. Air was so furious that for half an hour he did not know where the opposite side had run to. However, The good thing was that the other party was within the Empire's territory, so as long as they sailed at maximum speed it wouldn't be difficult to detect it. Repair it as soon as possible. Let them run for half an hour first, and I'll see how they get out of Commander Stevens' circle. Yes. At that moment, another Imperial soldier reported, Captain Al, just now we detected 3 starships from the other side adjusting their direction. Where are they going? They're starting to head toward the northern theater of operations, which we could have blocked. But now, Al realized that this must be the work of the Federation fighters. It's in preparation for their retreat. Stevens' fleet was in the northwest theater of operations rushing to do a siege, and it was impossible to catch up with them. Captain Al, they're already behind us. Damn it, contact Commander Gustav immediately. Yes, Gustav was studying the battle situation in the war room. The situation in the northern theater was now very scorching, but with the support of the northwestern theater, they would be able to tear a big hole in the opponent's defensive circle. It's a race against time. Whether their fleet was in position first or the Federation's, the northern theater of war will take a brilliant result this time. Commander, Captain Al is requesting a connection. Pick it up. Gustavo took his seat and a holographic projection of Al appeared in front of him. It's done? How many starships in the Federation? Ha? 3. 3 ships? Gustav frowned slightly. So these 3 starships are making quite a scene. Who's the commander across the street? No. Don't know. The database isn't there? No. They're all brand new starships. Haven't encountered them before. Gustav just casually asked. Since there isn't one, forget it. Will Senman's fleet be able to arrive on time? In 5 days, we'll be launching a general attack. The Federation sent quite a few fleets over this time as well. But as long as we act first, it won't help if they rush over. As for the Blood Wolves, they were originally given to Stevens, but since they've run into the northern war zone, Her Majesty has asked me to clean them up, and this time they won't be able to fly. Captain Al was embarrassed. The mercenaries of the Simian people can no longer be contacted. They are expected to have run away. What? Gustav almost jumped up. What the hell? How did they run away? Could it be that they don't want the money anymore? Although mercenaries are unreliable in their work, they have always held their credibility in high regard. Hey, they were crumpled by a Federation starship, and so far we've lost 1 starship as well, and 2 others have lost power. Gustav wondered if he had heard wrong. What the hell is going on? Tell me properly. Here's the thing. Al spelled out what had happened, and listened to Gustav in awe. So there's no damage to the Federation starships, but instead our side of the Senin has been crushed and the snow is gone? Gustav's eyes went wide. This thing is too mysterious. Yes, Commander Stevens had wanted to intercept it, but the other party had already adjusted its direction and ran towards the northern battle zone. Commander Gustav, there's something fishy about this starship. I suspect they really do have a new type of weapon. Otherwise there's no way my 2 starships could have just happened to push through at the same time to get damaged. Enough. Gustav was too angry to speak. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. All my starships here are at the front line. I don't have time to help you catch rats. You too, return to your assigned position and await your punishment by court-martial. But Gustav didn't want to be listening to Al's explanation. Together with Sumin's 8 starships, there were a total of 11 starships going to encircle the other side's 3 starships. Not only did he lose 4 starships, but he was even being chased. Shame on you. This is something Al is too good to talk about and too embarrassed to listen to himself. Never mind. Let's think about the Northern Theater. Sammin won't be able to make it, but the Northern Theater will still be on the offensive. Does the Federation think the Blood Wolf mercenaries can hold out for a while? No way. He's on his own now. That ha ha ha. Captain Al hung up the phone irritated. I can't believe you're calling me incompetent. This Gustav guy has no idea what's going on here. The other side must have newer weapons or they couldn't have destroyed our thrusters. Captain, so we're going back now? Go back? Al sneered. Going back now is just looking for death. Not only is the mission not accomplished but also heavy losses. What about us? If we want to stay alive we have to get these 3 starships from the Federation. Gustav doesn't believe that the other side has the newer weapons. So let's find them and punch him in the face. The men under his command didn't expect Al to give that order. But the other side's firepower is no worse than ours. What we already know now is a starship with a powerful main gun and a star carrier. These 2 alone are not something we can handle. Not to mention we can't keep up with their speed. Al smiled slightly. Yes, normally. But they're going to the Northern Theater of Operations probably through the planet Zeta B7. The Death Star? Al nodded. That's right. The Zeta B7 star is very special. All energy shields, thrusters, main guns, and fighters are all inoperable within its range. And there's no way to get past it other than rowing through it with inertia. And we'll be playing landing games with them there. Aren't they great? I want to see if their melee combat is as good as their starships. The men under his command grimaced. Zeta B7 is indeed such a planet. That's why it's called the Death Star. People usually choose to go around, or who knows what might happen when they pass by. But what if they don't go through? If you want to go to the northern war zone, this is the fastest way. And if they really don't go through, then you'll have to go back. Al finished and looked at the crowd. Do you have any questions? The crowd thought about it for a moment. And it seemed that whether or not the Federation starships arrived at Zeta B7, they had nothing to lose to them. We listened to the captain. Okay, first repair the thrusters, then we'll take the Imperial Interstellar shipping lanes and be able to get to Zeta B7 one step faster them. Yes, Evangelion. Su Xin was always relieved to see no pursuers behind her. Commander, they're not chasing us anymore. Are we going back to the Northern Theater or to the Northwestern Theater now? Let's go to the Northern War Zone first. Going back is going to be besieged again. They won't let us go so easily. Yes. Joey slumped back in his chair and sighed in relief. This mission wasn't as hard as he thought it would be. It seemed to be accomplished with a bit of ease. In the end, it was his own strength that had become stronger. The Federation doesn't realize that they have 2 other starships, and that these things are their own. Joey now had an idea that was to expand his strength while hiding it so that he could be useful at critical moments. Connect me to the commander. Yes. At this point the LT, Colonel, is still shapely in meeting. After the Imperial fleet in the Northwest Theater was transferred, their good days were kind of over. Not only did he allow Zhao Yi to carry out a certain death combat mission, but he also shifted the battlefield. Peace has finally come to the Northwest Theater. Well, let's work on what we're going to have for dinner first, shall we? Every time we eat in one place, why don't we try somewhere else? A different place? How many places can a shapely person eat? Otherwise, let's go to the nearby Behemoth Star. It's at least a food-producing star. There's a lot of good food there. I think it's fine. We didn't have a chance to leave Shillador before in order to fend off the Imperial invasion day in and day out. And now that we have the time, we must relax and unwind. The crowd finished laughing. LT, Colonel, Lin Fu was speechless for a while. He had asked them to come over to discuss about the production of armaments and material preparation. Although the Empire had shifted its energies to the Northern Theater of War, the shapely NATO had to be prepared. And this place was the gateway to the interior of the Federation from the Northwest. Why are we suddenly talking about what we're having for dinner? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, what do you think? Yuan Jianye asked with a smile. I can do both. Commander, you're not worried about the Evangelion, are you? What's there to worry about? They're all dead if the mission isn't accomplished. What does it matter to us how the Northern Warzone is doing? The mission is accomplished. They can't possibly accomplish it. The speaker laughed out loud. The others around him gave a thumbs up, which was exactly right. The crowd conferred loudly, a way of screwing over one of their own that they had long since gotten used to. Not to mention the fact that the other party was a silver-haired girl who could have died a long time ago. LT, Colonel, Lin Fu gave the crowd a look. This federation was truly incorrigible. From Elder Qian on down, everyone is a pedant. LT, Colonel, Lin Fu, Evangelion Zhao Yi requesting connection. Zhao Yi, counting the time they should already be at Hughes Star, right? Maybe they've already run into each other with Mori Min's people and want to ask for backup. Ha ha. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu spoke faintly. Take it in. In his heart, he was a bit puzzled. It was reasonably impossible for Zhao Yi's character to ask for help from the Federation, because he knew that the Alliance wouldn't save him. Not to mention that they were in Imperial territory. Even if Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu wanted to. A projection of Zhao Yi appeared in front of the crowd. Zhao Yi looked at so many people in the conference room and laughed. All of you officers are really taking care of things day in and day out. Every time I see you dealing with official business, it really makes us admire you. The crowd scratched their heads a little embarrassed. Just now they were discussing where to go for dinner. Zhao Yi laughed coldly in his heart as he watched the crowd react. Zhao Yi, just say what's going on. Yuan Jianye said irritably. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, we are being targeted by the Imperial fleet. Zhao Yi turned his head to report to Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, completely ignoring Yuan Jianye. A smile appeared at the corners of the crowd's mouths. Sure enough, it was discovered by the Empire. Come to think of it, there's nothing wrong with lurking on Hughes. Just be careful and you'll be fine. But to stop Sumin you can't not fight. As soon as you fight, doesn't the Empire know? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu lowered his face and sighed. I told you not to go before. Now you know the trouble, right? So, you guys want backup? Zhao Yi shook his head. It's not about support. We're traveling from Hughes Star to the Empire's Northern Theater. So we probably won't be communicating after that in case the Empire intercepts our calls. Leave Hughes Star? The crowd stood up violently upon hearing this. Zhao Yi, what do you want to do? Disobeying military orders. Is that it? Your mission was to block the support of the Sinmin mercenaries, and you actually fled from the battlefield. Do you know that this is a capital offense? really tired of living. Not only you. All those self-propelled weapons will be forced to be scrapped. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu didn't say anything. Zhao Yi didn't want to do such a reckless thing. Is there something to hide? Zhao Yi smiled. You don't have to worry about that. Officers, I wouldn't be as shameless as some people. The Sannin have already been routed by us. They won't be going to the northern war zone. Fart. Yuan Jianya jumped out. You really dare to say that? The Evangelion is at best a pseudo T2 class starship. The other side is a fleet of 8 starships. And you still routed them? It's a big deal that you were able to intercept it for half a day. Zhao Yi laughed coldly. So the officer also knows that we are only pseudo T2 class starships. So what exactly is the point of having us here? Do you guys think that the Evangelion has no way to intercept it? Now you guys don't believe us when we say we've crushed the other side? Yuan Jianye was filled with rage. Zhao Yi, you are a federal soldier. You only need to carry out your officer's orders. You don't need to ask why. So I'll say what I said earlier. The Sannin have been crushed by us, mission accomplished. Now we're heading to the Northern Theater for a circuitous return. Any questions? Yuan Jianye was so angry that he couldn't speak. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu spoke up. Alright. Since you said you've completed your mission, how will you handle it if Sun Min shows up in the Northern War Zone? The crowd looked up at Zhao Yi upon hearing this. They simply didn't believe that Zhao Yi would be able to crush Sun Min. Where's the hullabaloo? A starship against a fleet of starships and chasing people? If the Sannin show up in the Northern War Zone, we at the Evangelion are willing to take the consequences. Good. Before Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu could say anything, Yuan Jianye stood up. This is what you said. Military orders are like mountains. If Sun Min appears in the Northern War Zone, it will be your responsibility for the gospel. Don't complain when the time comes. That's natural. Zhao Yi's chin flicked up, slightly arrogant. Fine. Then we'll wait and see. Lin Fu stepped forward and said, You said you were spotted being pursued by the Empire? Yes. Alright then, I'll leave the on-site command to you guys. And then you can link up with us when you get to the Northern Theater of the Federation. Yes. Yuan Jianye added. Don't think about letting 9,844 them escape. According to the guilt by association system, if they escape there are people who will take the blame for her. Don't worry. I've only heard of runaway feds, not runaway silver-haired girls. Zhao Yi finished with a meaningful smile. This pissed off the crowd so much that they felt their faces burning. If the shapely multi really can't hold out, they're definitely going to run. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked at the crowd with a hint of a smile. Alright, let's ignore him and think about where to eat. As we were talking, an officer walked in and said, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, we have a situation. Situation? What situation? Sammy quit. What? The crowd was shocked and had extremely rich expressions. There's shock, there's confusion, and there's dumbfoundedness. Sumin really quit? Yes. According to the news released by the Sannin just now, they have withdrawn from the Empire in preparation for traveling to other planets. And this news seems to be for our Federation to show that they have been neutralized. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They even laughed at Zhao Yi when he said it before. A turn of the head, this is actually true. The crowd was wide-eyed and speechless for a moment. It doesn't make sense. They sent Evangelion to die, not to take credit. LT. Colonel Lin Fu looked at the crowd and applauded. Good thing. Now that the Sannin aren't going to the Northern War Zone or even quit the Empire, it's a lot easier for the Northern War Zone and the Federation. The crowd laughed awkwardly. It's true that the Northern War Zone is a lot easier, but what does it have to do with them? They're not from the Northern War Zone. Instead, I feel a little ashamed. The gospel scrapping time is long overdue and they're slapping them in the face over and over again. Time and time again. I've survived. Humph. Yuan Jianye snorted coldly and pushed his chair away from the conference room. The whole meeting ended hastily and there was no whereabouts of what to eat in the evening. On the gospel. Su Xian and the others laughed out loud as they watched Zhao Yi dislike him back. Su Huan laughed out loud. I've only seen fleeing federals. I've never seen a fleeing silver-haired maiden. Commander, you really dare to say that? Zhao Yi spread both hands. I'm just being honest. Saran spoke up. It makes me uncomfortable every time we fight to protect the Federation people. But knowing that there are still people like the commander in the Federation makes me feel like our previous sacrifices and efforts were worth it. Zhao Yi looked at the many silver-haired girls in front of him. They were all cloned and the paths they took were planned by the Federation. Do you have any memories of what you used to do? Before? You mean after you went to war? The silver-haired girl wondered. We just remember growing up in an orphanage where we had to do different things every day and were punished if we couldn't finish. Yeah, there were quite a few sisters there when we left, and I don't know what happened to them. Looking at the longing of the many silver-haired girls, Zhao Yi did not continue. Their sisters should all be on the battlefield already. The newly grown silver-haired girl couldn't even save it before she started using it. Keep an eye on the movements. In the end we are in the Empire's territory. Yes, 2 days later, the Evangelion was moving through the Empire as usual, though both had avoided the Empire's inhabited planets ahead of time, taking remote roads. I wonder if the food is a little better than before. The silver-haired girls were even prettier than before, both in tone and face. Zhao Yi can see beautiful scenery wherever he goes. Commander, the Zeta B7 star is just ahead of us. In 2 days' time we'll be in the northern war zone of the Empire. Su Xian walked to Zhao Yi to report. Zhao Yi nodded blankly while thinking of other things in his mind. That's the advice LT. Colonel Lin Fu gave him earlier. It was obvious that LT. Colonel Lin Fu and the others were ready to subvert the entire Federation and pull him in. Of course, their purpose wouldn't be to liberate the entire silver-haired girl as they themselves had done. This was just their process, or what they had to do for their goal. Are they really in it for the power, or are they in it to save the Union as they say they are? Either way, the persecution of the silver-haired girl won't stop when the situation stabilizes. The new Federation still won't leave the silver-haired girl alone. Commander? Su Xian wondered next to him. She didn't think the commander actually had moments of distraction. Zhao Yi came back to his senses and took a step backward when he saw Su Xian's face close at hand. What's wrong? Leaning so close? Su Xian was suspicious for a while, her small face with a hint of redness. I see what the commander is thinking. Nothing. Where are we? In a few moments we'll be on Zeta B7, a special planet where our starships will. Before the words were out of his mouth, the entire starship's thrusters shut down. Even the main guns and energy shields were rendered useless. The silver-haired girl inside the ship didn't feel strange, knowing this would happen after learning about the Zeta B7 star. Su Xian shrugged. That's what happens to our starships. We'll just have to rely on our previous inertia to get past them next. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. This reminds me of what happened on planet V12. At that time I was still new to Evangelion and you guys kinda rejected me. The crowd broke out into smiles at that. In the twinkling of an eye, so much time has passed. Su Xian nodded slightly. Yes, at that time we thought we had a commander who was sent to his death, but we didn't expect you to bring us back alive. Zhao Yi looked around the room. What are the things you would have done if you had completed 5 years to regain your citizenship? The crowd froze slightly, then shook their heads with bitter smiles. There won't be such a day. What if? Look on the bright side of everything. Even if we did, we would still continue to join the army. Su Xian said seriously. This was beyond Zhao Yi's expectations. I thought you guys would find a peaceful place to live on. Haven't you fought enough? Su Xian explained. That's because our whole life has been prepared for war. Suddenly calming down would be uncomfortable instead. Not to mention the fact that we don't know how to do anything else but fight. Whether or not we will be reinstated, we will be in the military until we die in battle. Yeah, it's okay to take it easy once in a while, but if I stop and have nothing to do, I'll think of my sisters who fought alongside us, and the only way not to mess with that is to be on the edge of life and death all the time. The crowd nodded their heads, which made Zhao Yi feel a little emotional. At their age they should be uninhibited, and now they have to paralyze themselves with war. Commander, it has been a very happy time with you, so when the day comes that we are no longer here, you will have to live well on your own. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes, saying such unlucky words. Blah blah blah. Just then, an alarm began to sound inside the ship. Zhao Yi stood up violently and said, "What's going on?" "Report, Commander. 2 starships are approaching us." "Close to us?" Zhao Yi was slightly stunned. "That's not right. Aren't all the planetary thrusters within the confines of this planet stopped? How is it that there are still people who can get close to us? The ones on the opposite side don't seem to be planetary thrusters." Zhao Yi came to the window and really saw a huge star destroyer. The thing was a behemoth even after a closer look, and it had the Empire's logo on it. Zhao Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Wasn't this the same Imperial starship that had come to catch up with them in Hugh's star? Why is it here? "Commander, we have one on our flank." "2? That's right. One of the 3 starships had been taken out by himself. It was these 2 that were left. But how did they get ahead of themselves when their planetary engines were clearly destroyed?" "Commander, they're starting to approach us. Don't worry. Their main cannons and energy shields are equally inoperable. Prepare to jump, gang war." "Yes." Zhao Yi stared at the starship outside. If it were normal, it would have been impossible for them to get this close to themselves, and they would have been destroyed long ago. The Zeta B7 star gave them that chance, but only a chance. They can't beat the gospel at long range, and they can't beat it even more in melee. These guys are just giving themselves away. Rumble. After a loud bang, the metal armor on both sides of the Evangelion was pierced and several corridors began to connect. Su Yao and Su Wan and the others in the front were anxious. They could only see through the windows that the gospel behind them was being attacked, but there was nothing at all they could do about it. What to do? The Evangelion's been attacked, and it'll be hours before we can cross Zeta B7. It's fine. They definitely can't beat Sister Suxin and the commander. If it were usual, they would have rushed up to them without a second thought, but now all they could do in their hearts was to pray silently. Captain Al laughed when he saw the connection was successful. Whatever new weapons you have, everyone is the same here. Let's show you the spirit of the Imperial soldiers' bravery. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes. The corridors began to open and Imperial soldiers and combat droids swarmed the area. They were stunned when they reached the interior of the Evangelion. And there was no one on the other side? No one guards this section of the porch bridge. Strange. Where are they, people? Don't they want their own starships? There doesn't seem to be any movement on the other side either. Are they hiding? Ha ha. They say that the silver-haired girl is a prima donna, but it turns out that she's still afraid of us? The crowd laughed out loud with a hint of triumph in their tone. If they could defeat these 3 starships, they would surely receive a commendation when they returned. It wouldn't be a dream to fly high if you could find the legendary new weapon in. Al came up from behind him. I thought the 2 starships that were hidden were something, but it turns out there was a repair ship among them. What a laugh. No, they were really intimidated by them at the time. Or is Captain Al good enough to ambush them here to give them no way out? Al sneered. Well, most of their personnel should be on the star carrier. Quickly blow up this spaceship. Wait until you're out of range of star Zeta B7 before you blow up the star carrier with your main guns. Yes. The gang quickly rushed towards the inside of the gospel, but there was no one anywhere we went. Strange. Where are their people? The crowd looked up at the command room in front of them, which remained empty. Originally, Al wanted to activate the self-destruct program, but the starship didn't exist in his database, and after drumming it up he couldn't find it. Horse, prepare me a bomb to blow up the inside of this starship. Yes. It didn't take long for the sound of a firefight to come from inside the starship. Al was shocked. What's going on? Where's the firefight? A soldier ran over in a panic and said, Captain, the silver-haired girl ran inside our starship. It was just a firefight with the soldiers who went back to get ready to pick up the explosives. Al was filled with confusion. One came to find them and they ran inside their starship from somewhere else. Ma'am, where are the people stationed in the starship? Let them block it. We'll wrap up from the back and finish them off from the inside. They've been killed in action. What? Al was full of disbelief. The people he had only brought here were all elites, and although some of them came to this Federation starship, the ones who stayed behind were enough to block for a while. Captain, Al, they're back from the kill, and they're bringing a lot of stuff with them. Al hurried out of the command room and saw the figure of the silver-haired Federation girl in the aisle. They were holding their starship's contents, equipment, energy, crystals, and lots of canned food. I'm Nima. Al crashed. He was looking for them inside this starship. They actually went to their starship to purchase, or $0 purchase. Suxin likewise saw the other party, and told the silver-haired girl who was carrying it to hide, piloting her own T2 class mech in front. A momentary, loud noise. All kinds of weapon lasers flew about, and the entire interior of the starship was in chaos. Although the mech's energy shield had no way to activate, the powerful firepower and hard shell still pressed the Imperials to lift their heads. How did they get such powerful mechs? This can't be their new weapon, can it? Captain Al, we can't sink it. Retreat to command headquarters. Wait for support from another starship. Yes. Captain Al led the men back to the command room and hastily closed the door behind them, all weapons staring at the door in front of them, not daring to breathe. Now that they were jammed, the only people they had to look up to were the men from the other star destroyer, who had traveled to the thrusters on a demolition mission. They'll come to their rescue when they're done. Unbeknownst to them, the people on the other side had long since been cleaned up by Sue Ransband. In the command room, Al looked at the door and gasped. It felt like something was choking her throat, a choking sensation. Is this what it feels like to die? The other Imperials were equally nervous. Dying in battle and waiting for death were 2 entirely different concepts. They could feel time ticking by, as if they could hear the sound of life ending. Cackle. A voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Looking back, the crowd was stunned. All that was seen was a strange thing burrowing out from behind them. It was holding the Starblade just in time to decapitate an Imperial soldier. Immediately afterward, the same half-sized robot appeared in the other direction. With a single stroke of the starry blade, an Imperial soldier was sliced in half. Al rushed his soldiers to return fire. All sorts of weapons struck towards the goddess, who hurriedly burrowed into the shadows. It broke the Imperials. What the hell is this? It's actually hiding in the shadows. In the entire universe, they had only heard of the Shadow Clan and the Bug Clan having similar abilities, and had never seen robots with such things. Shintan didn't give the crowd a chance to react. He jumped out from behind and mowed down 2 of them while they froze. The Imperial soldiers were in chaos. Every time they tried to attack, the droid in front of them disappeared and instead emerged from the floor, walls and even the ceiling on the other side. Al tried to report the scene, but there was no way to do so because Zeta B7 Star was blocking it. A new generation of mechs? Combat robots capable of diving into shadows. The Federation seemed to have quite a few things the Empire didn't know about, and March had warned the crowd. But everyone didn't care. The Empire will surely pay for its gullibility. Within moments, there was no movement in the command room. Su Xian piloted her mech in and frowned. He didn't have any regrets about the Imperials being dead. It was just that this site was a bit of a pain to clean up. After settling the Imperials, Zhao Yi and the others slowly moved all the useful things from the Imperial destroyer. Even useless things are disassembled into parts and later placed on the repair ship. After leaving the Zeta B7 star area, Su Yao and Su Wan hurriedly contacted Zhao Yi. It was always a relief to know that the crowd was okay. The repair ship sailed back to make repairs against the Evangelion. Zhao Yi looked at the things in the warehouse excitedly. Food and other things do not count. Just the materials from dismantling the 2D destroyers down will be able to make some God's mighty fighters in the making. But unfortunately, the Starfighter's T2 level energy core has already been used up. But never mind. They also got a lot of energy crystals. This isn't coming after them. This is a delivery. Commander, we've found quite a lot of delicious food. What's in here? Su Ran was excited as he held the can. Zhao Yi looked at it twice. It was an ordinary military can. Actually, the Union soldiers ate the stuff, but only the Union soldiers, not counting these silver-haired girls. Zhao Yi opened a can and handed it to Su Ran. Su Ran squinted and glanced at it, then sniffed it again like a kitten. This seems like meat. Yeah, it's pretty common on Federation starships. I just didn't realize you guys hadn't seen it yet. Su Ran explained. See, definitely seen. Is what is inside do not know. Eat? Hey. With Zhao Yi's permission, Su Ran pulled out a dagger and dug a bit up. This meat seems to have been treated. It has more flavor. Yeah. Zhao Yi was speechless for a while, not realizing that a canned food could make him so happy. Zhao Yi is ready to sneak in and develop, but doesn't seem to have a good helper. A few days later, the Blood Wolf mercenaries arrived at their designated location without any problems, and their mission was to hold back the Imperial side of the operation at the front line of the Northern War Zone. Blood Wolf looked at the news in his hands and smiled. It's amazing that Su Min quit the Empire so quickly, and although he didn't say why, just think about it and you'll know that he must have suffered a blow. Or was he smart enough to join the Federation early? Ha ha. Knock. Knock. Bloodwolf looked up at the door and said, Come in, Lord Bloodwolf. You're looking for us? Lord Ho brought some of his cadres to the T3 class starship where Bloodwolf was. Well, how are you guys doing with the arrangements you were told to make? Lord Ho looked at the Bloodwolf with some fear and inner apprehension. If the east window comes out, they're dead. Lord Ho, what's wrong with you? The Bloodwolf seemed to notice and asked with a hint of caution. Seeing this, the cadre next to him hurriedly explained. Hey, actually, both Lord Ho and I have some concerns. Worried? Tell me about it. The cadre explained. Lord Bloodwolf, we used to join the battle but we were all doing things like killing people and goods. Just be responsible for harassment, grabbing starships within the enemy country, committing crimes, burning and looting. As soon as the opposite side is chasing us we'll run, not only giving our employers a little help, but also drawing some of the fire. But there are still a handful of head-on battles like the one we're in now. Lord Ho pretended to nod his head when he saw this. Lord Bloodwolf, it's not that the brothers are afraid, it's that they don't understand. Bloodwolf nodded slightly. I understand if you guys think like this, but this is not the same as in the past, and there are many things that I can't tell you about joining the Federation, but I promise you that I will consider the well-being of each of my brethren. There's no way we're going to carry out some mission that's certain death. Then we naturally trust Lord Bloodwolf. The crowd laughed, while their hearts grew somber. The Bloodwolf Lord really did not care about their deaths, and this day seemed to have changed for the better. Either the Bloodwolf dies or they do. Lord Ho stepped forward and said, Lord Bloodwolf, according to your instructions, all fleets have arrived at their designated positions. Good. We can't be careless this time. Yes. Lord Ho continued. Lord Bloodwolf, I have a small suggestion here. Say, with the start of the war just around the corner, I suggest that we organize a feast this evening to treat the men and to give the crowd a boost of morale. Old Ho, your idea is good. I'll leave this matter to you guys. Make sure it's done properly. Bloodwolf didn't care at all. They mercenaries held a banquet every other day. Not to mention the fact that the Great War is now imminent. Yes, then we'll go. The smiles on the faces of several people changed abruptly after they left the Bloodwolf starship. It does seem like Lord Bloodwolf isn't going to care about us. And you say you're looking out for us. The Federation is pushing us into the fire, and Bloodwolf actually thinks it's normal. The cadre turned his head to look at Lord Ho and said, Lord Ho, don't be hesitant. The Bloodwolf has brought this upon himself. Since he is unkind to his brothers, don't blame us for being unrighteous to him. That's right, Lord Ho is all set, right? Ready to see the night. Night came, and the Blood Wolf Lord's T3 class starship, the Blood Wolf, was lit up with lights and wine. The entire hall was packed with mercenaries. They were drinking and talking and bragging so much that some of their eyes began to mist up. Lord Ho sat drinking with a few of his cadres, his eyes constantly glancing over to Bloodwolf at the main table. Everything was ready, and the next step was to get ready to do it. Lord Bloodwolf, I drink to you. Lord Ha stood up and raised his glass high, and Bloodwolf took it in response. Lord Bloodwolf, there is one thing I do not understand. Say it. I've heard people outside say that Lord Bloodwolf sold all of us to the Federation for favors. Is this true or false? The venue, which had been buzzing just a moment ago, fell silent. Everyone looked at Lord Ho in horror. When did this guy get so brave? He actually asked Bloodwolf this kind of question to his face? Is this because you don't want to die fast enough? The Blood Wolf's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lord Ho. This guy is a coward. It's not right to ask this question all of a sudden. Who said that? Lord Ho was inwardly apprehensive. But on the surface, he talked and laughed. No matter who said it, it's fine for Lord Bloodwolf to tell us if it's true. What if I were to say no? Since it's not, then I suggest leaving from where we're currently stationed. Helping the Federation is a dead end. Not to mention making us work for the Federation for a mere 500,000 energy crystals will inevitably make people think twice. For the sake of our brothers, we shouldn't get into this mess. Blood Wolf took out a cigarette and smoked it. He wanted to see what this guy Lao Ho wanted to do. I have to report back to you on what I do. Morning Biao next to Blood Wolf angrily cursed. Old Ho, you're fucking looking for death, aren't you? Lord Ho turned to look at the crowd behind him. I'm sure many of you are thinking what I'm thinking. Why are we helping the Federation? But Lord Bloodwolf has never given us an explanation. Did the guys feel the same way? The people below whispered. It was true that they didn't dare to question the Blood Wolf's decision. But when someone stood up and questioned it, that was a different story. Morning Biao was instantly furious, drawing his weapon and aiming it at Lord Ho. You're fucking looking for death? I'll do away with anyone who thinks like you. The person behind Lord Ho immediately stood out. Don't be angry, Lord Bloodwolf. How about this? Let's withdraw from this employment. Even if the Alliance wants us to lose money, the brothers are scared to death. If we run into the Empire, with the way the Federation handles things, they won't care about us. That's right, Lord Bloodwolf, think about it. Bloodwolf stood up and said, I read that you guys came out of the sea of corpses and blood with me, so I didn't do anything to you. Old Ho, who told you to do that? Just say it and it'll be fine. The Blood Wolf's eyes revealed cruelty and the indifference of a superior. Naturally he wouldn't let Old Ho go, but do himself a favor before he died. Old Ho felt as if he was beating a drum inside, but he still spoke. Blood Wolf, this is the opinion of all the brothers. You have the guts to kill us all. Looking for death. The Blood Wolf had always had a secret, and that was that half of his body was actually already a prosthetic limb, while his heart location was equipped with a T3 level mechanical core. Not only does it keep him safe, but it also grants him very strong abilities that even starship weapons may not be able to kill him. One could only see the Blood Wolf's hands continuously morphing, eventually turning into two long cannons, aiming at the Ho Lord, who was already trembling. Old Ho, don't! The Blood Wolf was just about to launch when he suddenly realized that he couldn't move his body. Impossible. How can a T3 level mechanical core be a problem? Only a cadre next to Old Ho was seen pulling out a shimmering object. Old Ho hurriedly leaned over and said, Crooked Mouth, is this really okay? It's fine. Or else the Blood Wolf's character would have let you live until now? The Blood Wolf's two eyes carried a hint of shock. What's going on? How come your own mechanical core is useless? Lord Ho laughed out loud. The corners of his eyes were filled with smiles. Blood Wolf, you really think you're so powerful? If we didn't have a foolproof plan, how could we let you come down? You were just given a chance that didn't work. Now prepare to die. The fleet captains of the other starships took one look at the bad situation and turned around and ran, the personal guards they had brought with them following. All they wanted to do now was get back to their starship. It wasn't safe here at all. Lord Ho didn't stop them. Anyway, as long as the Blood Wolf died, those who knew better would naturally know to bow down. Protect Lord Bloodwolf. Morning Biao shouted and launched an attack on Lord Ho and the others, and the Blood Wolf's personal guards struck out at the same time, blocking those who blocked and counterattacking those who counterattacked. Others took the Blood Wolf Lord and ran right back. Don't let the Blood Wolf get away. The crowd naturally understood that since it had all been done, it was impossible to keep Blood Wolf alive. Morning Biao led his men in a desperate attempt to stall for time. He used his powerful body to block the door in order to keep the Blood Wolf from running a little longer, but it didn't take long for it to be blown to bits. Crooked Mouth spat. Stinking fool, actually don't give up your life for the Blood Wolf. What a fool. A few people quickly chased towards the Blood Wolf, while the others went to the starship's entrances and exits to make sure the Blood Wolf didn't run out. Lord Blood Wolf, what do we do now? Several people panicked with the Blood Wolf on their backs, and various loud noises kept coming from behind them. Everyone was very familiar with this starship, and trying to escape was simply impossible. Blood Wolf naturally understood. Go to my room. Yes, Blood Wolf's own room was protected, and the gang took a breath as they entered. Contact Shapely Duo immediately. Yes, Old Ho had some of his men return to the starship at this time, while externally, he declared that the Blood Wolf was dead. The other Starfleet captains either left alone or joined the Old Ho team. Of course, there were others who were on Blood Wolf's side, knowing that Old Ho wouldn't let himself go behind him, and banded together to fight together. The universe is filled with fire and all kinds of light. Federation starships stationed in other areas were confused. Is this Blood Wolf drunk? Why is he beating himself up? Shapely. The officers gathered to deliberate on what the Gospel should do. The head of the Chien family was angry to know that Gospel was still alive and told them to find a way to get rid of it as soon as possible. He didn't want to really have a silver-haired girl who could live for the full 5 years. Headache. How the hell did they get there? An officer had a cigarette in his mouth and a worried look on his face. He really didn't figure out how Evangelion had let Semen get away? Commander Lin Fu. Something big is going on. The beautifully built female soldier ran in, her face tinged with fear and anxiety. What's going on? Blood wolves. Blood wolves they. Blood wolf? The crowd was shocked. The Blood Wolf joining them did make them feel fishy. Did they pretend to join? Coming in so anxiously to report. I'm afraid it's the Blood Wolf who's gone rogue. The female soldier gasped. Blood Wolf and the others are fighting amongst themselves. 5 starships have now escaped and 7 have crashed. LT. Colonel. Lin Fu sucked in a breath of cold air. They guessed that the Blood Wolves might have been pretending to join, but they never expected them to actually kill each other. What's this for? I don't know. Right now the Federation's Northern Theater is at a complete loss as to what to do, wanting to get closer but fearing it might be a mistake. The crowd frowned. The big battle was imminent, but this group of mercenaries went crazy on their own. This might also be a good thing. The Blood Wolves are fighting amongst themselves. In that case there's no need to worry about them pulling any schemes. But what if this is the Empire messing up? We can make it a lot easier with the Blood Wolf mercenaries on board. But there's no way we can intervene in this situation. Who knows what's going on? As he was talking, Blood Wolf's connection request turned in. Blood Wolves? What's the situation with you guys? Lin Fu asked anxiously as he looked at Blood Wolf, who had taken over. Blood Wolf was filled with rage, but there was nothing he could do about it. Horse, these little brats actually dared to rebel. Rebellion? You didn't even suppress them. Blood Wolf? I guess there's an imperial connection. My body is being held down by a strange thing, or it wouldn't be like this. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, tell the people in the Northern War Zone to come and help us, and as long as we can suppress the rebellion, I, Blood Wolf, will count myself as owing you one. The crowd looks at me and I look at you. Is this true, or is it a conspiracy? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu spoke up. Let's still discuss this matter. Discussion? Blood Wolf was confused. This rebellion was caused by his own desire to join the Federation, and as a result, now the Federation was right next to him and he wanted to discuss it? By the time you've finished your discussion, I'll be dead. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu explained. Blood Wolf, this matter must have been faster for the Northern War Zone to help you. Our escort fleet has already left. Alright then, you guys hurry up. My Blood Wolf can hold out for a little while but not much, and I won't be able to participate in the battle after I'm too late. Got it. After hanging up the communication, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked at the crowd and said, what do you think? Could this thing be a conspiracy? Why else would it suddenly rebel? This matter is too strange. I think it's better to think long and hard about it. The conspiracy is not so bad. Otherwise the Blood Wolf mercenaries themselves would have suffered a lot of losses. There's no need to do this. I reckon there's a shadow of the Empire in this. And this Blood Wolf rebellion is definitely planned by the Empire. Blood Wolf's failure to join the Empire infuriated them, so they sideswiped Blood Wolf's men. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu suddenly spoke up as he listened to the people around him talking. Contact the Northern Theater commander for me. Commander Yuan. Yes. Not long after, a middle-aged man appeared in front of LT. Colonel Lin Fu. This man was the eldest son of the Yuan family's direct lineage, and the one who was currently inaugurated was the commander of the Federation's Northern War Zone. Lin Fu. What's the matter with finding me? I heard that there's a problem on the Blood Wolf side. Do you know about it? That's what this is about. Lin Fu simply told the story. There's still a chance of salvation if the Northern Warzone starships intervene now, and by making the Blood Wolves owe us a favor. Arranging them afterward can be easier. Commander Yuan refused without even thinking about it. I can't do anything about this matter. At the moment, all the starships of the Federation in the Northern War Zone are facing off with the Imperial starships, so they simply can't spare any time. What's more, the Blood Wolf mercenaries themselves are devious and cunning, so who knows if this was planned. But if the Blood Wolves join the Federation, we definitely have a better chance of winning. Commander Yuan shook his head again. I don't believe in these mercenaries per se, they are all paid to do their job. Whoever pays more listens to whoever is paid. There is no honor or dignity to speak of. What's more, you also said just now that we intervened only to potentially save the Blood Wolf. And if we didn't, wouldn't we have lost a lady and a soldier? Seeing that Commander Yuan was reluctant, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu could only hang up the communication. With a long sigh, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked a bit helpless. Blood Wolf's 3 teams of starships were still currently engaged in a firefight. This mercenary could not be counted on. The Federation is much weaker. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, we've done what we had to do, and there's nothing we can do if the Northern War Zone doesn't agree. Yeah, these are the Blood Wolves asking for it. The crowd exhorted. It didn't really matter to them what happened to Blood Wolf. It didn't affect their position in the Northwest War Zone anyway. As we were talking, the female soldier who had left earlier came over again. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, the Gospel is requesting a connection. The Gospel? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was slightly stunned, then realized that they should have arrived at the Northern War Zone. Pick it up. Wait a minute. Yuan Jianya suddenly called out to Lin Fu. What? The Evangelion should be in the Northern Theater at the moment, right? Yes. Seeming to know what Yuan Jianya was thinking, Lin Fu warned, the Evangelion is a starship of the Northwest War Zone. It has no right to carry out combat missions in the Northern War Zone. This will not only disrupt Commander Yuan's combat plan, but will also bring about unavoidable consequences. Yuan Jianya smiled. Naturally, I won't harm our Yuan family. It's true that the Evangelion doesn't have the means to carry out combat missions in the north, but it can carry out rescue missions. Rescue? The crowd understood as soon as they heard it. You mean for them to help the Blood Wolves? That's right, Yuan nodded. The Gospel should have been scrapped a long time ago. It's just lucky to have survived until now. But isn't there a good opportunity now that can send them to their deaths? A melee of over 20 starships. The Evangelion would surely die if it went in. This, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu wanted to refuse. But on second thought, if the Evangelion was truly destroyed, Su Yun would be the pillar of support for the silver-haired girl. Wang Rushuan and Su Yun were still on good terms, and nothing had changed for the follow-up. Alright, let's see where Evangelion is first. And if he's really in the Northern Theater, let him carry out his mission. After picking up the connection, Zhao Yi saluted. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, the Gospel has arrived at the Federation's Northern War Zone, after which it will return to Shilato from the Northern War Zone, and is expected to take a week. There's no rush. How far away are you from the Federation's Northern Fleet? Almost an hour's sailing time. The crowd broke out into smiles at that. Zhao Yi seemed to understand. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, the war in the Northern Theater is imminent. The Evangelion's hull is a bit damaged and needs to be returned immediately for repairs. Can't wait. You guys need to head to the Northern War Zone now? Why? There's trouble with the Blood Wolf mercenary. His men have turned against a portion of the starship and there's fighting going on inside. After our unanimous decision, the Evangelion will carry out the rescue mission, and someone will send you the coordinates later. Zhao Yi's brows were furrowed. Asking himself to head to the center of an ongoing battle was another mission to send himself to his death. But under the laws of war, they don't yet have the right to refuse. Yes, Zhao Yi said somewhat helplessly. Set out at once, there can be no delay in this matter. After Zhao Yi hung up the communication, Su Xian beside him laughed bitterly. I can't imagine that we all have a mission when we get here. Yeah, I just didn't think the Blood Wolf would actually have a problem. This made Zhao Yi a bit puzzled. The Blood Wolf he had seen once before. The man was a lord, with brains and means, but not expected to meet his end. Let's go. Shift sailing to Blood Wolf. Yes. Imperial Northern Theater. Gustav looked at the report in his hand and stroked his mustache. Ha ha, this Blood Wolf is really stupid. His men are all a bunch of fools, so you guys just take your time to kill each other. The officers under their command gave thumbs up. But Commander is really a good plan. A little bit of curtness leaves the Blood Wolves without the power to fight, and after that they will even bring the Blood Wolves over. Not really, although the Sannin weren't in a position to reach their designated location. The Federation seems to have suffered worse losses in comparison. Pass the order down. When Blood Wolf's people return to the Imperial side, we will launch an attack, and we will definitely take Arica this time. Yes, Arica, a border fortress city like Shilato. This city has held back the Empire for far too long, but this time, no one can save them. The Empire's fleet began to move in mass, arriving at their designated positions in droves. The Federation side was equally prepared, and the loss of the Blood Wolf role had stretched their forces a bit. Everyone was staring at the Blood Wolf mercenaries. The end of their battle was an all-out war between the Empire and the Federation. Blood Wolf hid in his room as the sounds outside faded. He knew that the starship was already full of Lord Ho's men, and that his own had been slaughtered. Damn! How dare these guys do such a thing? If one is still alive, one must show these people what fear means. The Blood Wolf's eyes were filled with indignation, never expecting that this group of losers would actually dare to do such a thing, and even get the thing that hindered his mechanical core. Lord Blood Wolf, are you in there? Crooked Mouth's voice sounded outside, along with Lord Ho and the others. Blood Wolf, stop hiding and come out. It's going to be ugly. No one is going to come to your aid. Might as well come out in a big way. Oh, I forgot. Your mechanical core is useless. So you can't move, can you? Let the brother next to you help you. The crowd looked at Bloodwolf without saying anything, just keeping their eyes on the door. With sweaty palms, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Bloodwolf comforted these people. Don't be nervous, they can't get in. When the Federation people come, we'll be alive. The crowd nodded, and now they could only think of the good. Outside, Lord Ho then said, Big Strong, are you in there? I remember you have a brother, don't you? And you don't want your brother to die or yourself to die, do you? In this case, if you open the door, I won't make it difficult for any of the brethren inside. And anyway, our purpose is just the Blood Wolf alone. The crowd froze slightly and began to struggle in their hearts, looking at each other and then at Blood Wolf. No one dared to be the first to step forward. The Blood Wolf's residual power and ferocity still echoed in their minds. Lord Ho then said, You don't have to worry about Blood Wolf. He can't move right now, or he wouldn't be in this state right now. Take your time to think. We have plenty of time. Once the starships outside are resolved, we'll pull the Blood Wolf and head for the Empire. And by then it'll be useless for you to even open the door. Don't say I didn't give you guys a chance as brothers. After that, the voice outside was gone. The dozen or so people in the room were apprehensive. How so? Should we hand over the Blood Wolf? The crowd considered it in front of the Blood Wolf, and no one could decide. Blood Wolf was anxious. They're filming you guys because they can't open this door, so they want you to open it. There's no way for them to get off federal turf. Federal backup will be here soon. The crowd struggled internally. If they didn't go out until they reached the interior of the Empire, they would surely die. But to go out would be to betray the Blood Wolves, and in case the Federations did come, they'd still be dead. De Zhuang spoke. Brothers, we as mercenaries are originally together for profit. No one can blame anyone. If the Federation isn't here in 2 hours, we'll hand over the Blood Wolf. The crowd nodded at that. De Zhuang turned his head to look at Blood Wolf and said, Lord Blood Wolf, don't blame us. Even if the brothers hold out, it will still be a death back over at the Empire. So why not give a few of us a way out? The Blood Wolf also stopped saying anything. People don't listen to themselves when facing death. What's more, they do stay together for profit. Outside the room, Lord Ho and Crooked Mouth and the others smiled. It worked. Blood Wolf can't do anything in there. It was fine if the people inside didn't open the door. Their mission was supposed to be to bring the Blood Wolf to the Empire alive anyway, and this was just the right situation. How many more starships are out there? 5 of the 12 starships under our control have been destroyed, and 6 have run off to who knows where. The last 2 of the 10 starships of the Resistance remain. Lord Ho nodded slightly, feeling a bit sorry for himself. These can be your own property later. Crooked Mouth consoled. Don't worry, when we get to the Empire then we'll be senior officers of the Empire. What are these starships? Lord Ho thought about it, and became an Imperial to eat and drink, without having to run around and risk his life. Report, a starship is approaching us. What? Lord Ho was shocked. Could it be that the Federation's starships are coming? Didn't you say that the Federation's starships had no way to come over for support? Crooked Mouth was likewise a bit confused. Yeah, it's only right that all the Federation's starships are used to defend the Empire. There's no way they could have sent starships over. Isn't that a Federation starship or an Empire? Crooked Mouth soothed. Don't panic. How many starships are coming from the other side? One. Lord Ho sighed in relief. He thought there was a fleet coming from the other side, but it turned out to be just one starship. Crooked Mouth smiled. Lord Ho, you were scared just now, aren't you? The two laughed out loud. A starship was nothing to be concerned about at all. Think about it and you know it's the Fed sent over to see what's going on. At this point in the war, the Federation is not going to make a move. Rushing out will only leave holes in the front line's defenses. Gospel number. Zhao Yi naturally couldn't let Zi Yang and Cheng Yin follow into the battlefield, and after hiding the 2 starships for the time being, he brought the silver-haired girl towards the Blood Wolf. Various fires and explosions continued to come from the battlefield in the distance. There were starship wrecks and corpses floating everywhere outside. An apocalyptic scene. The Blood Wolves have suffered heavy losses this time. Zhao Yi muttered. Yeah, I wonder if he's still alive. Really, it's a pain in the ass to even make us come all the way here for nothing. Su Xin wondered. How are we going to get there? According to Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, the Blood Wolf should be on the T3 class starship Blood Wolf. Let's go there directly. Direct? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Put up the flag of the Federation. I'll see who hits us. Yes. The Evangelion strutted through the wreckage of war and approached the Blood Wolf. The T2 class starships and T1 class starships that were exchanging fire were confused. What's the situation? Where did this starship come from? It actually came to the center of the battlefield. It's really not afraid of death. Report, there's a starship coming through. Ha, what starship? Both sides that were fighting noticed the Evangelion at the same time and were confused when they looked at the Federation logo on it. The mercenaries on the Blood Wolf side naturally wouldn't take a shot at the Evangelion. It was a Federation starship that was definitely here to save them. The starships on Lord Ho's side were similarly afraid to make a move. For now they were just rebels. But that was an internal matter for the Blood Wolf mercenaries themselves. Whether Lord Ho won or the Blood Wolf won, those of them who were juniors might have to serve the Federation in the future. It would be a death wish to attack a Federation starship right now. Zhao Yi looked at the starships on both sides and smiled. How about it? I'd say they don't dare to attack us. Su Xin nodded slightly with a hint of surprise. It's still true. They seem to be a bit scared. That's for sure. They're just mercenaries after all. They don't have the guts to take on the Federation yet. Let's hurry up and get to the Blood Wolf. Yes, Blood Wolf. Lord Ho was confused as he watched the ever-approaching Evangelion. This guy's got some nerve to cross a war zone. And your own starship is actually just watching? This starship seems a bit familiar. Crooked Mouth looked at the starship not far away and blurted out, always feeling that he had seen this starship somewhere before. Lord Ho remembered and said, isn't this the same starship that was seen on the planet Toddy, when the Federation sent an emissary? Crooked Mouth snapped to attention. I'd say I've seen it somewhere. But how did this starship get away from the Empire's pursuit? And all the way here? Hell knows. Are we still fighting? If we don't, he's coming over. Crooked Mouth sneered. Of course we will fight. Just one starship is afraid of nothing. And we will also have to fight with the Federation when we get to the Empire side. So we might be able to get some benefits from taking down this starship first. That's right. Lord Ho picked up his communicator and ordered all starships to target the Gospel for attack. There was no need to fire the main guns at this distance. The recharge time alone was enough to end the war. Though reluctant, the men under their command adjusted their direction and aimed at the Gospel with the starship's secondary cannons and other weapons. Electromagnetic guns, antimatter bombs, cosmic missiles, various weapons blasted desperately towards the Evangelion. The surface of the Evangelion lit up with a barrier, deflecting all of these weapons. Horses, it's so close. Zhao Yi was a bit speechless. As long as he reached the vicinity of the Blood Wolf, these starships wouldn't dare to fight. The eye was about to arrive and they attacked. Su Huan laughed. Commander, since they dared to make a move, don't blame us. Hurry up and release us. I'm going to show them the ropes. Zhao Yi shook his head and refused. The secondary cannons are conducting return fire. There's no point in having you guys out there right now. Our mission is to save the Blood Wolf. Okay. Su Huan was a bit helpless. I was thinking I could do something big, but in the end I had nothing to do. The Evangelion's secondary cannons returned fire on the surrounding T1 class starships, which had no energy shields and were a hit and miss. Lord Ho and Crooked Mouth felt wrong. With so many starships attacking at the same time, even an energy shield wouldn't last long. How come it hasn't been sunk yet? Starships on their own side were injured instead. The mercenaries on the Blood Wolf side saw the Gospel being attacked, their hearts sank. These guys even dared to hit the Federation starships. But all were shocked to see that the Evangelion didn't have a fart in it. This starship didn't seem to be the same. This was a situation they had only seen on the Blood Wolf. And that was a T3 level energy shield. This made their dead hearts burn again and they joined the ranks of those fighting alongside the Evangelion. Lord Ho and Crooked Mouth panicked. What can we do about this? This thing looks like a T3 level energy shield. T3 class? That can't be right. None of the Federation's T3 class starships are on the front lines. Whether they are or not, they're close to the Blood Wolf. Rumble. After a loud bang, the two realized that it was the other side preparing to enter the interior of the starship. At this time, the other starship stopped attacking so as not to accidentally injure the Blood Wolf. Crooked Mouth, Lord Ho and even Blood Wolf were in this starship. The command of the Blood Wolf was Blood Wolf's own, and this starship wouldn't even start up in his absence. Don't be afraid. Although their starships are powerful, they certainly don't have as many people as we do. If he wants to sink us, we don't stand a chance. But if he wants to play melee, then we still have a bit of a chance. That's right. Organize to eliminate them immediately. A team of Blood Wolf mercenaries rushed to the location of the corridor bridge, weapons in their hands aimed at the metal door. As soon as the door opened, they let the silver-haired girl die. Rumble. After a loud bang, those present gulped. Nervous, scared, timid. The silver-haired girl was notorious in this universe for not wanting to die, coupled with her superior fighting skills. There's no way for the average person to get a leg up on them. The metal door opened and the crowd was confused when they tried to fire. What was in this corridor bridge was not a silver-haired girl at all, but a single mech that emitted an icy aura. While the mercenaries were still in a daze, these mechs had already attacked. For a moment, the Blood Wolf's interior screamed continuously, as if it was a hell on earth. Where did the mercenary dare to resist? He turned around and ran. That's a hell of a shot. The only people who can fight in this situation now are those equipped with prosthetics. Others simply can't. A small portion of the weapons hit the top of the mech and only caused a ripple. The core of this mech originated from a T-2 class starfighter, originally designed to defend against starship subguns. More than enough defense against such handheld weapons now. Crooked Mouth was so frightened that he took a step backward and said nervously, "Lord Ho, we'd better run. This Federation has come with an extraordinary person. Staying green is not a good idea." When he finished speaking and looked back, where was Lord Ho's figure? While not the smartest or bravest, Lord Husbandry is the best at running for his life. Long before the metal doors opened, he had taken the escape pod and run. Crap, you ran away without me? Crooked Mouth crumbled, and couldn't think fast enough to rush in the direction of the escape pod. It didn't matter what the Blood Wolves and the Empire were now. The only thing that mattered was to run for your life. But when he got to the escape pod location he was once again dumbfounded. This motherfucking Lord Hus actually let all the escape pods fly. Holy shit. The crowd collapsed. They didn't expect Lord Ho to be so ruthless, making them stay and stall for time. The starship outside ran away. Crooked Mouth and the others hurriedly looked outside. And the starship that had been following Crooked Mouth and the others turned around and ran in the direction of where the Empire was. Damn it, Lord Yuho must have informed them that these would have belonged to me. Crooked Mouth gasped and punched the metal wall. Anger, remorse, resentment, all sorts of emotions flooded the mind. Once again, there were all sorts of screams and the sound of metal on metal behind them. They knew they were in trouble. He had counted everything and was on the verge of success when this starship popped up. Zhao Yi piloted his mech over and saw that there were still people gathered here and raised his electromagnetic cannon. Crooked Mouth hastily dropped to his knees and began to beg for mercy. I was also forced. Everything is the idea of the old Ho. Please let me go. I'll be an ox and a horse. Before he could finish his words, he was blown off by Zhao Yi. He didn't have time to listen to these guys' bullshit, not to mention that he didn't know any old Ho, and he didn't need someone to work for him. Commander, what is this? After resolving the crowd, Suexian saw something roll out next to Crooked Mouth's corpse. Zhao Yi opened the cabin and drilled out from inside. Is this Linglong? Lingering? What is this? Zhao Yi explained. Linglong is a kind of ore from Linglong star. This kind of ore is very rare but very useful. They can emit a special magnetic field that can shield the mechanical core. So it is. Suexian nodded slightly. She still understood about the mechanical core. These cyborgs equipped with prosthetic limbs needed a core. The mechanical core. Most prosthetics will only work if you have this. And a prosthetic limb without a mechanical core is really just an ordinary mechanical part. I can't believe they still have this. It's pretty expensive. Zhao Yi picked it up and wiped it with on the corpse next to him and put it in his pocket. Suexian wondered. Why are they holding this? Deal with the Blood Wolves. I guess. Blood Wolf? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. People like Blood Wolf usually have their own means of preserving their lives. Blood Wolf's is probably the mechanical core. But he didn't expect someone to actually bring Linglong to deal with him. Let's go. Go find Blood Wolf. The crowd searched the interior of the ship, eventually finding the closed door in Blood Wolf's room. In the room, De Zhuang and the others looked at Blood Wolf and said, Blood Wolf, don't blame us. The Federation hasn't come for such a long time. I'm afraid they've already given up on us. We'll just have to hand you over to Crooked Mouth and the others, or we'll all die. Yes, and when you die every year on the anniversary of your death we'll burn more incense for you. After saying that, the crowd found a piece of rag and stuffed it into the Blood Wolf's mouth. Let's go, guys. A few people opened the door to the room, and outside the door stood Zhao Yi and the others. The crowd froze. They felt that the guy in front of them looked a bit familiar, and after looking at the silver-haired girl on the side they suddenly understood. It's the feds. Since they appeared here, it meant that Crooked Mouth and these people were done playing. The Blood Wolf was thrilled to see Zhao Yi, and his mouth desperately shouted with a whimpering sound. Seeing this, De Zhuang hurriedly removed the rag from the Blood Wolf's mouth. Lord Blood Wolf, don't blame us. We were forced to do so. The Blood Wolf's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity as he let out a cold smile. De Zhuang, it's not easy for you to last until now. Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything to you guys. I'm afraid if it were me, I'd make the same choice as you guys. Daejang's body kept trembling, regretting his choice. The other minions behind him were emboldened. If one insisted on standing on Blood Wolf's side, then the days afterward would surely soar. But now it's not even known if they'll be liquidated by Blood Wolf. And with the feds right here, you couldn't fight them if you wanted to. Blood Wolf didn't bother with them when he saw they weren't getting up. Zhao Yi, I didn't expect it to be you who came. Where are Crooked Mouth and the others? Crooked Mouth? Zhao Yi recalled. I don't recognize it, but everyone on this starship is dead. All dead? Just as well. Blood Wolf felt a little pity. He would have liked to teach these traitors a lesson himself, but staying alive was most important now. And did you find anything on their bodies? You mean this? Zhao Yi pulled out Linglong. Blood Wolf saw a light in front of his eyes. It was this thing that was obstructing his mechanical core, causing him to be unable to move now. Yeah, turn this thing off and I'll be able to move. And I'll count today's events as a favor I owe you. Blood Wolf. The big strong man kneeling below didn't even dare to raise his head. With the Blood Wolves back in action, there was no telling if they would be the first to go after them. Fearful, helpless, they just want to live. How come it's so hard? Zhao Yi looked at Blood Wolf, then at De Zhuang and the others. I don't really want to turn this off. What? The Blood Wolf was confused. Zhao Yi, don't joke around. How can I act without this thing off? And didn't the Federation ask you to save me? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Yeah, he did ask me to save you, but they don't know if you're alive or not. But from the tone of their voices, most of them probably think you're dead. Zhao Yi no longer cared about the surprised Blood Wolf and looked at De Zhuang on the ground. What's your name? Li Strong. Everyone calls me Big Strong. Ah Dajiang, do you think you'd still be alive if the Blood Wolf could move? De Zhuang looked up full of surprise. What do you mean? The Blood Wolf was surprised. Zhao Yi, what do you want? Hurry up and turn this thing off or I'll make you regret it. You don't want to get a wrong idea one. The Federation sent you here to save me. Seeing Blood Wolf speak out of turn, Su Xian wanted to go forward to teach Blood Wolf a lesson being stopped by Zhao Yi. Can't let the other side get a taste of it. Su Xian stood off to the side very curious as to what the commander was up to. What do you mean? De Strong asked timidly. My point is simple. If you don't think Blood Wolf will take a shot at you, I'll turn this thing off. But if you think the Blood Wolf won't let you go, now's a chance to kill him so you don't have to be afraid. Blood Wolf was anxious. De Zhuang, I have just said that I don't blame you for this matter, so don't think nonsense. We're blood brothers in general, and when this is over, each of you can be a cadre. The kneeling crowd looked at Zhao Yi and then at De Zhuang. What do they want? Big Strong picked up one of the weapons on the ground and warily walked over to Blood Wolf. Yes, one knows it well. When one chose to hand the Blood Wolf over, no matter what the outcome was, the Blood Wolf would not let himself go. But it was still a bit scary. He was worried that this was Zhao Yi playing with himself. I think the Blood Wolf will let me go. It's better to listen to the Blood Wolf Lord. Big Strong eventually spoke timidly. He only hoped that Blood Wolf would let him off the hook after this. The Blood Wolf Lord sighed in relief. This life was considered to be given by Big Strong, but the vicious and cautious man wouldn't let Big Strong off the hook, and when this was over, he'd find any excuse to get Big Strong killed. Bang! After a gunshot, Blood Wolf fell to the ground with two shocked eyes. The people around them were amazed beyond belief, including the silver-haired girls. They didn't expect Zhao Yi to actually shoot. Didn't the Federation send them to save Blood Wolf? He actually killed Blood Wolf. The Blood Wolf collapsed in a pool of blood not yet dead, his eyes revealing incredulity. Why, did you agree not to kill me? Zhao Yi laughed. I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. What I said was to turn this off if De Zhuang forgave you, but I didn't say to spare your life. The Blood Wolf was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Lingering was still in effect, and there was no way for the mechanical core to pull him back from the brink of death. Zhao Yi naturally had his own plans for killing the Blood Wolf. He was prepared to support a mercenary who would work for him, just so he could cover for himself, and to step in and help themselves when necessary. Obviously, the timid and fearful of trouble Big Strong is better controlled than Blood Wolf. Dazzled, De Zhuang hurriedly kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to beg for forgiveness, and the other juniors also kneeled on the ground at a glance. The Blood Wolves were dead, and those of them were sure to die as well if they were not careful. Your name is Daejang, isn't it? You're the head of this mercenary from today. Me? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. That's right, but in order for you to obey and control others, I'm going to install the Blood Wolf's mechanical core on you. Zhao Yi himself didn't want to install this thing. Not only would he have to replace most of the organs and limbs in his body, but he might also be targeted. If that day really came, he would be as immobile as Blood Wolf. Good. Big Strong naturally agreed. Although he had to listen to Zhao Yi for everything in the future, at least he had survived and had become the leader of the mercenaries. It doesn't matter that the other starships are gone. The Blood Wolf under his feet is a genuine T3 class starship. Zhao Yi dragged Blood Wolf's body to the command center and used his fingerprints to remove Blood Wolf's rights, then edited himself to be the administrator of the Blood Wolf, while Big Strong used the rights. The name was replaced with the Sky Edge number. The next step was to operate on Big Strong. Zhao Yi himself had medical experience and quickly replaced this mechanical core. Zhao Yi sat next to him and warned, "De Zhuang, the mechanical core is installed for you. Most people are no match for you, but if I just have a slight thought, you will die without a burial place." During the surgery, Zhao Yi moved slightly. As long as one is willing, it's useless even if Big Strong is powerful. Dare not, dare not. Big Strong hastily knelt down to show his submission. Very well, how many more Blood Wolf starships can you retrieve? De Zhuang shook his head. I'm afraid it's difficult. Most of the starships have already run away from the engagement just now, and I'm afraid they won't come back to listen to me if they know that Blood Wolf is dead. The same starships that left with old husband will not return. They traveled to the Empire. There are none left at the moment except for this Sky Edge ship. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. He didn't care if the other starships were gone. The Blood Wolf should still have a lot of savings. Yes, the property is spread among the various starships, but there is the most of it in the Sky Edge. After saying that, De Zhuang hurriedly brought Zhao Yi to the front of the Blood Wolf vault. Zhao Yi was stunned when he opened it with his own permissions. There were actually countless energy crystals and various rare items inside. This time it's really going to be hairy. Zhao Yi forced himself to be calm and coughed twice. So little is not much. De Zhuang nodded slightly. Indeed, there are almost 5 million energy crystals in here. It would be nice to add the energy crystals from the other starships, but it's as far as it goes at the moment. Zhao Yi slightly nodded his head. I'll take half of it, and you can recruit your own troops for the remaining half. Yes, Dezheng asked in a small voice. So should we change the name of our mercenary? Change it and call it White Phoenix Mercenaries. White Phoenix? De Zhuang was a bit puzzled. The name didn't seem very dominant. Yes, from now on, we are the White Phoenix Mercenaries. Aha! The silver-haired girl carried the energy crystals. Everyone's face was agitated and excited. That money, if used properly, would have made them much stronger. There was even an additional mercenary presence out there, and the hope of trying to stay alive increased a few more points. Commander, we've finished moving and are ready to leave. Well, let's. As he was saying true, there was a fire coming from a distant window that seemed to light up the entire universe. What's going on? Zhao Yi asked in shock. Report, Commander. The Empire and the Federation are fighting. On this day, the Empire's third attack was officially launched, and without the Blood Wolf mercenaries as flanks, the Federation's starships were quickly surrounded. While the Federation still had the numerical advantage, the backwardness of the weapons made it difficult for that advantage to come into play. Let's retreat. After Zhao Yi explained a few things, he followed the silver-haired girl and left the Heaven's Edge, returning to the Gospel to head towards the Northwest War Zone. Su Xian was silent as she looked at the fire outside. Those are my own sisters, and I don't know how many will be left after this battle. What's wrong? Zhao Yi asked as he walked over. It's nothing. Su Xian shook her head. She knew that if she said it, Zhao Yi would definitely think of something, but she didn't want Zhao Yi to be too difficult. Zhao Yi looked out the window in silence. It's going to take a little more time, and now is not the time to break with the Federation. Most of the silver-haired girls were still in the Federation, and the Federation had to be brought under control for that to happen. Connect to LT. Colonel Lin Fu. Yes, Lin Fuzhong was processing documents in his office, deploying plans in his head. The Northern Theater will definitely be overrun this time. Time is running out. After the Evangelion's death in battle, Su Yun would be the silver-haired girl's moral support, and if she could join in the plan to cause trouble outside, this would move most of the capital planet's starships out of the way. They then have something to exploit. As for the dome, they themselves were from the 5 great clans, so it wasn't difficult to lift it. Though Su Yun would surely die, she would surely agree for the sake of her compatriots. Lin Fu almost laughed out loud at the thought. Doesn't seem like it would be that hard to subvert the entire Federation. LT. Colonel Lin Fu. Come in. A female soldier walked in and said, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. Captain Zhao Yi is requesting a connection. Zhao Yi? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was slightly stunned. Didn't this guy go looking for Blood Wolf? Why is he still connected to himself? Counting the time. He should have arrived at the Northern War Zone long ago. Pick it up. Yes. A projection of Zhao Yi appeared in front of LT. Colonel Lin Fu's heel. LT. Colonel Lin Fu. How was the mission? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu asked lightly, while inwardly he was very puzzled. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with Zhao Yi's appearance. That's odd. Evangelion shouldn't have been able to do that. Zhao Yi, the Blood Wolf was already dead when we arrived, and quite a few of the remaining starships had already run away. Some fled beyond the Federation borders, while others turned their heads to the Imperial side. I'm guessing that this one might be Imperial-led, with the aim of making the Federation side lose combat power. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu nodded slightly. What about the Blood Wolf? It's a T3 class starship. It wouldn't have gotten to the Imperial side, would it? Zhao shook his head and said, no, after the Blood Wolf died, I freed some of the people inside. They didn't really want to take part in this battle anymore and had already left. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu sighed. Zhao, confused. The Blood Wolf is a T3 class starship. You should get it over to the Federation side. The people up there care whether he lives or dies. Since the Blood Wolf mercenaries are gone, this starship should belong to the Federation. Zhao sneered inwardly. He knew it was a T3 class starship now, but how could he give it to the Federation? Of course he used it himself, but on the surface there was still some pity. I can't help it. In a real fight, my gospel is no match for the Blood Wolf. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu sighed and said, alright, I know about this. You guys will be on standby when you get back to Shapely NATO. Yes. Zhao sneered after hanging up the phone. Federation. It's not clear how long it will live. The cafeteria was filled with laughter at mealtime the next day. They finally didn't have to eat the energy porridge that was hard to swallow. Because of the resource assistance from the Empire and the Blood Wolves, the food on board the Gospel couldn't be said to be everything, but it was not a problem to have enough to fill them up. Saran stood at the window looking at today's recipe. Fried noodles, fried rice. Which one to choose? Both of these things Su Ran had eaten, and both were very delicious. But the two together put her in a bit of a bind. Headache. It wasn't this difficult when I was eating energy porridge. Well, how about half as much? Hearing the prompt, Su Ran happily said, right, let's do it. But realizing something was wrong, she quickly turned back just in time to see Zhao standing behind her. Commander, can I have all of it? That's fine, but if you waste it, you'll be punished by not eating for a day. Then I'm definitely going to eat it. Su Ran hemmed and hawed, carried the dishes and went to eat. Zhao ate the same as these silver-haired girls, before the energy porridge could be eaten. Now what was so difficult about this kind of food? It was a little monotonous, but the flavor was pretty good. Carrying the bowls and chopsticks, Zhao found a place where no one was sitting down. And just after sitting down for a short while, a group of silver-haired young girls walked on his face. Commander. Su Yao was a bit surprised to see Zhao. Can we sit here? Sure. Zhao naturally wouldn't mind having a group of beautiful silver-haired girls accompanying him for dinner. Could there be anything more enjoyable than this? A few people were talking and laughing and were hopeful about the future. Su Xian ran over in a panic. Commander, something big has happened. Big deal? What is it? Zhao raised his head and looked at Su Xian in front of him curiously. Commander, look. A screen appeared in front of Zhao's eyes with major events that happened in the last few days. Cosmic Express, specializing in broadcasting some of the newest things in the universe. Zhao read it as he ate, and every piece of news on it was very shocking. The first one is that the Federation's fortress Arika has been shot down, and that's not even an occupation, it's a shoot down. Floating fortress cities as powerful as Shapely Duo were completely destroyed. All those above who could not escape in time died. This was partly a way for the Empire to show its power, and partly an expression of its anger, while giving the Federation a warning to surrender as soon as possible if they knew what was good for them, or the consequences will be the same as Arika. It's just as we thought. The Blood Wolf has 3 more fleets and a T3 class starship with 1 more battle when it's there. With that power gone, the starships gathered in both the Northwest and North war zones are enough to destroy Arika. Su Xian was puzzled, but this is the right time for Shapely NATO to launch a counterattack. But there doesn't seem to be any movement over there. Zhao laughed. You can't count on them then. They'll just pray that they don't turn into Arika and won't take the initiative. That's why the Empire dared to bring together starships from both war zones for a general attack. Although the Federation's side also reacted quickly, it was completely outmatched against the Empire, which has a lot of firepower and a lot of numbers, as well as mercenaries to help. Su Xian sighed. Indeed, with Arika gone, it's going to be harder for the Federation to defend behind it. Yeah. Zhao looked at the other news again. The civil war of the Blood Wolf mercenaries likewise made the news. That big battle split the Blood Wolf mercenaries into 2 mercenary teams. The Tatsuma mercenaries who defected to the Empire and the White Phoenix mercenaries who occupied the previous Blood Wolf ship, now known as the Sky Edge. Su Xian smiled. This mercenary was theirs. Not much interesting news after that. Zhao pulled out a piece of paper in his pocket. Today was the day to meet on this. But alas, I can't go myself for a while, so I'll have to pretend I don't know about this. Meanwhile, in a planet in the universe, men in Federation uniforms waited left and right for no one. If Zhao was there he would have been very surprised. It was because this person he had seen before. The The very same middle-aged man who had hugged Elder Qian in the Elders' Council. This middle-aged man didn't wait until the people seemed to realize what was going on and immediately left. A few days later, the gospel finally arrived in Shapeliator. After docking at the designated location, Zhao Yi instructed Su Xian and Su Ran to procure some necessary items and energy cores. This stuff is a necessary resource for forming starfighters and mechs. It wasn't cheap, but Zhao Yi had plenty of money. Taking advantage of the fact that he had nothing to do, Zhao Yi began to develop a T3 class starfighter in his lab, which was the highest level starfighter that Zhao Yi could develop. The starfighters on the way up were not something he could have developed on his own. Of course, it's still fine if there's a system bonus. Meanwhile, the shapely officer was scratching his head, for no other reason than that in 1 month, the gospel will have been in service for 5 years. The difficult thing was that the northern war zone was fighting hot, but the northwestern war zone was unusually quiet, and you couldn't even find a mission to send people to their deaths if you wanted to. They would have wanted to divert the Evangelion to the Northern Theater and use the meat grinder battlefield there to get them. But the Northern Theater won't do it. That's 1 month left. Half a month after sailing and paperwork time. If this dragged on for 5 years, wouldn't it all be the responsibility of the Northern Theater? The suggestion was dismissed at once. How come these guys just can't die? Yeah, how come you can't die when every mission is so treacherous? There's no use discussing this now. We have to figure out how to make up for it. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu smoked a cigarette, and he didn't figure it out. The Federation's Arika is all but destroyed, and it won't be long before it's the capital planet. The Federation had to be brought under control before that day came, and then there was still the possibility of sending T3 and T2 class starships. As we were discussing this, the screen in front of us lit up and some projections came from around us. The crowd looked dumbfounded. This was actually the group of 5 elders. The one leading the way was naturally the baby's Elder Qian, who yawned a bit sleepy. The middle-aged man holding him spoke. The gospel actually hasn't been destroyed yet. Elder Qian is very angry. Can anyone give an explanation? The crowd was trembling in fear, never imagining that one day the 5th elder would actually connect with them. Yuan Jianya stepped forward and said, "It's very strange that the Evangelion is alive. I think it has something to do with their commander." Commander? I remember the name Zhao Yi, right? Was he the one involved in the previous planet M787? Lin Fu nodded and said, yes. Not only planet M787, but also blocking the Senin mercenaries and resolving the Blood Wolf mercenaries were all done by him. The Li family master exclaimed, then this kid has some skills. The skill is indeed possible, but the boy is very close to the silver-haired girl, unlike most of the Federation. The crowd cringed at that. The silver-haired girls are in a very complicated situation and identity, and it's not good to get attached to them. The Wang family head spoke. Let's leave Zhao Yi's matter aside for now. Let's discuss what to do with the gospel. Sun family head, if the gospel is still alive all under Zhao Yi's command, I do have a suggestion. Transfer Yi Zhao away from the gospel. True, but it's not a foolproof plan. The evangelists are so close to 5 years that this mission is bound to make them come back for more. The head of the Qian family squeaked something. The middle-aged man holding him spoke. The Qian family has a suggestion for the gospel to perform a scouting mission. Reconnaissance mission? The crowd frowned, always feeling that this task seemed a bit easy. That's right, it's a reconnaissance mission. Carried out at Iota L9867 Meteor. Iota L9867 Meteor? The crowd froze slightly at that. Are you sure this is the right planet? Iota L9867 Meteor is a planet north of the Empire. In an instant the crowd realized that this was truly a mission to send people to their deaths. To get to the Iota L9867 Meteor, you have to cross the entire Empire. No matter how strong the silver-haired girl on the Evangelion was, trying to carry out this mission was impossible. Evangelion did work miracles before, but this one was never going to happen. Upon entering the interior of the Empire will surely destroy it. Even if they did survive, a remote mission had no chance of coming back. Very well, since everyone is fine with it, we will arrange for the Evangelion to carry out the mission of detecting the Iota L9867 meteor, and at the same time transfer Zhao Yi away from the Evangelion. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu turned his head to look at his own family head and the Wang family head. They didn't move and shook their heads slightly, signaling Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu not to stop. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu understood and spoke, then leave this matter to me. Good, then it's done. We have the Northern Theater to attend to so we won't chat with you. After hanging up the comb, the crowd scratched their heads. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu, you'll be the one to inform on this one. We'll stay out of it. Aha. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu sighed. Zhao Yi, this time you have to leave even if you don't want to. However, he could understand the decisions of the Lin and Wang families. After the destruction of the Evangelion, Zhao Yi must work with them whether he wants revenge or to free the remaining silver-haired girl. To win there must be a sacrifice. And Evangelion is the sacrifice. Evangelion. Crowds of people frolicking around inside the starship. Su Huan is still working on the machinery. Su Huan, on the other hand, was exercising his body, fine beads of sweat covering the top of his slightly dark skin. Su Xian and Zhao Yi slowly walked on the starship. Su Xian's eyes would occasionally sneak glances at Zhao Yi. Su Xian, there's still a month to go before you're free. Is there anywhere you want to go? In the restroom. Zhao Yi looked at Su Xian and asked with a smile. When Su Xian had completed 5 years, she would take a break herself, and maybe even go on a proper date. And later, Su Xian felt a bit dazed. Time has passed quite quickly. I never thought I could live with them until now. After 5 years, I want to visit the orphanage. Zhao Yi didn't say anything. That place was a military base. How easy was it to get in? It must be okay. Su Xian looked at Zhao Yi and blushed. Of course, I have another wish. What are the other? That pertains to you, Commander. With me. Su Xian nodded slightly. I'm grateful for the help you've given us these days. Before Su Xian could finish, Su ran in. Commander, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu wants you and Sister Su Xian to meet him. Zhao Yi and Su Xian looked at each other and knew that the last mission was coming. The Federation wouldn't let them spend the month in vain. And the last mission was sure to be far more treacherous than any of the previous ones. Su Xian was suddenly relieved. What she wanted to talk about was having a date with Choi to take in the Federation and travel to planets and places she hadn't been to before. They exist only on the battlefield and know nothing else. But think about it, the last mission is so dangerous that it's not certain if you'll survive. It's better to leave this one alone. Whether Zhao Yi would agree to his request or not, it would be a pity. Zhao Yi spoke. Alright, we'll go over right away. After Su Ran left, Zhao Yi turned his head to look at Su Xian and said, what did you want to say just now? It's nothing. Let's just get to the office quickly. It feels like LT. Colonel Lin Fu is in a hurry. Go. As the two crossed the shapely streets, it was obvious that there were far fewer people, and those who stayed were in a hurry. Not in the same spirit as they had been earlier when they had been sarcastic about Su Xian. The Imperial offensive has them scared. Even Arika has been destroyed. Planet M787 and Shapely NATO could be next. All they wanted to do now was to get out of Shapely NATO. But the expensive cost of interstellar travel kept them in this place. I've heard that the Shapely multi-star flights are already scheduled for 2 months from now. Zhao Yi frowned and brought Su Xian to the office. Su Xian was still waiting outside, and Lin Fu had a separate appointment with Zhao Yi. Here, sit down. LT. Colonel Lin Fu stood at the window smoking a cigarette. Zhao Yi sat down and curiously said, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, what is the mission of the Evangelion this time? Don't be in a hurry. You know about Arika? I see. With the damage to the Bloodwolf mercenaries, I guessed that the Northern Theater might lose, but I didn't realize that the Empire had actually destroyed Arika. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu nodded slightly as he took his seat. I didn't expect the Empire to do this, so I'm re-inviting you once more. It's not too late to join us or the Federation will surely be destroyed. When the silver-haired maidens are dead, it won't even help if the Federation itself goes on. We're going to take the Commonwealth in hand before this happens. Zhao Yi shook his head. This matter is too far away for me. I just want to do the things around me right now. Principal Lin Fuzhong sighed and turned his head to pick up the paper next to him. Orders from above. Effective immediately, you are transferred out of the Evangelion and joining an entirely new fleet. Zhao Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Why? There's no reason for that. You have a great talent that doesn't show up in the Evangelion. The Northern Theater of Operations is the time to use someone. You're going to be promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Commander, commanding a fleet of 10 starships. Zhao Yi didn't want to leave the Evangelion, especially since the silver-haired girl on the Evangelion was about to be freed. The Federation is ready to take on the Evangelion? Zhao Yi suddenly asked rhetorically. He was also asked by LT. Colonel Lin Fu to transfer out of the gospel before, but he refused and left it at that. But this time, it doesn't seem to be the same. LT. Colonel Lin Fu didn't hide it. Isn't this something you've known all along? The Federation won't let the Evangelion live 5 years longer. Their presence has made the higher-ups feel disgraced, and it's time to clear the air. I've discouraged you from transferring out of the gospel before, but this time it's an order from the top, and there's nothing I can do about it. Zhao Yi shook his head. No, I can't leave the gospel. I promised them to let them live for the full 5 years. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu stood up and walked over to Zhao Yi and patted his shoulder. Look on the bright side. There are better than silver-haired girls in the world. There are just as many big girls within the Federation. As long as you're willing, I can even introduce you to the beautiful young women in the Fifth Elders. Silver-haired girls are ultimately just self-propelled weapons made for war. They know nothing and know nothing but war. Zhao Yi snapped to his feet. You're insulting me and the entire crew aboard the Evangelion. Relax. If you don't agree, I'll just have to use Article 132 of the Federal Laws of War to detain you. The result will be the same. Evangelion will surely have to do the mission on his own. The Evangelion has survived this long because you commanded it. And that's why the higher-ups let you leave the Evangelion. Zhao Yi smiled. Federal law? According to the provisions of the Supreme Law of the Federation, if there is no war in the area that commander is in, the transferring commander can have 15 days of preparation time. There doesn't seem to be any fighting in the Northwest Theater right now, and I have 15 days before I leave the gospel. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu didn't expect Zhao Yi to actually use the Supreme Law to say something, but the Northwest Theater has always been in a state of war, so your law doesn't work. Zhao Yi continued. That's even more troublesome. In a state of war, I as commander of the gospel can refuse this transfer order. Everything is war-oriented. Colonel Lin Fu's eyes chilled. That's an order in a special state. You just won't leave the Evangelion? If you want me to leave, it can only be in 15 days. But 15 days passes quickly. Is it too late to put the gospel on a mission at that time? Colonel Lin Fu took a deep breath and sat down. Expecting Zhao Yi to refuse, he changed his words and said, well, since you're so insistent, you'll be transferred after the gospel finishes this mission. Zhao Yi was full of surprises. The gospel was left with the last month left. It's the last mission any way you want to think about it. When this mission was over, it didn't matter if he transferred himself or not. Su Xian and the girls were free anyway. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. Zhao Yi thanked from the bottom of his heart. Say, what's the last mission? Reconnaissance mission. Reconnaissance mission? Zhao Yi frowned. His first mission after becoming a commander was a reconnaissance mission, but that reconnaissance mission almost didn't get them all killed. This time, he still had a bad feeling that this scouting mission would not be simple. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu smiled. As you know, there is no war in the Northwest Theater at the moment, so most of the missions are reconnaissance missions to keep an eye on the movements on the Imperial side. And where is the location? Because of the importance of the matter, this mission is classified until you depart. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. This matter was not uncommon in the military. In order to prevent spies and traitors from leaking, the location of the mission was indeed known on the same day. So when do we leave? Time waits for no one. You leave in 3 days. Yes. Get out. After Zhao Yi left, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu dialed the numbers of the Lin and Wang families. The figures of the two family heads appeared before his eyes. He still doesn't agree? Yes. He's going to be on the gospel. Then let the silver-haired girl make her own choice. Lin Fu was a bit puzzled. Why don't you let Zhao Yi and the Evangelion go with you to die? It won't have much effect on our plan anyway. Wang Jie shook his head. Zhao Yi, this kid is very talented. It's more of a pity to die. Another point, when the entire staff of the Evangelion is killed in action, Zhao Yi will surely do crazy things in order to avenge his deaths. And by the time we help out a little bit, the Federation will be in chaos. Understood. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu instantly realized that Zhao Yi was still just a pawn. His unwillingness to let him have to work with himself. Zhao Yi walked outside the office and froze slightly. Su Xian, who used to wait for him outside all the time, was gone. Where was the face that always looked surprised when he came out? Su Hin? Zhao Yi looked around and a bad thought swept over him. Could it be that another assassin like the Shadow Clan from last time is coming? At this moment Su Xian was brought before LT. Colonel Lin Fu. Commander Lin Fu, you wanted to see me? Su Xian was very puzzled. Although she had seen LT. Colonel Lin Fu quite a few times, it was the first time he had approached her alone. Sit down. Yes. Su Xian sat earnestly in her seat, her eyes gazing ahead. This one is your mission for the gospel. LT. Colonel Lin Fu handed over the mission report. Su Xian was even more puzzled. Shouldn't this kind of thing be given to Zhao Yi? Why did you give it to yourself? She took it in her hand and flipped through it, her pupils contracting suddenly. LT. Colonel Lin Fu. This mission. Lin Fu sighed. It can't be helped. This is a direct mission from the Fifth Elder, and we shapely NATO have no power to discuss it. Su Xian quietly looked at the task on the paper. Head to Iota L9867 meteor for a scouting mission. If Su Xian remembered correctly, this meteor was the northernmost planet of the Empire. They'd have to travel all the way across from the Northwest War Zone and through countless galaxies and planets to get there if they went over. Even if the Empire and the Federation weren't at war, it would take over a month for them to sail. Not to mention the fact that the Empire and the Federation are fighting each other right now. LT. Colonel Lin Fu spoke up. This mission has no support, no logistics, and no deadlines. You should know the intent, right? Su Xian nodded slightly. Understood. Sure enough, it's still too hard to survive 5 years. This last mission is where their graves lie, and everywhere they go, they will eventually be wiped out by the Empire. They would not allow Federation starships to rampage through Imperial territory. LT. Colonel. Lin Fu side. 9844. You've served in the Northwest Theater for almost 5 years. Now it's time to play your final role. Su Xin lowered her head and asked, does the commander know about this mission? I don't know. He's leaving the Evangelion as per Federation orders, but he won't leave, so I've come to see you. You should know the purpose of this mission. It's better not to bring him along. Su Xin's absolutely beautiful face carried a trace of resentment and helplessness. This last mission was not only 10 deaths, but also to be separated from the commander. Perhaps that's for the best. I see. When do we leave? I told Zhaoyi that it was 3 days later, but you're actually leaving 2 nights later. Understood. Well, go ahead. Su Xin walked outside and saw Zhaoyi, who had been searching for himself. Tears kept rolling down her face. She didn't know if she should talk to Zhaoyi about this. If Zhaoyi were to carry out this mission with himself, he would definitely die. This time, let yourself be selfish. Su-hin? Zhaoyi turned around and was a bit surprised to see Su Xin and rushed over. Where did you go? I thought you were taken away. I went in to use the restroom. Su Xin was a little embarrassed, wiping her face in the process. You're crying? No, just washing my face. Oh, Zhaoyi felt that Su Xin was strange, but the other party didn't want to say, so he didn't ask. Right. What's the mission? Su Xin pretended to be curious. It's just a reconnaissance mission. Leaving in 3 days, we still have time to prepare. Su Xin nodded slightly. Then this mission doesn't seem too difficult. Zhaoyi shook his head. Don't take it too easy. Our Evangelion's first reconnaissance mission was Planet M787. It was really a 9 deaths and 1 life at that time, but we all survived. Su Xin said happily. The thought of the old days made her very happy. Yeah, we'll still survive this time. Commander, walk me around Shapely Duo today. Ha? Zhaoyi was a bit confused about Su Xin's request. This was the first time Su Xin had ever asked to do something for herself. But I still want to go back to developing T3 class fighters. We'd better make more preparations. Looking at Su Xin pleading for mercy, Zhaoyi decided not to say anything. Taking Su Xin's hand, he said, okay, let's have some fun today. Aha. The two of them shopped up in Shapely NATO. And now that Zhaoyi had money, he was able to buy Su Xin whatever food and fresh toys he wanted. But Sushin just bought some candy and put it in her pocket. That's enough? Aha. Su Xin nodded slightly. Then her eyes caught sight of a poster on one of the walls. What's this? The movie, Titanic. A movie? Su Xin was very unfamiliar with this term. She only knew about war, and was completely unaware of such things. She felt a little ashamed that she didn't even know about the movie. Zhaoyi smiled. Let's go. We just have time today. Let's take a look. He was also curious as to what a movie in this world would be like. Hello? 2 tickets. The ticket-selling federals were slightly stunned and surprised to see Su Xin. It was the first time he had ever seen a silver-haired girl come to a movie. You can. She can't. Why? How can she watch a movie if she's not human? Zhaoyi laughed coldly and pulled out an energy crystal. Is this much enough? I'm going to pack the venue. The ticket seller was dumbfounded. Now that there's not even much of a crowd at Shapely Duo, business is deteriorating. He gulped, his face smiling brighter than a flower. Okay. Hall 1, please come in. Zhaoyi took Su Xin and swaggered in. Su Xin whispered, isn't it too much of a waste of money? It's fine. The small amount of money will be enough for us to go out and rob a few starships. Su Xin was speechless. There was nothing wrong with that. They got all their money from robbery. The movie hall plays Titanic, and Zhaoyi finally knows the difference between it and the Blue Star. Blue Star is watching the movie, which is revisiting a classic. It was as if the two of them were on the Titanic, and the latest technology could give them a sense of being there, witnessing it all as a bystander. Su Xin, on the other hand, was crying her eyes out. Looking at the two main characters, she felt that her fate was equally tragic. Before she met Zhaoyi, she thought it was nothing. Thousands of silver-haired girls lived like this, but after meeting Zhaoyi, she doesn't want to live like this anymore. She wants to live to be free, but the mission on her shoulders left her no way to leave the Federation. Her clan and sister are here. Zhaoyi was a bit nervous to see Su Xin crying and wanted to take her in his arms. Eventually, he took Su Xin's hand and squeezed it tightly. Night came and Su Xin and Zhaoyi spent the day hanging out. Su Xin had a smile at the corner of her mouth. Was this considered a date for the two? Back at the Evangelion, before they could react, the two were surrounded by other silver-haired girls. Where have you two been? We were waiting for you guys. Su Ran looked at the two with a suspicious face. We went to a meeting. Sushin lent her voice to the conversation. Yes, this meeting is longer. Really? Really? The silver-haired girl then stopped asking. What exactly is this quest? Zhaoi smiled. Small task, don't worry about it. I'll go to the R&D room first. You guys talk amongst yourselves. When Zhaoi left, Su Xian's face became serious. All cadres to the conference room for a meeting. Ha, it's so late. Call it all up. Yes. Seeing Su Xian's appearance, Su Ran felt that the long-lost big sister seemed to have returned. The feeling was very familiar. She knew something big was about to happen. In the conference room, the crowd was silent, and Su Huan still had that same Me Too look, only with a lollipop in his mouth. Saran saw the noise and said, "You stole food. How? You hit me." Su Huan just loved to tease Su Ran. This tiny little guy was too cute. Others burst out laughing. Su Xian said with a serious face, "That's enough. All be quiet." Seeing that his big sister was really angry, Su Huan hurriedly put his feet down, and the others looked at Su Xian with surprised faces. What the hell is going on here? Su Xian looked up and said, "This mission is very special. We won't be taking the commander with us." What? The crowd wondered if they had heard wrong. Without the commander? If they hadn't brought him, their group would have been dead by the time they got to planet M787. Sister Su Xian, what the hell? The Federation can't afford to let us live any longer. The last manned mission is to do reconnaissance to the Iota L9867 meteor. What? The crowd's pupils widened. Isn't Iota L9867 meteor in the northernmost part of the Empire? Yeah, how's this going to get over there? We're a month away from 5 years of service, and now we're asked to do such an outrageous task. Su Xian nodded. That's right, this is the last mission. 10 deaths. We all have to die. Just in order. But, Su Huan stood up violently. The lollipop in his hand threw on the ground. Maz, fight with them. The previous mission is also outrageous, but there is still a possibility of living. This mission is to send death. Su Xian looked at her and said, "It doesn't matter if we fight them. But what about the sisters in the orphanage? What about our compatriots elsewhere? Don't forget that countless of our compatriots have died in battle before us, or we wouldn't even have been born." Su Huan was like a deflated ball. Yeah, they're fine with it, but the sisters in the orphanage aren't grown up yet. They don't deserve to die. What's more, they had bombs on them, and if they dared to stand against the Federation, they were instantly dead. But they don't realize that there are only about 100,000 silver-haired girls left in the so-called orphanage, and the rest have served or died in battle. So we can't take the commander. He shouldn't die here. Su Xian finished with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Thinking of Zhaoi, she felt that the last moments of her life were still happy. Saran cried and cried. "I can't spare the commander." Su Huan gritted his teeth. "Don't you say anything? Do you want the commander to die with us?" Su Ran cried harder. She didn't want Zhaoi to die with them, but she also didn't want to be separated from him. It was the first time she'd seen a Federation man who looked out for them so much. Su Xian said seriously, "The commander has been with us long enough this time, and we've survived until now thanks to the commander. We'll have to face this mission on our own." But, Saran wanted to say something but couldn't. Su Chen spread his two hands. "Unfortunately, I can't see Sister Su Xian and the commander's gossip." Su Huan laughed badly and said, "Yes, of all of us, you should be the one who can't bear to part with it, right?" Su Xian didn't say anything, just lowered her head. For a moment, the room was silent again. Everyone had their heads down and didn't know what they were thinking. After a while, Su Xian spoke. "The commander thinks we're doing the mission on the third day, so I'll find a reason for him to go back to the factory the next night, and we'll just head out." "Yes, well, it'll have to do. Remember, in these 2 days' time you guys don't act differently, especially you Su Ran. Don't cry and cry." Su Ran wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. "Got it." Su Xian then said, "I'm afraid we don't have a way to come back for this mission. You guys can do whatever you want to do in the next 2 days, and if you want money, you can also find me to apply for it. That's it. Shapely Duo may be desolate, but there's still a lot of interesting stuff." Su Xian waved the crowd away, while he himself sat down in the conference room and pulled out a candy paper from his breast pocket. This candy paper was the first candy that Zhaoi gave her, and it was very sweet. It felt like it had just happened. I only hoped that Zhaoi wouldn't blame himself when he found out about his decision. The next day, Zhaoi walked out of the research and development room with a yawn. Sure enough, researching T3 class fighters can't come out overnight, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get out before I leave. It doesn't matter though, there's still road time for the scouting mission, and it can certainly be researched in the meantime. Walking through the corridors of the starship, Zhaoi sensed that something was wrong. The gospel seemed a little quiet today. The sound of the silver-haired girls twittering could not be heard. They went about their business in silence, maintaining their weapons and starships, cleaning and so on. Seeing Zhao Yi's eyes revealed a surprised glow, but then quickly dimmed. Commander? Suwan walked up to him, a little less than in good spirits. Zhao Yi pretended to be angry and said, "What's going on? All so spiritless? You guys aren't as good as me who hasn't slept a night." Yes. Who has your spirit? Next to him, Su Huan sarcastically said. Zhao Yi laughed instead of being angry. Look, it's still Su Huan who has the spirit. This doesn't even forget to be sarcastic. The silver-haired girls around them smiled. Those days were gone soon. Thinking about it made me sad again. Su Huan spoke. Commander, I'm looking for you for something. What is it? You'll see when you come. After Su Huan finished speaking, she directly pulled Zhao Yi's hand towards her R&D room. Commander, look. Su Huan walked to a blank place and said to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's head was too big. There was nothing in this place to let himself see what the Emperor's new clothes? Su Huan happily said. This is the shield that Su Yan and I developed together. Shields? Su Huan nodded slightly and picked up her own weapon and aimed it at the air in front of her. A laser was shot. And something magical happened. The laser was actually bounced away. Zhao Yi was slightly stunned. This is dark matter? Su Huan happily said. Yes, this is the dark matter shield that Su Yan and I developed. Zhao Yi sucked in a breath of cool air. Although he knew that these two were talented, he didn't expect that he would actually be able to develop a shield based on his dark matter. The dark matter master cannon utilizes the principle of repulsion to be able to tear through energy shields. Dark matter shields also utilize the principle of repulsion to spread out attacks, saving a lot of energy and being more effective than traditional energy shields. Traditional energy shields release the same amount of energy as the attack when attacked to cancel the attack out. And dark matter just needs to be repelled and spread out. Zhao Yi gave a thumbs up. Awesome. This thing is very useful at critical moments. A kind of invisible energy shield. Seeing Zhao Yi praising herself, Su Huan was very happy, but her eyes soon became confused again. Unfortunately, Su Yan and I can only make such a large energy shield, and we need to study it again if we want to expand the range. Zhao Yi was indifferent. Then take your time to study it. I think you can go to the R&D department after your 5-year term is over. I will recommend you then. R&D. The Federation's R&D department? Can I get in as a silver-haired girl? That's for sure. You're already more talented than 99% of the Federation. And in 5 years you'll be a Federation man too. I am also a federal person. Su Huan felt a little unbelievable. But remembering what happened to Su Xin yesterday, there was silence. The commander must not know they were leaving. He couldn't divulge it himself. With a smile, he said, "That's right. Then I'll be counting on you, Commander, when the time comes. Don't worry." Ding Dong watching the dark matter basic version of the shield, gifted with the full dark matter shield technique. Hiss. Zhao Yi was inwardly shocked. He couldn't imagine that he could activate the system by looking at the shield Su Huan had developed. This guy is really a blessing in his own right. After Zhao Yi had the relevant technology within his mind, he knew why Su Huan's energy shield didn't have a way to get bigger. But he didn't tell the flaws of this basic version of the shield, which allowed Su Huan to discover them on her own so that she could grow. Zhao Yi said goodbye to Su Huan and then encountered Su Ran. Looking at the other party's somewhat red and swollen eyes, Zhao Yi was surprised. Who hit you? Su Ran. Why else would your eyes be swollen? Allergies. Allergies? Zhao Yi didn't ask when he saw that the other party wasn't telling the truth. Commander, I want to go out and get something good to eat. You pay me. Zhao Yi. Although he didn't understand why Su Ran asked for money, Zhao Yi still took out some money and gave it to Su Ran, telling her to be careful when she goes out on her own. The whole day had been very strange, with a number of silver-haired girls approaching him to do strange things. Some asked him to fix things, some wanted to talk to him. Zhao Yi disguises himself as an old mom and discusses parental matters with the group of teenage girls. Zhao Yi would also tell them about Blue Star. They are always amazed that there is such a world under the sky. However, Zhao Yi didn't have much to do in the first place. He couldn't keep developing warplanes, so he simply played with them for a while. By the way, Commander, I'm going to get a party inside the starship tomorrow night. Is that okay? Su Xian blinked her big eyes and asked with a smile. Zhao Yi nodded. Yes, we are leaving the day after tomorrow. We can indeed get a party before we leave. Su Ran, I'll give you some money. You go buy something delicious. No, you already gave it to me this morning. Zhao Yi understood. This little girl turned out to be prepared in advance. It looks like they've been planning this for a while. Alright, since you're all ready, I'll just have to enjoy it. The next day, the silver-haired girl got up early in the morning and started dressing the halls of the starship. Various festival items are arranged according to their aesthetic. Zhao Yi was made to cry and laugh because there were some things that shouldn't be here, but they were all used by them for decoration. He didn't say anything, as long as these silver-haired girls were happy. Night came and the gospel was filled with all kinds of laughter and the smell of food. The silver-haired girl gibbered as if she were back in the days before. Joey sat in his seat and smiled as Su Xian walked over and said, "Commander, this is for you." "For me?" Joey saw a small box in Su Xian's hand. "Yes, you put it on your body. Can't you open it?" Joey was quite curious. This was the first time the silver-haired girl had given herself a gift. I can't open it until tomorrow." "Okay." Joey shrugged. "Maybe this is called a fling." After loading the things up, Joey chatted with Su Xian for a while longer. Immediately after that, he was pulled into the middle of the hall by Su Wan. "Commander, let's play a game." "Game? What game?" Joey was a bit surprised. The group of silver-haired girls were too lively today. Su Wan laughed. "It's very simple. Use a cup to fill it with water. Then everyone passes it with their mouths. Whichever group is faster will win." This, Joey was a bit embarrassed. "I've seen this game before, but it's usually played by couples, where both sides are supposed to be unspoken." But while he himself was familiar with the silver-haired girls to say the least, he wasn't familiar enough to play like that. Or forget it. "No way." The crowd sternly refused, constantly crying and shaking Zhao Yi's arm. Zhao had no choice but to nod his head and say, "Okay, play with you guys. Okay, I'm going to team up with the commander. I'm going to team up with the commander, too. No, I want to talk to the commander." The crowd bickered, and in the end, Su Xian used her right to get into a group with Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's heart was pounding as the match began. He saw Su Xian's stunningly beautiful face close at hand, holding a disposable cup in her mouth as she turned her head to stare at Zhao Yi. Seeing so many silver-haired girls watching around him, Zhao Yi could only accept the cup with a stiff upper hand. The distance between them was so close it was as if you could hear the heartbeat. Su Xian's face suddenly turned red. After receiving the cup with his mouth, Zhao Yi turned his head to hand it to Su Huan. After all, there was her standing on the other side of himself. Su Huan had a bad smile on his face, as if he was ready to molest Zhao Yi later. At this time, Su Xian stopped the game. "Wait," Su Huan said irritably. "What's wrong?" "Was having fun." Su Xian looked at Zhao Yi and said, "Commander, we're leaving tomorrow, and I left something behind at the factory." "What is it?" "Uniforms." Although the silver-haired girls wore the exact same clothes every day, they both had 2 sets for changing. Su Xian was a little embarrassed. "Commander, I'll keep playing with my sisters. Can you take it down for me?" Zhao Yi was relieved and removed the cup from his mouth. "Okay, you guys take your time to play. I'll go get it for you. This is something that can be forgotten. It feels like you're distracted." "Ah, sorry," Su Xian said seriously. "I don't know if I'm sorry for forgetting my stuff or for what happened next." Zhao Yi got up and walked towards the exit of the starship, and all the silver-haired girls turned their heads to look at him. "Gone? Well, let's get going too." "Good." Su Huan walked over and said, "Sister Su Xian, you're too bad. Is this because you're afraid I'll play with the commander?" "Just bullshit." Su Xian blushed and pushed Su Xian. The silver-haired girl came to various locations of the starship. The starship that had been laughing and joking a moment ago was now dead silent. "Target Iota L9867 meteor. Make preparations for departure." In the command room, Su Xian turned her head to look at Zhao Yi on the ground. He was still walking leisurely toward the factory. "Yes." The silver-haired girl began to examine the various conditions within the starship. In the abandoned factory, Zhao Yi turned on the light and indeed saw Su Xian's neat uniform sitting on a chair. "It's still true." Zhao Yi was a little surprised. He had thought Su Xian was deliberately to find a reason to leave. "I cannot imagine that this little girl really put the clothes fell. Wait to go back to educate her properly." Lost 3. Holding it in his hand felt like it still carried Su Xian's faint scent, and it was very soft. Walking out of the factory, Zhao Yi was instantly confused. Why is this gospel lit? No. How did it start moving? After a loud bang, the Evangelion began to reorient itself towards the distance. What? I'm not even on the starship yet, and this Evangelion is running away? Zhao Yi was dumbfounded. Holding his uniform and immediately connecting to Su Xian, a projection of Su Xian appeared before his eyes. "Commander, how come the gospel is lit? I haven't even been up there yet. Isn't it leaving tomorrow? You guys aren't forgetting about me, are you?" Su Xian was a bit sad and finally said, "Sorry, we're going on our own for this mission. Commander, you mustn't forget us in Shapeliator." "What?" Su Xian hung up the communication, and the gospel disappeared from sight in the next second. No, that's not right." Zhao Yi's head was spinning fast. He had to get the Shapely multi-patrol to stop the gospel. They definitely couldn't survive without himself. At this moment, a hand tapped on Zhao Yi's shoulder. "Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu?" Zhao Yi turned his head to look a little surprised. At this hour, Lt. Colonel Lin Fu would actually be waiting for himself here. A bad feeling greeted him. Lt. Colonel Lin Fu looked at the harbor. The Evangelion is gone? Yes, the gospel has run off on its own. Lt. Colonel Lin Fu, hurry up and have the patrol bring the gospel back. I haven't been up there yet. Don't these guys realize I'm still down here? Lt. Colonel Lin Fu sighed. They have their own choices, and there are times when you need to respect that. Zhao Yi bowed his head in silence. He naturally understood the reason for this. I just couldn't believe that Su Xin would actually choose to put him in shapely duo for his safety. Is this not trusting yourself? No matter what the mission is, he himself will lead them to live. Seemingly seeing Zhao Yi's doubts, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu spoke. Do you know where the location of this mission is? Where? Iota L9867 meteor. Zhao Yi froze. The northernmost Iota L9867 meteor in the Empire? Yes. Crazy, Zhao Yi growled. Having a starship go Iota L9867 meteor. What's the difference between that and sending it to its death? And what value is that to the Northwest Theater? Letting a bunch of elite veterans go to their deaths. Is that the rule of the Federation? I don't know how prim and proper the Federation was before there was a silver-haired maiden. But God forbid the Federation doesn't perish now. Anger, disbelief, all sorts of emotions surged through Zhao Yi's mind. Calm down. This isn't an order from me. It's the Five Elders group, and I'm sure you're well aware of their attitude towards the silver-haired girl. I have bailed you out several times, but this time it is a direct order from the Elder Council, and I can't help it. After saying that, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder again. Think about it yourself. Zhao Yi does not know what to say. Even if Iota L9867 meteor is 10 dead, what he wants is to be with the gospel. Wait, the Evangelion's trip to Iota L9867 meteor must have left Federation range. In fact, it's pretty obvious what the Federation is saying, whether Evangelion is dead or not. As long as they don't come back, that wouldn't count as 5 years of service. This scouting mission is just an excuse. Seeing Zhao Yi calm down, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu thought that he had already thought about it. It's good to think about it. A lot of things are just a thought away. Just look away. Zhao Yi turned around and asked, the gospel is gone. What about me? Return to the capital star? No. You're shapely now for an extra half-month break for a change of mood. And after that there will be arrangements. Zhao Yi was silent as he looked at the starry sky in the distance. Su Hsin, I'll see you again. Gospel ship. Su Xin sat in her seat and took a long breath. She was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist taking Zhao Yi with her. Walking to Zhao Yi's room, Su Xin had wanted to see Zhao Yi's living environment within the starship, but just as he reached the room, he saw Su Huan and Su Ran and the others standing in it. What are you doing? Let's see if the commander forgot to bring anything with him, and we can still give it to him in an escape pod at this distance now. Anything? Su Xin walked into Zhao Yi's room with some curiosity. Clean and tidy, even a little Spartan, and not at all like a federalist who would enjoy himself in time. What is it? Su Huan saw a disc held in his hand on the table. It seems like songs. Songs? The commander still writes songs? Su Huan smiled. The image of Zhao Yi writing a song floating in his mind seemed a bit comical. Although Zhao Yi is wise, calm and collected, he still has an air about him that is not quite the same as writing songs, or not artistic. Listen to it? Su Ran asked Su Xin who was next to him. Su Xin thought for a moment and eventually nodded. The disc was inserted and a melodious tune resounded throughout the starship. There is a waiting beyond the world. The countdown to the love of darkness slowly disperses. Shimmering dust warms every being. Tomorrow's tomorrow will come again. The crowd was shocked to hear the songs and felt the hope and adventure they brought. Sushin picked up the package of the disc. I think this song is called Go Wander. Su Huan laughed out loud. Rather like us. Aren't we just going to wander? Did the commander already know about this day? So he put this song here? Su Xin was a bit surprised. But thinking about it shouldn't be possible. If the commander really knew they were going to wander off on their own, he certainly wouldn't approve. Perhaps he wants to go wandering with us. Saran cried out when he heard. Oh, I missed the commander. Why don't we take him with us? He would have agreed to be with us. Su Xin rebuked. You're being selfish. We can't let the commander die with us. He's got a lot of time to live and we've already come to the end of our rope. But we didn't even ask the commander. So maybe this isn't what he wants. Su Xin fell silent and shooed the crowd out of Zhao Yi's room, barricading the door permanently. No one is coming in this place. Preparation for hibernation will now begin. Yes. Su Ran wiped her tears and began to carry out Su Xin's orders. There are 300 silver-haired maidens on the gospel. That's 300 mouths. Although he had brought a lot of food and supplies with him this time out, there would always be a day when he would run out. So Su Xin decided to put 200 silver-haired girls into hibernation. And the Evangelion's combat missions wouldn't use that many people. They will fall into a deep sleep and no longer need food to consume. It meant that the 200 silver-haired girls might never wake up, or might even be shot down before they could awaken the Evangelion, and that hibernation was death to them. Su Xian mobilized everyone on the hall, and this time the dormancy was decided according to the drawing of lots, and no one had any complaints. Drawing it means you may never wake up. Saran drew the dormant sign, along with the remaining 199 silver-haired girls. Su Xian snatched the dormant sign from Su Ran's hand and said, "Now that there are no fighters on the gospel, I think it's better for me to dormant." Saran shook his head. "No, maybe it's a good thing to be dormant now instead. You might even remember the commander out there." The crowd was silent. She walked over to the dormant bin and laid down. "Are we never going to see the commander again?" Su Xian nodded and said, "Yes, but our sisters might be able to see him again. With Zhao Yi around, our sisters might actually be able to usher in a day of freedom and peace." "Yes, oh, there are many other sisters in the Federation. I wonder who will meet Zhao Yi." Su Ran obediently lay in the dormant bin, and Su Xian pressed the switch. At once, the dormant bin was covered with gas. 200 silver-haired girls fell into a deep sleep, and Su Xian had them pushed back inside the starship. This parting may be the last. The remaining 100 silver-haired girls returned to their posts in silence. 100 was still too many, but there was no way around it. They only had so many dormant bins. Sushin returned to the command room, about to leave planet M787 and replace thruster power. Yes, although they knew that entering the interior of the Empire was death, Su Xian and the girls still wanted to live as long as they could. Replacing the thruster power slows it down, and the chances of the other side detecting it become smaller. In abandoning the safety of the star route, it might be able to last a week. Shapely much, Zhao Yi returned to his room somewhat lost in thought. 1 second he was able to chat with Su Xian and the others and think about the future, but the next second he was left alone. Even though he knew that this parting wouldn't be too long, Su Xian's knitted brows and smile seemed to keep replaying in his mind. She was so charming. Without realizing it, Zhao Yi held the rest of Su Xian's clothes in his arms. By the way, Su Xian gave herself something. Zhao Yi pulled out the small box Su Xian had given him from his pocket and took it out. Unwrapping the package and opening it, there was actually a traditional photo with a group photo of 300 people, some of whom couldn't see their faces because of the crowded conditions, but Zhao Yi knew all of them. These were the silver-haired girls from the gospel. Is this the last thing Su Xian gave herself? And look in the box. This is T3 level energy core? Shouldn't this be on the gospel? Was it replaced by Su Xian? There's a letter at the end. Commander, by the time you read this letter we should have already left in the Evangelion. Spending so much time together has made it seem as if we were living our lives over again. You've shown us a different life and its splendor, but there's no way we'll come back safely from this mission. So forgive me for my decision. There is a picture of us together in the box, so I hope you don't forget about us, and be sure to treat the other sisters kindly when you meet them in the future. Lastly, the energy core. It would be a shame for this to go with us, and it would be even worse if the Empire got it. So I took this off after replacing the core of the T2 class starships on it. Signed Su Xian. Zhao Yi smiled. Were these silver-haired girls really ready to die? But one is not allowed to do so. Big strong. Zhao Yi picked up his communicator and called the White Phoenix mercenaries. Sushin and the girls are gone, but this is just right. The White Phoenix mercenaries were originally prepared by Zhao Yi for Su Xian and the girls, and now the White Phoenix mercenaries were exactly the time to use them. 300 silver-haired girls plus a T2 class starship would make a huge difference. Boss, you wanted to see me? Zhao Yi's heel appeared as Dijang. How are the mercenaries now? Currently the mercenaries have 4 starships. With the addition of your green cloud and purple sun ships that's 6. Boss. Afraid that Zhao Yi would not be satisfied, De Zhuang spoke up. The preparation of the starship is not a problem. As long as there is money it's very easy to do. It's just that this ship's personnel are all a bit new to the field, and they are currently still in the process of recruiting. Zhao Yi nodded. Not bad. You guys just happened to have your first mission. What mission? Now that the White Phoenix mercenaries are neutral, they can freely enter and leave various civilizations, right? Yes, but there are still some forbidden areas we can't go to. You will now enter Imperial territory and find the Evangelion. The Evangelion? You're in the Empire? De Zhuang was a bit surprised. His boss was too strong. Being from the Federation, but being in Imperial territory for 3 days. This is treating the Empire like a backyard. What a lot of nonsense. After finding the gospel there is a silver-haired girl named Su Xian up there. You should have seen her before. She will be the head of the White Phoenix mercenaries from now on, but they don't have the means to step out and go for a lot of things. So you step in. De Zhuang no longer asked more questions. Not allowing himself to be this head of the group is just right. Otherwise, if something happens, you are responsible for it. And although you are living better than before, you are on edge every day. He had betrayed the blood wolf before only because he wanted to live well. Now well, someone else was able to fill in for him much to his relief. Yes, we're leaving now. I'll send you the signal frequency of the gospel later, and you track it. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yi was quite relieved. Now Su Xian and the girls had evacuated the Federation, and although the process was not expected by themselves, the result was the same. Then one could leave the Federation to find Su Xian, or stay in the Federation. After thinking about it, in the end, Zhao Yi decided to stay in the Federation and wanted to see Su Xian whenever he wanted. But the Federation has quite a few silver-haired girls left at the moment. He's ready to make a change and save everyone. The next days Zhao Yi still felt empty, lonely and cold. Although I know that Su Xian and the girls are only temporarily away, I still miss them. Zhao Yi had long since treated the other party as family. 3 days later, Imperial territory. By this time the Evangelion had long been discovered by the Empire and had been under siege for some time. They couldn't understand why the gospel was in this position, but knew the starship had to be taken out. The Evangelion's overall damage was so severe that the starship's shields were gone. But the Empire was just as bad, with the patrol losing 3 T2 class starships. What to do? We're surrounded. Su Huan saw the red dots on the screen. A starship had actually circled around to their front and blocked the road. This was preparation for a front and back attack. She was a little anxious, as if she had empty strength but no way to use it. There were no fighters on the starship, and there was no way for her to help if she wanted to. Report: thrusters have been hit by enemy subguns. Speed reduced by 50%, reporting 30% hull damage. Some areas have been punctured and exposed to the universe. Su Huan spoke. Should we wake up the other sisters? Su Xian frowned. What was meant to be was always meant to be. Today may be the last day of the gospel. Accelerate and rush over to the other side and attack with the secondary cannons, or the Evangelion will surely crash if it is hit by the main interstellar cannons behind it. Yes, all we have to do now is wriggle together and keep the other side's main guns at bay, and he himself might be able to take one out again when the main gun cools down. But only one. There were Imperial starships approaching from other directions, and perhaps the Evangelion would have been sunk before these Imperial starships arrived. At that moment, a light lit up behind him, as if it was going to illuminate the entire universe. Su Xian knew it was the glow of the main gun. That can't be right. Haven't they opened it before? Su Huan was astonished beyond measure. Obviously the cooldown and fill time hasn't ended yet. Where did this main shot come from? Immediately afterward, they saw the light pass through them and hit the starship in front of them. The Imperial starship was reduced to pieces in the flames. What's going on here? How is it that the main guns are hitting their own people? The crowd was a bit confused. Even if the opposite side's aiming system was faulty, it wouldn't be skewed like this at such a close distance. Commander, other starships have appeared on our periphery, and the attack just now seems to have come from them. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Imperial destroyer behind him similarly exploded and broke apart. The 2 starships that had surrounded the gospel were gone in an instant. Su Xian and the others were very puzzled. Who the hell is this guy? This is Imperial territory. There's no way a Federation starship would appear. But by attacking the Imperial starships, they were clearly coming to their aid. Sister Su Xian, should we run? Su Xian smiled bitterly. No more running. No matter what is coming we admit it. Not to mention that our power system is broken and we can't run away even if we want to. I'm also tired these days. During these days, the Evangelion had been hiding in the east, and the silver-haired girl aboard the starship, whose body had long been exhausted, had not closed her eyes for days. Beyond that, the bigger issue is spiritual exhaustion. With no purpose and no hope, this is a time when dying might be a relief instead. It was just a pity that he didn't end up seeing Zhao Yi once. Commander. No, Sister Su Xian. This seems to be a mercenary starship. Su Huan called out in surprise, and subconsciously called it by the wrong name. The silver-haired girl had already made such a mistake an unknown number of times, as if Zhao Yi was still on the starship. Mercenaries? Su Xian looked up at the window. It was indeed the starship of the mercenaries. Their symbol was a white phoenix with open wings bathed in fire. This is the White Phoenix mercenaries. Su Xian recognized the mark of this mercenary. Wasn't it the White Phoenix mercenaries that Zhao Yi had supported after Blood Wolf's death? How did they appear here? Sister Su Xian. The other party is requesting a connection. Pick it up. Su Xian's figure appeared in front of Big Strong. De Zhuang recognized Su Xian, the very same silver-haired girl who was standing next to Zhao Yi at that time. Ms. Su Xian. I was ordered to come and help you. Help me? Yes. It's all Zhao Yi's orders. Zhao Yi. The silver-haired girls felt a bit dazed. They thought they would never hear from Zhao Yi again. Little did they realize that only a few days later, they were rescued again because of Zhao Yi. For a moment, a variety of emotions flooded the mind. Thanks a lot, but we still have to head to Iota L9867 Meteor for a mission, and you'll be in the same danger if you follow us. De Zhuang spoke. According to Boss Zhao Yi, you will become the leader of the White Phoenix mercenaries and we will all follow your orders. But De Zhuang continued. Boss Zhao Yi also said that you have now left the confines of the Federation. It doesn't matter if you do the mission or not. If you still want to save the silver-haired maidens within the Federation, then live well. Other compatriots. Su Xian's eyes twinkled. Yeah, one's ultimate mission is to save one's compatriots. There's absolutely no need to actually Iota L9867 meteors. Even if you don't do the quest yourself, there is nothing going on. Before, he didn't do the mission for fear that the Federation would take a shot at his fellow countrymen, but now it was no longer necessary. The Federation will think they're dead. Chief, please tell me what to do. Big Strong spoke up. Su Xian's lips tightened. No matter how one looked at it, Zhao Yi's suggestion was better. She didn't expect Zhao Yi to actually have her back up. This made her feel even more dependent on Zhao Yi, and it was true that she still couldn't escape him. Pick up the bridge. Yes. After a loud boom, bridges were accessed on both sides of the gospel. Su Xian ordered the Evangelion's things to be moved to the other starships, while he himself went to the hibernation room. When the switch is pressed, all the hibernation bins opened from the inside. Su Ran and the others rubbed their eyes and lay up with a bewildered look on their faces. How did they wake up? How long have I been asleep? Where are we? Don't ask so many questions. Now get up and rush to the other starships. The crowd didn't know what was going on, but they rushed to get up and join the carrying army. Su Huan saw Su and then was pleasantly surprised. Little girl, you're up. Sleeping for so long the body rusted. No. Go to hell. Su Ran didn't bother to talk back to her and ran as fast as she could with her things in her arms. After the crowd had finished moving, they boarded the Sky Edge. This was an authentic T3 class starship, and according to Zhao Yi's instructions, this starship would be used and inhabited by 300 silver-haired girls. The silver-haired girls were all very excited to get on the Sky Edge. Big Strong, destroy the Evangelion. Yes, they knew that to survive, the gospel was not going to stay. With the destruction of the Evangelion, the Empire will stop chasing them, and people on the Federation side will assume they're dead. The silver-haired girls have been lying on their windows looking out into the universe at the Evangelion. At this point it was riddled with holes and its body was in pieces. The day had finally come for this starship that had been with them for so long. Evangelion. Thank you. Su Ran reached out her hand and gently stroked it across the universe. Because of the angle, it was as if the starship was lying in the palm of her hand. In the next second, the Evangelion erupted into a dazzling light and was blown to pieces by the main cannon, becoming a piece of trash in the universe. Let's go. Yes. The oncoming Imperial starship brushed past the White Phoenix mercenaries, who didn't stop to fly in the direction of the Evangelion's destruction. Su Xian was relieved. Everything will end here and begin again from here. They are no longer federates, but mercenaries on the run for themselves. Su Ran turned his head to look at Su Xian and said, Sister Su Xian, what the hell is going on? Su Xian smiled. We still haven't escaped the commander's arrangement. The White Phoenix mercenaries are already where we belong. Saran was surprised. Commander? He's here? No, but he had someone come to pick us up. So can we go to the commander? Will he come aboard the starship? Su Xian shook her head. She didn't quite understand. Sushin. Su Xian froze slightly when she heard the voice, and the other silver-haired girls jointly turned their heads to look at the back, which was Zhao Yi's projection. Commander! The hall resounded with the sound of rising and falling voices. Thrilled, pleased, excited. Zhao Yi smiled. I haven't seen you guys for a few days. You've worked hard. At this moment, the crowd could no longer restrain their inner emotions and began to cry. It was only a few days, but it was more than anything they had experienced before. Even Su Huan's eyes reddened. Commander, since you found someone to save us, you should have told us earlier. We thought we would never see you again. Su Ran said as she wiped her tears. She really thought she wouldn't be able to see Zhao Yi. I didn't realize that just by sleeping, what happened before had passed like a nightmare. Zhao Yi spread his two hands somewhat helplessly. You've wronged me here. I also wanted to talk to you guys. You guys drove the starship and ran away. What? Afraid to bring me along for the ride? Su Xian stepped forward. Commander, this is all my responsibility. Punish me if you want. Zhao Yi smiled. Alright, I didn't save you guys to discuss who's right and who's wrong. I just want to tell you that I miss you guys. In response to Zhao Yi's such direct words, the crowd blushed slightly, a little embarrassed but very happy. Su Huan hugged her cheeks and squirmed. Commander, you're so needy. Do you miss all of us or just Sister Su Xian? Su Xian's pretty face blushed and pinched Su Huan. Just this guy likes to talk too much. Zhao smiled. Of course to all of you. I saw the group photo you gave me. It's not very photogenic. Or I look good in person. The crowd burst out laughing again. Sure enough, time with the commander was always so much fun. We missed the commander too. The crowd said in unison. Su Huan said, Commander, when are you coming for us? Zhao shook his head. We won't be meeting or contacting each other for a short while. I'm going to see what Lin Fu and the others are up to. Lin Fu? I didn't tell you guys before, but it doesn't matter now. Lin Fu and the others are ready to subvert the entire Federation. The crowd's pupils suddenly contracted. The news was too shocking. No way. Aren't they from the Federation too? Why are they taking on the Federation? Now that the Federation has been beaten by the Empire, it's preparing for civil unrest at this time. Yes, but they don't think there's any way for the pedantic Federation to survive the Empire right now. And I wanted to stay and see if there was any chance of seizing the silver-haired girls' control centers so that the bombs in your bodies wouldn't have any effect. Su Wan excitedly said. At that time, our sisters won't have to listen to the orders of the Federation? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. The crowd was pleasantly surprised that they had survived, though they were equally hopeful that their other sisters within the Federation had survived as well. Su Xin, on the other hand, was worried. Will this be dangerous? The Federation is, after all, a civilization with a long history, and there's no telling how many cards it has. It's okay, I've got it covered. And if the Federation really does die out, the silver-haired girl will surely become extinct first. We definitely can't let that day come. Sushin, so Commander, what do we need to do? Your task is to keep growing yourselves. You are now not federates but mercenaries, and after that you will do things with mercenary considerations, and as long as there is enough profit, you can fight. If we do liberate the silver-haired girls, we'll need your power to protect them when the time comes. We understand, Commander. So when can we meet again? There will be a day. Well, enough about that. I've been approached. Zhao Yi had just hung up his communication when Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu walked in. He looked at Zhao Yi and said, What's wrong? Still haven't gotten over your sadness? Well, I don't know how the gospel is doing now, Zhao Yi said deliberately. The gospel is gone now, but the people on the gospel are safe. I wonder how the people of the Federation will feel when they see Su Xian one day. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu patted him and said, You should know all about this kind of result. The Evangelion may have already been within the Empire. After a pause, LT, Commander Lin Fu continued, The Elder Council has asked you to lead a brand new fleet. A whole new fleet? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu nodded. Yes, after the destruction of Arika, the people of the Elder Corps might have realized certain problems as well. And that is that relying on silver-haired maidens and T1-class starships alone is not at all a match for the Empire. So they're preparing to component a fleet of T2-class starships made up of silver-haired maidens. Allowing a silver-haired girl to use a T2-class starship? This caused Zhao Yi to be a bit surprised. It seems like the Federation people would change even at the moment of life and death. It's not set in stone. It's just not time. Lin Fu continued. Yes, the command of this fleet we fought to get to you. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. If the silver-haired girl of the Federation was able to use a T2-class starship now, wouldn't that be the purpose of LT? Colonel, Lin Fu achieved. Will he still subvert the Union? LT, Colonel, Lin Fu, wasn't your purpose to get the most out of the silver-haired girl? Now that this purpose seems to have been accomplished, then your plan after that. The plan doesn't change. We'll still be laying out afterward, and we hope you'll join us. Why, is your mission not what you said before, that you don't actually want to change the Federation? But for power? Lin Fu, say what you want, you can say that we're doing it for power. There's no turning back from the bow. We're all ready to go naturally, we won't just give up. This is not something that can be explained in a few words. We'd like you to join us just as much, and to avoid the fiasco that was the Evangelion, you'll need us to work together. Zhao Yi actually wanted to agree. Only after muddying the water could he reap more benefits. But one's attitude can't switch too quickly. Let's see. I'm not in the mood for that right now either. I understand. Get some rest. I'll leave you to it. Lin Fu knew that Zhao Yi wouldn't agree, but it didn't matter. As long as the news of Gospel's death came, Zhao Yi would definitely agree. Zhao Yi sent Lin Fu away and then began to draw the drawings of the T3 class starfighter. This will greatly strengthen the White Phoenix mercenaries. The next day, news of the annihilation of the Evangelion within the Empire came out, and the entire world was shocked. They hadn't expected the Evangelion to run to this location, but on closer inspection it seemed they could smell intrigue. The shapely crowd was always relieved. Even though they knew they were sending Evangelion to his death, they were a little worried when the death didn't come out. This Evangelion can't even have accomplished that, can it? Well, now that the gospel is gone, the suspense is finally over. Some people are happy and some people are sad. The silver-haired girls across the Commonwealth were silent when they learned the news. The gospel trumpet is their spiritual support every year. When 9844 was there, it was all they had, and it was about to be 5 years old when it was destroyed. Resigned, aggrieved, and made them a bit broken, but they need to keep fighting, partly because of the bomb inside them, and partly because they want their countrymen and sisters to stay out of the war. Only when the war is over will the silver-haired girls afterward not have to go to war. The shapely bar, Zhaoyi buying a drink by the glass, the sad look attracted a lot of people. He was supposed to attend Shapely Nado's party today, but he declined. The other officers were familiar with Zhaoyi and didn't feel there was a problem. Zhaoyi's relationship with the gospel is extraordinary, and now that he knows that the gospel is gone, he should be very sad. But they didn't know that this was just a deliberate act by Zhaoyi to make himself look sad. Melancholy eyes, messy hair, the light shining on Zhaoyi's cheeks reveals a faint sadness. Some girls tried to strike up a conversation with the young and handsome Zhaoyi, but they were all rejected by him. At this moment, a large hand clapped on Zhaoyi's shoulder, and without looking back, Zhaoyi spoke. Sorry, I want to be alone today. What? Even I don't want a drink? Zhaoyi turned around when he heard a familiar voice, and Lin Fu, who was dressed in civilian clothes, was standing behind him. The bar owner obviously recognized Lin Fu and stood back with trepidation, a smile on his face. In addition to Lin Fu, behind him stood a small man, wearing a hood, unable to see what he looked like, or even if he was a man or a woman. Commander Lin Fu, what brings you here? Counting the time, Lin Fu should be having a celebratory dinner right now to celebrate the good news of the gospel's crash. Lin Fu said to the owner, find me a quiet spot. Okay, follow me. The owner brought the three to a private room, closed the door and went out. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu sat on the couch while the man in the hood stood behind him. Sit down. Zhaoyi sat across from Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu and said, Lieutenant Colonel, what is it that you're looking for me this time? Of course there's something. Didn't I say yesterday that your appointment came down? I was going to announce it at the celebration banquet, but you didn't show up, so I had to come here to find you. Zhaoyi squeezed out a smile and said, Sorry, I just wanted to come over for a drink, but I didn't expect to drink so much. Something to do with the gospel, right? Hearing these words, Zhaoyi noticed that the person behind Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's body trembled. Although it was quickly adjusted, it still didn't escape Zhaoyi's eyes. This guy is related to the gospel? Lin Fu sighed. I didn't expect the Evangelion to actually crash so soon, but that's all in the past. We should all move on. There's still a lot of things waiting for us to do in the Federation right now. Zhaoyi nodded. I know, but I wanted to be properly reminiscent tonight. It should. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu, I don't want to bother you, but I'll finish what needs to be said. The Elder Council now officially orders you to be the fleet captain of Starship Z056, in command of 10 starships. This fleet is made up of silver-haired maidens except for you. I'm sure you should have no problem with that. No. Zhaoyi's surface was unchanged, while inwardly he was smiling. Isn't this a fleet delivered to your doorstep? A fleet that can surely play a major role in the insurgency that follows. A fleet of all silver-haired girls would be easy to manage afterward. This fleet is entirely at your disposal, but of course it still has to fulfill the Federation's mission first and foremost. Zhaoyi nodded and said, Then can I change the fleet myself, such as adding starship positions and so on? Of course you can. If there's booty, you just need to turn in 50% of it, and the rest you can use to strengthen your own fleet. And the Federation will give some support if there's a shortage of troops or if starships are destroyed and so on. This was something that surprised Zhaoyi a bit. Originally, the silver-haired girl's starship management was under the control of the Federation, and it was only natural that the spoils of war should be turned in. Now that's about as much authority as the Federation's own fleet. Commander Lin Fu, I'm afraid you've paid quite a bit for this fleet to have this right, haven't you? Of course, but the 5 elders were only willing to try out a portion of it, so I recommended you. If this fleet of yours achieves good results, then we will be able to fight for more rights after that, and perhaps allow more silver-haired girls to pilot high-class starships, which will increase their survival rate and still hold off the Empire's attack. But if the results are mediocre, then the number may be cancelled. Understood. Zhaoyi nodded slightly. Well, that's it. Z056 has arrived at the harbor. You'll just have to take up your duties tomorrow. Okay. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu just got up and patted his head, making the person behind him stand in front. Look at me, I forgot. This one hasn't been introduced to you yet. Who? Zhaoyi stared at the person next to Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. After he removed the hood, Zhaoyi's pupils suddenly contracted. Susan. Zhaoyi stunned. In front of this woman, and Su Xin looks exactly the same, but more tender and timid. No Su Xin kind of thunder and lightning. The feeling of a heroine. but like a young man who just stepped into society. Everything is so curious and longing. The girl said a little timidly, "Hello, Commander? I'm self-propelled weapon number 18522, and I'm not any Su-Xin." Zhaoyi turned his head to look at Lin Fu. Lin Fu explained, "For your ease of management, all of the newcomers on this Z-056 starship are newcomers. That is, humanoid self-propelled weapons that have just arrived from the production center. And this 18522 is your new second in command, which you should be very familiar with." 18522 hastily gave a military salute. "I will complete the mission successfully. Please don't worry. This is probably what the silver-haired girl looks like when she first joins the army. Timid, shy with a little excitement. But after seeing what the Union did in the military, there was despair. Was Su-Xin like that back then?" Lin Fu got up and said, "Well, since you still want to drink here, let 18,522 accompany you. I'll go back first." "Okay." After Lin Fu left, 18522 was a bit formal, pinching the hem of her skirt. She hadn't realized that the first time she joined a starship she would be second in command, and that the man in front of her would be her first commander. "What I didn't expect even more was that I would actually meet him in a bar. So this is the bar." 18522 with a curious face. He looked around and hastily lowered his head again when he saw Zhaoyi looking at him. Zhaoyi got up. "A fleet of all new silver-haired girls. Is this a concern that the silver-haired girls are too strong?" "Commander, where are you going?" 18522 hastened to follow. Zhaoyi looked back at 18,522's face in a bit of a trance. "Damn, this is Su-Xin, Su-Xin, Su-Yun, and now a silver-haired girl," Zhaoyi said without looking back. "Go home." "Going home? Then I'll give you a ride." "No, go back on your own." "But," 18522 before she finished speaking, she saw Zhaoyi walk out of the private room, and she thought about it but still followed her out. The people drinking outside were filled with contempt and indignation at the sight of the silver-haired girl who had suddenly appeared. A humanoid self-propelled weapon? How did she get here? "It's because of you losers that Shapeliator has become so depressed. What a load of garbage. The Federation has fed you for so long and this is how you repay the Federation." They expressed their anger and humiliation, spreading this anger on 18,522 who are totally ignorant. 18522 is a little confused. What's going on? She'd been in the production center before and heard that silver-haired girls were unpopular, but hadn't experienced much of that. Now it seems to be true. "Sorry." 18522 finished with a bow, and she really thought it was her problem. "We'll definitely try harder." The others remained unforgiving. Zhaoyi couldn't stand to watch. "Don't bullshit with these people. Hurry over." "Yes." 18,522 again. He hurriedly ran out after Zhaoyi. "What did your orphanage people say before you came out?" "Say that we are soldiers of the Federation, and now that the Federation is being invaded, we must stand up bravely and drive the invaders out," 18522 said with righteous indignation. And she really did. Zhaoyi could understand. Before she was a weapon in the factory and had never come out yet. "So what do you think about what just happened in the bar?" 18522 thought for a moment and said, "I know it's not nice to look at us silver-haired girls, so we're going to try to change that." Zhaoyi stared at her and said, "There's only one way to change the situation. And that's to recreate another federation out of it." "Make a federation out of it?" 18522 was a bit surprised. She didn't quite understand what that meant. "All right, go back. You'll understand for yourself afterward." 18522 nodded silently, curious before walking away. "Commander, was that Su-Xin you were talking about 9,844? You recognize?" 18522 nodded slightly. "My compatriots don't come back when they get out of the orphanage, but I still hear about them once in a while. And I've heard that 9844 is the hope of our clan, on a starship called the Evangelion. I just didn't realize that the Evangelion sank just as I got out." 18522 finished with a slightly glum look in his eyes. She also wanted to meet this 9844. Zhaoyi didn't say anything and just stood in place. 18522 feeling like she was talking too much. She heard Lin Fu say that Zhaoyi was the commander of the gospel. It's just that for some reason he wasn't on the starship at the time. The Evangelion was silent. He must have regretted it very much. After giving Zhaoyi a bow, 18522 hurriedly ran away. Zhaoyi shook his head helplessly as he looked at her back. A naive fellow, just like many silver-haired girls who just came out. But as soon as they manage to survive a month's time, that naivety disappears. Zhaoyi didn't sleep immediately after going back, but instead completed the development of the T3 class starfighter. The half-month break was almost over, and Zhaoyi was finally almost done. The next day, Zhaoyi hadn't even gotten up yet when he saw that there was one more person by the bedside, and she was standing straight and quietly guarding the side. Holy shit! Zhaoyi was a bit confused. "When did you come?" 18522 stood by and said, "Commander, Are you awake? Why are you here? I thought about it when I got back yesterday. You might not be able to get up after all that drinking, so I came in early in the morning to get the time to call you, and I didn't think you'd be up. After saying that, 18522 hurriedly took the clothes on the side and handed them to Zhao. Zhao was speechless for a while. You're my deputy commander, not my replacement maid. There's no need to do this. Same. Commander, your guard captain hasn't been selected yet, so I'll serve for the time being. Captain of the guard. Su Ran's appearance floated within Zhao Yi's mind. Headache. This 18,522 is a combination of Su Ran and Su Xin, even more naive than Su Ran. Su Ran had lived for 5 years after all, and although she looked innocent and cute on the outside, she wouldn't do anything. And this guy is actually afraid that he can't get up. Commander, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Is it a bit of a headache? Do you want me to help you put it on? Go out too. Yes. 18522 panicked and ran out, slamming the door in the process. Only then did Zhao get up and put on his clothes. How embarrassing it must be to dress yourself with her around. Looking at one of her faces, it felt as if Su Xin was right beside her. Wait, what if a few of them meet later and aren't acting like triplets? It's kind of exciting just to think about it. After dressing neatly, Zhao then pushed the door and walked out. 18522 was standing at the door and was very excited to see Zhao come out. Commander, where are we going now? Go to the harbor and have the captains of the various starships of Z056 come and see me. Yes, the shapely harbor, where a number of people were gathered at the moment, seemed to be crowding around something. There was noise and shouting all around. 18,522 wondered. Commander, something seems to be happening up ahead. Check it out. When the crowd saw Zhao coming over, they made way. The current Zhao that was a major of the Federation. His rank in shapely NATO was not low. 18522 followed and looked toward the front, and a wave of anger came up. A few Union soldiers were actually bullying the silver-haired girls, crowding them into a corner and hurling insults. And you losers are worthy of using a T2 class starship? Seeing as you guys are good looking, what exactly did you use to get LT? Commander Lin Fu to agree to give you a T2 class starship? I'll give you all a day to get out. They say that silver-haired girls can't be touched. I'll see if I can today. Although the silver-haired girl used orders from above on the T2 class starship, this was a trial system after all, and many people didn't know about it. The shapely Federation soldier gasped at the sight of the silver-haired girl using a T2 class starship, a bunch of self-propelled weapons actually using the same starships as them. Do they deserve it? Not even human. So early in the morning there was trouble here, and the silver-haired girl who had come down to check on the situation was surrounded by them and abused, because they were new to the battlefield. The group of silver-haired girls were overwhelmed by the battle. Plus, they couldn't go against the Federals, so they had to keep their heads down and be silent, letting the people around them beat them up. Naturally, the shapely residents would not help them, and at this point were just watching the jokes from the sidelines. The nerves that had been tense for days relaxed for the moment. What's up you guys? 18522 walked over and shouted, while holding his compatriot back, both eyes filled with rage. But she knew the silver-haired girl couldn't go against the Union soldiers. At the moment, she could only hope that these soldiers would leave quickly. 9844? The Union soldiers froze slightly at the sight of the face. They might not recognize all the silver-haired girls, but they certainly recognized 9844. No, it's not a 9844. It's just the same model. Scared me. I thought the dead had risen. The words are wrong, aren't they? How can they come back from the dead if they aren't even human? Fair enough. The Union soldiers relaxed quite a bit. The gospel is gone now. Where will 9844 be? Still, looking at the same model of silver-haired girl can be a little nerve-wracking. It's disgusting that self-propelled weapons of the same model look so much alike. That's for sure. They're both weapons, just like the guns in our hands, coming off the same production line. Can they not be the same? Since the Federation is able to produce them, why don't they send one to each of us? Ha ha. 18,522 lips tightened as the changes of the past 2 days made it clear to her that the silver-haired girl seemed to be unpopular in the Federation. Thought the people at the welfare office were just being hard on them, but now it seems that's not hard. It's contempt and dislike. You guys get a move on. 18,522 shouted. The many Federation soldiers were happy. You're their leader, aren't you? Then I'll tell you to leave these starships within a day's time or you'll be in for it. We're not leaving. These starships belong to our Z056 fleet. Why should we leave? The silver-haired girls argued with reason. Gives you face, doesn't it? The Federation soldiers were annoyed. It was the first time they had seen the silver-haired girl dare to contradict them. A soldier raised his hand about to slap 18522. 18522, although childish, his temperament was similar to Su Xion's. Deadly glaring at the soldier in front of him, not in the least bit afraid of the falling hand. Fight if you have to. She's not going to back down. This made the soldier feel a little bit fuzzy inside and more irritated. I'll beat you to death. Seeing that the slap was about to fall, Zhao Yi stepped forward and grabbed it. What are you doing, Commander? 18522 was a little surprised. She didn't expect Zhao Yi to actually help them. Despite being their commanding officer, they're still federals at the end of the day. The federal soldier was about to say something when he was slapped across the face with a fiery pain. The onlookers were shocked. They didn't expect the major of the Federation to hit one of their own. A few Union soldiers dared to speak out. Zhao Yi scolded. Disgraceful thing, why don't you quickly get lost? Yes. The crowd didn't dare to say anything, carrying their injured teammates and hurrying to run. 18522 only then did she turn her head to look at her sisters and wipe the teardrops from their cheeks with both hands. Is everything okay? It's fine. It's just that they keep cursing us. As Zhao Yi walked over, a few silver-haired girls expressed their gratitude. Thank you. It seems that not all of the Federation people are the same. Zhao Yi shook his head and said, then it's better for you to treat us as a class of people, and never think otherwise of the Federation people. A few silver-haired girls tilted their heads in confusion, not quite understanding Zhao Yi's meaning. While most feds are all the same, there are still good ones. 18522 introduced the men. This is our new commander. Notify the captains of the other starships to come to the meeting. He's the commander? A few people froze, then stole a couple glances with some embarrassment. They were expecting the new commander to be an old man or something, but it looked like he wasn't more than a few years older than them. Young fantasies at this age make them a bit of a wild card. 18522 spoke out again. Do you hear me? What's wrong with you? We're going now. Seeing the other silver-haired girls run away, 18522 sighed helplessly. Commander, you come with me. Zhao Yi followed 18522 to a brand new T2 class star carrier following him. This behemoth would be the star Zhao Yi would have to command in the future. After boarding the starship, the surrounding silver-haired girls were curious and formal about Zhao Yi's arrival. One by one they saluted. Commander. Zhao Yi slightly nodded his head and considered himself to have greeted the group of young girls. Commander, wait here. The commanders of the other starships are on their way. Zhao Yi, bring me your information. Yes. 18522 approached Zhao Yi and pressed a few times on the screen in front of him. The entire information about Z056 was on it. Zhao Yi slowly watched. This Z056 fleet, all of which consisted of T2 class starships, totaled 10 ships, has 1 cosmic carrier, 2 frigates, 3 destroyers, 2 battleships, 1 repair ship, and 1 spaceship. The entire starship boasted 500 silver-haired girls, just enough to run the entire fleet, with the extra 50 serving as a reserve, but it's generally not used. It's very rare in interstellar warfare that soldiers are killed or injured while the starship is fine. Most die along with the starship when it explodes. The star carriers and spaceships have 100 T1 class starfighters and 50 T2 class starfighters. Other than that, it's just some regular firepower, nothing out of the ordinary. Zhao Yi opened the console and tapped his hands on it desperately. Next to her, 18522 had a curious look on her face. She always felt that something wasn't quite right with this commander, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Sure enough, there is. Zhao Yi could tell at a glance that this starship was a brand new build, so he guessed if there would be a backdoor on it. Sure enough, a command loophole was found, and each starship was equipped with a self-destruct system for the purpose of not being captured alive and detonating at critical moments to keep opponents from getting their hands on the starship. The same was true on these 10 starships. But the very existence of this vulnerability would leave the starship in a state where it could detonate at any time. This is evidence that the Federation is not comfortable with them and still considers the silver-haired girl untrustworthy. 18,522 shocked. What's there? Remote detonation system. If you don't listen to the Federation, or even defect, they can use this to detonate the starship. 18,522 frowned. Don't we already have the bomb on us? Why is the Federation still uneasy about us? Aren't we all targeting the Empire? If this doesn't trust us, how can we fight together in the future? Zhao Yi smiled. The bombs in your bodies are only capable of blowing yourselves up, but in case there's no way for this starship to be recovered, then you'll have to detonate it. Or detonate it while you're on a mission of certain death, and maybe hit the Empire hard. 18522 couldn't believe it. All of my countrymen have died fighting for the Federation in so many battles. I never thought it would end like this, detonating us only to drain the Empire. Is that really going to happen? Zhao Yi knew that 18,522 it was hard to believe. This is because they were raised with a federal-oriented education. It does take time to digest such a big contrast when it comes out. Of course you will. Don't forget you're not human. Just humanoid self-propelled weapons. Expendable to the Federation. The same as starships and fighters. It's worth paying whatever it takes to be when the Empire is damaged. 18522 looked a bit grim. Is that how you feel, Commander? That we're just tools? Zhao bowed his head and said, what I think doesn't matter. Zhao patched up the hole with a slight adjustment. Can't usually tell unless they start it up and realize something's wrong. But it's that time of year. And even if you find out, it's nothing. Knock. Knock. A knock sounded at the door. And a group of timid, silver-haired girls stood in the doorway, unsure whether to come in or not. Although they were the commanders of the various starships, they were, like the other silver-haired girls, new to the battlefield. Come in. Yes. The crowd of silver-haired girls walked in with some formality. After sitting down, 18,522 spoke. Sisters, this is our commander, Zhao. The crowd applauded in welcome. Some of the silver-haired girls smiled. The new commander was really a handsome guy. I thought it was the others who were talking nonsense. 18522 then introduced Zhao. Commander, next I will introduce you to the starship captains of each starship. The star carrier we are on is called the Completion. The Federation wants this fleet to remain Completion. The commander and star captain of the Completion is you. The vice captain is me. Codename 18522. Zhao was in a bit of a trance, and it made him feel like he was back on the Evangelion. At that time, the same Su Xin introduced herself. The difference was that at that time, he was very formal and scared, and Su Xin even told him not to move. The difference now was that the old greaseball was himself, and these new recruits were instead very formal. Zhao interrupted 18522 and said, wait, what's wrong, Commander? Is there something I'm not doing very well? No, it's just that I have a standard that you all have to refer to yourselves by name. No code names. Name? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Even in the orphanage, they were not allowed to have their own names. If they were caught calling each other by their first names, both parties would suffer severe punishment. But now, this person was actually asking them to address them by their first name. Zhao naturally knew what they were thinking and explained. Don't worry, it's just for you to address in front of me. Otherwise there's no way for me to remember you. Is that an order from you, Commander? Count. Seeing this, 18522 could only speak. Well, since it's the Commander's order, we'll be called by our first names in the starship. The crowd nodded. 18,522 explained. Actually, we all have our own names at the orphanage. And my name is Su Fantasy. Su Hui. I'll remember you. Sui nodded slightly. This is Susa. Zhao watched as they memorized their names one by one. Actually, the silver-haired girl's name wasn't too hard to remember. It was all Su plus a single character. I had thought it was just the silver-haired girl on the gospel that looked like this. Now it seems as if the whole silver-haired maiden is named as such. Zhao curiously said, why are you all surnamed Su? Did someone give you this name? Sui shook her head. We don't know. We only know that our sisters at the orphanage have that last name, and they will give us names. But let us still be called by our codenames in front of the Federation people. Okay? Report back on our next mission. Yes. Suyao stood in front of the conference table and spoke impassionedly about the mission of Z056 and the next tasks, seemingly ready to show off his skills in a big way. Zhao was listening silently from the side. This Suyao had a few shades of Su Xin in him. Then looking at the other silver-haired girls, this one looked different from the girls on the Evangelion. It seemed that the only ones who looked the same were Su Yue and Su Xin. Solo Empire. The queen in her regal ceremonial dress sat on her throne looking down without expression. Destroying the Federation's Arika is what the Empire should have done. There's no exaggeration. Other civilizations may not be able to beat the Federation, and that's because of technological backwardness. The Empire is far ahead of the Federation in terms of both technology and systems, and this would be unjustifiable if it couldn't be defeated. Empress, the Battle of Arika is over. The Blood Wolves have been taken out by us. What's next? The queen raised her eyes slightly and looked at the minister standing aside. Stevens, I think I told you something last month. Do you remember? Stevens stepped forward. Your Highness, of course I remember that you told me to take Shapely Nardo within 3 months, but the aid to the Northern Theater of War had put that plan on hold a little before. But now we have enough troops to start marching on Shalato. The Empress nodded slightly. Very well, since you are so sure of yourself, I will give you a month's time to offer Shapely NATO to the Empire. Yes. It didn't matter to Stevens, now that Shapely NATO was isolated and surrounded by Imperial fleets on all sides. A month is enough time. By the way, I heard earlier that there was a starship roaming around inside our empire. What's going on? Your Majesty, this is the Evangelion from the Solar Federation, a starship known as the Coffin. The Evangelion? That was the starship that drove the Senin away and destroyed the M787 Annihilator cannon before, wasn't it? Yes. How did such an ace unit end up here? Stevens whispered. Although this is the first time this has happened, our guess is that the reason is that the Evangelion has been in service for too long. And the Federation is letting them come over to die to save their own face. They destroyed 5 of our starships before they died. And it's a good thing we didn't meet them on a frontal battlefield, or I'm afraid we would have suffered greater losses. The Queen sneered. What the Alliance has done is truly laughable. Serving up the ace in the hole with their own hands. Indeed, it is the gods all favoring our empire. Okay, that's enough for today. Yes, a few days later, many Imperial fleets sailed around Shalato, ready to take over planet M787 and Shalato at the word of command. Shapely much a depression, and those who can afford it have long since run away. Even the Confederate soldiers had run off quite a bit, and those that remained were without background. If the Empire chose to occupy Shalato, then those soldiers left behind could still be of some use. The Federation had urgently mobilized fleets from other locations, but the starships were nothing more than T1 class stars, and the silver-haired female soldiers on them were nothing more than newcomers to the military. Cannon fodder. Anyone who looks at them knows that these silver-haired girls are cannon fodder. But it was just a matter of putting on a show, putting up a token resistance, and using the repaired annihilator cannons on planet M787 to make the Empire pay a little more. Even if it's a one-for-one swap, the Federation is making money. Sui looked at the mission briefing on the table, and a wave of anger surged through his heart. This isn't a combat mission. This is a death sentence. Seeing Zhao Yi on the side, Su Hui lowered her head. I'm sorry, Commander. I said something I shouldn't have. It's fine. Zhao Yi looked at the mission brief in his hand and reported. It's indeed a mission to send death. 8 fleets on the Imperial side, totaling over 100 starships. Most of them are still T2 class starships. There are even 3 T3 class starships. 3 fleets on our side, totaling 32 starships, and they're all T1 class. No different than sending them to their deaths. The only thing that can do any damage is planet M787's annihilator cannon. And it looks like the Federation is ready to give up on Shapely NATO. Seeing Zhao Yi say this, Su Hui nodded heavily. After the past few days, she realized that Zhao Yi didn't seem to be quite the same as the rest of the Federation. They ate the same energy porridge they did and slept in the big bunks. Of course, there was a difference between men and women, and Zhao Yi was alone in his big bunk. The way of speaking was also different from the other feds. A bit towards their silver-haired girl. Last time, Sui secretly saw Zhao Yi staring at a photo album out of his mind. And when he got closer, he realized that it was full of silver-haired girls, who should be the crew of the gospel. Zhao Yi should miss them, but they're all dead. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Empire would only need to send even 3 T3 class starships to take ours out. Sui did not understand. Aren't we fighting against the Empire together? Why do we still have to go on when the Federation's T2 class starships and T3 class starships are retreating? Zhao Yi laughed. On the one hand, it will take time for the withdrawal of Shapely NATO, and a lot of things will have to be destroyed lest they fall into the hands of the Empire. On the other hand, silver-haired girls are just expendable to the Federation, and it doesn't really matter if they die. How can this be? Su Phantom slumped softly in her chair. Her compatriots and sisters are nothing more than dispensable and expendable items for the Federation. The huge contrast made her brain go down. Zhao Yi knew that this was how silver-haired girls grew up, but some came early and some came late. It's better to get them to recognize it sooner rather than later. There doesn't seem to be a mission for us in the briefing. Sui looked back. Yes, so what are we going to do? Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. If we're not given a mission by nightfall, we'll leave Shapely NATO for the time being. Leaving Shapely NATO? Sui froze. She didn't expect Zhao Yi to actually want to escape. Zhao Yi nodded. That's right. Shapely NATO will be the vortex of this engagement. And in the face of the raging Imperial starships, we will only be torn to pieces if we stay here. There is no fear of being left without wood. Su Yao blushed. But if we leave, won't my sisters? Zhao Yi laughed. You don't think they'll survive if you stay here, do you? They will still die, including all 500 of your countrymen on this fleet. Do you choose to bury all of them with you? Or do you take the rest of your compatriots and leave? The other silver-haired girls in the conference room fell silent. Pride and self-respect prevented them from leaving their compatriots behind, but staying put would only put more of them at risk. Zhao Yi spoke. This is my order, so you don't have to think about it. Yes. As soon as the words fell, a projection of Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu appeared in front of several people. Gentlemen of Fleet Z056, your mission is here. The crowd's bodies shook as they listened, and Zhao Yi curiously said, what is our mission? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu spoke up. This Imperial offensive is coming on strong. The policy from above is to preserve the remaining forces. You will need to travel to Comet Hierophang. Traveling to Comet Hierophang? This one's on a shapely backwater city planet. Yes, the Empire is desperate for Shalato this time, and has sent scout starships to Comet Hierophang in preparation for the next offensive. All you have to do is block these starships. Understood. Zhao suddenly spoke up and asked, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, where are you now? I'll report for duty on the capital planet. And afterward I'll come find you when you get to Comet Hierophang. Yes, understood. Zhao hung up the communication opening and turned his head to look at Sui and the others. You all know about the mission from above. We are now preparing to head to Comet Hierophang and eliminate the Imperial starships we encounter along the way. Is Shapely Duo and the other starships just going to give up? Give up? Yes. Sui nodded her head silently. Whether it was Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's order or Zhao Yi's order, she had to abandon those compatriots. Yeah, she couldn't save her compatriots herself, so how could she make the commander save everyone? 10 T2 class starships slowly sailed away from the Shapely port. The Federation starships had left long ago and they were the last of their kind. The starships that remain will live and die with Shapelyator. At that moment, the distant universe suddenly lit up with a light that seemed to illuminate the entire universe. Splendid and brilliant. It looks very beautiful but represents death. Zhao looked out the window. Are those star annihilation cannons? Doesn't them firing mean the Empire is attacking? Seemingly sensing the decadent posture of the Federation, the Empire moved up its attack. Various fires and explosions kept coming from the universe not far away. That place is planet M787. Let's go. Yes. The completion began to set sail, heading toward Comet Hierophang under the protection of other starships. Zhao got up and left the command room while Su Hui was a bit confused. What's the commander doing gone at this hour? But she didn't dare to ask more. Since Zhao was gone, the temporary commander would be her. Report the positions of the individual starships, put the scouting power to maximum, and check for any signals from Imperial starships along the way. Yes. Su Phantom and the other silver-haired girls looked out the window. Not far away their compatriots were fighting and they had no choice but to run. The feeling was a little hard for them. Zhao returned to his room and connected to Su Xin. At this time, Su Xin was gray like a big flower cat, and there it was the big sun, and it looked like the weather was not bad. Commander! Su Xin hastily wiped her face and ended up making it even dirtier. What are you doing? We're mining crystals and the Empire limits we're leaving now. Mining crystals? Su Xin nodded. Remember the planet that called me an angel? Remember, an uncharted planet that you and I got to because of a spatial dislocation. Yes, there were quite a few energy crystals here when we retreated earlier. I thought I might need to use them again so I came here first. Zhao nodded slightly. You've done a good job. These funds can likewise strengthen our strength. Commander, are you looking for me for something? Su Xin said with some doubt. Zhao hadn't connected with the girl since the last time he came back from the dead. This connection shouldn't be as simple as looking at the situation. Zhao spoke up. The Empire is attacking much more Shapely. Offense Shapely much? That fast? And where are you, Commander? Su Xin was a bit flustered. Zhao was the one who worked at Shapely NATO. Could he have sent the communication because he couldn't survive? I'm on a starship, traveling to Comet Hierophang. Su Xin sighed in relief. That's good, Commander. If it doesn't work out you can come to White Phoenix Mercenaries. I just want you to be well now. It's okay. This connection is to tell you that the Federation won't live long. I'm afraid. And that you guys are heading to Zoran after you finish mining the crystals. Planet Zoran? The southernmost planet of the Federation? Yes. The Empire is in the northern part of the Federation. Zoran is the safest planet at the moment. After that Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu may implement the plan. I'm going to head to Zoran after destroying the control center of the silver-haired girl. You need to take Zoran Star before we get there so we have some breathing room. Su Xion's face was serious as she said. Understood. I'll be able to call on the other silver-haired maidens to come over once Zoran Star is taken down. Aha. The two men paused. And Su Xion spoke. Commander, you serve on another starship now? Yes. On a fleet, which is full of T2 class starships made up of silver-haired girls, which will be very helpful to our plans afterward. Su Xion squirmed a little. Then you won't forget me. Will you? Forget you? Zhao smiled. Laughing at what? I have a vice commander here who looks exactly like you. It's impossible to forget. Zhao compared the Su Xion in front of him, and the somewhat youthful Su Yao. The two are so much alike. Su Xion froze slightly with a hint of irritation. She's her and I'm me. You still can't forget me. Won't forget you. At this time, a knock sounded at the door. Zhao said goodbye to Su Xion and opened the door. Outside stood Su Phantom. Commander, what are you doing here? Looking for me for something? Yes, we have detected Imperial starships. An Imperial starship? Zhao didn't expect that there was really an Imperial starship in this location and followed Sui to the command room. What now? Commander, we have detected 3 Imperial starships to our northeast. What now? Now that we've found it, it's just in time to test our new weapon. New weapons? When did our Z056 fleet get a new weapon? How come I don't know? Zhao led the crowd to the hangar. only to see that the huge hangar actually only had a few dozen fighters, making it look a bit empty. Sui ran to the center of the hangar with a confused look on his face. Where are the fighters? Where are our T1 class and T2 class fighters? She was a bit shocked that their entire fleet of fighters was small and now they were all gone. A bunch of crap I sold. Sold? Of course. With the money from the sale plus my savings, I built T3 class starfighters from repair ships. After saying that, Zhaoi ripped open a white cloth next to him, revealing the starfighter inside. Looking at the brand new fighters and exaggerated firepower, the crowd was amazed and speechless. This. Sui touched the exterior of the war machine, and it was cold in his hand. It really was a brand new fighter, one that had never even existed in the Federation. Commander, how did this fighter get here? Of course I designed it. You? Sui was a little less convinced. Although Zhaoi had indeed acted unusually, designing and building a T3 level starfighter on his own was still too much of an exaggeration. The feds haven't even mass-produced this thing yet. The completion actually took the first step in using a T3 class starfighter. Zhaoi explained. This starfighter is equipped with a supernova fission cannon. The defense is 2 types of T3 level starfighter shields and dark matter shields, and the secondary cannons are 2 types of spiral laser cannons and dark matter machine guns. After Zhao Yi's research, dark matter had a good characteristic though, and that was ignoring defense. But it's not very aggressive on its own, and it's expensive to build. But designing it as a bullet makes it a lot better, and it can destroy opposing starfighters or major locations with minimal cost. The crowd listened in awe. The supernova fission cannon is understandable. That's what's mounted on T3 class starships. But what's this dark matter machine gun and shield for? Zhaoi saw the doubts of the crowd. This mission is mainly for you guys to familiarize yourselves with this war machine. The dark matter piece. You guys just stay put for now. Yes. Okay. Get ready to go. The combatants boarded their fighters and pulled out of the completion in turn, circling around the completion a few times before heading towards the Imperial starship's position. The handling and performance of this fighter amazed them. It felt like they had become one, pointing and hitting wherever they wanted. Don't even worry that you're going to have a problem. This fighter is too powerful, isn't it? Yeah, there's no way the T2 class fighter I was flying before could compete with this at all. No, I don't know where our commander got it from. The crowd was excited. They had a feeling that this kind of fighter was even capable of destroying the stars. Imperial scout starships, at this point in time, had not realized the danger coming their way. Their mission was to scout while Shapely NATO was under attack to see how the Empire's next move would play out. Brothers, although our task is simple, we cannot relax. Yes, they weren't part of the frontal battlefield Interstellar and were slightly worse in terms of firepower, but they were still much better than Federation T1 class starships. If they did encounter a Federation starship, they would still have a fighting chance. Report Captain, we've spotted a Federation starship. That's really saying something. The captain didn't care. It was normal to encounter a Federation starship in this location. It was Federation territory after all. How many starships do they have? 10 starships. 10 ships? The captain flinched slightly. He couldn't really fight this number on his own. Even if the other party was 10 T1 class starships, they were still no match. 10 starships, that would be a full fleet. 3 of their starships were nothing more than faster destroyers and 1 was a cruiser. Have they found us? Should have found out. They sent starfighters over. Starfighters? You mean they starships didn't come through? Just starfighters? The captain froze. Yes, these starfighters are fast and will be in our attack range before long. The captain sneered. We're really being underestimated. The Federation doesn't think these starships are going to take us out, do they? Then we'll show them a good time. Yes, the Imperial starships are on the move. Whoosh! Brand new T3 class starfighters flew past the Imperial starships at breakneck speeds. The Imperials were dumbfounded. They hadn't seen this fighter before, and a comparison of the databases revealed that it didn't exist in their databases either. Where on earth did the Federation get so many brand new fighters from? It wasn't that long ago that they just updated a starfighter called Shin Megami Tensei. Shoot them down for me. The captain cried out in indignation. Whatever these fighters are, they're just fighters. As long as it was a fighter, they starships wouldn't be afraid. What's the point of this thing later on, other than harassment? The silver-haired girl piloting the fighter looked at the Imperial starship not far away, her face tinged with anger. Fresh out of the orphanage, they had come to think of the Empire as vicious and evil, and if it weren't for them, so many of their own compatriots wouldn't have died. But they don't realize that the bigger problem lies within the Federation. Sisters, show them what we're made of next. Yes, pulling the trigger sends out a volley of supernova fission cannons. Only a loud boom was heard, and a huge explosion went off on the distant starship's energy shield. This explosion even broke into the starship itself. The force of the blast did hold off, but the aftershock still caused the ship to start shaking. The Imperials hadn't seen a starfighter with this kind of power. Crazy. This is a starfighter? The power is actually so great. Captain, we can't hit them at all. After that, the starship shuddered again. The energy shield that was originally able to block the starship's attack was actually somewhat unstoppable under the attack of the rounds of supernova fission cannons. Report, the energy shield is damaged by 30%. I'm afraid we won't be able to block the attack if we continue to stay here. Report, the other side has sent a few more starfighters over. What do we do? Give me return fire. They're just fighters. Even a T2 class fighter can't block too many attacks. Yes. The starship's secondary cannons began to fire a single electromagnetic cannon, which exploded across the universe with extreme range. And these silver-haired female soldiers were all going into battle for the first time and were a little nervous at this point. Quite a few people have been hit by this electromagnetic cannon. The Imperial captain laughed out loud. But that's just it. Their fighters aren't very powerful. But the people manning them aren't very good. They won't be a problem to shoot down. And the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate of fighting, surely these fighters will not be able to withstand it first. How could their fighter shields compare to a starship? But the fight went wrong. And the captain realized that one fighter had been hit 5 times by the EM guns and was still flying through the sky, unaffected. Isn't that cheating? Is it reasonable to be hit by yourself and still run? It doesn't make sense. The silver-haired girls didn't get it themselves, but one thing they did know was that this starfighter's energy shield was powerful enough to protect them. Sisters, the attack from the opposite side seems to be useless to us. Give it to me. Yes. The attack of the silver-haired girls became even more violent. They had already given up on dodging in other means, only seeking to destroy the starship in front of them as soon as possible. The 3 Imperial starships kept shuddering as the captain was shaken to the ground and rose with a livid look on his face. What the hell is going on here? Their T2 class starships were actually confused by dozens of small planes? Retreat. Seek cover first. This brand new fighter is just too strange. Capture the data and pass it to the database immediately. Yes. The crowd hurriedly piloted the starship towards the distance. These fighters they can't hit and they're so powerful. If I can't fight, I can't hide? The crowd in the completion was shocked to see the power of this fighter. This was no longer a fighter. It could even be said to be a small starship, which would be less powerful than a T1 class starship. Commander, did you really develop this fighter? Sui said with a look of disbelief. That's for sure. You think the Federation would have such a good fighter? But the combatant's driving skills need to be honed and sharpened. The fighter plane that Zhao had seen Su Huan and the others piloting before was a comparison between an adult and a child compared to this one. If it was Su Huan piloting this kind of fighter, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be hit by a single shot. And I'm afraid these silver-haired girls would have been shot down an unknown number of times if it weren't for the protection of the T3 class starfighters. Sui blushed a little and said, Indeed, when they return, I will strengthen the training. Zhao also did not accuse them. After all, this group of people are really new recruits. You can't expect each of them to be as powerful as Su Huan. Sui was spending 5 years on the battlefield, and those who didn't live past 5 years were more than 10 million. Seeing that Zhao didn't seem to be angry, Sui revealed a smile. Then if these fighters are popularized, won't the Federation be able to beat the Empire? Even us newbies can use them so well. Then my sisters can definitely put this fighter to greater use. Zhao was slightly stunned, not expecting Su Hui to say this. It's true that it would allow the Federation to win battles if it were popularized. But do you think the Federation would let you use these starfighters? All the silver-haired girls before you were piloting T1 class starships. Even T2 weapons won't be given to you. Do you think this T3 class starfighter will be given to you? Sui's eyes dimmed. Yeah, the Federation didn't trust them at all. Not only did they plant bombs on their bodies, but they even tampered with the starships. The Federation could even just detonate their starships if necessary. Zhao Yi continued. So the only way for the silver-haired maiden to get rid of it is to reorganize a new federation. Only then will the silver-haired maiden have a way to live. Commander, will there really be a new federation? There will be. As he was talking, the voice of the combat team rang in Zhao Yi's ears. Commander, we have forced all 3 starships to a halt, and the secondary cannons and other weapons have all been destroyed. Zhao Yi was equally shocked inside. Although he created these fighters, they were also in combat for the first time. I didn't realize it was so powerful. This test was very good. The defense was strong and the attack was strong. It was not worth all the effort he had spent. Good. You guys patrol the neighborhood. We'll be there in a minute. Yes. After hanging up the communication, Zhao Yi commanded the starship to hurry over. But alas, the Imperials seemed to know their next fate. Some escaped in the return capsule, while others chose to blow themselves up along with the starship. This pissed Zhao Yi off so much that he was about to come over himself. And they blew themselves up. Is that human? He was only trying to rob them a little bit. and they were actually not cooperating. It was really outrageous. The silver-haired girl was also a bit embarrassed. Commander, so are we still going over there? Not going over there, heading to Comet Hierophant. Yes. Although the loot was gone, Zhao knew that this T3 level fighter had succeeded. The Heaven's Edge. Su Xian was a bit confused as she looked at the information that Zhao had just passed over. What is it? After looking at it a couple more times, the thing appeared to be a drawing of something. Looks like it's from Starfighter. She remembered. Before the gospel left, Zhao was working on a T3 class starfighter. Had it already succeeded? She hurriedly called both Su Wan and Su Yen. They were two of the most mechanically savvy of the silver-haired girls. The two men looked at the drawings with their eyes wide open. A genius design. This fighter will surpass all previous fighters. Su Xian was a bit surprised. Is it really that powerful? Yes. Just by looking at the design concept, it's frighteningly strong. If it's really developed, it feels like there's no reason for T1 class starships to exist, because these fighters can completely replace the value and position of T1 class starships. That strong? Su Xian was surprised. T1 class starship that was also loaded with heavy firepower of energy main guns. It's still a bit different from the power of a fighter plane, I guess. Su Yen nodded slightly. The stagnation of the fighter's development is because there are too few choices in terms of weapons. The small particle beam cannon is already the ceiling of the fighter, but because of the energy core, the effect of the role that can be played out is very little. But Zhao ditched the traditional design and chose the more powerful supernova fission cannon, taking the fighter's power up a notch. Su Xian was a bit curious. Then why don't the starships of the Federation and the Empire use this supernova fission cannon? Because as powerful as this cannon is, the recoil and impact is so immense that only a T3 class starship would have the means to use it. And now the new supernova fission cannon that Zhao is now developing is able to be used for fighters, and although it's a lot less powerful because of its size, it's still stronger than all the fighters that came before it. Su Yen and Su Wan were both excited and confused. They had thought that they were closer to Zhao after developing the dark matter shield. I didn't expect that in this 1 month's time. Zhao had actually developed this kind of cross-generation fighter. They still couldn't catch up with Zhao. Was this guy really human? This kind of T3 level starfighter would take 3.5 years even if it was given to a team. And he did it in a month all by himself. It's just sick. Then let's quickly produce one out according to the drawings and see. Su Xian was a little excited. Their mission had come, and it was natural for them to arm themselves well before that. A T3 class starfighter would put them in a much stronger firepower. Good. A few people couldn't wait. Just as the purple sun was there, the crowd went above to start building the first T3 class fighter. Soon a T3 class fighter came out, though it was not currently fitted with firepower. Okay, next test this fighter's performance. Who would be good to have? In just a second, the crowd had a candidate. That's the heavenly fearless Su Huan. Su Huan was pushed in with a helpless face. What's going on? It's my aerobics time now. What's going on? Wait. Look, what's this? Su Yen pointed to a warplane not far away. Su Huan was originally unimpressed, but his eyes still glazed over when he saw this fighter. This is too handsome. Streamlined structure, safe and secure armor, 360-degree panoramic sunroof, and this firepower. Where was the firepower? Su Wan was confused. How happy he was just now, how confused he was now. I can't believe this thing has no firepower. Su Wan turned his head. Where's the firepower? Is this a reconnaissance plane? Or a tourist plane? Let me fly this and hit the air? Su Yen explained. What this fighter needs to carry is a supernova fission cannon. It hasn't been made yet. It's just for you to try out the maneuvering of this fighter. Oh, although it was a bit of a shame. Su Huan turned his head and got into the fighter. For no other reason than she loved testing this brand new fighter. Exciting. Fresh. But she didn't think the fighter would be able to outperform the Shin Megami Tensei. After all, the Shin Megami Tensei that was developed by the commander. And this one is unknown. The fighters pulled out of the hangar and headed out into the universe. The excellent sense of maneuvering and the speed that surpassed all fighters made Su Huan cry out for joy. She apologized for what she had just said. It may not be right for the commander, but this fighter is going to work better than the Shin Megami Tensei. Although not yet equipped with firepower, Su Huan had already felt the extraordinary nature of this fighter. The handling was very silky smooth, and the various properties were far above the divine might. How does it feel? Su Xian's voice rang in his ears. It feels fantastic. What's the name of this fighter? Let's see. Su Xian opened the file sent by Zhao Yi, and it clearly said, Black Crow. Black Crow? Su Huan nodded silently. This war machine was indeed quite dark. Who names things so randomly? Oh, Commander. Or who do you think made this fighter? Su Huan was a bit surprised. No wonder it felt like this fighter was somewhat familiar. So it was also designed by the commander. Well, that's not exactly apologizing to the commander. So that's how it is. I told you how the two idiots, Su Yan and Su Wan, could possibly develop such a good fighter. On the side, Su Yan and Su Wan both clenched their fists. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat Su Wan, when she came back high and low he would have to knock her on the head twice. The warplane that the commander researched is really good. You tell him that I, Su Huan, recognized him. Su Huan grinned greatly and piloted the fighter to do all kinds of difficult maneuvers in the air. Su Xian rolled her eyes. The commander still needs your approval? Hurry up and get back to me. Yes. Next Su Xian and the others had Su Yan and the girls develop the supernova fission cannon, which was the top priority of the T3 class starfighter. In fact, since the T2 level divine might fighter, it had been difficult for ordinary weapons to hit Su Huan and the girls. What they lack in comparison to performance and defense is weapons. Finishing the number, Zhao Yi sat in the dining room and ate energy porridge. Going from the good old days back to these hard times was a bit of an adjustment for him for a while. It's good to know that these hard times won't have to last very long. Sui hurriedly ran over and saw Zhao Yi eating this stuff and hurriedly said, "Commander, why are you eating these things again? If Lt. Colonel Lin Fu knew about this he would definitely scold us. Come on, if you guys can eat it I can eat it too. Besides, if you're afraid of Lt. Colonel Lin Fu scolding you, aren't you afraid of me scolding you?" Sui whispered. "It's not like the commander will actually scold me. Looking for me for what exactly? Oh, the shapely multi has been taken." After saying that, a news screen appeared in front of Zhao Yi's heel. It took only 6 hours for the Empire to take over Shapeliator. The speed and efficiency was so great that many other civilizations felt shocked. Before the two sides started fighting, the crowd thought that they would be evenly matched, and both sides would be in deep trouble, and maybe the other small civilizations around them would be able to gain some benefits from the war between the two sides. I didn't realize the Empire was a one-sided crush. That's with the result of the Federation having prim and proper silver-haired maidens. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll lose even faster. Zhao Yi spoke. I've long expected this outcome. There's nothing surprising about it. After saying that, he turned off the news and continued to eat the bowl of energy porridge. Su Phantom lowered her head. My sisters are dead, and I'm surprised the Federation hasn't reported it. It's normal, but they died protecting their own, as warriors and heroes. Really? Of course it's true. Zhao Yi comforted. Although the Federation didn't report on them, they live in our hearts. Commander, is it true that the only way out for us is to change the Federation? Yes. Su Hui was a little emotional, looking sideways at the window. I wonder if I can see this day. Zhao Yi was slightly stunned as the angle allowed Zhao Yi to see Su Xian's shadow. She had wanted to see this day come. Sui turned her head to look at the commander's burning eyes and blushed a little. Commander, what's wrong? No, nothing. Remembering someone. Who? No one. Seeing that the commander didn't say anything, Sui didn't ask. A silver-haired girl ran over in a panic. Commander, we're at Comet Hierophang. Arrived? Zhao Yi and Sui walked outside the window and looked at the planet outside. It was a habitable planet of the Federation, and looked very beautiful on the outside, just like the Blue Star. From the planet flew 2 frigates, and under their leadership, all starships of Z056 stopped at their designated positions. Comet Hierophang is a planet located 3 light-years behind Shalato and will be the next target of the Empire. And this planet was still one of the Lin family's territories. Zhao Yi felt that Lt. Colonel Lin Fu might make his move before this planet was taken, or it would be too late. Whether the silver-haired girl would be free or not would soon be known. All personnel and self-propelled weapons are requested to leave the starship and proceed to the settlement. All personnel and self-propelled weapons are requested to leave the starship and proceed to the settlement. The starship kept broadcasting announcements. Zhao Yi, Sui, and the others left the starship and stretched after reaching the ground. It finally feels like you have your feet on the ground. Major Zhao, you're here too. A girl walked down from the starship next to her, and she tried to greet Zhao Yi with a smile. Zhao Yi was slightly stunned. You are. Wang Rushuan then remembered that Zhao Yi really hadn't seen himself, and the last time they met was on planet M787. My name is Rushuan Wang, commander of the G029 fleet. Oh, it's you. Sorry, I didn't think of it for a second. Ha ha. It's okay, technically this is the first time we've met. Standing next to Wang Rushuan was Su Yun, who slightly froze when she saw Zhao Yi and then lowered her head. What a coincidence. You guys are docked here too? Zhao Yi nagged. Yeah, we're just passing through, and we're going to continue on to planet Huaiyue for a few days afterward. Planet Huaiyue. Planet Huaiyue was a resource planet close to the capital planet with an extremely large amount of resources, but it didn't make sense to go over there now. There was no way the Empire was going to raid planet Huaiyue at this time. It was a complete opportunity for the Federation. Su Yao looked at Su Yun somewhat shocked and covered his mouth. She realized the silver-haired girl looked exactly like herself. However, Su Yun was not surprised by anything. Doing the math, she's in her 4th year. Maybe it will be transferred to a brand new gospel number before too long. Thinking back then, she was also quite surprised when she first saw Su Xin. Just like the silver-haired girl in front of her. I'll go in first. Then, after greeting Zhao Yi, Wang Rushuan walked towards the residence. Su Yun stopped when he passed by Zhao Yi, which made Su Hui a little wary. This compatriot and the commander know each other? Did Sister Su Xin say anything before she died? Su Yun asked in a small voice. Zhao Yi froze. Su Xin was actually not dead, but there's no way to talk about this one. She didn't say anything, and actually tricked me into coming down to avoid me going along. So I had to watch them leave from outside the starship, and then I heard the news that they had crashed. Su Yun smiled. It does look like her style of doing it, and before long maybe I'll go accompany her. That's not necessarily true. Su Yun seemed to know Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's plan. A word of advice. Don't trust the Wang and Lin families, although they are slightly better than the other 3 families. It was completely forced by the situation. I know. This is for you. Zhao Yi handed Su Yun the full photo of the gospel from his own arms. Su Yun's 2 eyes grew wide. This is Sister Su Xin's? Yeah. You take it. But, Zhao Yi smiled. Don't worry. I have a backup here. Only then did Su Yun take the photo. Thank you. It's great that Sister Su Xin was able to meet you before she died. Don't keep talking about death and dying. There are a lot of things that no one knows what's going to happen until the very end. Well, I'm off. In the distance, Wang Rushuan stood and waited, waiting for Su Yun to follow before slowly walking forward. Looking at the backs of the two, Su Hui curiously said, "We actually look exactly the same. It's amazing." Zhao Yi knew that Su Yao still didn't know that all of them were clones and smiled. "Maybe you guys are twins and were just separated for some reason." "Commander, you're totally treating me like I'm 3 years old. She's older than me anyways, and I know how our silver-haired girl was born. Except it still feels weird to see a clone of myself for the first time. So you know." Zhao Yi scratched his cheeks in some embarrassment. "Commander, don't treat me like a child. Although it's true that I'm 4 or 5 years younger than them, I still know what I need to know." Su Phantom smiled proudly. "But I feel like she's handsome with her short shoulder-length hair. Or should I get one too? Could try. Or forget it. I still like the way I look." Su Xin coiled her fingers around the ends of her hair, looking a little cute. "Go." "Yes." As night came, Su Yun came to knock on the door of the Z056 residence where Zhao Yi was. The one who opened the door was Su Yi. The two of them were slightly stunned. This felt like looking in the mirror. "Is Major Cho there? Something wrong?" Su Yi was a little wary, always feeling that the young girl in front of him had an unusual relationship with her family commander. "Oh, LT, Colonel. Lin Fu was back, and he sent Major Zhao to a meeting." Coming, Zhao Yi walked out of the door and followed Su Yun away. Su Phantom wanted to go too, but knew there was no place for her. She was just a silver-haired girl, and didn't have that much power yet. After the two left, Su Xin looked at the somewhat dirty settlement and called on the silver-haired girl to start cleaning it up. "Since I can't stay with the commander, I'll at least make his living conditions a little better." It's something she's capable of doing. When they arrived at the Lin family villa, the bustling hall was decorated with all kinds of food and delicacies. For those who don't know, the Commonwealth is a prosperous place. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu laughed out loud when he saw Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, you've finally come. Well, I wonder what LT. Colonel Lin Fu called me in for this late at night? Of course something's up. We're ready to roll." Zhao Yi's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the surrounding crowd. All these people agree with LT. Colonel Lin Fu? The only silver-haired girl was Su Yun, and the rest of them were federates. They all gathered around when they heard LT. Colonel Lin Fu's words. "Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, no need to be nervous. They are all from our United Front. This is Colonel Yen Fu, serving in an organization in the capital Star. This is Prof. Luo Hai, who works at the Institute. This is Wang Kong, one of the scions of the Wang family, and a good friend of mine as well." Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Finally, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu introduced the crowd. "This is Zhao Yi, the current commander of Z056, and the only commander in charge of a fleet of T2 class silver-haired girls." The crowd applauded, which made Zhao Yi still a little embarrassed. After a pause, LT. Colonel Lin Fu continued. "Zhao Yi, you know that Shapely NATO can no longer hold the fort, and Hierophang Comet is next. We're going to accomplish the feat of reform before Hierophang's Comet takes over." The crowd waved their hands. "Pledge your allegiance," Zhao Yi curiously said. "Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, what are you going to do then? The Federation is a huge tree that can't be tripped over in a day or two, and the slightest misstep could land us in a world of trouble ourselves." "Indeed, I've asked Su Yun and the others to head to Planet Huaihue, where the key lies. Planet Huaihue? Zhao Yi was a bit puzzled. Although Planet Huaihue was one of the more important resource stars of the Federation. But even if that place is controlled by Lin Fu, it's useless, Lin Fu explained. 2 weeks later, the patrols of the Capital Star will perform a new round of patrol missions. The defense of the Capital Star is already very weak at this time. Su Yun will occupy Planet Huaihue to cause trouble and attract the attention of the remaining escorts of the Capital Star. There will be defense voids in the capital planet when they pass. And that gives us a chance. The crowd listened in silence as an officer stepped forward. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. What if the starships from the Capital Star don't leave? It will leave because Planet Huaihue is one of the few most important resource planets in the Federation. So the nearest Capital Star will definitely go over there. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Although the Capital Star's defenses have weakened, they will definitely notice if we go over there rashly. The starship must have a transfer order from the 5 Elder Corps if it wants to return to the Capital Star. There's no way we can get the starship there ahead of time. It seems too late. The crowd nodded. There was no way for a starship to enter the capital planet because of its detection. Even if they could trick the Capital Star's frigate fleet and patrol fleet out, it wouldn't help. And the Capital Star would be perfectly capable of turning those starships back in when they launched their attack. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu explained. Indeed. So in a week's time, the head of our Lin family will be hosting a birthday banquet, which just happens to be the 300th birthday of our family's old man. By that time you will all be traveling on your own starships to the capital planet for the banquet. While one per person isn't much, the starships of all of you add up to a formidable force. And your mission isn't to destroy the capital star but to buy time for the combatants on the ground to take the dome. Zhao Yi stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment. What about after that? If successful, this matter will be blocked. The outside world will still think that we are the 5 elders in charge. In fact, the remaining 3 family heads have all been placed under house arrest by us. After that we'll reform the Federation and pass legislation to restore citizenship to the silver-haired girl, as well as the ability to use starships of T2 class or higher. Isn't that what you want most? After saying that, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu patted Zhao Yi's shoulder. A look of surprise appeared on the faces of the crowd. It's a feasible plan. Both the timing and the people feel on their side. It seems to work, and I feel like the success rate is high. Yeah, let's go to the birthday celebration. They definitely don't know about the darkness. LT. Colonel. Lin Fu's plan was seamless. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu smiled. You all have lifted me up. Although the plan is feasible, the exact execution is up to you all. Mobilize your own elite men and head to the capital star in a week's time. What about the bomb? Zhao Yi asked rhetorically. Bomb? Zhao Yi nodded. The current Federation uses bombs to control silver-haired girls. Will your reformed Federation still use bombs to control silver-haired girls when they've been given citizenship? The smile on Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's face ended abruptly. The bomb thing won't be removed for a while. We don't have that much time and the first goal is to stop the Empire's attack. I promise to remove the bomb from the silver-haired girl's body when the Empire stops attacking the Federation to restore peace. Lin Fu himself didn't know what would follow, but it was certainly okay to have the big pie drawn first. Zhao Yi smiled. I see, but there's still something I don't quite understand. You say, Su Yun went on a decoy mission, but the Federation is fully capable of initiating a detonation to stop Su Yun. There's no need to send a starship there. If Su Yun dies straight away, how can we still do the quest? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu smiled. Don't worry about this. Although our Lin and Wang families don't have the means to control the silver-haired maiden control center, we can quietly take out the entire female bombs on the G029 starship. By then they'll realize that when they can't detonate the bomb inside Su Yun they'll have to send a starship over there. And they won't allow a silver-haired girl to go beyond their control. Zhao Yi sort of understood. The lambs do have a way to take the bomb out. They just don't want to. While they were different from the other 3 clans, they still considered the silver-haired girl to be the weapon. They just didn't think the weapon was being fully utilized. Su Yun, who was standing on the sidelines, didn't say anything. She knew she would die on planet Huaihue, but she had no complaints. After 4 years of service, even if she doesn't go to planet Huaihue, she'll still be transferred to the Evangelion and die with the rest of her sisters. If it's all death, why not save your fellow man? With the Lin and Wang families in power, the Federation at least had hope of winning the fight. As soon as the war was gone, the fate of their silver-haired maiden would be over. Okay, does anyone have any other questions? No. The crowd cried out in unison. Zhao Yi raised his hand and said, Actually, I have another question. What problems? LT. Colonel. Lin Fu was a bit speechless. This Zhao Yi had some problems. Since you guys have it all planned out, it doesn't seem to matter if I join or not? Lin Fu smiled. No, 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 no. You are vital. Your presence greatly strengthens our success rate. Success rate? LT, Colonel. Lin Fu spoke up. Yes, you hid it from everyone but me. What do you mean? Planet M787's reconnaissance mission. The mech you created is not a simple mech at all. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked at Zhao Yi with a smirk. The look was as if to say you've been seen through. I asked the captive Imperial soldiers afterward, and that was a brand new T2 class mech. Not at all the strange design mech you drew up to show me afterward. Zhao Yi saw that the other party already knew, so he didn't hide it. Then why is Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu only saying it now? Because I know your design talents will definitely be useful afterwards. All this time you've been developing the Evangelion and the fighters on it. Do you think I don't know? I was just waiting for this moment. So what exactly do you want from me? Ground battles aren't that easy. Besides the dome, the Five Elders group has many other secret weapons, especially the Qian family head. Who knows what he really has? We want you to develop a T3 class mech for us to use. A T3 class mech? Lin Fu nodded his head and said, yes, we can give you all the materials and equipment needed. And this T3 class mech can greatly increase the success rate of our ground war. Of course we won't let you do it for nothing all the same. When the Federation is reformed, not only will the silver-haired girl be free, but you can join the new elders and be in charge of research and development. Sounds pretty good. Zhao Yi thought about it and decided to agree for now. If LT, Colonel, Lin Fu and the others didn't make a move, then their own plan to seize the Zhuoran star would still have to be postponed. He needed Lin Fu to light to fuse so that he could take advantage of the chaos himself. Okay, I'll design it and see. We are leaving in 2 weeks' time. You must complete the drawing design within a week. We will be manufacturing directly on the capital planet, and then the people we have brought with us will set off in the mechs directly towards the dome. Anyone else have questions? No more. Good. Dismissed. The crowd left in droves and Zhao Yi followed after seeing Su Yun follow Wang Rushuan. What? Something else? Wang Rushuan turned around and asked. Zhao Yi smiled. Can I have a word with her? Wang Rushuan revealed a moment of suspicion. What? You want to rob my vice commander when your own 9844 is gone? Su Yun blushed slightly. Is there something wrong? Seeing that Zhao Yi is not very good at talking, Wang Rushuan voiced out. He is probably worried about your safety, and he can't bear to see you carry out a mission that will lead to certain death. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Don't talk about me and Su Yun as if we have something. Isn't it? Wang Rushuan asked rhetorically. Alright, just give you two a little time. Wang Rushuan finished with a bad smile. Su Yun, come back by yourself later. Oh, you don't want to run to the finish. Su Yun blushed and wanted to say something. Wang Rushuan had already walked away. Su Yun looked at Zhao Yi and said, Major Zhao, what do you want from me? This mission of yours is too dangerous. Wait until the day of the mission. You attract attention and then fly towards the Zhuoran star. Ha, why? Wouldn't it be more difficult for you guys if I left? Can we still take the capital star in that case? Zhao Yi explained. Your mission is only to draw the capital star's escorts over, not to engage them, and with the power of the G029 fleet it's not even a match for the capital star's escorts. They have T3 class starships. Su Yun smiled. Major Zhao, you don't have to worry about that. We silver-haired maidens aren't afraid of death, and accepting this mission is also the wish of all of us G029 silver-haired maidens. If we can help my countrymen to live, we will die without regret. It's true that death is nothing, but will you never see Su Xin again if you do this? And why would you want to die when you can live? Su Yun frowned. She didn't understand why Zhao Yi was mentioning sister Su Xin. Hadn't she already died within the confines of the empire? She isn't dead. Zhao Yi didn't hide it anymore. Perhaps the only way to get Su Yun to listen to himself was to mention Su Xin. On the one hand, it can save Su Yun, and on the other hand, Su Yun's G029 is likewise a force to be reckoned with. It would be great to join his side, and Zoran Star would be safer. Su Yun's pupils suddenly contracted, reaching out to pinch Zhao Yi's arm. What did you say? Sister Su Xin didn't die? You can't be lying to me, right? I don't have to lie to you. And do you think I would lie to you about Su Xin? Su Yun knew he had lost his temper and hastily retracted his hand. Then where is she now? Will she be in danger? Don't get excited. Su Xin is now traveling to Zhuoran Star. You must not die and go to Zhuoran Star to meet her. The divine splendor in Su Yun's pupils seemed to have become different. Confused, puzzled, and with a furrowed brow, he said, if you dare to lie to me, I will kill you. Don't worry, you'll do it my way. Su Yun took a deep breath. Alright, I agree with your method. I will retreat when the Federation's starships arrive. Without further ado, I'll leave. At the Lin family villa, a few people at the window looked at Zhao Yi and Su Yun. Commander Lin Fu, is this Zhao Yi really reliable? Is it okay for us to tell him the plan? Lin Fu smiled. Although this guy's skills are not small, he's still too young, and was apparently mesmerized by the silver-haired girl. And after Su Xin died, he set his sights on Su Yun. A few people laughed out loud. Indeed, but I can't blame him. After all, he doesn't have much contact at his age. And the silver-haired girl is indeed beautiful. But wouldn't something you can only look at and not touch only make it harder on yourself? So he can really create mechs? I'm sure he can. He's created a mech that I haven't seen yet. But being able to bring down the Empire's ground forces doesn't think it'll be too bad. That'll do. With this weapon in the mix, our odds are a few points higher. After that, the crowd opened up and drank. The Union seems to be in their hands. Finishing the ship, Zhao Yi came back and had Sui gather the fleet captains of each starship, who came from all over the place and carefully entered the conference room. The conference room was so silent at this point that you could hear a pin drop. The crowd looked at each other, wondering what was going on. Zhao Yi looked at the crowd and said, "This time, I called you all over because I have an important thing to announce." The crowd looked up, just waiting for Zhao Yi to continue. "We're ready to rebel against the Federation with Lt. Colonel Lin Fu." Ha! The crowd was stunned. The news was too shocking for them to react. "Commander, are you talking about a rebellion?" "Yes. This." The crowd was wide-eyed and at a loss for words. Because of the bomb in their bodies, they never wanted to take on the Federation. It was a complete death wish. The Federation can kill them at the mere thought of them. "Commander, are you sure? And is it really a good idea to tell us about this? This is definitely something that needs to be done. And you can only really be free if the Federation is gone." Freedom. The crowd was a little confused. It was thought that when they got out of the orphanage, they would be free. But now it seems that they've simply switched to a bigger cage. You should have seen clearly during this time that you are just dispensable victims in the eyes of the Federation. In the Battle of Shilato, the silver-haired maiden lost 3 of her fleet, while the Federation lost only 1, and the rest either fled in escape pods or surrendered where they stood. Does that make sense to you guys? The crowd naturally found it unreasonable. But what could they do? "Commander, you have a great idea, but will it really work?" "Yeah, we've all got bombs inside of us, and if we really let the Federation know that we're going to rebel, I'm afraid we're going to die the next second. The federal civilization has existed for an unknown amount of time, with a full base, and I'm afraid that rebellion is not that easy if there is no all-around preparation. I think even if Lt. Colonel Lin Fu and the others win, the fate remains the same for us. We won't be free with the control center in place." Zhao Yi nodded. "That's right. This is indeed one of our biggest problems. So I actually joined the Lin Fu program for another purpose." "Another purpose?" The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Zhao Yi continued. "Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu and the others have decided to make their move in 2 weeks. So we're going to make a surprise attack on the control center at that time and destroy the controller. What do we need to do about this? I will take 10 men to the capital planet when the battle begins. Your mission at first will be to follow the rebels, and when the time is right, head to the control center and destroy it." 10? The crowd was a bit stunned. They had thought it was some kind of plan, but they didn't realize it was just Mang. And how could just 10 people destroy a heavily defended control center? Zhao Yi saw their doubts. "Don't worry, I won't let you guys die. I will develop a new mecha. With its help, destroying the control center in the chaotic capital star is completely feasible." "A new mech?" "Yeah, let's leave this new mech for now. You'll see when it's done." The crowd chose to believe it, even though they were still a little unsure in their hearts what kind of mechs could destroy the control center with 10 people. Each of the things Zhao Yi did during this time seemed incredible. But in the end, they all materialized. "Yes, Commander," Zhao Yi then said. "Once everything is over, you guys will pilot the starship towards Joran Star. If you don't want your orphanage sisters to come out just like you, then listen to me." Yes, we listened to the commander. Zhao Yi sat down and looked at the crowd's reaction. How it felt like seducing an ignorant girl. Never mind. It's good that they said yes anyway. At least it keeps them alive. Lt. Colonel Lin Fu was thinking about his plan, but he didn't know he had a plan too. Did he? As for the mech drawings that Lin Fu wanted, Zhao Yi was prepared to give them the mech that he had developed in M787 in the first place, which was enough to deal with general ground weapons, and the T3 class mechs that he had developed would be given to Su Yi and the girls to use. At night, Zhao Yi contacted Su Xian again to talk about the plan. Su Xian didn't expect things to come so quickly, but she was prepared. She was also very happy when she realized that Su Yun had also joined in. "Commander, but there's still one thing I don't understand." "You say?" "Currently it's easy for the White Phoenix mercenaries to get to planet Joran, and we've reached 8 starships, so we're considered to have the power to defend ourselves. But what happens after that?" Zhao Yi smiled. "Don't worry about what happens after that. If nothing happens, the Federation will lose a lot of combat power in the capital Star War, and we'll have the G029 fleet, the White Phoenix mercenaries, and the Z056 fleet in Zoran. which is already considered no small feat. Suxin considered it and thought it was feasible. And it doesn't matter if you do get kicked out afterward. As long as you're with your commander and compatriots. It doesn't matter if you go wandering. A few days later, Zhao asked for quite a few materials on the pretext of testing the mech. Part of this material was given to himself to build the goddess droid, and the other part was used to build the new T3 mechs. The new mech was named Golden Cicada. It's a brand new T3 level morphing mech. Not only can they fight on the ground, but they can also turn into starfighters and fight in the universe. However, because of its size, it was quite a bit larger than the average starfighter. Handling and firepower are definitely not as good as the Black Raven, with the advantage of being able to fight at full range and go deep inside buildings with no problem. Store this material and parts. Zhao Yi instructed the engineers inside the starship. Although they were novices, their talent was here and they quickly figured out the parts Zhao Yi wanted. They just didn't understand why they were building them. Shouldn't you build something useful when you're about to fight the Federation? And where the hell is the legendary mech? Zhao Yi didn't explicitly say that these parts didn't look like they served any purpose, but they became golden cicadas when they were needed under assembly. Commander, these parts aren't expected to be enough with our current stockpile of materials. It's a shame. If we had emptied the empire of 3 starships in the first place, we wouldn't have had this trouble. Then we can only dismantle the starship. Zhao Yi slowly said. Dismantle? Dismantle a starship? The crowd was confused. This starship was built to fight wars, and now it's being swapped back for parts in order to fight wars. The inverted Big Dipper. Zhao Yi is not once or twice to do this kind of thing. Lightly draw a drawing. Let the engineering unit in accordance with their own drawings to dismantle. The crowd was confused, but they still acted according to Zhao Yi's instructions. Anyway, these starships were all managed by Zhao Yi, so even if Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu knew about it, he wouldn't say anything. Couldn't we tell the elders? If you do tell, then don't blame me for shaking it all out and see who's afraid. The Z-056 fleet was hot and dry, which put the rest of the fleet in a position where they wouldn't be able to see it. Lin Fu had also come over to ask about it, but Zhao Yi had casually found an excuse and dealt with it. Commander, here's your stuff. Mine? Receiving the envelope in Su Hui's hand, Zhao Yi opened it, which contained an invitation. It said that Zhao Yi was invited to the Capital Star to attend a banquet, and there was a pass in addition to the invitation. This pass was able to allow one of Zhao Yi's starships to travel to the Capital Star range. Zhao Yi got up and said, "You guys continue to be busy. I'm going to look for Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. Rest assured, Commander, we will accomplish our mission. Su Fantasy after all is a newcomer. Do what is the thing or very hot blood. All the energy is very exuberant. What is it?" Sui saw that Zhao Yi left something on the ground after he left and picked it up to see that it was a photo. Above them were silver-haired girls with big smiles, and in the very center was a silver-haired girl who looked exactly like herself, but was clearly 4 or 5 years older. Just looking at it makes you feel wise, intelligent and gentle. This is Sister Su Xin? Even though it was the first time she had seen it, she instantly recognized this person who was similar to her looks. Sui looked up and saw that the commander had already left, so he could only return it to him when he came back. I just didn't realize that the commander would actually carry this photo with him. Sui was a bit confused inside. Her first commander was Zhao Yi, and she felt Zhao Yi's charm during this time together. Decisive, brave and very considerate. I thought Zhao Yi would be in Z-056 for the rest of his life, but there is a sense of loss after looking at this photo. Will the commander finally leave the completion? Zhao Yi arrived at Lt. Colonel Lin Fu's villa, where the people on the scene were discussing some of the details of the rebellion. Upon seeing Zhao Yi arrive, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu enthusiastically said, "Zhao Yi, why are you free to come now? I've already developed the mech you want." "Oh, so soon?" Originally, Lt. Colonel Lin Fu had given Zhao Yi a week, and this all felt a bit tight. I can't imagine that Zhao Yi actually used only 4 days to research the mecha. This ability is too strong. Zhao Yi slightly froze after taking the drawings out of his pocket. His picture was missing? No, the picture of the gospel should have been in his pocket. What's wrong? Lin Fu could see that something was wrong and was curious. Nothing. Zhao Yi didn't think much about it. He should have dropped himself somewhere. I'll go back and look for it later, but if I really can't find it, I'll have to print out a copy. This is the new generation of mechs I've developed. The crowd hurriedly gathered around, which also included many people from the institute. They were very curious. What would a mech that one person researched be like? While mecha technology had been stagnant for a long time, it wasn't something that anyone could develop. Not to mention the fact that the young man in front of him had only been studying it for a few days. Don't think it will be much better. But this looked confused. Crap. The crowd couldn't help but explode. The mech is just perfect. Not only is the design strong, even the concept is sky high. But it makes perfect sense. The crowd watched in shock. So that's how mechs can be played. There was silence in the room as everyone looked at the drawings in front of them in awe. It wasn't that these people hadn't seen the world, but Zhao Yi's ideas were too forward-thinking. Mech 100 years has no R&D. Zhao Yi, this is independent innovation without any information to assist. In just 4 days, he had developed a perfect mech. This talent, this ability made them feel jealous. Major Zhao, did you really create this? A man asked, trembling as he looked at the drawing in front of him. Zhao Yi nodded slightly and said, "Of course then. Is there any other place that sells this kind of mech drawings?" The crowd hurriedly shook their heads. No, we're just a little curious. We heard that you were the commander of the Evangelion before, but the commander of this starship is actually a little special. Zhao Yi smiled. Achievement, is it? This is nothing to be embarrassed about. I really did not do well in school. It seems that I'm a practical player, but instead, after joining the army for a few months, the level has grown. LT, Colonel. Lin Fu interrupted the crowd. This matter is not important. Let's discuss it later. Tanga, what do you think of this mech? Can it break through the Capital Star's defense team? A middle-aged man stepped forward and said, the defense team's firepower isn't much overpowered. Their mission is just to ensure the safety of the Capital Star's inhabitants. And this mech is perfectly adequate. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu nodded slightly and looked at Zhao Yi and said happily, Zhao Yi, you've done a good job. With this drawing, we'll be able to take down the Sky Dome. The Federation will be ours by then. The crowd laughed as if they had already won. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was just about to take the drawings when Zhao Yi snatched them away. Zhao Yi, what do you mean? Lin Fu and the others were a bit surprised. Take it easy. Zhao Yi, what exactly do you want? Going against us at this time isn't a good choice. The men had their hands pressed to their weapons, and at the slightest misstep they would fire immediately. Zhao Yi glanced at the people next to him, and Lin Fu understood and let the crowd go out. LT, Colonel Lin Fu, this man, get out when you're told to. Yes, with Lin Fu's understanding, Zhao Yi wouldn't do something like this all of a sudden, and he wouldn't be redundant if he really wanted to do it. Well, now you can talk. LT, Colonel Lin Fu, you know my intentions are different from yours. LT, Colonel Lin Fu was relieved to hear it instead. Turns out it was for the silver-haired girl again, so that she could control him. What you want is to save the entire Silver Maiden. But how can the Silver Maiden stand alone when the Empire continues to invade? All we have to do is work together. And after we beat the Empire back, we'll be sure to set all the silver-haired girls free. Zhao Yi shook his head. Then how am I going to trust you? You'll just have to trust me. Didn't you design this mech for us to use? Having her is how we can get control of the silver-haired girl into our hands. That's right, but I need some reassurance. You say. Zhao Yi made a suggestion. Remove all the silver-haired girl bombs from the Z-056 fleet. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu shook his head. I'm afraid this won't work. The bomb being removed from the silver-haired girl's body will attract the attention of the control center, which is managed by the Qian family, and there's no way for any of us to interfere. Being able to remove the silver-haired girl from G029 is already the limit. Anymore, and I'm afraid the control center will be able to notice something is wrong. By then, not to mention Z056, all of us will be in danger. Zhao Yi knew that LT, Colonel Lin Fu would not agree. And this was his bottom card to control Zhao Yi. If you really remove the silver-haired girl bomb from Z056, and Zhao Yi runs away with people directly, who will you find to cry to? Then, for a change, tell me where the control center is? This was Zhao Yi's true purpose. As for which of the 5 great clans actually took this capital star, it had nothing to do with himself. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was a bit suspicious. What did Zhao Yi want to know the location of the command center for? But think about it and realize you're worrying too much. Even if he knew the location of the command center, he couldn't get in with his status and position. As for destroying it, that would be even more impossible. The control center was one of the most important bases of the capital planet, second only to the defense of the Sky Dome and even more important than the production center. There was no harm in telling him. It would not only show his sincerity but also make him let his guard down. Zhao Yi, what do you need to know about this location for? What, you can't talk about it? I even brought the mech drawings here. And you won't even talk about the control center. Not to mention releasing the silver-haired girl. That's not fair, is it? LT, Colonel Lin Fu pretended to be in a difficult situation and finally nodded. Alright, I'll tell you. A simulated planet appeared in his hand, which was a model of the capital star. This model kept enlarging in Lin Fu's hands. Eventually Lin Fu pointed to a location and said, this is the control center of the silver-haired maidens. In charge of each silver-haired maiden. The silver-haired maidens have their own number. Only after the silver-haired maiden with this number dies, the number will be given to the other silver-haired maidens to use. After saying that, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu handed over the location information to Zhao Yi. Lin Fu then said, "Don't worry, since I told you that it must be the real location, but I advise you not to hit this place. I don't even know what's inside myself. Well, I just want to see your sincerity." Zhao Yi handed the drawing over and said, "This drawing is for you. The next time we meet will be the capital star. Well, be careful with everything." Zhao Yi left Lin Fu's villa, thought about it at the entrance of Z056 residence, and finally walked to the residence of the G029 fleet. "Major Zhao Yi, may I ask what's the matter?" Seeing that it was Zhao Yi at the door, the silver-haired girl who opened the door couldn't help but look twice more. "Is this the commander of the Evangelion?" They were full of goodwill towards him who had helped Su Xin. "I'm looking for Su Yun. Soon. She is with our commander. Do you need me to call her over?" "Well, trouble. Major Zhao Yi, what is it that you came to see our little beauty?" Wang Rushuan, who was dressed in a housecoat, walked over with a smile, and she was followed by Su Yun, who was dressed in a military uniform and had a cold and indifferent face. In fact, this girl's looks were not that bad, a typical federal beauty. Two types with Su Yun. "Major Wang, don't make fun of me." Wang Rushuan smiled dementedly. "You're not satisfied with having a same model in your own fleet, but you keep looking for our family's Su Yun. Does this count as eating from the bowl and looking at the pot?" Zhao Yi was speechless for a while. This guy loved to joke about himself. "Well, since you guys have something to do, I'll leave you alone." After saying that, Wang Rushuan hummed and left. "Major Zhao, what do you want with me?" "This one's for you." Wang Rushuan was a bit confused when she took the thing in Zhao Yi's hand. This thing seemed to be a container, but there was nothing inside. Zhao Yi whispered in her ear. This action made the tips of Su Yun's ears burn a little, leaning in too close. The other silver-haired girls around them covered their mouths in some shock. So exciting that the two actually whispered. Su Yun's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this, and the sense of shame he felt just now was swept away, leaving only shock. "Really? Of course it's true, but so much of it doesn't last long and can only be activated at critical moments." "I see. Where did you get this?" Su Yun was a bit surprised. This thing had not even been researched by the Federation, yet Zhao Yi had already used it in actual combat. Zhao Yi smiled. "Of course I researched it myself, but Su Wan and Su Yan and the girls also helped me a lot." "Are they both really all alive?" "That's for sure. Wait a week and you'll see." "Aha." Su Yun lowered his head in some anticipation. "By the way, did Wang Rushuan bring you along when she traveled to the capital star? Was going to take me with her? She was actually okay with us and knew that going on a mission would be a sure death sentence. So she wanted me to go to the capital planet with her so she could have a chance of surviving. But I refused because of your plan. And she thought I wanted to work for my compatriots and didn't say much." Now Zhao Yi was relieved. This plan is currently known only to Su Yun, and he is really worried that if Su Yun also goes to the capital star, what can G029 be done? "I'll go then." "Aha." Su Yun stood in the doorway and looked at it for a while. Turned around and saw Wang Rushuan standing behind him. "People are still looking after they've left?" Wang Rushuan asked with a hint of a smile. "Commander, you didn't go in, did you? I wanted to see if you two were gossiping about something. I didn't realize how close you were." "When did it start?" Su Yun's face instantly turned red again, remembering Zhao Yi's whispered words just now. "Nope, this is in preparation for the program." "Commander, you're joking again." Wang Rushuan saw the easy in Su Yun's hand, curiously said, "What is this?" "Oh, an empty bottle from Major Cho for me to go back and use in a flower arrangement. A token of affection. Only. Not." Wang Rushuan laughed. "I'm not going to tease you, or else come with me to the capital tomorrow, and when things are over, I'll ask Grandpa and the others to promise you to be with Zhao Yi." "No need." "Alright, since you've decided so, I won't do anything extra." "Commander, I'll be going back then." "Aha." When Su Yun left, Wang Rushuan contacted Lin Fu. "LT, Colonel Lin Fu, Zhao Yi came by just now." "Oh, what's he doing here?" Lin Fu said with some curiosity. "It's nothing. It seems to be here to look for Su Yun." Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu smiled slightly. In his opinion, Zhao Yi was an emotional person. Su Xin is looking for Su Yun without him. People like that are better controlled, and it doesn't help if they have to hang on to a tree. "Okay, I got it." Wang Rushuan then said, "Can you keep Su Yun from dying? She is important to our plans afterward. Maybe she can make Zhao Yi behave." "Lin Fu, it doesn't matter if Su Yun is dead. There's another one on the Z056 starship. Zhao Yi will be used for us." After hanging up the communication, Wang Rushuan sighed. She didn't really want Su Yun to die, and after a few years of being together, she had gotten used to having someone around who could get everything done for her. But Su Yun insisted on it, and there was nothing she could do. Zhao Yi went back to the place of residence and looked around. and asked some of the silver-haired girls at the entrance, but none of them had seen the photo. This made Zhao a bit puzzled. He still had to print out a copy of it before he could do so. It wasn't long after he had walked to his room that a knock sounded at the door. Opening the door, Zhao froze. The one standing in front of him was actually Su Xin. Susan. Nope. You're Su Yum. Why are you dressed up like this? Su Xin, Su Mirage, and Su Yun all looked the same. One could even say they were triplets, but neither their hairstyles nor their features were the same. Sushin is calm and collected, with a hint of indifference, and prefers shawl hair. Of course, this was how Zhao felt when he met Su Xin for the first time, and after that, Su Xin treated Zhao with great dependence and gentleness. While Su Yun was also cold, she felt slightly gentler, and her hairstyle was shoulder length and short, looking clean and sharp. Su Yi, on the other hand, was the youngest of them, with a hint of childishness and cuteness on her face, and a hairstyle that favored a high ponytail for a clean look. The current Su Wan, however, had her hair down, and for a moment, Zhao really thought that it was Su Xin who had returned. Su Yao did not expect Zhao to recognize him so quickly. Commander, did you just mistake me for Su Xin? Su Xin, whom she had never met but knew to be the deputy commander of the gospel, was the man in the photo. Zhao turned around and walked into the room. Sui followed and closed the door behind him. It was for a moment. After all, you two originally looked quite similar, Zhao said indifferently as he sat on the chair. Then you can think of me as Su Xin. Won't that help the commander? Zhao shook his head. You're not Su Xin. You're yourself, and although you all look alike, each of you is unique. Well, seeing that Sui wasn't quite right, Zhao pulled away and said, what is it that you're looking for me so late? Oh, this thing is from you, Commander, right? Sui pulled the photo out from his own pocket. This was dropped before you left. I wanted to return it to you, but I waited until now for you to come back. Zhao Yi's eyes lit up and hurriedly took it in his hands. It's still true. Thanks a lot. I thought I dropped it somewhere, but it's in your hands. Looking at the photo in front of him, Zhao Yi was slightly stunned. The Su Xian hairstyle on top of the photo is exactly the same as the current Sui. I thought this was Su fantasizing about changing herself up a bit, but now it looks like she made it this way on purpose. Is there anything else you want to do? Sui walked to Zhao Yi and leaned close to him. Commander, are you going to leave us? I don't want you to leave. You're overthinking it. I won't leave you guys. Zhao Yi frowned and pushed Sui away. It was so close that you could even smell the faint scent of the body. So if Sister Su Xian comes back, will the commander leave? Zhao Yi froze. Who told you that she would come back? I don't think I told Sui about this, right? How did she know about it? Sui spoke. I guessed. You put the photo on your body. You can tell that you care about Sister Su Xian and the girls, but you don't seem to be very sad about their deaths, so I guess they're probably fine. Zhao Yi didn't expect Sui to have such a delicate mind. Himself did show sadness when he was shapely, but it didn't last long. That's only half true. Su Xian and the girls are really important to me. Otherwise I wouldn't have left the photo. What's not right is that I'm really sad about their deaths, but I know there are more important things to do than just be sad. Zhao Yi explained. What's the important thing? Before Su Xian died she told me to take care of the rest of my compatriots. And for your sake, for the sake of Z056, and for the sake of the silver-haired girl who's still alive, I'm going to do what it takes to protect you. Cheat. Sui beamed. What's wrong with you today? Zhao Yi was a bit puzzled. Sui lowered her head and didn't know how to say it. After seeing the pictures of Su Xian and the girls, she knew that she would never be able to compare to the gospel people. This made it a little difficult for her, which was why she thought of dressing up as Su Xian to see how Zhao Yi reacted. Commander, so if Sister Su Xian and the others come back, who will you choose? After saying that, Zhao Yi pushed Su Hui out of the door. Commander, don't push me. I'm being serious. Do you like Sister Su Xian? Actually I can. Before the words were finished, Zhao Yi had already closed the door. Sui was a bit overwhelmed and wanted to knock on the door but eventually left. Zhao Yi returned to his room and let out a long sigh. It's been more than a month since I got along with Su Phantom and the girls from Shapely. This month or so had allowed Zhao Yi to feel that the silver-haired girl relied on herself. The more unfairly they are treated in the Federation, the more they like to stick to themselves. It's a completely different feeling than the people on the gospel. The people of the gospel were from the beginning despised to later recognizing themselves and finally dependent. But Z056 the group of silver-haired girls were as if they were neighborhood sisters, and from the beginning to the end they just relied on him. Either way, he wanted to keep them alive and well. Su Hsin, if you don't come back, the house will be stolen. The next day, Zhao Yi got up to eat and met Su Hui. Su Hui recalled her actions yesterday feeling a bit flushed. She was really bold. would actually walk into the commander's room. Now that I think about it, I'm really ashamed. The commander doesn't think of himself as some kind of random person. If Joey really took her as Su Xin at that time, she would not have refused. Commander. Well, get ready. We're leaving. Yes. Seeing Joey acting like he was fine, this made Su Yao relieved and less embarrassed. Commander, G029 has set sail for planet Huaiwei today, and Sister Su Yun asked me to say thank you. Joey nodded slightly, knowing that the most crucial moment was coming. After packing up, Joey called all the captains of Z056 to a meeting. With the big battle coming up, he needed to go over his plan with these silver-haired girls. Sui, this time our Finnish ship is traveling to the capital star alone, and after Su Yun and the girls fire the first shot, there will be a rebellion inside the heavenly vault. Sui nodded slightly. What about us? Do we need to join the commander? Joey shook his head. I'll go down with the others on the capital star side. You stay in the starship ready to fight at any time. If anyone comes close, shoot on sight. Sui was a little worried. Then will you guys be in danger? After the capital star really fights, there's no way for us to support you guys. Don't worry. I don't have any problems with myself. The next people I call will go with me to the capital planet. Su Ran. Su Ting. Your mission is to destroy the control center. The silver-haired girls were excited and thrilled. Yes, we will definitely complete the mission. I will also have the goddess of mercy help you in this battle. A goddess? What's this? The crowd was a little puzzled. Joey smiled. A robot that will assist you in battle. Yes, once the mission is complete, you will return to the finish. And if I am not back in half an hour after that, you will leave the capital planet on your own and head for the planet Zoran, where you will be met. Sui shook her head. No, we won't leave. If you don't come, Commander, we'll go look for you. The others nodded. Yeah, we'll get to you. Commander, I don't want to be left behind by you. Joey laughed. It's true that you're all the same. You guys go first so I can get away. The crowd naturally didn't believe Zhao Yi's claim, and they were adamant that they would wait until the commander wasn't willing to go first. Unable to do anything about it, Zhao Yi had no choice but to make them wait for him. Sui then asked, Zoran Star, are there already our people there? There, we'll just go over there. Sui and the others were a bit curious as to who would be waiting for them at Zoran Star. Su fantasized about the sudden contraction of her pupils. Could it be that Sister Su Xin and the others aren't dead, but are in Zoran Star? In looking at Zhao Yi's appearance, it really seemed to be the case. Zhao Yi continued, as for the other starships you left here, leave directly after receiving the news of the capital star's rebellion. No one will be able to order you without the control center. If other starships attack you, just return fire, even if they are Federation starships. Yes. Next, Zhao Yi explained some details. The completion leaves Comet Hierophant and heads for the capital planet. In the meantime, the fleet of White Phoenix mercenaries sailed into Federation range. After Big Strong and the others stepped forward to be inspected, the 8 starships strutted through the cosmic channel. Their mission was to reach Zoran Star one step ahead of time and take complete control before Zhao Yi and the others arrived. Su Huan was excited and said as he did his exercises, "We're going to meet the commander soon. I wonder if he's been exercising properly all this time. It's not nice to be a little weakling." The crowd laughed slightly at this. It's been over a month since we left with the commander, right? Saran was a bit bored as he lay on the table. How nice it would be if the commander was on a starship right now. He always finds something interesting. I've been practicing futsal for a long time, and I'm ready to avenge this. Su Xin shook her head helplessly from the side. The commander still spoils them too much, and that's not good. If they did take Zoran, the planet would still need them to guard it. Sister Su Xin, what do you see there? Saran pointed out the window. The crowd looked up into the distance as what appeared to be a large bug flying through the universe. The large bug was enormous, the size of a starship, its hard shell reflecting light. Holy Beetle Ship, Su Xin said with some surprise. The Holy Beetle Ship? The crowd froze at the name, which seemed somewhat familiar. Su Xin explained. The Sacred Beetle Ship is a transport ship on the bug's side. You can understand it as the bug's own starship, but this thing is actually a living creature. Creature? It's actually this big, and so fast in the universe? Su Xin nodded her head and said, that's right, the bug's side is supposed to be full of weirdness. It's not unusual to have any kind of them. Just why is it in federal territory? Then it must have gotten permission. Or else could it have gotten in? The crowd was unimpressed. Bugs are rare, but can still be seen on neutral and trade planets. Su Xin still couldn't figure it out. The bug race as a race is an aggressive race. And the race itself is a universal army that develops by looting. A normal civilization wouldn't allow the bugs to enter their territory. Wasn't this leading the wolves into the house? Especially in this current state of the Federation. Bugs coming in gave her a bad feeling. The giant Saint Beetle flew past the sky edge and headed in the other direction. That direction is the capital star? Su-ran leaned over the window opening and watched. Yes, it feels like the capital planet is going to be unsettled. Should we tell the commander then? No, connecting to the commander at this time might expose him. The White Phoenix mercenaries are explicitly unrelated to Zhao Yi. Su-ran lowered his head and said, alright then, all that's left now is for Commander Yi to reach out to us. The capital star, under the dome of the sky. The 5 great elders gathered together to discuss the battle. Sitting in the center is still Elder Qian, who only squeaks and waves a toy in his hand for exercise. Elder Qian said that the Empire's attack this time has been obvious, and that it's here to destroy our federation. The emissaries we sent to peace talks have failed, and the Imperial side wants nothing but our deaths. The crowd sighed at that. The grandmother leaned on her cane and said, the Empire is really bullying people. Even if we die we will drag them along. Elder Qian, how many more silver-haired girls are there in the production base? The middle-aged man spoke. The stock is gone, and there aren't many silver-haired girls in production, so if we have to fight next we'll have to join the army early. The old granny's cane nodded the ground. What a useless bunch of losers. I said long ago 100 years ago that I should have a little more inventory. And look at you guys, no one believes me. What's the point of talking about it now? There was so much spare stock at the time. Who would have thought it would be depleted so quickly? Hey! The crowd sighed again. One man turned his head to look at the Lin family head and said, Old Lin head, how is the effect of your family's earlier proposal of a silver-haired girl using a T2 class starship? The Lin family head slowly said, destroyed 3 starships of the Empire while fleeing in shapely NATO before, with 0 casualties himself. This battle record the silver-haired girl can do with a T1 class starship. So it seems there's nothing special about a silver-haired girl using a T2 class starship. I don't think it's a good idea to give weapons to self-propelled weapons anyway. There's no way these things are going to make peace with our federation. They're sure to come back to bite us at the first opportunity. That said, I think it's best to return the Z-056 starship to Federation management. The long silent head of the Wang family spoke up, handing over starships to the Federation people. Are the Federation's people's starships still considered small? But the Confederates didn't do so well in the war. What do you mean? Old Wang too? It doesn't mean anything. It's just the truth. Alright, all stop arguing. It's useless to argue anymore. The voice of the middle-aged man from the Qian family interrupted the crowd. His stance was that of the representative of the Qian family head. The crowd grunted coldly and stopped arguing. The baby money family head opened his mouth to squeak. The middle-aged man spoke. The Qian family head said that no matter what, the Federation is no match for the Empire right now. So he called in a helper. Help? Do we still have help in the Federation? The mercenaries are all over in the Empire. That's right. The only decent Bloodwolf mercenary was still split by the Empire with a ruse. The middle-aged man shook his head. Elder Qian said that the foreign aid this time is not a humanoid civilization. What's that? They. The middle-aged man pointed with his hand and the crowd turned to look. Behind it was a snake-like creature coming along, swimming with its slender body, while its upper body had human-like hands, and its mouth kept spitting out red snake letters, which looked very scary. Around them, on the other hand, were crawling bugs that seemed to be the size of puppies, densely packed. The crowd snapped to their feet at the sight. Bugs, how did they get here? The creature leading the way they recognized. One of the bugs. Stinging snake. Giggle. Of course you guys invited me. Spitting its own snake letters. The stinging snake walked to Elder Qian's side and said in a fearful voice, we can make a deal. The bug race joins the battlefield. And every day we lead 100,000 people. 100,000? Several elders looked at each other in dismay. Elder Qian, you actually dragged the insect race into this? They're robbers. They can't agree to that. Cluck. It's only 100,000 people. When the Empire hits, you won't even be able to save a single one of them. The stinging snake finished climbing on a pole and looked down on the crowd from above. Humans? They're still really small. We've tasted all kinds of food in the universe, but it's humans that are the most delicious. Of course, one of the more delicious ones is the silver-haired girl. Silver-haired girl? The crowd froze. This deal still had something to do with the silver-haired girl? The middle-aged man holding Elder Qian spoke. In addition to the request that Stinging Snake just said, they have another request. When the Empire withdraws to offer peace, we're going to give them one of the inhabited stars plus all the silver-haired maidens in stock. The 4 elders looked at each other. Such an important matter. Yet Elder Qian had never told them about it. The Wang and Lin families couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. They were all set to take over the Federation. But now they didn't expect the insects to join in. But the arrow had to be fired. Now whatever comes, they have to move in a week. Lin family head, I heard that you're going to have a big birthday. I'm here to congratulate you in advance. The stinging snake clasped his 2 hands together and followed the human model of congratulations. It just looks, but it looks very weird. Humph. Stinging snake crawled around on the roof. It's so boring here. I'll leave you guys to talk. Get the hell out of here. The Wang family head was furious. Seeing that the swarm was gone, the crowd then pointed their fingers at Elder Qian. Elder Qian, what's going on here? Why did you let the swarm in? Yeah, even if there was room for peace talks with the Empire before, it's impossible to make peace after the swarm joined in. Elder Qian, don't you understand the swarm? They wanted to wipe us out thousands of years ago, and if it wasn't for the high-level humanoid civilizations stopping them, we would have become their dish, the middle-aged man said. Elder Qian said that there's no room for peace talks anyway, so letting the bug race join in has some chance of winning instead. Or do you all have a way to defeat the Empire? But I'm afraid the bugs won't be so easily satisfied. Don't worry. I made a deal with them on the terms they just said. Just give them food and the silver-haired girl, Elder Qian, who was cradled in his arms, yawned. Elder Qian is sleepy. You guys go back. The remaining 4 clansmen had no choice but to get up and leave. The Lin family and the Wang family immediately transmitted the news of the insect race's intervention. This caused quite a stir. Many people began to worry that the swarm was on the capital planet. So would the plan afterward be affected? What's to be done about this? How did these guys call the swarm? It's easy to invite the gods but hard to send them away. Even if this method can really make the Empire jealous and thus peaceful, it's not that easy to get the swarm to leave. Lin Fu pondered for a moment. There's no point in discussing this matter since it's already happened. The good news is that according to our intelligence, the swarm's numbers in the capital star are only a few thousand, and most of them are low-level red dogs, not enough to be feared. The crowd then relaxed quite a bit. And what if the swarm comes back after we take down the capital planet? Yeah, when the time comes we'll have to face 3 forces. The threat from the Empire, the swarm's retaliation, and then there's the backlash from the remaining clans. Lin Fu explained. This doesn't matter. If the swarm does arrive, what do you think the Empire will do? The Empire and the Federation, even if they had a grudge, would leave everything behind for the time being? Alien civilization on one side, humanoid civilization on the other. The Federation losing to the Empire is just becoming slaves and colonized. But if it loses to the bugs, it's extinction. The people naturally thought of this and were much relieved. When an external enemy is present, they must be facing the swarm together. That's right. Let's still capture the capital star first and foremost, and we'll talk about the rest afterward. Yes. The plan is to go ahead as usual and pass the word on. Understood. The finisher. Zhao was also surprised to know that the bugs were coming, but this had little to do with themselves, and when this was over, they would just enjoy their old age peacefully in Joran Star. As long as others don't come and move him, he won't move others. Commander, the capital star is up ahead. Sui excitedly pointed to the planet not far away and shouted excitedly, Capital star. The silver-haired girls were all from the capital planet's production facility. Hardly. The capital planet is considered their old home. Finally back. Commander, are you from here too? Yeah, it's just that coming back was all a bit of a rush in. And this time it's different. We get to stay here for a while. Of course, not all silver-haired girls can go down there. According to the regulations, Zhao could only bring a maximum of 10 silver-haired girls into the capital star. After undergoing inspection, Zhao starship was released and docked at the Interstellar harbor. All around them were starships that had come to congratulate and participate in the festivities. Many of them Zhao had also met at the Lin family villa, and when they saw Zhao, they nodded slightly as a greeting. There are still a few days before the banquet. With nothing else to do, Zhao was prepared to take Su Huifu to see the capital star. Although they were born on the capital planet, none of them were expected to have lived on the planet. See, this is Zhao, your senior. Zhao came down and saw a crowd packed around him. They were all residents of the capital star. Elder Lin's birthday was a day of celebration for the Federation. There are 5 such celebrations every year, and each time the whole city revels, while the commanders who are outside return. Mrs. Amei? Zhao didn't expect that Amei Dai would actually bring a bunch of students over. Amei Wei smiled when she saw Zhao. Zhao, I can't believe that in half a year's time you've actually been promoted to major. That's really something. Originally, he was just taking the students for a long time, but he never thought that he would actually see Zhao. You're welcome, teacher, Master Amei said. Seriously, at the time you joined the army, I thought you wouldn't live long, but we see a lot of things about you when we watch the news on Capital Star. Mine? Master Amei said. Yeah, we all know about you infiltrating M787 for a week, negotiating with the Blood Wolf mercenaries, and other things. Zhao probably understood. It was a broadcast to try to mislead the people of the capital planet and other planets into thinking that the front lines were going well, and it just so happened that they were doing things for real. Sure enough, the Federation is still reporting the good news. Not many people know about the destruction of Shalato and Arika by the occupation. When will the empire be put away? Soon. Zhao Yi. A voice once again came from the side. Zhao Yi turned around to see that it was actually Shinfeng, not seen for so long, or the previous hangdog look. You're finally back. I've actually been back before. I just didn't tell you guys. Good for you, kid. Shinfeng saw the rank on Zhao Yi, held back the words he had just said. I'm going to join the army next year as well. So remember to take care of me when the time comes. Next year. That's not much longer. Yeah, back in the day you were my underdog in quintuplets. I can't believe you're a colonel in a flash. If I'd been the one to enlist first 6 months ago, would this major be mine? Go to hell. Zhao Yi laughed and cursed. After Shinfeng followed and laughed twice, he saw the silver-haired girl next to him and remembered Zhao Yi's previous words. You're not really going to do it, are you? So bullish? What nonsense are you? Okay, we'll talk afterward. I'm going to go ahead and report down. Go on. After Zhao Yi left with the silver-haired girl, Sui curiously said, I can't imagine that the commander actually knows quite a few people in the Federation. That's for sure. Zhao Yi was slightly stunned. When the time comes for the capital star to fight, they'll suffer. Next time you encounter one you have to tell them to duck. After reporting for duty, Zhao Yi hit to bring Su Hui and the others to wander around and see the prosperity of the capital star. The increase in technology has not only improved the level of weaponry, but also the level of entertainment and experience. There were a lot of things that Zhao Yi himself had never tried. The people of the capital planet were still filled with contempt for the silver-haired girl, undisguised. It made the new recruits of Z056 a little sad, but on second thought it was released. Because of this, that's why they want their sisters to live in the new world. In a world where no one will despise them, where everyone can fight for what they want to do. Let them put an end to this old world. Walking to a place where no one was around, a dozen or so Shintian robots drilled out from the shadows of Zhao Yi's 3 hands. They were all manufactured and stored by Zhao Yi during this time. Su Hui and the others stared with both eyes wide open. What is this? How did it come out of the shadow? This is Shintan. Who will work with you afterward to destroy the factory? The crowd was wide-eyed, having wondered what this goddess of mercy was. I didn't realize it was actually able to come out of the shadows. This skill was too heavenly, and with its help, it was completely feasible to destroy the command center. Go on. Lie in ambush and wait your turn. At Zhao Yi's command, the divine tantalums with the star blades immediately disappeared, and they moved through the shadows, walking where no one was. A few days later, the feast finally arrived. Everyone was waiting for this moment, and the fleets from each planet began to move. The interstellar harbor on the outskirts of the planet Zoran, where the White Phoenix mercenaries replenished their supplies. The energy crystals are in the hands of the Federation for now, but they'll be back later. Su Xian looked at the city in front of him. It was small but very peaceful. The only 2 starships of the Federation were docked at the pier, and the Federation soldiers on the starships were very comfortable playing cards in the sun. It's usually only people with some connections in the family who can find such a good job. When Zhao Yi's instructions arrived, they began to move. Planet Huaiyue, Fleet G029, Comet Hierophang, Fleet Z056, Capital Star, a large fleet from various officers. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out, and the capital star at this moment was as serene as it was before a storm, with a hint of sultriness and impatience. Major Zhao, let's get going. Wang Rushuan waited below the finish. Okay, let's go. Zhao Yi left the starship with 10 silver-haired girls. During this time of preparation, they had already transported the mecha materials to an empty house in advance, after which the 10 silver-haired girls would go over and take out the equipment. Really slow. Let's go. Wang Rushuan skimmed her mouth. The 2 walked shoulder to shoulder, looking somewhat casual, but both nervous inside. Bang! A voice scared Wang Rushuan so much that she lost her color. Looking back I realized it was one of the balloons in the celebration plaza that had blown up. It's intense. Yes, after all, it all depends on the day. Don't worry, it will work. Aha! Zhao Yi turned around and looked at the silver-haired girl behind him. You guys go too. Don't clash with the others. Yes. Wang Rushuan didn't care about where the silver-haired girl behind her went. They certainly couldn't have gotten under the dome as self-propelled weapons, and thought they would have been on the periphery with the other members of the block. At this time, the main street of the Federation was overcrowded with people singing and dancing. Zhao Yi, I'm here. Zhao Yi turned his head to look. It was this guy Shinfeng again. He really likes to get together. This guy came out of the woodwork too. Wang Rushuan curiously said, your friend? Sort of. Wang Rushuan looked at the time and said, go and return quickly. We can't be late. Got it. After Zhao Yi walked past, Shinfeng was extremely happy. Who's the one next to you? Looks good looking. If I say let's just find a federal person, and introduce her BFF to me afterward. Get lost? She's a member of the Wang family. Wang family? Then forget it. Shenfeng knew the difference between the 5 great families and ordinary people, so he didn't have this idea. Zhao looked at the bustling crowd around him and whispered, "Find a place to hide." Hiding? Well, it's always good to listen to me. Shenfeng was slightly stunned. It was still the middle of the celebration, and he was asking him to hide? Is this some kind of new game? But looking at Zhao, it seemed like he wasn't joking. Okay, I'll go back then. After sending Shenfeng away, Zhao Yi and Wang Rushuan arrived at the dome. It was subjected to a careful inspection, which allowed the 2 men to enter. He originally wanted to put Zhao Yi's mechanical arm under temporary custody, but was vouched for by Lin Fu, who was a member of the 5 great families. "You guys are here?" the head of the Wang family said as he walked over. "Aha, take a seat. It's about to start at." The lawn under the dome was filled with all sorts of food, and the people from the 5 elders family were talking and laughing with those who had been invited. Not seeming to notice that something was wrong, Zhao Yi casually looked at it twice. Although the people who were able to come were all members of the 5 great clans, the HUD was obvious. Most of the Lin family was with the Wang family. The Sun families, on the other hand, is close to the Yuan family. As for the Qian family, the most powerful people in the Federation, they were in the very center of the square. Elder Qian hugged the bottle and drank milk. Seeing that the arrivals were almost done, he asked the middle-aged man to take himself to another place to rest. The Lin family head walked onto the stage at the center of the venue and looked down at the bottom and said excitedly, "Thank you all for coming to my banquet on your busy schedules. It makes me deeply honored. I hope today will be a memorable day for all of you. So feel free." The stage erupted in applause. This was followed by various acts taking the stage. Lin Fu looked at the time and secretly called a group of people towards the controller. "If you want to take the sky dome over, you have to let the outside mechs in. Planet Huaiyue, G029. A silver-haired girl turned her head to look at Su Yun and reported, "Sister Su Yun, the time is still short of the last minute. Are we going to start? Well, prepare to fire." Yes, the G029 starship began to reposition itself. All secondary cannons aimed at the planet's defenses and military buildings. That puts the feds off. What's the situation? Did the G029 fleet just move? Whatever. Let's keep drinking ours. Maybe they're going on a mission. It's a pity. It's so hard to have a silver-haired girl here. That body, that face, it's perfect. Wouldn't it be great to play for a day or two? As far as you're concerned, the other silver-haired girls have bombs on them, and you're not afraid of being blown up while you're having a good time. 9 o'clock Federal Time. The G029 located over the planet Huaiyue began to fire.